center of the Bloodji forest, the Bloodlingji shined with a dark red light, but currently the light of wisdom had already overpowered it. At this moment, Fan Yuan was bathed in the wisdom light halo as he sat and concentrated. His expression was calm, he was like a statue, but his mind was working rapidly. Countless thoughts were created and destroyed, they crashed into one another like a meteor shower, or the eruption of a volcano. He grunted. Fan Yuan's body shook, he slowly opened his eyes. His mind, which was undergoing a storm made of thoughts, had returned to a peaceful state. He frowned, thinking deeply. 2 streams of blood slowly flowed down from his nose. The immortal zombie body's blood was pale green, there was no warmth at all, it was icy cold. Fan Yuan indifferently cleaned up his nosebleed, he evaluated. It seems that the goo formation that I newly created still has many flaws. Ever since he had become a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had obtained countless inspirations. As for how to use Wisdom Goo more efficiently, he had many new ideas. This goo formation was created by him not too long ago. Not long ago, he had a low Wisdom Path attainment level and could only use the light of wisdom directly. Now, with this goo formation, he could intensify the rate at which his thoughts collided. Even though it could not raise the effect of his deductions, it could save him a lot of time. Wisdom Goo was rank 9, while Fan Yuan was merely a rank 6 immortal zombie. It was already very difficult for him to use the light of wisdom. This goo formation could be considered a significant breakthrough. Furthermore, this goo formation was not in its original state, it had been modified several times. The first few versions had all sorts of flaws. Once, the goo formation even exploded inside Fan Yuan's body. When he used it this time, Fan Yuan withstood the backlash of the goo formation and suffered a minor injury. The goo formation still needs to be modified. But that is not key. Now, the difficult problem is the modification of the Star Thought Immortal Goo recipe. Fan Yuan frowned even deeper. A few days ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness had recruited Fan Yuan. He used this chance to request the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Goo to her. Both sides came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very generous about funding Fan Yuan. She provided the materials to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo for him, dispatching Bo Dan to send them over. These immortal materials were very precious. Not only were they expensive, if Fan Yuan had to collect them himself, he would need to expend a lot of time. Only Blazing Heaven Demoness, using her rank 8 cultivation level, her Zombie Alliance status, and her deep foundations could gather 3 sets of these immortal materials in such a small amount of time. Fan Yuan was well prepared, he naturally got to refining goo. But he had tried 3 times consecutively and failed them all. Fan Yuan was mentally prepared in regards to failing. After all, he did not have the success Dao mark from the Refinement Path Convention this time, he could only rely on his own skills and luck. Relying on skill was easily understood, but why did he have to rely on luck? Looking at the example of Star Thought Immortal Goo, during the refinement process, there was a step that needed 2 immortal materials. He needed a portion of pale flame white bones, and a portion of green beetle water lotuses. The former was a fire path immortal material, the latter was a water path immortal material. At this step, the 2 immortal materials have to be processed at the same time, fusing water and fire, to create a clear liquid. But this step was very difficult. There were fire path Dao marks on the pale flame white bone, and water path Dao marks on the green beetle water lotus. To process them and form the clear liquid, the fire path Dao marks and the water path Dao marks have to be equal in number. Even if they were not equal, the difference had to be very small. That was the only way the fire and water could cancel out each other. If one side was higher, more than the range allowed, the liquid would be extremely murky. This sort of murky liquid could not be used. But the liquid could not be stored for long, it needed to be refined right before use. Fan Yuan did not have a time path immortal goo to seal the state of the liquid. Thus, Fan Yuan had to create the liquid while refining immortal goo. And the difference in Dao marks was extremely subtle. Even if Fan Yuan focused all his attention and used his best methods, he could not inspect all of them, he could only estimate. Fan Yuan was not a fire path or water path goo immortal, he was already reaching the limits of his investigative abilities. Thus, the immortal goo recipe strictly stated the age of the green beetle water lotuses, as well as the amount of pale flame white bones. But even so, even among green beetle water lotuses of the same age, they would have different water path Dao marks on them due to the environment that they were in. If the pale flame white bones were damaged, there would also be fewer Dao marks on them. All of the goo refinement materials met the immortal goo recipe's requirements after Fan Yuan checked them meticulously. But when they were used in practice, there was bound to be failure. To refine the clear liquid, there was luck involved in it. The entire immortal goo refinement process had many such examples, like the fusing of water and fire. Succeeding once or twice was not difficult. The difficult thing was to succeed every single time. Thus, the success rate of refining immortal goo was extremely low. Many goo immortal went bankrupt trying to refine an immortal goo without success. Immortal goo were a huge boost to the goo immortal in all aspects. Because of the existence of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, goo immortals had an even more intense desire in regards to immortal goo. But in the history of goo cultivation, there were countless instances of immortal goo refinement failing. These painful experiences landed countless people in terrible straits. At present, many rank 6 goo immortals did not even have a single immortal goo. Goo immortals would rather attempt to capture wild immortal goo than take a risk and refine immortal goo themselves. Of course, there was another reason: refinement path attainment levels differed between goo immortals. Many goo immortals did not have the confidence to refine immortal goo themselves. Especially when it came to immortal goo with higher ranks, goo immortals would have even less confidence in refining them. In the past, even 2 venerables, Giant Sun and Thieving Heaven, had to ask Long Hair Ancestor to help them refine immortal goo and immortal goo houses. Fan Yuan was modifying the immortal goo recipe in this aspect. When he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Star Path attainment also rose to Grandmaster level. This gave him the ability to modify the immortal goo recipe of Star Thought. Including this current deduction, he had already modified many aspects of the original immortal goo recipe. 11 processes that were similar to this water and fire fusion had been taken out. They were replaced with more stable steps with higher success rates. Looking at the time, Blazing Heaven Demoness is about to send me the 4th set of goo refinement immortal materials. With Blazing Heaven Demoness funding, Fan Yuan's financial difficulties had been alleviated. Blazing Heaven Demoness had been wanting to attack Yulu Blessed Land. She was generous in allowing Fan Yuan to refine Star Thought immortal goo. She would not stop until he succeeded. But she was not easy to fool. If Fan Yuan wanted to use the excuse of failure to cheat Blazing Heaven Demoness and get the goo refinement immortal materials, he would not succeed. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to fund Fan Yuan, they had made an agreement: all of the funded immortal materials would become Fan Yuan's debt towards her. Whether he succeeded or not in refining the immortal goo, he would need to pay her back later. The longer he dragged this on, the more interest Blazing Heaven Demoness would receive. If Fan Yuan successfully refines the immortal goo but fails to return her the sum in 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would be allowed to take an immortal goo from Fan Yuan as compensation. If it was Shark Demon who gave this condition, Fan Yuan would not agree to it. He would propose one that suited his interests more. But this was the demanding and domineering Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan also needed to refine Star Thought immortal goo as soon as possible. He could only agree to it. Thus, it was in no way suitable to cheat Blazing Heaven Demoness funding. Fan Yuan failed 3 times, the losses were all on him. He already owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge debt. Fan Yuan could clearly discern some of Blazing Heaven Demoness' plans. Even if Fan Yuan could not repay his debt, with the wisdom path attainment that he displayed, Blazing Heaven Demoness could make use of it and force Fan Yuan to work for her. After all, wisdom path goo immortals were very rare. Those with Fan Yuan's level of attainment were extremely useful subordinates. If Fan Yuan succeeded in refining Star Thought immortal goo, Blazing Heaven Demoness would be even happier. Because this would allow her to take down Yulu Blessed Land. The conclusion was that Blazing Heaven Demoness would only earn from this regardless of what happens. After failing 3 times, the pressure was all on Fan Yuan. According to my current situation, I can only do 7 refinement attempts. Now I have already failed 3 times, I have 4 chances left. In terms of refining goo, I have already reached the limits. I can only work harder in terms of luck. Fan Yuan thought it over. He had Connect Luck immortal goo. He could forcefully link to other people's luck and boost his own luck. But there was a drawback with this. Even though Fan Yuan had Connect Luck, he did not have Break Luck along with it. He could only connect, but not break. If the target of his luck connection became unlucky, Fan Yuan would be implicated. Thus, Fan Yuan had chosen several targets earlier. These people had extremely powerful luck. They were moreover unceasing and would not fade or become bad over time. But these people were very rare, in the entirety of the 5 regions. Looking over his previous life, there were only so many of them. Fan Yuan calculated. The remaining ones have not been born yet. Among them, Song Yishe had already killed the ancestor of Li Xiaoyao on the nameless island. There is no way he can be born now. The soonest and best target can only be Fairy Black Moon. Fairy Black Moon was very incredible. In Fan Yuan's previous life, she was the current generation Fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was one of the most outstanding characters in Spirit Affinity House. Her status was similar to Mo Yao in the past, or even higher. This was because in the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, there was a great era of turmoil. The 5 regions were in unprecedented chaos. The appearance of dream realms broke the balance of the different forces. A new Gu cultivation path, Dream Path, was produced. Everything hinted towards the emergence of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In this great era, heroes emerged, conquerors surfaced, capable people were everywhere. Dragons and snakes rampaged, all while Fairy Black Moon remained as the representative of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects. She had incredible talent. It was surely first-rate in the 5 regions. Furthermore, Fairy Black Moon led the Central Continent Gu Immortals to attack Imperial Court Blessed Land. She had outstanding achievements and incredible battle strength. Her methods were also profound. Ever since Fairy Black Moon emerged, she grew stronger with each battle, turning disaster into fortune. Her luck had been very strong. She was indeed an ideal target for Fan Yuan's luck connection. Chapter 927. Fan Yuan's Opportunity. Unfortunately, Fairy Black Moon wore a mask and had a mysterious status. I do not know her true identity. In my previous life, she was like a rising sun. She was dazzling and bright. There was no biography on her. Maybe she is still an ordinary disciple in Spirit Affinity House, or maybe she is the descendant of a Gu immortal. In short, I have too little information. There is nothing I can search for about her. Since he could not find Fairy Black Moon, he could only look for other, inferior targets. These people were also very famous characters. But they only had strong luck for a period of time. It was not long-lasting. Several of them had large fluctuations. Some even had great misfortune after a period of good luck, dying in the process. If I use Connect Luck on them, my luck can become very strong in the short run. I can surely refine Star Thought Immortal Goose successfully. But I do not have Break Luck. When they become unlucky, so will I. Sacrificing the long-term prospects for such small temporary gains, is it really worth it? Fan Yuan was hesitant. If he had Break Luck Immortal Gu, this was not a problem for him. But whether he could obtain Break Luck in the future, Fan Yuan had no confidence in that. He was never a person who would do something in which he had no assurance of the outcome. Placing his hopes of success on pure chance, Fan Yuan would not do that. He was indeed willing to gamble and take risks, but he was actually very careful and meticulous at the same time. If not for that, he would not have gotten so far. Several days later, Blazing Heaven Demoness sent over sufficient immortal materials for him to refine Gu again. But Fan Yuan was no longer in the mood to refine Gu. He had just heard some shocking news. Not long ago, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was infiltrated by old ancestor Shui Hu. The latter went deep into Earth Trench and secretly ransacked many precious immortal Gu and immortal materials. If old ancestor Shui Hu was not exposed, Zombie Alliance could only let this matter go. But the problem was, an intense battle caused old ancestor Shui Hu's tracks to be exposed. Zombie Alliance had to make a response to this. Zombie Alliance was huge. It spanned across 5 regions. Their territory had just been infiltrated and looted casually. How could they allow it? If they did not punish such wrongdoers, Zombie Alliance's reputation would suffer, their authority would be undermined and many forces would look down on them. How could they hold their ground in the Gu immortal world and compete with other forces? Any organization's face represented a certain extent of benefits. Moreover, just now, old ancestor Shui Hu was found in the immortal zombie graveyard. This greatly provoked all the Zombie Alliance immortal zombies. They burst into anger. Immortal zombies had a lot of down marks in their bodies. They were excellent Gu refinement materials. But an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead, thus, they held their own bodies in high regard. This was the last bit of pride they had. Therefore, immortal zombies placed much more importance on their bodies than ordinary Gu immortals. The immortal zombie graveyard was a place in Zombie Alliance that could not be defiled. But their sanctuary was ravaged by old ancestor Shui Hu. Could they ignore this? Old ancestor Shui Hu went overboard. This violates the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. It seems that he is taking a risk to refine immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven. He actually became a thief and personally stole immortal zombie bodies. Fan Yuan assessed. He thought about his previous life. In those 500 years, this did not happen. In my past life, Ma Hongyun was alive and well, old ancestor Shui who did not obtain him. Of course he could not refine immortal goo fortune rivaling heaven. It seems that now, because of my rebirth, everything is changing as my influence grows, old ancestor Shui who was implicated by me. Old ancestor Shui whose plight was a good thing to Fan Yuan. In Dark Flow Giant City, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanweng, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies were standing guard. How could they be old ancestor Shui whose match? After it happened, they could only watch as he flew away. This matter could not be ignored. The 3 immortal zombies could only seek help from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance flew into a rage. They sent 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, along with 10 rank 7 immortal zombies out to punish old ancestors Shui Hu and protect their reputation. Among these 3 immortal zombies, one was Blazing Heaven Demoness. It was necessary for her to go. Why? Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She was supposed to be guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Once this happened, Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was in Eastern Sea, had to bear responsibility. When a mishap happened to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, she had to return and fulfill her duty. Once Blazing Heaven Demoness leaves, the mission of taking down Yulu Blessed Land returns to Shark Demon, and Su Bai Man fate worked in mysterious ways. It really caught people off guard and went beyond anyone's expectations. Originally, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had no more hope, but because of old ancestor Shui Hu, Zombie Alliance had to focus on protecting its reputation. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to return to Northern Plains, and the ones left that were most suited to invade Yulu Blessed Land were Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Ever since Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took over the mission of Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had been having a hard time. Everyone avoided them like the plague. But now, the situation was reversed. After all, there was only one final round in Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man would prosper soon. With this change in circumstances, many Goo Immortals came over to befriend them, to repair the cracks in their relationships that was created earlier. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were sighing over the mysterious twists and turns in life. Fan Yuan had no time to care about their feelings. Shark Demon was angry at Fan Yuan for turning to Blazing Heaven Demoness so quickly. In this invasion, he did not even invite Tai Bai Yunxing. Fan Yuan did not give a hoot. Invading Yulu Blessed Land would give him only a small portion of the rewards. It was far less important than refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. And refining Star Thought Immortal Goo was only the icing on the cake. It was less important than getting into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. After all, since long ago, Fan Yuan had been wanting the inheritance in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. That was the inheritance of an immortal zombie great expert. It would be extremely helpful to Fan Yuan in reviving from his zombie state. In his previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance obtained this inheritance and gained a huge boost in strength, surpassing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance for a period of time. Fan Yuan tried to disguise as immortal zombie Sha Huang in an attempt to make his way into Earth Trench and obtain the inheritance. It was a pity he failed. Feng Jiuge and the others ruined his plans. Left with no choice, Fan Yuan had to give up on it. There were many twists and turns along the way. He joined the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, he invaded Yulu Blessed Land, and even obtained 2 or 3 ways to revive from his immortal zombie body. However, his initial goal was still not achieved. Now, it was the best chance for him to make his way into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Before Fan Yuan had even made any request, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already requested Fan Yuan to go back to Northern Plains with her. In the letter, Blazing Heaven Demoness' attitude was still domineering as ever, and the reason she gave was also valid and enticing. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was the base of Blazing Heaven Demoness. She had many immortal materials kept there. She could give Fan Yuan more attempts at refining Star Thought Immortal Goo over there. Or perhaps she was worried about letting Fan Yuan stay in Eastern Sea. After all, the 5 regions' regional walls were hard to pass. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to pass, the difficulty multiplied by several times. 100 years ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness came to Eastern Sea from Northern Plains. Most of her wealth was expended as she even got heavily injured. She only recovered after recuperating for 8 years. Now, facing a strong foe like old ancestor Shui Hu, Blazing Heaven Demoness was uncertain of how much time it would take to settle. Keeping Fan Yuan by her side was more assuring. At the same time, the wisdom path Gu Immortal Xing Xiangzi might provide Blazing Heaven Demoness some help when dealing with old ancestor Shui Hu. All in all, the chance that Fan Yuan had been trying to create, and was waiting for had arrived. It was all thanks to old ancestor Shui Hu getting discovered. Towards old ancestor Shui Hu, Fan Yuan even felt a hint of gratitude. Several days later. Northern Plains, in the deepest parts of Luopa Valley. The atmosphere was tense. The 5 Gu immortals from Central Continent had solemn expressions as they looked at this inconspicuous place. After the battle had ended, only 2 people from Shadow Sect escaped. The Central Continent Gu immortals who had come to Northern Plains in secret, and were very confident had suffered heavy losses. Only 5 were left now. To think that a thieving heaven demon venerable true inheritance was hidden deep within Luopa Valley! Bu Feiyan sighed. These last days they had taken control of Luopa Valley, and while being vigilant, they made every attempt to save Feng Jiuge, Ling Mei, and Ao Shui. In the end, they confirmed the existence of the thieving heaven true inheritance, but they could not enter. It is a pity that my sect has no understanding regarding the thieving heaven true inheritances. It is too difficult to enter. We cannot break in for at least 2 to 3 years. Hong Qiming said. He was the most skilled in Gu formations among the 5 here. Now that ancient soul sect's old oracle had died, Hong Qiming was most suited to speak in this situation. Not mentioning 3 years, the Central Continent immortals could not even wait for 3 months. In fact, it had been very risky to stay in Luopa Valley these last days. After all, 2 Gu immortals had escaped. What if they lured over other people, and attacked again? Actually, even if we know how to get in, we might not be able to save them. This is the arrangement of thieving heaven demon venerable after all. Lord Feng Jiuge is so strong, yet he is still trapped inside without any commotion. It seems that it is very dangerous inside. If we go in, we might not survive. Qin Baixing had planned meticulously to trap Feng Jiuge in there. If we go to save him rashly, perhaps. The Central Continent Gu immortals spoke. Their words contained deep meaning. Their gazes were flickering uncertainly. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were all under Heavenly Court, but they did not coexist in harmony. They had incessant conflicts. If Feng Jiuge, a 1 in 1,000 years genius, were to die here, the other 9 sects would heave sighs of relief. As for Ao Shui and Ling Mei, they had immortal Gu. If they died here, Heaven's Envy Manor would lose its signature killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This was no small loss even to Heaven's Envy Manor, which had a deep foundation. The enemy had left. The age-old inner conflicts between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had finally started to vaguely show themselves in these 5 immortals. We infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88 True Young Building. Even though we took down Luopa Valley, Old Oracle has died and Feng Jiuge is trapped. We can only stop here now. That's right, after this battle, we have all suffered huge losses. We need to rest and recuperate now. In my opinion, we should hand over the information of what happened, and the fruits of our investigation over to our sects. That is the most important thing. That makes sense. Don't forget, we have captured Hui Feng Zi and the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. These gains are all extremely valuable. We need to handle them appropriately. As they conversed, the Central Continent 5 immortals silently smiled internally. Why would they save Feng Jiuge? Save him so that he could suppress them? Save him so that he could get a share of the loot? But they were in the righteous path. They needed to act on the surface, and not give others excuses to target them. Now that they had made enough excuses for themselves, the 5 Central Continent immortals agreed on one thing: to return to Central Continent as soon as possible. Chapter 928. Luck Path Backlash. After passing the regional wall, the group from Eastern Sea finally reached Northern Plains. I am finally back. Fan Yuan sighed. He was disguised as Xing Xiangzi. As he stepped on the grassland, his wistful sigh was not just an act. In front of him, Blazing Heaven Demoness' gaze flickered as she muttered softly, "Yes, I'm finally back." She was more deeply moved than Fan Yuan. Even though Fan Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, he only became an immortal in Northern Plains. He was born in Southern Border. But Blazing Heaven Demoness was born and bred a person of Northern Plains. After 100 years, she was finally back. The 5 regions had varying terrains. Eastern Sea had endless mystical sea areas. Northern Plains was mostly flat and had countless grasslands, plains, and mounds. Right now, Blazing Heaven Demoness had stepped into an infertile grassland. The yellow-brown soil only had a trace of greenery. But Blazing Heaven Demoness felt a strong sense of familiarity inside her. Apart from Fan Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness, the other Gu immortals frowned slightly. They were Eastern Sea Gu immortals. They felt curiosity yet unfamiliarity towards northern plains. Going from their homeland to another region, they felt a sense of ostracism inside them. They felt out of place from the environment that they were in. Among them, there were 2 immortal zombies with the strongest auras. They were both rank 8. These Gu immortals from Eastern Sea were almost all immortal zombies. There were barely any living Gu immortals. Including Fan Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness, there was a total of 3 rank 8s, 6 rank 7s, and 4 rank 6s. They were a powerful group. They had strength in numbers. Old ancestor Shui, whose actions had truly angered Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, it sent out such a huge group to northern plains just to take revenge. However, all of the Gu immortals were injured now. The rank 6 Gu immortals were lightly injured, the rank 7s had more severe injuries and were in pathetic states, while the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were weak and had damaged bodies. Some were missing arms while others were missing legs. Their bodies were swaying in the breeze, as if about to fall over at any time. The edges of the 5 regions had regional walls. The one surrounding northern plains was the Licorice Regional Wall, and the one around Eastern Sea was the Blue Water Regional Wall. Because of the existence of regional walls, the 5 regions were isolated. Furthermore, the regional walls were bigger obstructions against stronger life forms. The difficulty of a rank 8 Gu immortal passing a regional wall was innumerable times as hard as a rank 6 Gu immortal. The Eastern Sea immortal zombies had to go from Eastern Sea to northern plains. They had to pass 2 regional walls. The 3 rank 8s were heavily injured, while 4 of the rank 7 immortal zombies died in the regional walls. In contrast, the rank 6 Gu immortals faced less pressure. Among all of them, Fan Yuan had the easiest time. He had the lowest cultivation level, at the bottom of rank 6. At the same time, he was also a Northern Plains Gu immortal. When he entered Northern Plains from Eastern Sea, the Eastern Sea regional wall rejected him and pushed him out, while the Northern Plains regional wall welcomed him and drew him in. Using the same logic, among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, Blazing Heaven Demoness had the lightest injuries. Like travelers from afar returning home, Fan Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness received the warm welcome of Northern Plains. If not for the giant Gu formation in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, we would have to sacrifice at least 1 rank 8 immortal zombie, and half of the rank 7s. Fan Yuan observed silently. At the same time, he inwardly praised Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's deep foundations. Before they left, dozens of immortal zombies in the Zombie Alliance headquarters activated a Gu formation, causing an earth tide. Once in a while, an earth tide would generate in Eastern Sea. Drawing the force of the earth from deep within the sea trenches, a grand force would move the seawater and create an earth tide. An earth tide was extremely powerful. It could easily whip up giant tsunamis. When an earth tide rushes at the regional wall would become thinner as a result. Thus, every year during the earth tides, many Gu immortals from other regions would enter Eastern Sea. When Fan Yuan and the others set off, the earth tides were over already. To think that in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, there was a method to create an artificial earth tide, weakening a portion of the Eastern Sea regional wall for a short period of time. If not for this, Fan Yuan and the others would have suffered greater injuries. What do we do now? After resting for a while, a rank 8 immortal zombie broke the silence. The other Gu immortals were focusing their gazes on Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, she was the strongest in terms of battle strength, thus, she was primarily directing the group in this mission. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not hesitate, she smiled. According to a reliable source, old ancestor Shui, who has already returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. We should not rush there, we should rest and recuperate, and recover our battle strength. That is the best course of action. The immortal zombies nodded in agreement. There were no objections. They had just passed the regional walls, their battle strength had dropped to the lowest point, they needed to recover now. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not even go back to Dark Flow Giant City, she chose a hidden and secluded spot. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals went into hiding as they recuperated. This was the same course of action as taken by the Central Continent Gu immortals when they came. There was no other choice, the cost of passing the regional walls was too high. In Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, snow was falling. 3 main peaks with countless branch peaks were situated, like a colossal frost giant that was standing straight. Among them, the first main peak was tall and big. It was the residence of old ancestor Xue Hu. Right now, in a certain room on the first main peak, a giant goo formation was flickering with golden lights. Outside the goo formation, there was an old man. It was old ancestor Xue Hu. But at this moment, it was not him controlling the goo formation, it was a female immortal. This female immortal looked like she was in her late 20s, she had a beautiful appearance, an elegant disposition. It was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wanshou. Lady Wanshou was old ancestor Xue Hu's wife. She looked much younger than old ancestor Xue Hu, but she was in fact much older than him. Lady Wanshou once had a fortuitous encounter, and obtained the inheritance of Gu immortal Wang Jiu. Not only did she obtain a few lifespan Gu, she also obtained many lifespan extension methods. These lifespan extension methods all had drawbacks compared to lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu were extremely hard to find. Lady Wanshou's lifespan extension methods were very popular with other Gu immortals. During Lady Wanshou's early days, many Gu immortals had approached her, paying a huge price for her to extend their lifespans. In time, Lady Wanshou helped more and more Gu immortals. She had extended more than 1,000 years' worth of lifespan. Not only did she receive countless cultivation resources, her strength also rose drastically. She built a strong network and was very popular. Many Gu immortals needed her services. They naturally did not dare to offend her. They promoted her as her reputation soared far and wide. Lady Wanshou was not only skilled at extending lifespan, she was also a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. She was known in Northern Plains Gu immortal world as one of the 4 refinement path experts. Quasi-great grandmaster, she was only a step away from great grandmaster level. In terms of refinement path, Fan Yuan could not compare to Lady Wanshou at all. As for old ancestor Xue Hu, he was an ice and snow path expert. He was also inferior in refinement path. Thus, whenever old ancestor Xue Hu wanted to refine Gu, he would ask Lady Wanshou to do it. But now, Lady Wanshou was using this refinement path Gu formation not to refine Gu, but to temper an immortal material. This immortal material was dug out by old ancestor Xue Hu from deep in Earth Trench, inside the deepest part of the Zombie Alliance Immortal Zombie Graveyard. It was palm-sized and was shining in purple gold light. It was like a rock. The refinement path Gu formation shined brightly and made great rumbling noises. A while later, the Gu formation settled down, and the light also dissipated. The mysterious purple gold rock that had turned completely red now cooled down quickly. It went back to its previous state. Old ancestor Xue Hu looked at Lady Wanshou with an expectant gaze. He was asking her wordlessly. Lady Wanshou frowned slightly. She shook her head. Even you cannot tell what this mysterious purple gold rock is? Old ancestor Xue Hu was surprised. This immortal material is truly extraordinary. I have already used my Gu formation to its limits, but I could not refine it. This is the first time I've seen such a situation. I need to research it carefully. After saying this, Lady Wanshou changed the topic. Dear, you were too careless. It would have been fine if you were not exposed when stealing immortal zombies. But now that you have exceeded Zombie Alliance's bottom line, they are sure to take revenge. You need to be careful. Old ancestor Xue Hu nodded. He said heavily. This time, I was overconfident. My original plan was progressing smoothly. I almost looted the entire immortal zombie graveyard, but suddenly, a blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie appeared. This is a superb immortal material for refining fortune rivaling heaven Gu. I got too excited and tried to capture him. To think he had already set up a Gu formation in the graveyard, I was careless and could not conceal the sound of the battle. Thus Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was alerted. Oh. Old ancestor Xue Hu sighed deeply. Now that I think about it, it was likely the interference of fortune rivaling heaven immortal. Lady Wanshou said in a heavy tone. Fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu is rank 8, it is to be expected that you were influenced. This is the core immortal Gu of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. When I was refining Gu recently, I have been failing a lot too. It is likely the effect of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. But dear, just now, you have obtained a large number of immortal zombie bodies. The rate of immortal material collection was raised drastically. As long as we can refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, all of this would be worth it. Ever since old ancestor Xue Hu bought Ma Hongyun, he had been using the latter as the main material to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. This matter was not advantageous to Ma Hongyun. Thus, old ancestor Xue Hu and Lady Wanshou faced the backlash of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Not only them, many Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain blessed land had received old ancestors Shui whose orders to collect immortal materials, but they constantly faced bad luck and many mishaps happened to them. Actually, previously, old ancestors Shui who had already experienced a backlash from luck path. That was when Fairy Li Shan had just obtained Minuscule Mountain. It attracted the attack of Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. But fighting both of them alone, old ancestors Shui who forced them to retreat. Luck Path was not invincible by any means, old ancestor Shui who used his immense strength to resist the backlash of Luck Path. Just now, it was a near guaranteed success that he would steal the immortal zombie bodies, but due to the Luck Path backlash, he became careless, and the matter was blown up. The more difficulties we face in refining fortune rivaling heaven Gu, the more we can see the power of this immortal Gu, and the more determined I am to refine it. Don't worry, I have already placed Dark Flow Giant City under close supervision. If anything happens, I will know immediately. We will resist whoever comes here. I want to see if Zombie Alliance can really invest so much into this. Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed. He displayed the dominance and ambition of a demonic path overlord. Chapter 929. Plotting against old ancestor Shui Hu. The huge Dark Flow Giant City was situated in a desolate land. Darkness loomed over it. The giant city was like a slumbering beast, quietly lurking. Ever since old ancestor Shui who had ransacked the immortal zombie graveyard, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the other two leaders had closed the entirety of Dark Flow Giant City, showing a defensive stance. Dark Flow Giant City was focusing on defense. No matter how other forces tried to probe it, they could only obtain a bit of information. When night came, Blazing Heaven Demoness led the other Eastern Sea immortal zombies and secretly returned to Dark Flow Giant City. Subordinates Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Huang Quanwen welcome leader and both lords, greetings to everyone. The three currently in charge of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance paid respects. They could not conceal the uneasiness and agitation in their expressions. Get up. You were facing old ancestor Shui Hu, it was not your fault. Blazing Heaven Demoness said first. Yin Lu Gong and the others sighed in relief. Their worries were eased. Their lives had been very difficult these last few days. On one hand, they were waiting for the reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters, but at the same time, they were worried about their responsibility towards this matter in terms of negligence. Old ancestor Shui Hu is too arrogant, he has to pay the price. We of Zombie Alliance are not to be trifled with. Another rank 8 immortal zombie said. The surrounding immortal zombies looked at him in admiration. They quickly voiced out their agreement. This rank 8 immortal zombie was known as Corpse Detonation King. He was most skilled at using the smallest cost to ignite immortal zombie bodies and cause terrifying explosions. He had a bad temper and was ruthless. When he passed the regional wall, he wantonly attacked allies who disagreed with him, and killed them. Among the 4 rank 7 immortal zombies that died, 3 were dead because of him. Their corpses were blown to bits, completely shattered. They created a huge explosion in the regional wall which allowed Corpse Detonation King to advance forward. Leader, when are we counterattacking? When we attack, please let me be the vanguard. Yin Lu Gong and Huang Quanwen saw the reinforcements from Eastern Sea and felt a strong sense of enthusiasm. They requested to help. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not anxious, she said leisurely. This matter is very important. Let's go look at the crime scene first. We need to collect evidence there. That's right. Looking at these traces, we might be able to estimate some of old ancestor Shui Hu's methods. Another rank 8 immortal zombie, Pu Wan Dao, nodded in agreement. Even though they were greater in numbers, they were all immortal zombies. Compared to living Gu immortals, they had many drawbacks. Most importantly, the other party was not an ordinary person. They could not pressure him easily. This was someone who could fight both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu alone and force them back. He was a fearsome character, the publicly recognized #1 demonic path Gu immortal in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Next, the immortal zombies moved without pause, secretly going to Earth Trench and analyzing the battlefield. The battlefield was well preserved by Yin Lu Gong and the others. The immortal zombie graveyard was a mess. The surface was covered in large amounts of frost. Some crevices even had some fire burning in them. Everyone displayed their abilities as they investigated. Fan Yuan was among them, but his mind was wandering. He gazed around, but his mind was elsewhere. He was looking for the treasure, but this treasure was not inside the immortal zombie graveyard. It was far deeper in Earth Trench. How can I obtain this treasure without anyone else knowing? I have a feeling this inheritance will surely be of huge help to me. Perhaps I will have to rely on it to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive. Fan Yuan was becoming more excited about it. But currently it was a pity that he was unable to leave the group. He could only follow them as they left Earth Trench, returning to Dark Flow Giant City. After observing the battlefield, the immortal zombies' expressions turned very ugly. Even Corpse Detonation King and Pu Wan Dao had grim expressions. Even though they did not engage in battle personally, just looking at the traces left behind, they could estimate old ancestor Shui Hu's immense power. But this made everyone feel that there was something strange. It was the person who could fight old ancestor Shui Hu to this extent. Who is this person? With rank 7 cultivation level, he had outstanding battle strength, even already having set up a gu formation in the graveyard itself. They seem to be an immortal zombie as well, but why do I not have their details in my list of names? Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned deeply. She asked Yin Lu Gong and the others. Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanwang smiled bitterly. They admitted blame in unison. We have failed our duties. We were kept in the dark and did not know that there was such a person hiding in Earth Trench. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted coldly. Her expression turned cold. Investigate thoroughly. I feel that this is not so simple. Old ancestor Shui Hu's appearance here can be explained. He needs to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu but is lacking in immortal materials. But why did that mysterious immortal zombie appear in our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance graveyard? Looking at this situation, he had been here for a long time already. No need to investigate. At this time, the rank 8 Gu Immortal Corpse Detonation King interjected. This person is a member of Zombie Alliance. We are here now to rescue him. Beside him, Pu Wan Dao added, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, and everyone from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, do forgive us. This person is not ordinary. He is a 10 extreme immortal zombie with outstanding battle strength. Because he is on a secret mission from Zombie Alliance, for his safety, he was kept hidden. Zombie Alliance's headquarters has sent down a top priority order. We have to work together to rescue this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. It was like this? The immortal zombies showed looks of shock. Yin Lu Gong and the other two were slightly taken aback before their expressions turned grim. Dragon Commander Yi Cha cupped his fists at the people from Eastern Sea. I wonder what secret mission this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was on, that he had to come to the highly important immortal zombie graveyard in our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Corpse Detonation King replied coldly. This is not something you are qualified to know. All right. Blazing Heaven Demoness stood up. She tried to ease the situation. Our enemy now is old ancestor Shui Hu. Since that immortal zombie is one of us, we will save him as well. Yin Lu Gong and the others nodded in agreement. Fan Yuan watched coldly from the side. This secret was kept from even Blazing Heaven Demoness. She was, after all, a Northern Plains immortal zombie. Even though she had been in Eastern Sea for a long time, she was still isolated from the true core of Zombie Alliance. At the same time, Fan Yuan realized something. Zombie Alliance sent out so many people not only to teach old ancestor Shui Hu a lesson, but they most importantly wanted to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Fan Yuan saw this interesting situation as he laughed internally. If this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was sent by Zombie Alliance's headquarters secretly as a spy to check on the Northern Plains branch, that would be amusing. Earlier, Dragon Commander Yi Cha was probably trying to ask about this. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are indeed a valuable member of our Zombie Alliance. If everyone else had your awareness and understanding, why would we have to worry about Zombie Alliance's goal of becoming the overlord of the 5 regions? Ha! Corpse Detonation King laughed loudly. Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark. She only learned about the true mission now. But she was a shrewd person. She did not show any displeasure. Instead she said, Next, let us talk about how we will teach old ancestor Shui Hu a lesson and also save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King immediately said, The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's body has an abundance of fire path and lightning path Dao marks. He is extremely suited to be used to refine gu. We should not waste time, we should just approach him directly. Going right at him is just an act of abur. Blazing Heaven Demoness rebuked, not giving Corpse Detonation King any face. Corpse Detonation King stared as he was about to say something, but Pu Wan Dao also supported Blazing Heaven Demoness. That is right, the other party captured the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. He has a hostage. If we go there openly, even if we suppress old ancestor Shui Hu, he will use the hostage to threaten us, we will be restricted and all our advantages would be lost. Then we will sneak into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King said again. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted. Outside Dark Flow Giant City, there are countless hidden investigators, some must come from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. With just this, we can see how alert old ancestors Shui Hu is. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is sure to be heavily guarded. It is not realistic to sneak in, it is like surrendering ourselves to them. Of course. Corpse Detonation King, you are incredibly powerful and have amazing skills. If you want to, you can go yourself. I am sure that with your strength, you will succeed. You. Corpse Detonation King was lost for words, he showed an ashamed and angry expression. Then, in your opinion, what shall we do? Pu Wandao placed his hand on Corpse Detonation King's shoulder as he asked Blazing Heaven Demoness with a sharp gaze. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled proudly. Even though old ancestor Shui Hu is strong, and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is heavily guarded, it cannot conceal his greatest weakness. Someone asked. Oh? What weakness? Blazing Heaven Demoness looked around as she said. Fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had no interest in dealing with old ancestor Shui Hu. When the immortal zombies were discussing about schemes excitedly, he was thinking about how to get to the treasure deep inside Earth Trench. After an exchange of words, Blazing Heaven Demoness regained control as the first in command. The immortal zombies planned and arranged their roles. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not let Fan Yuan go with them, she gave him one mission only, that was to continue refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. She even gave Fan Yuan a token, it provided him the highest representation of her authority. With this token, Fan Yuan could freely enter or exit Dark Flow Giant City, as well as the resource points that were controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. He could even enter the storage and use the precious immortal materials that were accumulated inside. As long as they were used to refine immortal Gu, he just had to register what he took. The terms were relaxed and in his favor. Fan Yuan could not help but be surprised by this. Does Blazing Heaven Demoness still want to take down Yulu Blessed Land? That is not possible. Not mentioning how long it would take to solve this issue with old ancestor Shui Hu. Now that Shark Demon and Subai Man have started invading it again, they are sure to make use of their time and invite Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to help regardless of the cost. But once I have Star Thought Immortal Gu, together with my Wisdom Path attainment level, I can deduce many things. Maybe Blazing Heaven Demoness wants to make use of my ability in this regard to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu? Chapter 930. Creating a chance to enter Earth Trench. Boom! There was a loud sound, but the power of the explosion, on the contrary, was not big. The endless starlight flickered leisurely in the secret room, like fluttering butterflies. Looking at such a beautiful scene, Fan Yuan's expression was very unsightly. Failed again. This time, the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu did not even progress to 1/3. Fan Yuan exhaled and waved his sleeve. Immediately, everything was cleared, the starlight disappeared without a trace and the large secret room once again recovered its tranquility. This was a secret room in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan had obtained enough immortal materials here, thus, he made another attempt at refinement, but tasted the bitterness of failure once again. Despite using Immortal Killer Move Time Assist Luck before refining every time, the effect is not much. In terms of Connect Luck, there are no suitable targets. Forget it, I have already showed enough efforts on the surface, now I should try to enter deep into Earth Trench and get that inheritance. Fan Yuan naturally wanted to get the inheritance as soon as possible, but in many matters, haste was waste. If he did not refine Star Thought Immortal Gu and just tried to go into Earth Trench hurriedly, it would no doubt be exposing his intentions. It would be easily seen through, this naturally could not be allowed. Although Fan Yuan entered Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, the current problem was he did not have freedom, and was strictly guarded by 2 immortal zombies. Fan Yuan understood that he was being monitored. After all, he had failed many times in refining the immortal Gu and owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge amount. If he was not monitored and ran away, what would she do? Even though when they had set the agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had used information path methods and both sides were restricted by immortal killer moves. But at Blazing Heaven Demoness level, as the saying goes, the more aged and experienced a person is, the less recklessness they have, the more knowledge they have, the more careful they are. Who could be certain if Fan Yuan did not have a way to break the restrictions? And Fan Yuan indeed did. His previous life's memories gave him knowledge of many methods that could break immortal-level restrictions of information path. But he did not have relevant immortal goo, so at present, he did not have the ability to break the restrictions. Moreover, he sincerely wanted to refine Star Thought immortal goo, thus he was cooperating with Blazing Heaven Demonis. But now, his even more wanted to secretly take that inheritance. During these last days in Dark Flow Giant City, Fan Yuan tried refining Star Thought immortal goo to make Blazing Heaven Demonis feel at ease, while secretly gathering information and making preparations for when he made a move. Compared to previously, Dark Flow Giant City had already opened its city gates, resuming its dealings with the outside world. The immortal zombies' morale gradually started rising and they were in high spirits. Blazing Heaven Demonis led the experts to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu, using a rather intelligent strategy. She did not attack directly, instead exploiting old ancestor Shui Hu's greatest weakness. What was old ancestor Shui Hu's greatest weakness? Almost all Northern Plains Goo immortals knew. That was fortune rivaling heaven goo. Old ancestor Shui Hu was wholeheartedly trying to refine fortune rivaling heaven goo, but he severely lacked immortal materials, even though he already had Ma Hong Yun, the main material. This concerned rank 8 immortal goo. He needed to prepare many sets of materials and do everything to maximize the possibility of success. Thus, his requirements towards immortal materials were extremely huge. Those demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were already endlessly at work from old ancestor Shui Hu. They were in constant torment in order to find the materials. Even old ancestor Shui Hu let go of his status, and personally sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard in Earth Trench, like a two-bit thief. This showed old ancestor Shui Hu's extreme desire towards immortal materials. Blazing Heaven Demonis used this point to actively deploy and transfer experts to deal with those demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land in particular, using ambushes, plots, wrecking plans and various other strategies. These demonic path goo immortals already had enough pain as it was when gathering immortal materials. Now that they suffered the backlash of luck path, the immortal zombies had a high success rate every time they moved against them. As these attempts continued to succeed many times, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's morale unavoidably fell, while Zombie Alliance's morale gradually rose, sweeping away the previous dejectedness. Fan Yuan opened the door to the secret room with an ashen expression. 2 rank 6 immortal zombies were standing guard at the entrance. Seeing Fan Yuan, an immortal zombie called Dr. Yin Xian immediately bowed. "Sir, you have come out. I wonder if this refinement." Fan Yuan gave a grunt, waving his hand in irritation. "Don't bother me." Saying this, he walked away. "Humph, who does he thinks he is, to be so arrogant in our base?" The other immortal zombie, Landlord Lei Yu's eyes flickered with ominous light as he looked at Fan Yuan's receding figure. However, Dr. Yin Xian did not care about being ignored, brightly smiling as he followed closely behind Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan walked ahead, taking a left turn and then a right, arriving in front of a hall. This was the biggest immortal material warehouse in Dark Flow Giant City, and was personally watched by an immortal zombie. Seeing Fan Yuan as well as Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu, the immortal zombie in charge familiarly nodded towards them, knowing Fan Yuan was here to get immortal materials. He handed an information path goo worm to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan held the goo worm, and pretended to inspect the immortal material list inside, while plotting inwardly. Blazing Heaven Demonis, Corpse Detonation King and Pu Wan Dao have already left Dark Flow Giant City 2 days ago to target the demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, and have not returned until now. This is an opportunity. I need to take advantage of it. Right at this time, the immortal zombie managing the warehouse enthusiastically spoke. "Sir Xingxiangzi, you can take any immortal materials you want. Leader has already informed us, and you only need to register the items. You don't need to have any worries." Who knew that right as he finished speaking, Fan Yuan stared at him with a fierce look. "What worries would I have? Why would I have any worries? I am good." Fan Yuan looked like a mess with his hair and clothes in disorder, and also very agitated. One look at this appearance, and the managing immortal zombie knew Fan Yuan must have failed the refinement. This immortal zombie was dazed for a moment before thinking, "Serves me right, why do I have to shoot my mouth off? Whether his refinement succeeds or fails, what has it got to do with me?" At once, he kept quiet to prevent any further issues. However, Fan Yuan was not willing to let go. He crushed the information path goo worm, and walked away with his head low and hands behind his back. He was grumbling. "Damn it, why is it still not working? Why is it always a failure? I have already failed 4 times. Why is it like this? Why? Dr. Yin and Landlord Lei Yu looked at each other, and both sensibly stayed away from Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, however, became more restless and started swearing while clenching his fists. His words were extremely vulgar and occasionally, he mumbled incomprehensible words. Dr. Yin tried his best to differentiate them, but he could only make out some fragmented contents. Do I really have to use that method? No, the price is too high. Damn it, this damned immortal goo, why am I not succeeding? Fan Yuan revealed hesitation, seemingly having to make an extremely difficult decision. His eyes were very red, giving the impression of a gambler who had already lost most of his assets but decided to go all in to win back the losses. Screw it, I will stake it all. This time, it will definitely succeed, definitely. Right, it will succeed. The 3 immortal zombies watched on indifferently, and as they looked on at Fan Yuan's restlessness, the disdain and hate in their heart disappeared slightly, replaced by a trace of pity. Many goo immortals had faced such a situation. To refine an immortal goo, they paid a huge price, but they end up making no gains and might even lose all their wealth. It was like stepping on a road of no return, looking at the dozens of years of accumulation and even hundreds of years of resources go to waste. It was unavoidable for them to become irrational and chase after success, unable to turn back, walking further and further on the road of failure. Fan Yuan suddenly stopped and turned around, looking at Dr. Yin and Landlord Lei Yu. I have decided, you 2 pack up and follow me into Earth Trench. Fan Yuan's words gave a huge shock to the 3 immortal zombies. Entering Earth Trench? Dr. Yin's expression changed. Earth Trench was a dangerous place with ferocious beasts roaming around and perilous terrain. Who knew how many lives have been buried there? Blazing Heaven Demonis had ordered them to monitor Fan Yuan. Naturally, it also meant they had to guard him. Hearing Fan Yuan suddenly speak of entering Earth Trench, how could Dr. Yin agree? Landlord Lei Yu also did not agree, saying firmly, We will gather any immortal materials you require, sir, you don't need to take the risk. What do you understand, huh? Fan Yuan raised his voice, his gaze revealing an arrogant look. Both of us have received Leader's command to ensure your safety, sir. If you enter Earth Trench and something happens, how can we explain it to Leader? Please don't make it difficult for us. Dr. Yin gave a bitter smile, requesting earnestly. Why would Fan Yuan care about his sincerity? He raised his arm and roared. What does your difficulty have to do with me? I only care about refining goo. I only know I need Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus. Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus? Sir, please hold on, I will check. Dr. Yin immediately said. He also had information path goo worms on him which contained the records of most of the immortal materials in Zombie Alliance. Soon, Dr. Yin showed a joyous look as he retracted his consciousness. Earth Shell Snail Mucus is the fluid left behind by the desolate beast Earth Shell Snail as it slowly crawls on the ground. We have it. Currently, in warehouse number 6, there are 2 to 3 in stock. Will they be enough? If they are not, we will immediately issue a task and summon immortal zombies to gather them. Fan Yuan bellowed furiously, scolding while pointing at Dr. Yin's nose. Have you become deaf or is there a hole in your brain? Didn't you hear what I said? Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus. Star. Night. Mucus. Not ordinary mucus, do you understand? He then hurriedly continued. Earth Shell Snail Mucus needs to be sealed and stored within 10 breaths of time, otherwise the fluid will dry up and lose its effect. Star Night Mucus is produced by using my special methods to process the ordinary mucus on the spot. The processing requires 7 breaths of time, and even if the processing is complete and Star Night Mucus is produced, its sealing process is complicated and needs to be finished within 3 breaths. So I need to enter Earth Trench. Can you do it without me? If you can do it, I will eat my hat. For a moment, Dr. Yin and the others choked on their words, unable to retort to Fan Yuan's scolding. Chapter 931. Finally entering Earth Trench. Earth Shell Snails lived in the depths of Earth Trench, or rather, they could only live there. According to what Fan Yuan said, to collect the Star Night Mucus, he would need to enter deep into Earth Trench and find an Earth Shell Snail, trailing behind it as the snail moves, processing the mucus on the spot. After processing it, he had to collect the Star Night Mucus in a very short amount of time. There was great difficulty in this, and it was very dangerous. Earth Shell Snails had mild temperaments. It was not hard to get near them. One could even stand on their backs and attack them lightly. This desolate beast would not get angry. The danger came from the fact that Earth Trench did not only contain earth shell snails. The deeper one went into Earth Trench, the more fierce beasts, mysterious plants, and wild goo worms would show up. Earth Trench was unfathomably deep. The place where the earth shell snails lived was a huge distance from the surface. Around the earth shell snail, there were many powerful beasts that formed into groups of desolate beasts. Even ancient desolate beasts were not rare. These fierce beasts and plants were the biggest threat. I definitely have to go into Earth Trench. Since Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness wants you two to protect me, then I will rely on you. Even if you die, I must live, do you understand? Fan Yuan ordered them in a matter-of-fact tone. Landlord Lei Yu and Dr. Yin Xian gritted their teeth in anger, but they could do nothing to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used Blazing Heaven Demoness' name. These two immortal zombies had no choice. The two discussed for a while before Dr. Yin Xian said with a gloomy face to Fan Yuan, "This is very important. I have to report to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness first. We cannot decide this ourselves." In the end, the key obstacle was still Blazing Heaven Demoness. But this was something Fan Yuan had expected. Thus, he waved his sleeves, urging them. Then go. He was not afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness' investigation. The truth was, Star Night mucus was a real thing. This was one of the gains that Fan Yuan had recently when modifying the Star Thought Immortal Goo recipe. Star Night mucus was a personal innovation by Fan Yuan. It had a lot of potential and had a variety of uses. Not only could it be used for Star Thought Immortal Goo, it could also be used for the refinement of other Star Path Immortal Goo. It was an easy-to-gather rank 6 immortal material that also had a lot of use. If I can find a suitable habitat for earth shell snails, I can make use of it to produce Star Night mucus continuously. This immortal material would be a monopoly if I sold it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I can definitely sell it for a good price. In the short run, its value and profit would rival Guts Goo. Fan Yuan evaluated. But in the long run, the Star Night mucus method of production would be deciphered by others. They would even mimic him. After all, processing immortal materials was not like producing Guts Goo. In the hands of Refinement Path and Wisdom Path Goo immortals, it could be easily deciphered. He could not keep a monopoly for long. Dr. Yin Xian stayed and accompanied Fan Yuan. The unlucky fellow, Landlord Lei Yu, carried a sense of heaviness and uneasiness as he went to a certain Goo formation in Dark Flow Giant City, using an Information Path Goo formation to transmit the information to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan was not worried that Blazing Heaven Demoness would stop him. In fact, Fan Yuan was rather confident that she would agree to it. After all, refining Star Thought Immortal Goo would be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness as well. Fan Yuan still owed her a huge debt. If she did not want him to die, she might even send other immortal zombies to protect him. Of course, there would not be many immortal zombies protecting him. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's attention was on the demonic path Goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, to assault them and prevent them from obtaining Goo refinement immortal materials, so that old ancestors Shui who would suffer. If Blazing Heaven Demoness really did that, it would be in my favor. Entering deep into Earth Trench, the more people there are, the safer it is. By the time I get to the inheritance, I can shrug them off. If there are few people, I can shrug them off more easily. As Fan Yuan had expected, in the end, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed with his idea and arranged for 5 immortal zombies to accompany him. Among them, 2 were rank 7, and 3 were rank 6. This was slightly beyond Fan Yuan's expectations. He could see Blazing Heaven Demoness' sincerity from this. 3 days later, the 5 immortal zombies gathered. They waited for 2 more days, as the immortal zombies borrowed some immortal goo for this mission. As the locals, no one was more familiar with Earth Trench than them. After making ample preparations, the group set off. What was worth noting was, not only did Northern Plains have an Earth Trench, in fact, the 5 regions all had an Earth Trench. The ground was split open into giant ravines. Some earth trenches stretched on for millions of li, some were tens of thousands of kilometers deep, some were immeasurably deep. In the Goo Master world, it was one of the most magnificent wonders of nature. The Earth Trench in Zombie Alliance was closely guarded by them. When Blazing Heaven Demoness was not in Northern Plains, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanwang, the 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, would send at least 1 person to guard the entrance of Earth Trench. Earth Trench was full of resources. There were many desolate beasts. In the past, when Dark Flow Giant City was built here, it was to occupy this rich resource point. Everyone knew that Northern Plains has the least amount of cultivation resources compared to the other 4 regions. But in Earth Trench, there was a huge area of rich resources. The only drawback was, there were powerful desolate plants and desolate beasts inside. They were numerous. Normally, only super forces could occupy the Earth Trench resource point. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was like this. The Demon Expelling Sect in Central Continent was the same. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force, having 3 Goo Immortals standing guard in it. It controlled the Earth Trench known as Nzu Earth Trench. It was very famous in Central Continent. By night time, Fan Yuan and the others went through the entrance of Earth Trench. Fan Yuan had planned for a long time. He was not going to sneak in stealthily. He was surrounded by 5 immortal zombies. He was going in boldly and openly. The giant trench was like a giant beast with a bloodthirsty mouth. It slowly opened its mouth in the deep darkness. Fan Yuan and the others went inside, as their view of the trench gradually enlarged, dozens of times, hundreds of times. After they flew down for several minutes, the interior of the Earth Trench was already wide enough to fit 70 or 80 dark flow giant cities. The eerie darkness shined with twinkling glimmers of light. The cliffs on the 2 sides were smooth and bare. There was only a sparse amount of needle-shaped plants that were stuck there like sesame seeds. Nobody knew how deep this Earth Trench was. Even the immortal zombies who were in control of this place for many years had never explored to the bottom of the Earth Trench. Even though the Earth Trench was full of resources, there was also an unbelievable number of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance did not have the strength, even though they exerted all their efforts. They only controlled the territory up to about 160 kilometers from the surface. In this current world, even though humans had been the overlords for a long time, they were not able to gain control over every area in nature. Compared to the majesty of nature, humans were very insignificant and small. The profound mysteries of heaven and earth were endless. They were deeply hidden. Even immortal venerables and demon venerables were merely at the peaks of 1 or 2 paths, being able to observe the rules of the world. Humans were far from understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth. There was a long road ahead of them. As the group moved deeper, Earth Trench became wider, and it showed just how small Fan Yuan and the rest were. Here, they were already around 100 kilometers from the surface. Mountains could not fill up this Earth Trench. It was shrouded in boundless darkness, devouring everything. Everyone was very quiet. Fan Yuan looked around without making a sound. He observed the immortal zombies secretly using his peripheral vision. 5 immortal zombie guards, 2 rank 7, 3 rank 6. Among them, the rank 7 immortal zombies were Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Granny Yuan. Among the 3 rank 6s, there was Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu, as well as an enslavement path immortal zombie, called Lin Din Yao. In the last 5 days, Fan Yuan had obtained some of their information. He was not clueless about them. Among the 2 rank 7 immortal zombies, the leader was Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He was one of the 3 vice leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, and also the strongest person in this trip. What was worth mentioning was that he used his own immortal aperture to raise large numbers of Yiksha octopuses, gaining a reputation because of them. Immortal zombies had dead apertures, but Dragon Commander Yi Cha was able to raise large amounts of Yiksha octopuses. This was something others found puzzling, and many immortal zombies were curious. The other rank 7 immortal zombie was Granny Yuan, skilled in defense. Dr. Yin Xian, as his title suggested, was a healing Goo immortal. He could not compare to Tai Bai Yinxing, but in regards to healing immortal zombies, he had quite the skill. Landlord Lei Yu was skilled in attacking. His attacks were grand and powerful. The final person, the immortal zombie Lin Din Yao, he was skilled in controlling birds. He was an enslavement path immortal zombie. From this, one could see that Blazing Heaven Demoness had put in some effort in arranging these people to protect Fan Yuan. Granny Yuan could provide him defense, while Dr. Yin Xian could help Fan Yuan recover from injuries at a crucial moment, saving his life. If they were attacked by desolate beasts and were unable to win, Lin Din Yao could sacrifice the bird groups that he had, providing enough time to allow the immortals to make an escape. The deeper they went, the wider Earth Trench became. There was a lot of space between the 2 cliffs on the sides. Birds could move very freely here. At this moment, birds were flying out of Lin Din Yao's immortal aperture, flying around the place. Enslavement Path had its conveniences. Ever since they entered Earth Trench, Lin Din Yao was in charge of the investigation aspect. The inheritance is that way, but I cannot go there directly. It would seem like I have an objective and they would be suspicious. Fan Yuan did not do anything suspicious. He was very patient. After some traveling, Lin Din Yao suddenly said, There is a Yiksha octopus in front, and towards the left, it is injured. Dragon Commander Yi Chao's expression did not change. Ignore it, we will detour around it. Fan Yuan's group of 6 was very powerful. A rank 6 Yiksha octopus was surely inferior to them. But this trip was to find Earth shell snails and gather immortal materials. That was their objective. By that point, they were sure to go through many battles. They should save their immortal essence for now. Earth shell snails lived deep in Earth Trench. They moved very slowly and did not have fixed locations. They were very hard to trace. The stronger the beast, the more they would have a sense of territory. In an extremely deep part of Earth Trench, all sorts of fierce beasts and plants owned their respective territories. But Earth shell snails were a rare species that could move between territories without attracting the animosity of the desolate beasts. Maybe it was because of the Earth shell snail's gentle nature, it let the other strong living beings know that it was harmless. But Fan Yuan and the others would not receive treatment like the Earth shell snail. Thus, there were bound to be battles. Chapter 932. Yiksha Octopuses, Mouth Earthworm. Without speaking, Fan Yuan and the other immortal zombies had already traveled more than 130 kilometers down into Earth Trench. Even though they avoided battles, they still engaged in 16 fights, both big and small. The immortal zombies were more or less injured to an extent. We can't go any deeper, Dragon Commander Yi Chao said. At this depth, we are already at the range of the Earth shell snail's habitat. Let's look around. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance only managed to explore 160 kilometers into Earth Trench. Right now, they were still around 30 kilometers from that limit, but the lower they went, the more dangerous it became. Desolate beasts were everywhere, and Fan Yuan's group would face even more difficulties than now. No immortal zombie objected to Dragon Commander Yi Chao's suggestion. After choosing a direction, everyone flew quietly. Maybe it was because Fan Yuan had used time assist luck before this trip and raised his luck for a period of time. But in any case, not long after, he encountered an Earth shell snail. Great. Fan Yuan showed an overjoyed expression. Don't be anxious, check the surroundings first, make sure there are no dangers lurking around. Dragon Commander Yi Chao was very patient. The immortals used their methods to thoroughly investigate. In this area, there was a sizable group of Yiksha octopuses guarding their territory. To process the snail mucus, I will need to use starlight. It will definitely alert these Yiksha octopuses. Fan Yuan showed a difficult expression as he looked at Dragon Commander Yi Chao. Everyone's expressions sank. Why didn't you say that earlier? Landlord Lei Yu asked unhappily. Maybe there is a way to conceal this disturbance, Dr. Yin Xian said. Fan Yuan shook his head. That is not possible. I also want to conceal our disturbance, but that is beyond my ability. I cannot reveal my actual method, but in short, we should get rid of these Yiksha octopuses first. Fan Yuan's attitude was firm and his reason was valid. The other immortal zombies looked at each other. In the end, Dragon Commander Yi Chao relented. Then we will fight this group of Yiksha octopuses before Xingxiangzi starts. This time, Dragon Commander Yi Chao did the scouting personally. There were 8 desolate beast octopuses in this group. Among them was an octopus king, having rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Lin Din Yao will be in charge of the surroundings, mobilizing the bird groups to encircle the octopus group. Granny Yuan will draw their attention and distract them. Landlord Lei Yu and I will attack these octopuses. As for Dr. Yin Xian, you will stand guard outside in case of emergencies. Dragon Commander Yi Chao quickly arranged matters. Fan Yuan did not have to do anything. The Yiksha octopuses were truly unfortunate. The immortal zombies stealthily approached them, scheming against this unknowing group. Thus, once they fought, the Yiksha octopus group suffered a huge blow and fell into panic. The immortal zombies quickly gained an advantage as they built upon their superiority. Soon, the battle reached its end as the octopuses were killed. Only 2 were left. At this time, Dragon Commander Yi Chao said to Fan Yuan, Xingxiangzi, go ahead and attack. Fan Yuan's gaze shone. He slowly went into battle. Immortal killer move, Star Snake Rope. He first trapped the Yiksha octopus that was in better condition, before using 6 illusion star bodies to encircle the other one. Swish, swish, swish. Starlight shone brightly. Fan Yuan attacked non-stop. He quickly killed this Yiksha octopus which was already close to dying. Next, he turned around and targeted the final one remaining. The Yiksha octopus was half man and half beast. Its upper body was a muscular man with bulging muscles and dark skin that was tough as steel. Its lower body was made of dozens of tentacles, in place of legs. This final Yiksha octopus was in a good condition. it fought valiantly, engaging in a fierce battle with Fan Yuan, as it slowly fell into a deadlock with him. Fan Yuan used Star Cloud Grindstone to defend himself while waiting for a chance to attack time and time again, until he finally cut off all of the Yiksha octopus tentacles. When he was fighting, the other immortal zombies watched without doing anything. At most, Lin Din Yao manipulated the bird groups to prevent the Yiksha octopus which was trying to escape from leaving, allowing Fan Yuan to catch up and continue fighting it. Fan Yuan had a lot of patience. He slowly injured the Yiksha octopus. Dark and cold blood flowed out from its injuries. "Alright, you can stop." Eventually, Dragon Commander Yi Cha did not want to wait anymore. He personally struck and captured this Yiksha octopus himself. The first few were all killed because they could not afford to go easy on the group initially. This octopus was captured by Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He was preparing to raise it inside his immortal aperture. Now, all the immortal zombies understood Fan Yuan's battle strength. Fan Yuan only showed his Star Path battle strength, but even so, he was an expert among rank 6s. Landlord Lei Yu, who was unhappy towards Fan Yuan, became silent. He estimated that if he fought Fan Yuan alone, he might not be able to win. In the Gu immortal world, strength ruled above all. Even if Landlord Lei Yu was unhappy, he could not show it on the surface. Next, Fan Yuan started collecting Star Knight mucus. He requested the immortal zombies to stay back and not use any investigative methods to steal his personal technique. The immortal zombies were naturally unhappy. They scolded Fan Yuan internally for being so small-minded, but they had to agree to his request. When processing the mucus, the starlight caused quite a disturbance. Soon, the Earth shell snail stopped moving. Its entire body curled into its shell. The moment it sensed danger, the Earth shell snail would react like this. Its shell was very thick. Even though it was only a desolate beast, most rank 6 Gu immortals could do nothing to it. Even rank 7 Gu immortals would need to exert a lot of effort to break its shell. Furthermore, the Earth shell snail was large like a whale, and heavy like a mountain. Once it entered its shell, it could be for a year or two. If there was a huge commotion outside, it would stay inside for even longer. If it was moved away from the habitat of Earth shell snails, even if it was still in Earth Trench, even if it was outside of it by a few kilometers, the Earth shell snail would die immediately. Thus, the immortal zombies could only give up on this one and find others. In Earth Trench, there were more than Yiksha octopuses. There were bat desolate beasts, wall-climbing demon apes, and desolate plants like earth milk grass. On their later journey, they met with 3 Earth shell snails, among which Fan Yuan made good use of 2 of them and collected a lot of Star Knight mucus. The final one, however, moved towards the territory of an ancient desolate beast Red Flame Snake. This monster had Dark Path, Fire Path, and Earth Path down marks on it. It was hard to deal with and was an expert in digging holes. It could move quickly between the walls of Earth Trench. Once they fought, the commotion would be unconcealable. Thus, Fan Yuan and the others had to give up. Under Fan Yuan's intentional guidance, the immortal zombies got closer to his destination. "We've discovered a large number of Yiksha octopuses ahead. Stop moving forward, there are a lot of them. The initial estimation is 30. Lin Din Yao suddenly reported anxiously. "Then we will leave this place and go in another direction." Dragon Commander Yi Cha immediately ordered. 30 desolate beasts, that was the battle strength of 30 rank 6 Gu immortals. Such a massive group would surely have at least 3 ancient desolate beast Yiksha octopuses commanding it. Even though Fan Yuan was unwilling, he could not object to it publicly. He could only memorize this place for now. The immortal zombies took a detour towards the southeast direction. Soon, they found a 4th Earth shell snail. This snail looked quite old. It was carrying a yellow shell. Its white body moved slowly on the walls of Earth Trench, at an extremely slow pace. "We're finally lucky." After investigating, Lin Din Yao laughed. "This area has little danger. Sir Xing Xiangzi can go ahead and collect the mucus." Fan Yuan nodded without speaking, observing intently. Suddenly, his eyes shined. He saw the danger in this place. This place seemed safe, but it was full of Earth Path Dao marks. Once someone got close, they would be pulled towards the wall. The heavier the body, the stronger the force of attraction. Desolate beasts have huge bodies and incredible mass. Once they come here, they would be unable to move and would starve to death. The Earth shell snail is heavy like a mountain, but this Earth shell snail can still move slowly. It seems that this snail is not old. It is an ancient desolate beast Earth shell snail. Realizing this, Fan Yuan had an idea. He flew over, purposely acting like he was sucked over, as he screamed. Oh no, it is the gravity soil zone. This should only appear after 160 kilometers in depth. It is actually here as well. Be careful. This gravity soil zone often has mouth earthworms hidden in ambush. At once, the immortal zombies shouted in shock. The closer he was to the gravity soil zone, the more Fan Yuan felt the suction force getting stronger and his speed increased. With a loud thud, Fan Yuan crashed into the wall. His legs were deeply stuck in the wall as he showed a terrified expression. Immortal killer move, Starfire escape! Fan Yuan used his movement killer move. Immediately, his body was covered in starfire as he flew. Don't fly! Dragon Commander Yi Cha roared. But it was too late. With a loud bang, a huge mouth earthworm emerged from the soil. The earth shell snail immediately shrunk into its shell, turning motionless. Huge amounts of rocks were pushed away. The mouth earthworm opened its mouth. It could swallow 4 or 5 earth shell snails at once. Fan Yuan screamed, "Someone save me!" Once he said that, the mouth earthworm swallowed him. Be careful! The mouth earthworm is full of sharp teeth. They are incomparably sharp. Hang in there, we will definitely rescue you. The immortal zombies were panicking. They moved at once. If anything happened to Fan Yuan, how would they explain themselves to Blazing Heaven Demonis? They attacked fiercely, forcing the mouth earthworm back into the gravity soil zone immediately. This mystical ancient desolate beast had a huge body when hunting for food. Once it ate, its body would shrink rapidly like a leaking balloon. The teeth inside it would rotate endlessly, grinding its prey into meat paste and blood. But once Fan Yuan went inside, he used the Star Path Killer move and stopped the body from shrinking. Next, he activated Fixed Immortal Travel. He had memorized the place nearby earlier. In 3 breaths of time, Fixed Immortal Travel teleported him away and he escaped from this dangerous spot. But Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others still thought that Fan Yuan was inside the mouth earthworm. They were attacking it furiously. Even though Fan Yuan got away from the immortal zombies, the disturbance from Fixed Immortal Travel had attracted the huge group of Yiksha octopuses. Fan Yuan smiled, turning into a Yiksha octopus and attacking furiously. A moment later, he successfully lured the angry Yiksha octopuses towards Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others. Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others were unable to discern Fan Yuan's transformation. They thought the Yiksha octopuses were fighting among themselves and were chasing away the weakest members. They sighed over their bad luck, but because Xingxiangzi was still inside the mouth earthworm, they could not leave. Thus, the Yiksha octopuses, the Northern Plains immortal zombies, and the mouth earthworm engaged in a chaotic battle. Chapter 933. Wild Immortal Goo, Traces of Goo Formation. In the chaotic battle, Fan Yuan managed to escape. When he returned to the place where the Yiksha octopuses were, about half of them were still left. He tried the same thing again, luring the remaining Yiksha octopuses away. Oh no! Another ancient Yiksha octopus, and 10 desolate beast octopuses. They seem to have moved out together. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was stuck in the chaotic battle. Seeing the octopus reinforcements, he cried out in bitterness. What grudges did they have? What vengeance was it? The other immortal zombies also bemoaned their terrible luck. What was going on? But they had other choice than to save Xingxiangzi first. Hold on! Dragon Commander Yi Cha shouted. He did not stint on his immortal essence, he used them extensively. Blazing Heaven Demonis had immense authority. The immortal zombies did not dare to defy her orders. They could only endure in the chaotic battle. Thankfully, this mouth earthworm did not hide in the gravity soil zone. It was in a frenzy, and its huge body lashed around, creating powerful sonic booms. The immortal zombie did not dare to take the hits. They could only attack from afar. The damage accumulated slowly as the mouth earthworm's skin was damaged. Originally, the situation was quite simple. Even though the mouth earthworm was an ancient desolate beast, it was not the match of Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others. But with the Yiksha octopus group, it became a 3-way battle. They restricted each other and fought randomly. The scene became very chaotic. The Yiksha octopuses were the greatest in number. They encircled the immortal zombies and the mouth earthworm, forming a tight layer. Xingxiangzi, you must survive! Landlord Lei Yu shouted. Even though he was unhappy with Fan Yuan, the moment he thought that Fan Yuan could die from this, he burst out in cold sweat. Fan Yuan's safety was a huge issue weighing on the immortal zombies. During this period, the perpetrator, Fan Yuan, was secretly sneaking into the territory of the Yiksha octopuses. Groups of Yiksha octopuses lived in the 2 sides of the cliff walls. The cliff wall in front of him had a huge protrusion. This Yiksha octopus group made a hole in this protrusion and made it their home. Fan Yuan sneaked inside, drilling into a bigger entrance. The entrance of the hole was very big. It was for the Yiksha octopuses to enter and exit. Desolate Beast level Yiksha octopuses were very big, not to mention the ancient Desolate Beast Yiksha octopus kings. Fan Yuan entered the hole and a thick smell of oil assailed him. The hole extended in front of him. He looked ahead and only saw darkness. But Fan Yuan's investigative methods were very rich. This darkness could not obstruct him. He stretched out his hand and touched the walls. The surface of the hole's walls were full of black oil. They were thick and sticky. Why would the dry cave have black oil? This was due to the Yiksha octopus habits. Yiksha octopuses were a type of fierce beast that liked to hunt for prey in the black oil of Earth Trench. Therefore, their bodies would often have sticky black oil stuck to them. When they enter or exit the caves, the black oil would spread from their bodies to the walls of the caves. The oily smell that Fan Yuan smelt was due to this black oil. In the black oil, there were lots of weeds and needlewood. They were rooted into the walls and the black oil provided them sufficient nutrients. Guru Guru. When Fan Yuan touched the black oil and wiped along it, bubbles started appearing on the sticky black oil surface on the wall. Next, dozens of tiny worms that were smaller than fingers flew out from the bubbles. They were alerted by Fan Yuan's actions and flew out, but they quickly went back into the black oil. The black oil was like glue. It was very sticky and stuck to the walls tightly. Inside, there was rotting vegetation as well as large numbers of insects. The insects were of such a massive scale, there were bound to be wild goo worms in them. Fan Yuan only gave them a glance and realized that there were at least 4 wild goo worms around him. 2 were earth path goo worms, 1 was dark path, and 1 was water path. Of course, these were mortal goo. Fan Yuan had no interest in taking them. Dragon Commander Yicha is able to raise large numbers of Yiksha octopuses. Is his immortal aperture mimicking this environment? Fan Yuan's mind wandered as he thought about this. Fan Yuan was also very curious about Dragon Commander Yicha's cultivation secret. Since an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead and filled with death energy, it could not be used to support living beings. How did Dragon Commander Yicha do it? Perhaps it was possible to learn the secrets of Dragon Commander Yicha by researching this environment, but now was not the time. Fan Yuan discarded these thoughts and moved on. Several minutes later. Howl! This was the final growl before the fierce beast died. But this growl was only heard in a small area before it vanished. The killer was Fan Yuan. He used his goo worms to prevent the sound from spreading. This was deep into the Yiksha octopus cave. Not only was the black oil 7 to 8 inches thick, some fierce beasts were even living here in the crevices. These wild beasts mostly consisted of black stomach hounds. Black stomach hounds ate rotting meat and bones. The Yiksha octopus only consumed the fresh blood and meat of their prey. They did not eat the bones and rotting meat. These black stomach hounds would eat the leftovers from the Yiksha octopuses. The Yiksha octopuses were happy with this. They had a free cleaner to tidy up the cave. This was one of the wonders of nature. Living beings could coexist in harmony. When Fan Yuan found out the relationship between the black stomach hounds and the Yiksha octopuses, he turned into a black stomach hound and ventured in. It was a pity that these black stomach hounds divided their own territories and had a stronger territorial awareness than the Yiksha octopuses. Fan Yuan was fiercely attacked by the black stomach hounds. It would have been easier to just fight in his human form. If this cave was divided into 2, the upper half and the lower half, then Fan Yuan's current position was already in the lower half, past the upper half. Even so, the clues to the inheritance had not appeared yet. At every interval, there would be a fork in the path. All of the Yiksha octopuses went to their homes through these paths. They were interconnected. In the ground, these countless holes formed widely connected and accessible paths. Fan Yuan continued moving forward. He found some Yiksha octopuses that were guarding the cave. These octopuses were only desolate beasts. Fan Yuan could take them down if he used his real battle strength. But Fan Yuan got past them. He did not want to waste time in fighting with them. He could use mortal goo to conceal the traces when killing the black stomach hounds. But when dealing with desolate beasts, he needed a battlefield killer move to conceal the traces and commotion. He lured most of the Yiksha octopuses out. But there was still an ancient Yiksha octopus king, and numerous desolate beast Yiksha octopuses. If the Yiksha octopus king was alerted, it would be terrible. Time continued to pass, but he still found no clues. Fan Yuan was getting more anxious. If he missed this chance, he would have to plan a lot for the next visit. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not use it in Dark Flow Giant City blatantly. The activation of fixed immortal travel caused quite a disturbance, after all. Within the investigative range of goo immortals, it was not just some light effects, the aura of immortal goo was like a fire burning in the night sky. And at this time, Fan Yuan had to refine goo in Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not let him leave her sights. Fixed immortal travel could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, many secrets would be exposed. The whole world would know that Fan Yuan was the person who toppled 88 True Young Building. Fan Yuan did not know that the Central Continent goo immortals had already left by now. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Time is limited. Once the battle ends and the mouth earthworm is dissected, if Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others do not find me inside, I will not be able to explain it. Fan Yuan evaluated. Time was limited. He had about 15 minutes. Now, most of the time was already wasted, but he had no gains. Fan Yuan had to use his time well. He raised his speed. Eventually, he came to the deepest part of the cave. Here, there was a Yiksha Octopus King resting. Its snores were loud as thunder, evidently it was sleeping. Immortal goo aura! Fan Yuan's heart jumped. He felt the aura of a wild immortal goo in this Yiksha Octopus King. As it turned out, this cave had existed for a long time, and this Yiksha Octopus King was the oldest. As a long time passed, among the goo worms living in its body, one had emerged as a wild immortal goo. The joy in his heart vanished as Fan Yuan felt glad. Thankfully, he had not lured out this Yiksha Octopus King earlier. If this Yiksha Octopus King appeared, the immortal zombies would definitely go crazy and try to capture the wild immortal goo. They would enter a frenzy. But after finding this immortal goo, whether they succeeded or not, they would come to the cave and investigate. Perhaps this is how the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance found this inheritance in my previous life? Fan Yuan had a flash of inspiration. After hesitating, Fan Yuan decided to take a gamble. He turned into a black stomach hound and carefully got close to the Yiksha Octopus King. If this Yiksha Octopus King's wild immortal goo could expose Fan Yuan's identity, that would be trouble. But this possibility was not big. Fan Yuan decided to risk it. The cave is huge with many tunnels, but this is the deepest part of the cave. It is most likely to be here. At this time, the Yiksha Octopus King's tentacles, which were wrapped up, loosened. It opened its eyes as its topaz-like pupils looked at Fan Yuan, who has transformed into the black stomach hound. Fan Yuan did not sense anything. He got past the Yiksha Octopus King and went behind it as if it was normal. Behind the Yiksha Octopus King, there was a pile of white bones. There was some rotting meat left in them. The Octopus King shut its eyes, continuing to sleep. Fan Yuan's mind was energized. It is here! There are down marks exposed here. These are traces of a goo formation. Countless goo worms in his immortal aperture were activated. Immortal essence was expended rapidly as this goo formation was unraveled. Soon, Fan Yuan found that this space path giant goo formation only showed a trace of a flaw because it had not been repaired for a long time. Very possibly, the treasure that I have been looking for is in this giant goo formation. But to unravel this goo formation, I have to activate goo worms. The disturbance is huge. I can only take a risk. Fan Yuan made up his mind. He picked up a piece of bone and left the Yiksha Octopus King. He quickly returned, and when he reached a certain place, he used his immortal goo and directly attacked a close-by desolate beast, the Yiksha Octopus. The intense battle erupted as the Yiksha Octopuses that were defending their homes charged over. Fan Yuan fought as he retreated. When he reached the exit, he activated fixed immortal travel. In 3 breaths of time, he teleported to the deepest area of the cave. At this time, the Yiksha Octopus King was still at the exit of the cave. Fan Yuan fought against time as he unraveled this space path goo formation. After the Yiksha Octopuses fought for some time, they did not see any enemies and gradually calmed down, returning to the cave. They moved quickly in the cave. Fan Yuan's time was limited. The worst thing was, when he started unraveling it, Fan Yuan could feel the profoundness and complexity of this huge goo formation. To completely deduce it, he would need months to do so. Chapter 934. Sea of Immortal Material Remains. Such an enormous goo formation required at least several months to be unraveled. It would require about a month just to pry an opening. Fan Yuan's hands moved very fast. Countless goo worms fluttered all around, unraveling the goo formation. At the same time, his ears quivered frequently as he activated his investigative methods to the limit. The Yiksha Octopus King was already on its way. Time waits for no man. Strive for every second. This is it. Fan Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened as the air in front of him started emitting a hazy glow. Beyond the hazy glow, he saw a trace of the enormous Gu formation. Although his sight was blurry, he could vaguely see the scenery inside the formation. The Yiksha Octopus King had already returned. Time was up, he had to retreat. In this short amount of time, being able to peep into the scenery inside the Gu formation was already the limits of Fan Yuan's ability. If Fan Yuan did not reach Grandmaster level in Wisdom Path, he would not have been able to do this. This was enough. Fan Yuan relaxed, and immediately retreated. The ancient desolate beast Yiksha Octopus King was moving like an underground subway train in the cave. The surrounding slippery black oil from Earth Trench allowed it to move like a fish in water. Fan Yuan had almost bumped into it. This Yiksha Octopus King returned to its place, and gazed around first of all. It felt there was something off. When Fan Yuan analyzed the Gu formation, many different kinds of auras were left behind. The wild beast's intuition made the Yiksha Octopus King feel something wrong. It frowned deeply, and more than 10 of its enormous and tough tentacles carried it nimbly as it patrolled around the nest. However, it could not discover anything missing even after a while the previous unknown auras already had begun dissipating. The Yiksha Octopus King only then slowly calmed down, lying down on its nest again. It was just that it did not sleep. Its eyes were slightly closed, but a small crack was opened. From time to time, its ears would quiver from the slightest breeze in the cave as it tried to listen to any unknown sounds. Fan Yuan's worries finally dissipated. He cautiously retreated, even retreating to the upper half of the octopus nest. This Yiksha Octopus King seemed to have the highest status as it had stayed behind to guard the nest. If it felt any strong danger, who is to say it might not call back the other Yiksha octopuses fighting outside? At that time, not to mention whether the Northern Plains immortal zombies would feel suspicious and be attracted to the disturbance, Fan Yuan's movements in the octopus nest would be extremely restricted. This place should be okay. After a while, Fan Yuan carefully selected an inconspicuous corner among the several underground burrows. He hesitated for a moment, but still decided to activate fixed immortal travel. Although that enormous Gu formation was arranged by some predecessor, when Fan Yuan deciphered it earlier, he found out that it had become an unmanned formation and had been unmanaged for many years. The risk of rashly going in was not high. To find a method of reviving from the immortal zombie state, this was a risk he needed to take. After all, as time passed, Fan Yuan's predicament would become more dangerous. Who could say if the matter of him wrecking 88 True Young building would be exposed at the next moment? At that time, the whole world would hunt him down. He would definitely not be able to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and Starform Blessed Land would be his only base. In such a situation, the earlier he got rid of his immortal zombie body, the more beneficial it would be. After all, a living immortal aperture world could be brought with him, more safe and convenient than Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Starform Blessed Land. Moreover, living Gu immortal apertures could produce immortal essence in set intervals of time, which was extremely helpful to Fan Yuan's financial situation and battle strength. The immortal Gu was activated, green light blossomed. The next moment, Fan Yuan disappeared from his place, appearing inside the giant Gu formation. Just outside the Gu formation was the Yiksha Octopus King. But because of the isolation effect of the Gu formation, it was unaware of anything. I am finally in here. Fan Yuan was extremely vigilant. He quickly looked around him. This was indeed the place which he had inspected earlier. Rashly charging into a Gu formation was very dangerous, and it was normal to be attacked by the Gu formation. However, Fan Yuan did not suffer any attacks. This further proved that the Gu formation was not managed by anyone. He exhaled a breath of relief, but was still extremely vigilant. Unmanned Gu formations could still function. Perhaps the core of the Gu formation had the will left behind by the Gu Immortal. It could be like 88 True Young building, where Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind his will. This was in giant formation using mainly space path methods, thus creating a special space. This huge space had a yellow sky and a ground paved with purple sand. The purple sand seemed to be extremely fertile, as dense amounts of vegetation covered Fan Yuan's sight, like a tropical rainforest. Scribe grass, nutrient peaches, immortal beans, blood-tide flowers. With just a brief glance, Fan Yuan could make out dozens of immortal materials. Even a person as stoic as him was shocked. Although most of these immortal materials were rank 6 level, along with a few of rank 7, their quantity was truly shocking. These immortal materials come from 5 regions, and are not limited to Earth Trench and Northern Plains. What background did the great expert immortal zombie that created this place have? To gather such an enormous scale of immortal materials, how much manpower and material resources would it require? Moreover, immortal materials were not grass growing along the sides of a road. The gathering of immortal materials often resulted in bloodshed and was tied together with fighting. If the gatherer's strength was not up to par, they simply would not be able to get the materials. There was also the 5 regions' regional walls. The stronger one was, the higher the cultivation of the goo immortal, the more difficult it would be for them to pass through a regional wall. Could it be? Fan Yuan's thoughts churned as he made a guess. He had thought this was a great expert immortal zombie inheritance, but now it seemed such huge handiwork could not be possibly achieved by one person. It would at least require an organization. And this organization must be huge. Because a small-sized organization with 2 or 3 goo immortals simply could not have such large assets and energy to spare. Looking over it again, there were countless immortal materials everywhere he looked. Such a sight caused Fan Yuan's heart to thump in excitement. Such enormous wealth is simply unimaginable. It is enough for me to attempt refining immortal goo dozens of times, even hundreds of times. Maybe in my previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was able to rise up because of these enormous cultivation resources, even suppressing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. This was almost like a warehouse, with so much immortal materials piled up. The total value was hard to estimate. Fan Yuan only knew this value was enormous, very enormous. If he had to accumulate this much with his current 2,000 immortal essence stones per month earnings, he might not be able to succeed even in 1,000 years. After all, he also had to calculate cultivation expenditures. As goo immortals' cultivation became higher, the calamities and tribulations would become more terrifying. But compared to these countless immortal materials, this enormous goo formation has even higher value. Fan Yuan's eyes twinkled. He had a huge ambition and was very experienced. As he came back to awareness, he realized the preciousness of this enormous goo formation. In this goo formation, the countless immortal materials from the 5 regions were able to exist mutually without interfering with each other. Fortunately, I did not rashly take down this goo formation, otherwise it would be too late for regret. With this goo formation, I could plant countless types of immortal materials. It is easier to use than an immortal aperture. Fan Yuan could not help but praise the great expert immortal zombie that arranged this. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead. This predecessor was able to arrange such a goo formation which replaced the use of immortal apertures to a certain extent. However, this goo formation has low defense and also can't be moved. It is far from being convenient and safe like immortal apertures. This purple sand seems to be rather strange. Fan Yuan bent down and grabbed a large amount of purple sand. The sand was extremely fine. Some flowed down the gaps in Fan Yuan's fingers and sprinkled down like fine grains of crystal. While falling down, they drifted haphazardly while emitting fluorescent light. But what I want to find is the method of reviving. Where is it? Fan Yuan threw away the purple sand as he thought of his main objective. He was not in a hurry to gather the immortal materials, and started to gently fly around, searching the area. Time gradually passed. The joyous look on Fan Yuan's face slowly disappeared as his feeling of unease intensified. Something is not right. He suddenly stopped and looked down at the endless immortal materials. After inspecting once more, he found what was wrong. It is too peaceful. There is not a trace of wind or sound. It is more quiet than even my dead aperture. There are also many other areas that feels fishy. Like the immortal beans, they grow in spring water, but are actually growing on the purple sand here. There are also the nutrient peaches, which are usually accompanied by snaketail monkey groups. Every type of immortal material has a harsh living environment. But here, there are only these immortal material plants, and there is not even an insect. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light. He landed on the ground and tried to pick up a strand of scribe grass. The next moment, Fan Yuan's body shook. When the scribe grass was on the purple sand, it was safe and sound, but the moment Fan Yuan picked it up, it withered and turned into fine purple sand. And the sand was the same as the purple sand below Fan Yuan's feet. What is going on? Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes, and tried to pick other immortal materials. The result was the same. The moment the immortal materials left the sand, they turned into purple sand. All of these immortal materials had a problem. They were unusable. Strange. Strange. The reason immortal materials are called immortal materials is because they contain plenty of down marks on them. When these immortal materials wither and turn into purple sand, their down marks should have been destroyed, but there is not even a slight disturbance from this. A chill emerged from the depths of Fang Yuan's heart. The immortal materials were in such a state. As for an immortal zombie body which contained down marks, could it be regarded as a type of immortal material? Would it also be absorbed into this enormous field of purple sand? Looking at this vast amount of immortal materials, flowers and trees, Fang Yuan felt like he was looking at the remains of corpses. From another perspective, this was a sea of immortal material remains. The unease inside him kept on intensifying. Fang Yuan immediately flew to the sky, maintaining some distance with the purple sand. He gazed at the sky. There is definitely something strange about this goo formation. It is probably not enough to just maintain distance from the purple sand. This change in immortal materials should definitely be related to the whole goo formation. Before I know of what's going on, it is better to quickly find the method to revive from the immortal zombie state and leave as soon as possible. Chapter 935. Surprising gains. Swoosh! Fang Yuan was like an arrow as he flew in the air, creating huge air currents. Below him, there were countless immortal materials, but he did not even look at them. These dead immortal materials were worthless. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's gaze focused. On the flat ground below, he saw a desolate beast. This desolate beast was large like a small hill. It was sprawled on the ground and did not move. It was a hidden essence turtle. Fang Yuan was not unfamiliar with this desolate beast. Not long ago, he had captured one inside a fragment world of Central Continent's starry sky grotto heaven. Lowering his flying speed, Fang Yuan's body turned as he flew towards the hidden essence turtle. When he got close, he realized this was a hidden essence turtle that had died long ago. It was sprawled on the ground, its head lowered, half of it was buried into the soft purple sand. The hidden essence turtle's state was as if the spine below its neck was broken, its forelimbs were extremely relaxed and loose. But before it died, it had a calm expression, or rather, a peaceful expression. Fang Yuan felt some suspicion. Among the countless dead immortal materials, there is a desolate beast corpse, huh? Fang Yuan tried to collect the hidden essence turtle's body. A moment later, his heart sank. He saw that a fragment of the hard turtle shell had turned into purple sand in his hands, scattering with the wind. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. After a few breaths' time, he left this place, exploring in the sky again. Soon, he saw a second desolate beast. This was an earth chief. It had a humanoid body and a snake tail, its face resembled a bat, and its nose was pointed up. It had large ears and a black body covered in fleshy armor. Around its chest were 50 to 60 fleshy whips, each over 20 meters in length. There were suction organs on the surface of the fleshy whips, covering them entirely. At the front of each fleshy whip was a chrysanthemum-like orifice which could shoot out a white milky fluid at the crucial moment. The fluid had very high corrosiveness and contained extremely large numbers of parasitic worms, which could drill into the pores of victims and wreak havoc from inside the body. The Earth Chief corpse was well preserved. But when Fang Yuan tried to collect the corpse, the same thing happened again. Fang Yuan no longer felt surprised. He muttered, "Hidden essence turtles are a desolate beast from Central Continent, and Earth Chiefs mostly appear in northern plains." Leaving this place, he continued exploring. Fang Yuan quickly made a new discovery. Sandalwood's sacred elephants, and 3 of them! Fang Yuan gasped. Sandalwood's sacred elephants were much more valuable than hidden essence turtles and desolate beast Earth Chiefs. Because it was an ancient desolate beast, a mature sandalwood sacred elephant had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Long ago, during the auction held by Qin Baixing that involved the whole of northern plains, someone bid a sandalwood sacred elephant egg and attracted a huge commotion. In the current 5 regions, sandalwood sacred elephants were very rare, they were barely seen. But now, in front of Fang Yuan, were 3 sandalwood sacred elephant corpses. Next, Fang Yuan found even more desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. They were all lying on the ground, surrounded by red, purple, or green plant immortal materials. Moon howling heavenly wolf, star desolate hound, golden sand dark stallion, ice spike divine ape, white hoofing horse, 9 palace crane, iron crown eagle, dragonfish, sharp tusk boar. Those that flew, those that ran, those that swam, all of them were present. It was like a creepy display of specimens. The more he flew towards the center, the more corpses he found. The numbers were stunning. Northern Plains coiling mountain goat king, southern borders phoenix feather lava crocodile, central continent's diamond bear, eastern seas grand smoke sea turtle, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts from all 5 regions were all over the place. Eh? This is a ruined bat. Fan Yuan slowed his speed unknowingly. This ruined bat was a rare space path desolate beast. It was inferior to the immemorial desolate beast ruined bat that Fan Yuan had seen back in Taichio. Half Moon Qilin! Fan Yuan's body froze. Right now in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, there was a living Half Moon Qilin. It was raised like a treasure by the entire alliance. This ancient desolate beast, it seems to be. Remnant Heavenly Dog? Fan Yuan checked it over and obtained an answer. He had never seen a remnant Heavenly Dog personally. He had only read about its descriptions in records. This ancient desolate beast only existed in White Heaven. The more he saw, the more Fan Yuan became desensitized. His knowledge was very vast, but he did not recognize many of the ancient desolate plants and desolate beasts here. The space here is so vast, I've already flown for so long, yet even with my speed, I have not seen the edge of the Gu formation. This was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. He had tried to deduce this huge Gu formation earlier, and realized that it was a giant space path Gu formation. Fan Yuan had estimated the size of this place, but now it seems, his initial estimation far underestimated the power of the Gu formation. It seems that my deductions and estimations did not reach the core of this Gu formation. Who is the person who made this? This is unheard of. So many immortal materials, this is truly an uncountable sum. Is it the work of an immortal venerable or demon venerable? Fan Yuan guessed internally. Even rank 8 Gu immortals did not have such power to create this single-handedly. Because the 5 regions' regional walls prevented most rank 8 Gu immortals from traveling to other regions. This was also why, even with the collapse of 88 True Young Building, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects only sent rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals over. Of course, once a person is rank 9 and invincible in the world, the 5 regions' regional walls can no longer obstruct them. If it is not a rank 9 venerable, then this must be the work of a super-organization. This organization spans across all 5 regions. That is the only way they can collect the immortal materials. Even though there was Treasure Yellow Heaven and Gu immortals could use it to trade, at this scale, Treasure Yellow Heaven could not possibly be the site of transaction. Because such transactions would have unprecedented scale, it would definitely be recorded down in history. But Fan Yuan knew that there were no such records. Even though he was deep into the Gu formation and had explored it for a long time, the longer he stayed, the more the mysteriousness around him thickened. Fan Yuan did not know much about this place. In his previous life, he had invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but he did not step into this place. This was only something he had heard of in his previous life. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance suddenly became strong, even surpassing the headquarters in Eastern Sea. The explanation that they gave was that there was an inheritance here in Earth Trench. They said that an immortal zombie great expert had left behind a revival method for immortal zombies. Because of this, many of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's members turned back into humans, and countless lone cultivator immortal zombies came to join them, allowing Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to develop in size. But soon after, the good prospects did not last. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was destroyed by Ma Hongyun forcefully. Fan Yuan was unfamiliar with this place, but everything he saw made him extremely curious. The direction that I am going should be correct, because the immortal materials that I am seeing are getting rarer. Who is the person who arranged this? It is simply terrifying. Perhaps even Heavenly Court would not be able to achieve this. Heavenly Court was an organization in Central Continent. It held control over Central Continent, and had less power and forces in the other 4 regions. In the 500 years of his previous life, all sorts of monsters showed up. Fan Yuan was aware of this. Or rather, every super force had its own way to develop. Heavenly Court's method was to grasp Central Continent, and openly be the supreme force. If the one who arranged this is an organization, then this organization has to span across all 5 regions, while being hidden and mysterious. That places? Fan Yuan saw a shade of purple in front of him. This was a desolate land. Soft purple sand was all around him. The sea of immortal materials was nowhere to be seen. This desolate landscape of sand was a giant circle. It was at least 2 square kilometers in area. There was no wind or sound. It was deathly silent. Fan Yuan was shocked internally. This is the central part of the Gu formation. It seems that a terrifying explosion had occurred here. It was this explosion that created the 2 square kilometers of desolate land. There should have been a sea of immortal materials here originally, but now there was nothing left. As he gradually got close to the edge of the desolate land, a bright light in the sand attracted Fan Yuan's attention. Fan Yuan landed and saw that there were thin wings piercing into the sand. These were not the wings of birds, there were no feathers, they were half-transparent, they should be the wings of cicadas or dragonflies. And these cicada-like wings emitted an aura that made Fan Yuan gulp. An immemorial desolate beast aura! Even though it was just the remains, it was the real deal. This was shocking. These cicada wings were extremely tattered, but they shone like a gem under light. From time to time, under sufficient lighting, they gave off a dark golden glow. This light is that of down marks of metal path. These cicada wings should have belonged to something that had a terrifying foundation in down marks. Only with a down mark foundation that was at quasi-rank 9 would there be visible down marks that could be seen with the naked eyes. That is the light of down marks. Wait, maybe this is the wings of the tiger-striped honey bee. Fan Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He made a guess. This guess made his heart shudder. Tiger-striped honey bees were a living being recorded in Ren's zoo. Each of these honey bees was the size of a leopard with patterns on their body resembling tiger stripes, golden with black stripes on top. They were extremely powerful. Verdant Great Sun could not even beat one of them. The honey wine that they create is sweet and delectable. It is extremely delicious and among the highest quality in the world. If the bees are at the size of leopards, the wings are at just the right size. Fan Yuan thought about this and smiled bitterly. He was uncertain. His past experiences and knowledge were very shallow when compared to what appeared in this place. He knew little. He tried to take out these bee wings. But something shocking happened. The bee wings left the purple sand and were undamaged. They did not turn into purple sand like the other immortal materials. At once, Fan Yuan was overjoyed and surprised. This was from the body of an immemorial desolate beast, a rank 8 Gu refinement immortal material. It could even give out down mark light. Thus, more accurately speaking, this was quasi-rank 9 immortal material. Chapter 936. Multilayered Gu Formation. Fan Yuan held in his excitement. The immortal material in his hands was of very high quality. Even in his previous life, he had never owned such a specimen. Quasi-rank 9 immortal material, it had so many down marks that it shined with bright light, observable with the naked eye. Fan Yuan was not a grand master in refinement path, but he knew something. The reason why immortal materials could be used to refine immortal Gu was because the immortal materials themselves contain a lot of down marks. Man is the spirit of all beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu worms were the vessels of the great Tao. Why did they contain power? That was because the tiny Gu worm contained down marks. Down marks were the traces of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Precisely because of this, activating Gu worms would result in many magical effects. The more down marks in a Gu worm, the higher their rank would be, and the more powerful and profound their abilities would be. Refining an immortal Gu was to gather the down marks in countless mortal Gu and immortal materials, using the ones needed for the refinement. Now, Fan Yuan's immortal material had many down marks. In theory, it could be used to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. In fact, he only needed to use a tiny fragment of it to refine a rank 6 immortal Gu. The down marks in a rank 8 immortal Gu were tens of thousands of times that of a rank 6 immortal Gu. Of course, this bee wing that resembles a tiger-striped honey bee mainly contains metal path down marks. If I am trying to refine a metal path immortal Gu, this would be very useful. Unfortunately, this has no use if I want to refine star-thought immortal Gu. Fan Yuan collected this precious immortal material properly. He could not use it now, but he might need it in the future. Even if he did not, this was such a precious immortal material, it would create a huge commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There was no need to worry that it would not be sold. I've finally had some gains after entering this Gu formation. Fan Yuan's mind started to think deeply. He was not rushing towards the center, he was starting to explore this desolate land of purple sand. As expected, a moment later, he had another discovery while flying. In the purple sand, there was a white veil that resembled a handkerchief that attracted his gaze. He quickly descended, feeling joy after inspecting it. The aura could not be fake. This was another rank 8 immortal material. But the quality was slightly lower than the bee wing earlier, there was no light from down marks. Fan Yuan held it in his hands. The immortal material did not disintegrate after leaving the purple sand. It seems that immortal materials of this level are no longer affected by the power of the purple sand. Fan Yuan squeezed it. This immortal material was very soft, it could be molded into different forms. So this is not a veil, but a piece of cloud? Fan Yuan observed carefully, feeling surprised. This was like a fragment of a cloud, but it contained a huge amount of cloud path Dao marks. Is this? Fan Yuan's felt excitement. He activated his goo worms and spat out a mouthful of water vapor. When this immortal material was covered in water vapor, it became lighter and floated out of Fan Yuan's hands. It rose into the sky and turned into a tiny cloud in the form of a phoenix. The phoenix's wings moved slowly, as the cloud danced in the air. Fan Yuan's body shook. He was overjoyed. As expected, this is a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix's body. Fan Yuan's heart was pounding. This Cloud Phoenix was not a life form from the 5 regions, it was a mystical creature that only existed in White Heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. It was not born with a phoenix bloodline, instead it was an ancient cloud that would not face destruction even after 10,000 years in White Heaven. After having a phoenix's aura or blood transmitted and spread through it, the cloud would slowly turn into a living being. Thus, its body was very special, it was neither made of flesh and blood nor clouds. The Cloud Phoenix fragment that Fan Yuan obtained was less than a fraction of the Cloud Phoenix's true body, but the Cloud Path Dao marks inside could be used to refine a rank 6 immortal goo at least 10 times as the main material. The discovery of the Cloud Phoenix affirmed Fan Yuan's earlier guess. He continued exploring. Not long after, he circulated entirely around the Purple Desert. He had huge gains. Counting his gains, he had a total of 18 of such immortal materials. The Dao mark varieties covered the majority of goo paths, among which 3 materials had a lot of Star Path or Wisdom Path Dao marks. They were very helpful in refining Star Thought immortal goo. One could say that with these 3 immortal materials, Fan Yuan could forget about Blazing Heaven Demonis and refine the goo himself. Of course, because of the change in immortal materials, the recipe of Star Thought immortal goo would have to change as well. But Fan Yuan was not afraid of this. He could use the light of wisdom to easily do it. He was also a Wisdom Path Grandmaster now. It was not difficult to deduce. Even though the immortal materials that I collected are incredibly precious, they are only a small part of the corpses' bodies. The goo immortal who created this place, they actually used so many precious immortal materials. Are they trying to refine a rank 9 immortal goo? Fan Yuan could not help but guess. In the process of collecting immortal materials, he started to realize something. This desolate land of purple sand once had an incredibly profound refinement path goo formation. Combined with these fragmented immortal materials, it was likely that the goo immortal had a grand ambition. They were trying to refine an immensely powerful immortal goo. But it was a pity, the goo refinement failed and a huge explosion occurred. Not only was the refinement path goo formation destroyed, with only debris left, most of the goo refinement immortal materials were destroyed, only these fragments remained. Regardless of who it is, or what organization it is, they are most likely dead from the explosion. If not for that, this goo formation would not be left unmaintained for such a long time. The immortal material fragments here would not be scattered everywhere without anyone taking them. Even though the immortal materials were just remnants after the explosion, they were very valuable. With rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials involved, even rank 8 goo immortals would be moved. If old ancestor Shui, who knew that Fan Yuan had such a large number of precious immortal materials, he would forget about his face and come to find trouble with Fan Yuan in a hurry. In order to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, old ancestor Shui, who was already going bankrupt trying to find the supplementary immortal materials, even though he had Ma Hong Yun as the main material. If not for that, he would not thrown away his face as a rank 8 great expert, and have gone to Zombie Alliance's graveyard to steal immortal zombie corpses in place of the materials. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's worry eased slightly. Since this mysterious and powerful goo immortal, or goo immortal organization, was gone, this trip was much less dangerous now. Fan Yuan looked around. He saw that there was something new in the desolate land of purple sand. Sigh. In the endless depths of history, who knows how many truths of the past has been buried, how many incredible people died inconspicuously without anyone knowing. The commotion stirred up by them fades eventually, legends disappear. Getting rid of these thoughts, Fan Yuan came to the center of the desolate land of purple sand. This was the only area he had not explored yet in this entire desolate land. Even though he obtained many immortal materials, Fan Yuan was still slightly disappointed. In his previous life, rumors said that there was a way to get rid of his immortal zombie body and revive, but why has he not found it yet? Fan Yuan's intuition was, at the central area of this desolate land, it should be the center of the Gu formation as well. If it was not here, then Fan Yuan would never find it elsewhere. Looking around, at the center of the desolate land, there was only small fragmented purple sand. This was the center of the explosion. The purple sand was much finer than outside. There were no immortal materials. He looked around, there were nothing. But under Fan Yuan's investigative methods, he made a discovery of some remnants of the Gu formation deep under the purple sand. This is indeed the central control area of the entire place. What an amazing person! This is actually a multi-layered Gu formation, having such an incredible design. This must be the work of a formation path great Grand Master. Fan Yuan inspected as he felt shock internally. It turned out that the entire space was mainly focused on using the refinement path Gu formation, but what originally built this space, including the space path formation, was only a supplementary formation outside the refinement path Gu formation. Other than the space path Gu formation, Fan Yuan also found many defensive Gu formations, some food path Gu formations, and some phantom path Gu formations. Food path throughout history had never been widely spread, it was even rarer today. Fan Yuan did not understand much about it, but he had heard that food path was specialized in feeding Gu worms. The food path supplementary Gu formation here should be used to feed these Gu worms. After all, a Gu formation needs countless Gu worms to work together in combination. There are still 2 or 3 food path Gu formations in use here. It is hard to imagine that after the great explosion, the Gu formation here is still working. Maybe that is the reason why the outermost space path Gu formation is still functioning. This discovered unraveled one mystery for Fan Yuan. This is a phantom path Gu formation? As he continued to observe, Fan Yuan made a new discovery. This phantom path Gu formation was already destroyed, but there were 2 or 3 mortal Gu left, buried deep in the purple sand. They are not moving and were barely alive, using the food path Gu formation to maintain their lives. Fan Yuan had even less knowledge regarding phantom path. But during the Battle of Tai Chiu, Dong Fang Chang Fan had once used a ruined bat corpse to set up a huge phantom formation. If not for that, Fan Yuan would not have recognized this Gu formation immediately. The phantom formation turns the entire Gu formation into a phantom and prevents outside attacks from destroying the Gu formation. Maybe this is the reason why the Gu formation survived the great explosion. Refinement path Gu immortals with such attainment levels have their own refinement path Gu formations, and also many supplementary Gu formations on top of the refinement path Gu formation. Using these Gu formations, the refinement path Gu worms will be twice as effective for half the effort. They would save a lot of time and energy. For example, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has an exquisite refinement path Gu formation. It is known as the best formation for refinement path in Northern Plains demonic path. It is said that this Gu formation is also a multi-layered Gu formation, using a total of 12 different Gu formations. Fan Yuan's thoughts churned. He could set up some refinement path Gu formations as well. But these Gu formations were very superficial. After all, they had to do with his formation path attainment. Fan Yuan's formation path attainment level was very low. A person has limited energy, and even more limited time. Fan Yuan had some accomplishments in certain aspects. He naturally had areas where he was inferior to other people. Chapter 937. Life and Death Immortal Aperture. The Gu formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was not set up by old ancestor Shui Hu. He was a rank 8 great expert, but he could not set up such a Gu formation. To set up this Gu formation, old ancestor Shui Hu personally went to ask the number 1 formation path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, Sun Ming Lu, for help. Sun Ming Lu was a righteous path Gu immortal. He had a firm personality, and refused to cooperate. Old ancestor Shui Hu knew that he could not be forceful. He put down his status and asked him for help numerous times. After 7 invitations, in which old ancestor Shui Hu talked about Lady Wan Shou at the final time, Sun Ming Lu finally was convinced. Even though Sun Ming Lu was someone with extremely firm will, he treasured love and loyalty. Old ancestor Shui Hu was setting up the refinement path Gu formation for his beloved wife. Their love touched him, therefore he helped. This matter caused a huge commotion in the Northern Plains Gu immortal world back then. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Sun Ming Lu fought intensely with the Central Continent Gu immortals. He set up a Gu formation that prevented the Central Continent Gu immortals from advancing. Eventually, the Gu formation was broken, and Sun Ming Lu died. After he died, someone made a biography of him. Inside Sun Ming Lu, the matter about old ancestors Shui whose invitation was recorded clearly. According to my deduction using this Gu formation's remains, it has at least 30 layers. The 12-layered Gu formation that Sun Ming Lu made caused him to become the publicly recognized number 1 formation path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. Then the Gu Immortal who made this arrangement here must be a great Grand Master. Or rather, they could even be a Supreme Grand Master. Supreme Grand Master. The attainment level above Great Grand Master, a transcendent realm. For example, the 3 Supreme Grand Masters in Refinement Path, Long Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tian Nan, and Old Immortal Kong Ju. All 3 of them were unprecedented and unique, they had achievements that could not be surpassed. Food Path Gu Formation, Phantom Path Gu Formation, Metal Path Gu Formation, Strength Path Gu Formation. Fan Yuan's eyes shined brightly. His gaze pierced past the purple sand and looked into all the traces of the Gu formations. His heart gradually sank. He had not forgotten his original goal. Looking at the situation, there was little hope of obtaining a revival method. These Gu formations were all near the brink of destruction. Mortal Gu inside were barely alive. There was 0 immortal Gu left. Maybe because the strong received the greatest burden, the explosion destroyed all of the immortal Gu. Or maybe it was because the 2 or 3 food path Gu formations could not feed the immortal Gu, and as time passed, they all starved to death. Eventually, Fan Yuan found a wisdom path Gu formation that was extremely tattered at the deepest level. This was the 7th wisdom path Gu formation that he had discovered. The Gu formation was so fragmented that Fan Yuan bore no hope. But he took a glance and realized that there was an unexpected gain in this Gu formation. There were some thoughts left behind in this tattered Gu formation. These thoughts were in a state of complete rest. It was probably the effect of this wisdom path Gu formation. Since there were thoughts, they could interact. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, he mustered his strength, and started to deduce this wisdom path Gu formation. He was very careful. This wisdom path Gu formation was like a building that was going to collapse. Fan Yuan needed to act very meticulously. Thankfully, he was a wisdom path grandmaster already. He had a high attainment level. A moment later, he deciphered this relatively simple wisdom path Gu formation, and successfully invaded it, controlling this delicate Gu formation. Next, he sent out thoughts into the Gu formation and started to interact with the thoughts that were at rest. After using up more than 80 years, this Gu formation is finally complete. In the next few hundred years, or even thousands of years, I will be refining Gu here. I became an immortal zombie. Even though I am not restricted by lifespan, my mind is no longer as agile. Thus, I asked Yellow to add in this small Gu formation and store my thoughts so that they can help me think. This Gu formation is too useful. Not only can it help me refine Gu, it can also conceal us from the perception of heaven's will. Using only 200 years, I successfully refined 8 soul path immortal Gu, among which 6 are rank 7, and 2 are rank 8. Every year, they send me lots of immortal materials. I would never have imagined this day where I would not be able to use up my immortal materials. I have countless immortal materials, this is so blissful. I should start to attempt those incomplete immortal Gu recipes. An unexpected surprise occurred today when refining Gu. I tried to complete the immortal Gu recipe of Devour Soul Immortal Gu, but in the end I refined an immortal Gu with an unknown effect. Even though it is also a soul path immortal Gu, I will let the others do the work of testing its effect. My Gu refinement failed. 3 of my defensive Gu formations were destroyed. Even my main refinement path Gu formation was damaged. That liar in Treasure Yellow Heaven, that unscrupulous merchant. He dared to use a tampered immortal material to deceive me. I will tear out his tendons and pull out his skin to vent my hatred. That unscrupulous merchant was already punished. Azure is really amazing. These days, Yellow arrived and repaired all of the Gu formations. I can refine Gu again. Purple came to inform me to be careful. Azure has met with trouble. It turns out that the unscrupulous merchant Gu Immortal who deceived me was a pawn of Heavenly Court. Fate. It still exists. Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not manage to destroy it thoroughly. It is the assistant of accursed heaven. It will be destroyed one day. Azure's problem is getting more and more serious. Sacrificing any one of us 7 is a huge loss to all of us. I harmed him, but he has already made up his mind. Maybe I can try that now. Before leaving, he took that soul path immortal Gu, so that immortal Gu's effect is like this. I hope it can help him out. Azure failed, his state is so pitiful, he is only one step from complete annihilation. Yellow barely managed to preserve his life, but his injuries cannot be healed, it can only be fixed through time. This would take at least hundreds or thousands of years. Our greatest battle strength has been lost. Azure's failure made me realize something fully: our previous methods will not work. We are all born with flaws, heaven and earth will not tolerate our existence. As Green, I must comprehend the profound meaning of life and death. Nobody is more suited for this mission than me. We can only restart if I can find a way to truly revive and obtain an immortal aperture that is full of vitality. At this point, Fan Yuan's heart shook, he showed some excitement on his face. Currently, it seems that this is a strong and mysterious organization. The members refer to each other with code names, among which are yellow, green, purple, azure. If they have a total of 7 members, they probably use the colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple? I will call this organization 7 Rainbows for now. Fan Yuan paused in his speculations. He continued to send his thoughts into the goo formation, interacting with the motionless thoughts inside the goo formation. The following thoughts were missing a huge chunk. They were no longer as closely connected as the previous ones. It seems that each thought was made after a long period of time. My attempt succeeded. Today, I found another revival method, but to me, what significance does such an ordinary revival method have? I do not need it. Blue obtained a goo immortal inheritance. It was left behind by old immortal Kong Ju in Central Continent. He had researched deeply into the 10 extreme physiques. I have great gains from this. No, I have immense gains. Yellow and purple worked together and obtained an inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of Limitless Demon Venerable. His achievements in Rule Path are unprecedented and might never be surpassed. Even I am vastly inferior. Limitless Demon Venerable is correct. There is life and death and life. Life and death can be interchanged. Except that under normal circumstances, turning from life to death is a natural process, it flows smoothly. But to turn from death to life, it would be extremely difficult, like traveling upstream. Meanwhile, immortal zombies are stuck between life and death. They are the manifestation of the profound mysteries of life and death. Life has its advantages, death has its uses. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture might be a dead aperture, but it is safe from calamities and tribulations. This is a huge advantage of death. Limitless Demon Venerable's direction is correct. I should move forward in this aspect. I am sure to make shocking achievements. I succeeded. This is an unimaginable result. Limitless Demon Venerable was incredibly talented. Actually, he was only some steps away from success. An immortal zombie's dead aperture is extremely precious. It has many uses. If this result is exposed, the entire goo immortal world would be shaken. Even I myself was shocked immensely. Next, Fan Yuan got more and more stunned as his eyes burst with shining light. His expression visibly changed. According to these thoughts, when a goo immortal cultivates, they should first turn into an immortal zombie and obtain a dead immortal aperture. Next, they would revive, obtaining a life and death immortal aperture. This immortal aperture has 2 layers. One layer is of life, and the other layer is of death. Life and death are able to coexist with each other and are interchangeable. It would be an immense help to the goo immortal in terms of cultivating or undergoing tribulations. Ordinary goo immortal who are alive or filled with vitality and cannot control death. Ordinary immortal zombies have death energy emanating in their dead apertures. They have death without life. They could only contain the mysteries of death. The former had too much vitality. With such immense fortune, heaven would seek balance. Thus, every once in a while, there would be heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, to create losses to the goo immortal. The latter was full of death energy, and had no calamities or tribulations, but would slowly disintegrate, and could not contain cultivation resources. The immortal aperture that Fan Yuan obtained when ascending had already disintegrated by more than half. In time, it would completely disappear, the entire immortal aperture would vanish. By then, Fan Yuan would only have his mortal dead aperture left. But according to this cultivation method contained in the thoughts, I can use the dead aperture as the core and fuse life and death during the process of revival, condensing them into one aperture, and form the life and death immortal aperture, to control life and death to a certain degree. With this life and death immortal aperture, the power of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities I face from now on would be halved. Most importantly, the Tao marks I obtain would not be reduced at all. Fan Yuan was greatly moved. Any goo immortal would be moved. If this method really works, then it would truly shock the entire goo immortal world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire world would go into chaos. Chapter 938. Successfully returning to the city. With a whooshing sound. At a nook of the Yaksha octopus's cave, a green light shined brightly as the surrounding darkness was repelled. As the jade green light faded, a figure appeared at the place which was previously empty. It was Fan Yuan, having just come out of the space created by the goo formation. He had used fixed immortal travel immortal goo, and this place had been specially arranged earlier, when he explored the Yaksha octopus's underground cave. He had set up many mortal goo here, forming a simple and crude goo formation. There was nothing that could be done about it. Fan Yuan's formation path attainment was very low. He could only use goo formations of this level. The goo formation could only conceal most of the disturbance, but fixed immortal travel was, after all, an immortal goo. When Fan Yuan appeared, this mortal goo formation immediately broke apart. Some aura leaked out. Fan Yuan quickly used his methods to get rid of these traces. But soon, he heard the growling of desolate beasts as well as the movement of the Yaksha octopuses in the cave. The surrounding Yaksha octopuses are back already? Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He took action rapidly, eliminating the immortal goo aura before the Yaksha octopuses returned, and quickly left. The Yaksha octopuses felt the aura of the immortal goo and were stirred up, but when they arrived, there were no traces remaining. The octopuses searched around and saw nothing. Their uncertainty gradually vanished. They turned around and left. If they were goo immortals, they would not be so easy to fool. Desolate beasts lacked intelligence, thus Fan Yuan could easily deal with them. Before long, he returned to the battlefield with the mouth earthworm. It was a messy scene. Most of the Yaksha octopuses had retreated, while the northern plains immortal zombies were nowhere to be found. A huge gorge, like a long scar along the earth trench, was displayed in front of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's lips curled up. He smiled silently. He knew that this gorge was dug by the mouth earthworm. Mouth earthworms were creatures that primarily lived under the surface. They stayed there most of the time, only coming to the surface when hunting for food. After devouring the prey rapidly, they would dig back under the soil and stop moving. At the same time, their bodies would shrink at a shocking rate, turning from gigantic fat masses to being like bamboo poles. At this time, the thick meat in their bodies would squeeze together tightly. The unique apparatus in their flesh, countless sharp bony teeth, would rotate and grind the prey into flesh and blood. This mouth earthworm swallowed me, but I used fixed immortal travel inside its body to escape. It failed to hunt its prey. It would definitely rage and fight with the northern plains immortal zombies. The mouth earthworm is not their match. It does not have wisdom. It is bound to lose. But this wild beast has the instincts to escape, and it is very good at it. Once it is injured to an extent, it would dig into the soil and escape from the battle. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with eerie light. If not for this, he would not have chosen to use the mouth earthworm to escape from the immortal zombies' sights. Previously in Dark Flow Giant City, he had obtained information about Dragon Commander Yicha and the others. He knew that they did not have an effective way to deal with the underground mouth earthworm. Their investigative methods could not bypass the abundant earth path down marks on the mouth earthworm. Thus Fan Yuan dared to use fixed immortal travel immortal goo inside its body. Thus, even though there were many individuals among the northern plains immortal zombies, and they had great battle strength, they could not do anything to this mouth earthworm for a period of time. Especially when the mouth earthworm did not want to fight, and was using all its efforts to escape. Battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old ancestor Shui, who with rank 8 cultivation level could fight against both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and force them to retreat, he had incredible battle strength. But to create the goo formation, he still needed to ask Sun Ming Lu 7 times. Even rank 9 venerables were like this. In the history of goo immortals, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine goo for them. There were all sorts of paths in goo cultivation. That meant that specialists tackled their own fields. Even if a person cultivates a path to rank 9, they would still be lacking proficiency in other areas. After all, there was a limit to their energy. Unless they had a lot of time, or a certain degree of fortuitous encounters. The mouth earthworm escaped, while the northern plains immortal zombies chased. The traces of battle extended along the way. During this journey, many things could be seen: pits created from explosions, blood inside the gorges, most likely the mouth earthworm's blood. Other than that, there were also many pieces of the corpses of earth trenches creatures that were drawn into the chaos. In order to live, the mouth earthworm was going all out. This helped Fan Yuan conceal his traces to a large extent. One side chased, while the other escaped. This extended battlefield had been formed. Seeing the intense fighting along the way, Fan Yuan smiled lightly. In order to escape, the mouth earthworm must have panicked and led the Northern Plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Good, the more chaotic this scene is, the more advantageous for me. This is just like what I had calculated earlier. Next, Fan Yuan followed along the traces of battle and flew rapidly, his body submerging into the darkness. The Northern Plains immortal zombies were flying dejectedly. Their injuries were not light, they were in pathetic states, with ashen expressions. What can we do? Xing Xiangzi died. How can we explain this to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness? Sigh, we did our best. Assaulting the mouth earthworm along the way, we went through the territories of 5 fierce beasts, among which 3 are ancient desolate beasts. Keep in mind, this is the Earth Trench. I have never acted so crazy before. Unfortunately, our efforts were in vain. This mouth earthworm fell into the acid bog. It had completely dissolved. Xing Xiangzi was not spared. There's no way we can sacrifice our lives for him, right? In my opinion, Xing Xiangzi was too careless. Acting so careless in Earth Trench, he was simply courting death. The immortal zombies spoke quietly. Only the leader, Dragon Commander Yi Chao, was silent. He had the highest status among these people. He was the leader. He held the biggest responsibility towards Xing Xiangzi's demise. Thinking about Blazing Heaven Demoness, Dragon Commander Yi Chao's heart felt extremely heavy. Everyone, we finally meet again. Fan Yuan turned into Xing Xiangzi, appearing in front of the immortal zombies. Eh? At once, the Northern Plains immortal zombies were stunned. Xing Xiangzi? Dr. Yin Xian called out. His gaze was full of joy. The other immortal zombies were the same. Even Landlord Lei Yu looked at Fan Yuan, feeling that it was very pleasing to see this old man. How did you escape? An immortal zombie asked. This question was in everyone's minds. Several gazes were all focused on Fan Yuan's face. Fan Yuan was prepared for this. He gave his explanation. Alas! When I was trapped inside the mouth earthworm's stomach, the surrounding flesh squeezed me, and numerous teeth started rotating. In that dangerous state, I used my immortal goo for an immortal killer move, sealing myself into star ice. This is my strongest defensive move. It was able to block the teeth. But there was a drawback. I could not move at all, not just my body, but my thoughts as well, therefore I could not think. The star ice would only exist for a short period of time, but I believed that everyone would save me. All I had to do was to wait until the star ice melted, and when I regained my freedom, I found that I was buried under some rubble. So that's it. Dr. Yin Xian realized. Xing Xiangzi must have fell out when we were chasing the mouth earthworm and fighting in the chaotic battle, creating wounds that tore its flesh open. South close, so close. Xing Xiangzi, you were really lucky. The immortal zombies did not have any suspicions. Dragon Commander Yi Cha heaved a sigh of relief. That is good. Do you still need to collect Star Knight mucus? Fan Yuan's face changed. He showed a hesitant expression, saying, Forget it. I was unlucky now. Let's go back and rest first. We will talk about it later. The immortal zombies glanced at each other, secretly laughing inside about Xing Xiangzi's timidness. But after such an intense battle, their bodies were in bad shape as well, thus everyone agreed to return to Dark Flow Giant City and rest. As for the remaining Star Knight mucus, that was a problem for later. A few days later. Dark Flow Giant City. In the secret room, the refinement path goo formation was shining with a dazzling light. The light shined on Fan Yuan's face, but now, his mind was elsewhere. Possible, this is totally possible, Fan Yuan said internally. He was using the goo formation to process the goo refinement materials on the surface, but he was actually inside his dead aperture, controlling goo worms to do an experiment. He was very vigilant. Even though he obtained a revival method in Earth Trench, it had a dubious origin. Fan Yuan had to experiment on it and test if it was usable. The results all proved that this revival method was usable. Fan Yuan was excited and deeply moved. Looking back over the past, Fan Yuan had been collecting revival methods ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, facing many difficulties. The first revival method he collected, of Time Path, that was to use man as before immortal goo with time anchor immortal goo to revive himself. But though this method might have great potential, it was only a conjecture. To complete it, he needed to cooperate with Shark Demon and invest an immense amount of time and resources into it. Next, Fan Yuan found the possession method from Dong Fang Changfan's soul. Using this, he could achieve the target of getting rid of his immortal zombie state. But if he used this method, not only would there be questions on whether the body would suit his soul, and the aptitude of the body, but the second aperture that Fan Yuan had put in so much effort to obtain would be gone for good. Following that, Fan Yuan obtained a method of using a 10 extreme physique immortal ascension to get rid of the immortal zombie state from Feng Ji and Huang at the Refinement Path Convention. This method was even less plausible. It was suited for mortal goo masters. Fan Yuan was already an immortal zombie. He would need to use his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension. He did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques either. He had insufficient aptitude. Even though he had blood skull goo, he already had Dao marks in his body. He could not use mortal goo to raise his aptitude. Finally, in the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World, Feng Jin Huan told Fan Yuan another revival method. Using theory involving transformation path, in combination with everlasting goo, he could achieve a permanent transformation that was the same as revival. But what was the way to refine everlasting goo? Fan Yuan did not know. If someone else had everlasting immortal goo, the situation would be even worse. Fan Yuan did not excel greatly in transformation path either. These methods, even though they could succeed, they all had drawbacks and could not be achieved easily. But as the saying goes, one determined to work hard would not be disappointed. After so much turmoil and difficulties, Fan Yuan finally found the best and most suitable method for himself inside Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Chapter 939. Dual 10 Extreme Physique Rank 9 Demon Venerable? Since the creator had yet to name the method, Fan Yuan gave it a tentative name, Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival Method. The true value of this method was absolutely priceless. If it were to be leaked out to the public, the whole cultivation world would be shaken and the current situation of the world would change. Countless goo immortals, even the secluded rank 8s, would start researching it immediately with their full efforts and attempt to use the method. Once a large portion of goo immortals obtained this method, from then on, the number of goo immortals in all the 5 regions would start to increase explosively, and in unprecedented fashion. Because the Life and Death Immortal Aperture contained the mysteries of both life and death, it could reduce the might of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. And the extent of that reduction was as high as an entire 50%. What did that imply? The cultivation journeys of goo immortals had 2 difficulties that they had to pass. One was that of limited lifespan and the other was the presence of calamities and tribulations. Increasing cultivation level could not increase lifespan, thus goo immortals could only seek out other methods to prolong their lifespans by all means possible. Ignoring that for the time being. Right now, calamities and tribulations were to be emphasized. Goo immortal would face calamities and tribulations once in a while. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were like blades of an executioner hanging over the heads of goo immortals. During times of peace, most goo immortals would die as a result of calamities and tribulations. Countless records within history and practical examples and experiences in real life serve to remind goo immortals time and time again about how terrifying and fatal these threats were. Calamities and tribulations were unpredictable and their power was not equal, instead the difficulty increased gradually. Goo immortals needed to work hard in their cultivation and raise their strength continuously to have a chance of passing the tribulations. And cultivation was not simply a theoretical matter. Resources for cultivation were required, like immortal materials, immortal goo, immortal killer moves, immortal goo houses and so on. An immortal aperture was the best place to cultivate and harvest immortal materials. Because the environment of the immortal aperture was special, it had many down marks and could grow relevant immortal materials that were suitable for the goo immortal, in accordance with their situation. Moreover, time flowed much faster in the immortal aperture when compared to the 5 regions, thus the immortal materials could be harvested more frequently, and provide higher gains overall. There was another reason as well. Nurturing cultivation resources in the immortal aperture could be done much more safely, and they could be carried around with the person conveniently. It was quite dangerous to place immortal materials outside. Not only could they be easily seized by others, there could also be overbearing experts like Blazing Heaven Demonists who would even attempt to destroy them if they were unable to obtain them. However, the problem was that every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would result in heavy negative repercussions on the immortal aperture. It was already not a simple matter for goo immortals to pass calamities and tribulations. To prevent damage to the entirety of their immortal aperture was nearly impossible. The cultivation resources that were stored in the immortal aperture would often be destroyed to a large extent. Goo immortals would have to once again accumulate the cultivation resources to continue their cultivation. There were even some who might have to start all over from scratch. If that happened, a vicious cycle would be formed. Accumulating cultivation resources, cultivating, increasing in strength, passing tribulations. Reaccumulating resources, cultivating, increasing in strength slowly, passing even tougher tribulations. The calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger, while their resources would need to be accumulated all over again each time, greatly delaying the growth of the strength of the Goo immortal. The strength of many Goo immortals might be insufficient for keeping up with the required speed, their growth might even sometimes be stagnant, so how could they cope with the even more terrifying calamities and tribulations? Thus, since ancient times, countless Goo immortals had lost everything to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities and perished. Hu immortal was a typical example. She had passed 4 earthly calamities, but at the 5th calamity, she encountered a blue charm lightning shadow and died due to it. Her obsession turned into the land spirit of Hu immortal blessed land, which was finally obtained by Fang Yuan. Of course, there was a method to reduce the threat, that was to move out the cultivation resources in advance. Previously, Fang Yuan had done this. But in fact, very few Goo immortals would do such a thing. They were obviously not foolish, so what was the reason? The reason was because of the targeting natures of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. For instance, a woodpath Goo immortal who moved out all their woodpath resources before facing a calamity or tribulation may instead end up attracting a fire path calamity or tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the immortal aperture would be greatly affected, gaining many fire path Dao marks, which would cause changes in the environment and temperature. When the woodpath Goo immortal brings back all the previously moved out cultivation resources, many of those resources would not be suitable to be cultivated in this completely new environment. On the contrary, if the woodpath resources were kept in the blessed land and attracted a woodpath tribulation, the immortal aperture's woodpath Dao marks would increase. Although there would be losses, the environment of the immortal aperture would become even more ideal. Countless examples of success and failure, countless summaries of the experiences of predecessors proved one thing clearly: keeping the resources when facing a tribulation was wiser than moving them away, and was even more beneficial for the Goo immortal's cultivation journey. Fan Yuan had previously moved out his resources, which led to a blood path calamity that was essentially unsuitable for the growth of the previous resources. However, Hu immortal blessed land was not compatible with his path, so this was not a big problem. Later on, when Tai Bai Yunxing faced the calamity in his immortal aperture, he chose to keep his resources even when aware of how severe the loss could be. It was because the immortal aperture that was undergoing an earthly calamity was his most essential foundation. Only after understanding this kind of information could one truly realize the terrifying value of the life and death immortal aperture method. Although Goo immortals were high and mighty above the masses, calamities and tribulations hung above their head, they had to cultivate endlessly, and make huge progress at every phase of their cultivation, and had to keep on making more progress, only then could they continue to survive. But if they had a life and death immortal aperture, everything would be different. It directly reduced the power of calamities and tribulations by 50%. With the sharp decrease in the power of calamities and tribulations, the loss of their cultivation resources would be less. While there would be no drop in the number of down marks gained, this was enough to benefit the cycle for the Goo immortal's cultivation. Accumulating cultivation resources, cultivating, increasing in strength, passing tribulations. On top the original foundation, one can continue to accumulate resources, cultivating even quicker, experiencing a greater increase in strength, and passing a slightly stronger tribulation. With just the living immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations would keep on growing stronger. Goo immortals could barely endure them as it was, and as their cultivation increased, it would be even more difficult for them to advance. And if they only had a dead immortal aperture, the immortal aperture would continue to crumble, resources could not be accumulated quickly, and there was no hope of progress, it was simply a doomed ending. However, a life and death immortal aperture created a cycle that allowed the Goo immortal's strength to snowball and accumulate, and have increasingly greater assurance in passing future tribulations. Undoubtedly, this was an accomplishment that surpassed the current era. It could change the whole Goo immortal world, the entire world would be revolutionized, the history of Goo masters would be changed henceforth. It might seem to be simply a revival method, but it contains such monstrous power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer just a simple revival method, it was a method of cultivation. This technique that had improved upon the foundation of limitless demon venerables concept was, without doubt, much more superior than the methods of cultivation that had been passed down for countless years. Such a grand feat, in the context of Earth's history, was like the invention of steam engine, electricity, and calculator. They had incredibly significant importance. The traditional Gu master cultivation methods were passed down from Renzu's era, and there were almost no changes done to it since. If the life and death immortal aperture method was publicized, it would be akin to the theory of general relativity of Einstein, which overthrew Newton's first law. If it were other Gu immortals, they might find it hard to accept this for a period of time, even thinking that this was an unrealistic fantasy. It might even be considered sacrilegious. After all, immortal zombies had low status, while this method placed much importance on their dead immortal apertures and instead held them in high regard. But Fan Yuan's own soul was from Earth. He had an open mind. The authority of the traditional way of Gu cultivation had not been deeply ingrained into his mind. At this moment, his mind was filled with exclamations of praise. The methods of humans continue to progress over time, history continues to be written. Gu cultivation can fully be regarded as another form of science, it continues to advance and develop with time. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless wise and capable geniuses who had glorious and brilliant accomplishments. But those of future generations stand on these shoulders of their predecessors. Using their foundations, they are able to have even more brilliant and splendid accomplishments. Like this mysterious great expert immortal zombie who invented the life and death immortal aperture revival method, they had stood on old immortal Kong Ju's shoulders. They used limitless demon venerables accomplishments in rule path and combined them with their own talents before they were finally able to create this improved cultivation method. Fan Yuan continued to ponder. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the profundity and brilliance of this revival method. During this short period of time, Fan Yuan could only scratch the surface of this brilliant technique, but he could not comprehend the essence and origin of this brilliance. He knew that following this method was the right course and the result would also be ideal for him. But he did not know what principles were involved in this method. The explanation for the life and death immortal aperture could be said to be simple, but the principles involved in it were something Fan Yuan could still not understand. The contents of the life and death immortal aperture revival method were not simple, they were very complex. Because it subdivided every Gu cultivation path into different revival methods, different Gu worms needed to be refined accordingly. For instance, Fan Yuan cultivated strength path, he needed a large amount of exert strength Gu, countless disappointment Gu, and many other types of supplementary Gu worms to finally create a multi-layered Gu formation. Fan Yuan carefully thought over these ideas, feeling that they were rather interesting. When mortals started cultivating, hope Gu was needed to awaken their aperture. This method, however, required disappointment Gu and exert strength Gu. Without hope, how could there be disappointment? Without disappointment, where would hope come from? Disappointment and hope, these two concepts stood as opposites to each other, but they coexisted together. It was just like the concept of life and death. If one was gone, the other also lacked the significance for a concept of it to be formed. Fan Yuan planned inwardly. Disappointment Gu and exert strength Gu are merely mortal Gu, so they are not difficult to gather. There are also corresponding Gu recipes here. I can order the hairy men to refine them day in and day out. Even if the amount required is large, I can complete it within 3 months. Once completed, I can immediately start my revival and obtain a life and death immortal aperture. Except that the life and death immortal aperture that would be obtained in this way was somewhat unsatisfactory. Because Fan Yuan's strength path immortal aperture was already mostly disintegrated. Using just the remaining dead immortal aperture as the base, the newly formed life and death immortal aperture would naturally be inferior. Be it the size, the environment, or its foundation, they would all be lacking. When Fan Yuan had been forced to ascend in northern plains, the foundation for his immortal aperture was not high in the first place. Its size was 3,500 square kilometers and the rate of time was 16 times that of the outside world. A low-grade blessed land has a size of 2,000 square kilometers at the maximum. It can draw in a small tributary of the river of time and create over 10 beads of immortal essence, while being a land of few resources. A medium-grade blessed land can have a size of 2,700 square kilometers to 4,000 square kilometers, draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the river of time, create over 20 beads of immortal essence, and have plentiful resources. Fan Yuan's previous strength path immortal aperture was only a medium-grade blessed land. Now, if he used his currently shrunken blessed land to revive, it will definitely be a low-grade blessed land, and it was very likely for it to be low-grade even among low grades. Without doubt, this would be unfavorable to Fan Yuan's future cultivation. However, there was a segment of content about the life and death immortal aperture revival method which excited Fan Yuan greatly. During the refinement process, he could use other strength path immortal zombies' corpses as immortal materials and refine them in a goo formation. This would increase the grade of the life and death immortal aperture created. His low-grade blessed land could return to medium grade, and as long as there were sufficient strength path immortal zombies, he might even be able to raise his blessed land to high grade. When immortal zombies die, their aperture would completely dissipate and the down marks in the aperture would stay in the immortal zombie body. Thus, immortal zombie bodies were rich with down marks and were special kinds of immortal materials. If not for this, old ancestor Shui who would not have shamelessly sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard to steal the corpses. At the final part of this segment, it was clearly recorded, if one could obtain a great strength true martial physique immortal zombie body and used it during the revival process, the life and death immortal aperture created would surpass that of a high-grade blessed land and become a super-grade blessed land. And after the immortal zombie revives, they would possess the great strength true martial physique. Because He Lu Lan had advanced into an immortal with the great strength true martial physique and possessed a super-grade blessed land, Fan Yuan understood many things regarding it. A super-grade blessed lands has a vast space of over 6,700 square kilometers every year. The amount of immortal essence it produces would surpass 50 beads. The rate of time is even faster, thus precious resources can be obtained in extremely short intervals. Furthermore, the great strength true martial physique can increase my battle strength by several times. Fan Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. From this point, one could also discern that the life and death immortal aperture method was an excellent method to raise a goo immortal's aptitude. The 10 extreme physiques. They had extremely great power, but their flaws were even bigger. Because time flowed faster, calamities and tribulations came quicker and more frequently, they might becoming increasingly terrifying. For the cultivation of goo immortals, this was a big taboo. One could find out from history that none of the 10 supreme venerables had one of the 10 extreme physiques. Even among rank 8 goo immortals, it was extremely rare for someone to possess one of the 10 extreme physiques. In short, a person with one of the 10 extreme physiques could be unrivaled among those of the same rank and could even fight against those that exceeded their rank, but they did not have the potential to grow and simply could not live for long under the barrage of calamities and tribulations. However, this huge flaw did not exist to Fan Yuan. There was only one reason for that: he possessed the life and death immortal aperture revival method. And a life and death immortal aperture reduced the might of calamities and tribulations by half. This lowered the danger to a completely acceptable level and formed a much more beneficial cycle. I can at most obtain a high-grade blessed land by gathering ordinary strength path immortal zombie bodies. But if I can gather the body of an immortal zombie of one of the 10 extreme physiques, I can possess the great strength true martial physique and own a super-grade blessed land. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations would have their might reduced by half. As long as I have enough time to cultivate, my strength will continue to grow, and I would have a chance at vying for that supreme throne of rank 9. Fan Yuan's eyes burned with the flames of passion. Rank 9 venerables were invincible in the world. This was a publicly recognized fact. If since ancient times there has not been a 10 extreme physique venerable, did that imply that they would be the strongest even among the rank 9 venerables? In this world, the greatest in strength in all of history? I also have my first mortal aperture. If my revival goes smoothly, I can use this method again to cultivate time path and change my first mortal aperture to a super-grade blessed land. At that time, not only will I have the great strength true martial physique, I will also have the desolate ancient moon physique. Dual 10 extreme physique! And with time, a dual 10 extreme physique venerable? Thinking of this, Fan Yuan almost shed tears. In the 500 years of his previous life and in this life, he had wandered from place to place, enduring many hardships and taking risks amidst life and death. Finally, now, at this moment, he found a hopeful path that could lead him to the grand ambition of immortality. Eternal life seemed to be an illusory goal, but if one did not have sufficient strength, then it was a target that was impossible to pursue to begin with. Strength path immortal zombies are already few in numbers. Since I have joined Zombie Alliance, I am unable to target the Alliance members. Great strength, true martial physique, immortal zombie. Where can I find one? Humph. Right now, there is only one optimal target, He Lu Lan. At that instant, Fan Yuan's eyes shined with a ferocious light. Although I cooperated with you to escape from Imperial Court Blessed Land and have obtained many benefits later on, having a rather pleasant experience, for the ambition that I seek, you have to be sacrificed. A faint smile appeared on Fan Yuan's face. Ruthless. Callous. Chapter 940. Fan Yuan's plans. Since he obtained the life and death immortal aperture revival method, Fan Yuan naturally wanted to make as much use of it as he could. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or now, cultivation aptitude was always a big regret for Fan Yuan. Now that he could fix this, Fan Yuan was extremely happy to do so. Most importantly, the life and death immortal aperture revival method for the 10 extreme physiques was too enticing, the advantage it gave towards cultivating was too great. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were very rarely seen. Even if they appeared, they could not cultivate easily. There were even fewer of those with the great strength true martial physique that cultivated to Gu immortal level. And on this basis, those who turned into immortal zombies and still had their bodies intact might simply be non-existent. Fan Yuan checked historical records and his memories, but there were no clues. Thus, He Lu Lan was his easiest target, and also the most appropriate and realistic one. Or rather, she was his only target. But the problems in front of Fan Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lu Lan herself was a formidable person. She had both brains and brawn. In his previous life, she left her own mark in history. Such a person was not easy to deal with. She could risk her fight and battle all out while also scheming deeply. She could not be messed with casually. Secondly, He Lu Lan was not alone. She had the rank 7 Fairy Li Shan supporting her. They had a close relationship. They would not turn on each other. To deal with He Lu Lan, Fan Yuan would also have to deal with Fairy Li Shan. Thirdly, Fairy Li Shan, He Lu Lan, and Fan Yuan had an alliance agreement. Finally, and what was also Fan Yuan's biggest problem, He Lu Lan knew the truth of Imperial Court Blessed Land. If he did not handle it appropriately, she would tell this truth to the world. By then, Fan Yuan would be hunted down by all the Gu immortals in the world. The allure of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance would be so great that countless greedy Gu immortals would charge at him like a tsunami, completely drowning him. All in all, He Lu Lan was like a porcupine. If he was rash in dealing with her, not only might she be left unharmed, but he would also end up suffering major backlash. He Lu Lan, oh He Lu Lan, if not for the fact that you have the great strength true martial physique which helps my cultivation, I would not want to target you. Fan Yuan sighed internally. In the following days, Fan Yuan started his preparations on two aspects. On one hand, he needed to think about an appropriate way to harm He Lu Lan. On the other hand, he was refining Star Thought Immortal Gu while using letters to communicate with Fairy Li Shan on how to breach a contract. But days went by, he was making very slow progress in all of them. Ever since He Lu Lan realized her flaws, she made up her mind and focused on managing her blessed land. Since she could not hide inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land anymore, she hid outside and went missing. After Fan Yuan returned to Dark Flow Giant City, he took action to once again go to Earth Trench and collect Star Knight Mucus. After that, he used the Star Knight Mucus to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu, but he failed again. Fairy Li Shan had cultivated Earth Path in the past. She later cultivated Information Path mainly alongside Wood Path. She had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Her Information Path attainment was definitely higher than that of Fan Yuan. Earlier, she had gone against the agreement to deal with Dongfang tribe, but she was still alive and well now. This showed that not only was she skilled at making agreements, she was also able to break them. Information Paths specialized in agreements. To make a comparison, they were like locks that restricted both parties. Fairy Li Shan was like a locksmith. She was skilled at making locks. She was certain to be good at opening them. Fan Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan, even though they had an agreement, the deadline was approaching, thus this agreement was not trouble. The reason Fan Yuan gave Fairy Li Shan was, he needed to deal with the agreement for joining Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance in Eastern Sea. He was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot get He Lu Lan, I can only lower my expectations and collect a large number of Strength Path Immortal Zombies. If that happens, I will need to break the Zombie Alliance agreement so that I can steal bodies inside the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The careful Fan Yuan would naturally not put all of his eggs in one basket, he would make all kinds of preparations. Therefore, these last days, Fan Yuan had been asking for information path methods from Fairy Li Shan often. The results were minimal. On one hand, Fairy Li Shan was guarding against Fan Yuan. He had developed too rapidly, it already made this third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land feel threatened. Even though Fan Yuan offered a high price, she used the excuse of having to find immortal materials to reject him. Secondly, Fan Yuan had little understanding in regards to information path. With such low attainment, it was hard for him to learn something in this short period of time. Thirdly, was Zombie Alliance's agreement so easily broken? It was wishful thinking to expect Fan Yuan to be able to break it in such a short time. Even though he did not make any progress in information path, after interacting with Fairy Li Shan, Fan Yuan had a clear understanding of the fight between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land using his own knowledge from being inside Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's base. Blazing Heaven Demoness' tactic was very smart. These last days, she led the immortal zombies to attack the demonic path Goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land continuously. Many of the demonic path Goo immortals had low luck to begin with, it was hard to collect immortal materials. But now with the immortal zombies wreaking havoc, they faced even more problems, their gains were affected. Old Ancestor Shui Hu was helpless. The reason was simple, even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he was just one person. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully attacked Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with Old Ancestor Shui Hu's battle strength, it was uncertain who would win. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided that, she made use of Old Ancestor Shui Hu's weakness. This made Old Ancestor Shui Hu's life much more difficult. If he attacked, he would not be around to guard Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The defending Goo Immortals only had rank 7 cultivation level at the highest. Second leader Lady Wan Shou was skilled in refinement path, while third leader Fairy Li Shan cultivated information path. They both did not have high battle strength. If Old Ancestor Shui Hu went out to attack and was held up by an expert of the same rank, and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was ransacked by the other rank 8 immortal zombies, then that would turn him into the biggest laughingstock in Northern Plains. Especially that Blazing Heaven Demoness. She did not have limits to her conduct. Back then, she even burned a 9 Heavens fragment world, making it a lose-lose situation for everyone. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only a blessed land that was pieced together. It had lower defense than normal blessed lands. Old Ancestor Shui Hu had to guard against her. Thus, even though Old Ancestor Shui Hu had incredible battle strength against Zombie Alliance, he was at a disadvantage. He could not turn the situation around. Battle strength did not mean everything. Blazing Heaven Demoness experienced scheming made Old Ancestor Shui Hu suffer heavy losses, but he could not fight back effectively. Fan Yuan had no other choice but to be patient and focus his attention on refining Exert Strength Goo and Disappointment Goo. The Fan Yuan stone nests that he built were already at quite the sizes. Large numbers of hairy man slaves were working non-stop. The number of Exert Strength Goo and Disappointment Goo grew, but they were still far from the desired quantity. Even though Fan Yuan obtained those precious rank 8 immortal materials, he did not sell them yet, he kept them for now. Blazing Heaven Demoness was funding him in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. Every month, Fan Yuan's profits were used for refining Goo worms, feeding Immortal Goo, as well as developing Starform Blessed Land. He purchased large amounts of cloud soil, ordering Starform Land Spirit to arrange them. He wanted to build a giant 3-dimensional river system, using the ample space to cultivate star fragment grass. This had huge prospects. If it succeeded, the profits would not be lower than Guts Goo. But the initial investment was huge. Fan Yuan could only develop it one step at a time. He wanted to deal with He Lulan, but that might expose his crimes. It was too easy for He Lulan to expose the truth. Even though there was an alliance, she had Fairy Li Shan's help if she wanted to breach the contract. She had a greater advantage than Fan Yuan. All along, Fan Yuan had been feeling anxious. The investigation of the Central Continent Goo Immortals could not be making zero progress. Perhaps tomorrow, Central Continent Goo Immortals would come and attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was no way he could defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Once it was lost, Starform Blessed Land would be Fan Yuan's only place to retreat to. As the saying goes, a sly rabbit makes 3 dens, not to mention the old demon Fan Yuan. On this day, Fan Yuan was activating the Refinement Path Goo formation, processing a certain immortal material. Inside his dead aperture, moving perspective cup Goo activated, bringing a letter from Fairy Li Shan. Fan Yuan felt this was strange. This letter was actually Fairy Li Shan approaching him. Opening it, it was a letter requesting for help. As it turned out, Fairy Li Shan found traces of He Qing. He Qing was the father of He Lulan. She wanted to take revenge for her mother. He was someone she had to kill. Fairy Li Shan's letter asked Fan Yuan to come along and kill He Qing. He Qing's circumstances were not good. As a person who held power in the Superforce, He tribe, he went missing for a long time, the 100 Days battle, and by the time he reappeared, he was in a pathetic state, being hunted down secretly by He tribe itself. In fact, in order to save his life, He Qing sacrificed the rank 6 immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This was the symbol of strength in He tribe. It was also their trump card. He actually lost it. Even though He Qing had great authority, in this situation, he would still be punished according to the rules of the tribe. The immortal Gu House Dark Prison was not his. The core immortal Gu that made up the immortal Gu House came from the 4 supreme elders of He tribe. After the Central Continent Gu immortals divided up Dark Prison, they brought the immortal Gu back to their sex. One of the immortal Gu had already been forcefully refined by a Central Continent Gu immortal. Thus, the He tribe supreme elders learned about it. He Qing had committed a huge mistake. He needed to be punished. He Qing did not want to hand himself over. Before he participated in shadow sex activities, he had made an agreement with them. He could not expose any details regarding shadow sect. This alliance agreement had a strong restriction. He Qing could not explain the matter to his tribe. He could only escape. He tribe was unwilling to let him go. The immortal Gu house was extremely important. It affected their deterrence capability and strength. It had to be taken back. And He Qing was the clue. Thus, He tribe sent Gu immortals to capture He Qing. After both sides fought several times, He Qing narrowly escaped. As the commotion got larger, Fairy Li Shan learned about it. She and He Lulan discussed it. They felt that now was the best time to take revenge, after He Qing had been abandoned by his tribe. They needed to have greater numbers as assurance in killing a Gu immortal. Thus, Fairy Li Shan immediately contacted Fan Yuan. Before the alliance expired, they now had an excellent chance to make use of him. While it was true that the compensation that Fairy Li Shan gave was very profitable, Fan Yuan also had his own motives. This was a good opportunity. He Lulan had been staying hidden all this time. Only during a chaotic battle could Fan Yuan find a chance to take action. Chapter 941. Third Battle with He Qing. Escape. 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 A shadowy figure moved rapidly in the tall grass, like a flying snake. A moment later, the shadow vanished with a soft sound, and the flying stopped. He Qing crashed into the grass nearby. A clear stream was flowing, right beside him. He Qing breathed roughly. He was sprawled on the ground, not even having the strength to turn his body over. His current condition was terrible. His entire body was covered in wounds, some were deep until bones could be seen, some were still bleeding. Intense pain was assaulting him, but He Qing was already used to it. These injuries were all created when he fought intensely with the pursuers from He tribe. If He tribe was not trying to capture He Qing alive, with his current ability, there was no way he could have escaped so many times. I am already at my limits, huh? He Qing felt grim internally. He gritted his teeth and tried to get up. Seeing his reflection in the water, he smiled bitterly at himself. Originally, he was handsome and charming, having a gentlemanly disposition, but now his face was pale and his lips were green. His body was covered in blood while he escaped for his life. Suddenly, He Qing's pupils shrunk to pinpricks in size as he curled up his body, like a venomous snake that felt threatened. Who is it? He Qing's eyes shined with a sharp light. He shouted at a nearby bush. At the next moment, with a loud bang, air currents burst out as the grass was uprooted. A large pathway was created. He Lulan wore a mask as she stepped forward. Her eerie and dark eyes were burning with flames of hatred that had been etched into her. It is you! He Qing was shocked. He tried to stand up but his head was dizzy. His body shook intensely as he fell down helplessly. Thankfully, he did not collapse entirely. He managed to regain his balance, but he was half squatting with tightened muscles. His expression was ruthless, but he could not conceal the anxiety inside him. If he was captured by the He tribe Gu immortals, he might still be able to live, even though that was unlikely. But if he ended up in the hands of He Lulan, He Qing would be dead meat. His fate would be unthinkably miserable. He Qing, to think that you would end up like this! He Lulan walked towards him. Her body was straight like a spear. Across a small river, she looked down at him arrogantly. Fate was unpredictable. Who would have thought that Hei-Ching would end up in such a state? Hei Lu Lan had never expected this. Thus, when the perfect opportunity for revenge was right in front of her, other than hatred and anger deep inside her, she also felt a trace of pity. The father and daughter stared at each other. Hatred, grudges, all of their emotions were present. For a moment, time seemed to have stopped. "Don't look at me with that gaze!" Hei-Ching screamed. He struggled to get up. He could accept Hei Lu Lan's anger and hatred, but he could not stand that trace of pity in her eyes. I, the great Hei-Ching, do not need anyone's pity. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, the dark clouds in the sky moved as the surrounding grass swayed. Ripples appeared in the stream, as Fairy Li Shan's voice was heard in the wind. "Nice wind, nice scenery, this nameless location is a good place for you to die, Hei-Ching." Hei-Ching sneered. He could feel the hatred and killing intent in Fairy Li Shan's words. He turned his head around with difficulty, looking at the surroundings. "A tiger without power gets bullied by dogs, isn't there someone else? Why are you not coming out?" Fan Yuan quietly concealed himself nearby. He did not move and leaked no aura, as if he could not hear Hei-Ching's words. "You a tiger? You are just a dog who is struggling to survive on the verge of death. Thieving dog, prepared to lose your life." Hei Lu Lan no longer concealed the anger inside her. She took a big step and sent out a punch. In an instant, there was an explosion in the air as the air currents created from her punch burst out. Fan Yuan's mood was stirred. He felt a strong desire. This is only a mortal killer move, but with the amplification of the great strength true martial physique strength path Dao marks, its power could actually reach such a level. Before this punch landed on Hei-Ching, the latter already felt an intense feeling of stiflement. An immeasurable sense of danger filled him. If this punch landed, Hei-Ching would die on the spot. Escape! Hei-Ching gritted his teeth, activating countless goo worms. With a swoosh, he turned into a dark shadowy snake again, escaping towards the left side. Hei Lu Lan's punch missed. She quickly chased him. But Hei-Ching was very fast. In a few breaths of time, Hei Lu Lan was already dozens of meters behind. In fact, even though Hei-Ching lost the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison, he still had Immortal Goo Dark Arrow. During the 100 Days battle, in order to raise Hei-Ching's strength, Shadow Sect designed a set of Immortal Killer moves for him. This set of Immortal Killer moves used Dark Arrow Immortal Goo as the core. Right now, the dark snake that Hei-Ching had transformed into to escape was one of these Immortal Killer moves. "Hei-Ching, stay here." Fairy Li Shan took action. The surrounding grass grew wildly as flowers grew out of nowhere. Battlefield Killer Move, Pear Orchard. Hei-Ching's body froze, but he immediately broke out of the pear orchard and moved west to escape. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless strength path phantoms emerged from the tall grass, blocking Hei-Ching. Fan Yuan had not exposed the identity of Xing Xiangzi to Hei Lu Lan or Fairy Li Shan. Right now he was using his strength path battle strength. Fan Yuan secretly used his wisdom path techniques and deduced 3 possible escape paths. He quietly assigned his strength path phantoms to those areas in order to ambush him. While escaping, Hei-Ching accidentally went towards one of them, and was stalled by Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms. Even so, Hei Lu Lan was still a distance from Hei-Ching. Seeing that Hei-Ching was about to escape, Fairy Li Shan transmitted to Fan Yuan anxiously. "Quickly stop him!" Fan Yuan immediately showed his true form, using the true solid bat wings on his back to fly towards Hei-Ching. Fairy Li Shan frowned deeply. She could tell, with Fan Yuan's speed, he could not obstruct Hei-Ching. In truth, Fan Yuan was not planning to stop Hei-Ching either. Earlier, he had fought with Hei-Ching, but times were different now. Hei-Ching was Hei Lu Lan's weakness. As long as he was alive, he would be able to use Hei-Ching in order to scheme against Hei Lu Lan. Fan Yuan had originally wanted to use this chance to see if he could capture Hei Lu Lan. But after seeing Hei-Ching's severe injuries, he knew the chances were close to 0. If it were possible, Fan Yuan would rather let Hei-Ching go and let him escape. But because of the alliance agreement, he could not go overboard. Hei-Ching got rid of the obstacles. He gave Fan Yuan a look as he sneered. "You finally came out? It is a pity you cannot catch me." Saying so, he was about to use his immortal killer move to escape from this place. But right at this moment, the cry of an eagle resounded and almost tore his eardrums. A giant iron crown eagle phantom appeared behind Fan Yuan. His iron crown eagle's strength activated. As Fan Yuan's speed rose, he flew at lightning speed, closing the gap between him and Hei-Ching. He Qing was shocked. He did not dare to slow down. He quickly escaped. Fan Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu, it was still a rank 5 Mortal Gu now. Fan Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength was obtained from an Immortal Gu. It could only be triggered with certain probabilities. In the previous battles, it had never been triggered, but today, when he did not want it to activate, it did. It seems that it was inappropriate to use time assist luck right before this to raise my luck. If I had known that He Qing would be in such a condition, I would have realized that it was impossible to execute my plan. Fan Yuan sighed. His body was like an eagle, pouncing at He Qing. He Qing was slippery as a snake. He moved around in the grass as a dark snake, changing many directions. Even though Fan Yuan attacked many times, he narrowly escaped each time. But Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan were no longer anxious. They were excited. With Fan Yuan's interference, He Qing could no longer escape. In a few breaths of time, Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan got close to them. Eventually, the three of them encircled He Qing. He Qing's expression was dark and ominous. He screamed with messy hair all over his face. "You want me dead? Don't think you will leave unscathed!" An intense battle erupted. Rumble. Thunderous sounds exploded, darkness shot out, flowers were flying, strength chi rampaged, the soil on the ground was sent flying. Without any doubt, He Qing was heavily suppressed. Fan Yuan's group held the advantage. "It is a pity that I can only hold back on 10 to 20% of my strength, that is the limit. If I hold back any more, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan would realize it, they would be suspicious towards me and lose trust." Seeing that this excellent pawn in He Qing was about to die, Fan Yuan felt some regret. Including this time, Fan Yuan had already fought against He Qing 3 times. Fan Yuan and the others did not have much of an increase in battle strength compared to the previous time. But He Qing's condition was too terrible. He had experienced the 100 days battle and the immortal essence that he accumulated over all his life was expended. These last days, he had been escaping and fighting intensely with He tribe's Gu immortals. Thus at this moment, under the attacks of Fan Yuan and the rest, He Qing suffered another severe injury. He spat out blood and was about to lose. "Stop!" Suddenly, an angry shout could be heard in the sky. A blinding green light filled the entire battlefield. Space tore open as a green hand grabbed at He Qing imposingly. Fan Yuan and the others reacted quickly, but the green hand could affect time. It grabbed He Qing before anyone could react. "Green City Rampage!" He Qing could not move, he screamed while being captured. He Lu Lan and the others rapidly retreated. Green City Rampage was a powerful battle formation of the Olden Antiquity era. At that time it was ranked at 3rd in the world, only lower than Golden Heavenly Saint and Heavenly Giant Solar. The fact that He tribe was in control of Green City Rampage was known to everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. At this moment, with the appearance of Green City Rampage, it meant that the 4 strongest Supreme Elders of the Super Force He tribe had arrived together. "We of He tribe will deal with our own He tribe members. How can we allow you to kill him casually? He Lu Lan, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed us and went to the demonic path. You are guilty of the most heinous crimes. Surrender now." At the next moment, a green giant tore through space, standing on the ground. A mysterious light shot out of its forehead, towards He Lu Lan. At that moment, He Lu Lan was unable to move. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fan Yuan rapidly retreated as he used his rank 7 battle strength. Boom! With an intense collision, Strength Path Giant Hand collided with the green hand, and the Strength Path Giant Hand disintegrated immediately. "Pitiful trick!" The green giant laughed coldly. But at the next moment, a fire bird crashed into the green giant's chest out of nowhere. Boom! With an intense explosion, the green giant was sent back, almost falling onto the ground. "Blazing Heaven Demonis?" The 4 Supreme Elders of He tribe shouted with shock and anger on their faces inside the green giant. Angry Bird, this was a signature killer move of Blazing Heaven Demonis. It was widely known among Gu immortals of Northern Plains. At this time and place, why was Blazing Heaven Demonis here? Be it the He tribe Gu immortals or Fan Yuan, they were asking the same question. Chapter 942. Little Ant, Elder Ant. Her rank 8 aura was unconcealed, emanating freely. Blazing Heaven Demonis was bathed in flames. She crossed her arms and stood arrogantly in the air. Blazing Heaven Demonis shouted loudly, "Hey tribe elders, this ancient battle formation Green City Rampage of yours is so incomplete, you have the face to use it? 100 years ago, in order to use this battle formation, you were forced to stay together at a distance of no more than 3 meters between each other. This time, you came here together. Who is guarding the blessed land that is your main camp? The green giant gazed at Blazing Heaven Demonis. An elderly voice came out of the green giant's body. Blazing Heaven Demonis. Since you know that this is the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, you should know that its power rivals that of rank 8s. He Lu Lan and He Qing are members of He Tribe. This is an internal family matter of ours. As an outsider, you should not interfere. Don't forget that Zombie Alliance is in the righteous path. As the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, you have significant responsibilities, do be careful. Immediately after, another voice said, Blazing Heaven Demonis, aren't you going to deal with old ancestors Shui Hu? Why are you here to join in the chaos? Join in the chaos? Ha 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 ha. Blazing Heaven Demonis raised her head and laughed. Fairy Li Shan spoke at this moment. She continued, Old ancestor Shui, whose matter is none of your concern, elders of He Tribe. Furthermore, you said this is your family matter. Don't tell me it isn't our own family matter. What do you mean? Inside the green giant's body, the 4 elders of He Tribe asked with shocked voices. At this moment, Fan Yuan felt an intense feeling that something was not right. Big sister. Fairy Li Shan called out. There was tacit understanding between siblings. There was no need to communicate too much in words. Blazing Heaven Demonis stopped laughed. Her gaze was like lightning as she flew towards the green giant. On the green giant's body, a lump of fire burned out of nowhere. In an instant, it turned into a blazing flame and engulfed the entire green giant. Soon, the hill-like green giant became an orange pillar of fire. Immortal killer move, fire prison! In the burning flames, the green giant could barely move. It was as if it had fallen into a puddle of sticky black oil. The 4 elders who assembled the green giant were shocked. When did we get hit by it? This killer move's power is so immense. Even our Green City Rampage cannot break free for the time being. Most importantly, there were no hints of it being used. We cannot defend against it. But the 4 elders had rich battle experience. They were only shocked for a few breaths of time before they understood. They remembered the attack earlier. Angry Bird had crashed into the green giant's chest. Meanwhile, fire prison started burning at the green giant's chest. This was a combo immortal killer move. So-called combo immortal killer moves were the usage of 2 or more immortal killer moves one after another. They would have stronger power, having synergy between them. Angry Bird, Fire Prison, these 2 immortal killer moves formed a combo immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demonis first used Angry Bird to attack the green giant. She next used Fire Prison to trap Green City Rampage with an incredibly powerful effect. If a long time had passed, or if she had activated Fire Prison first, Blazing Heaven Demonis would have to spend time in activating the move. During that period, the 4 elders of He Tribe would be able to dodge. Fire Prison's power would not be as great as now. The reason was very simple. It was due to down marks. Immortal killer moves used immortal goo as the core to activate powerful methods. The power was great because they formed temporary down marks. When Angry Bird crashed into the green giant's chest, temporary fire path down marks were left behind. Blazing Heaven Demonis used these fire path down marks as the basis to unleash Fire Prison, elevating its power and temporarily trapping the green giant. To be able to design a combo immortal killer move, her attainment level must be Great Grandmaster. So Blazing Heaven Demonis Fire Path attainment level has already reached such a level. Fan Yuan's heart was shaking. Fire Path Great Grandmaster. This attainment level was not something ordinary goo immortals could reach. Roar! The green giant roared loudly. Large amounts of green fog spewed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, fire was put out. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demonis combo immortal killer move did not even last for 10 breaths of time before it completely disintegrated. But they still lost some precious time. During this period, Fairy Li Shan had already finished preparing. She used her trump card. Battlefield immortal killer move, Orchard Garden in Mountain. The earth rumbled intensely. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, waves of terrifying tremors erupted deep underground. The surface started to rise, the terrain changed swiftly. The flat grassland had turned into a mound. Soon, this mound rose rapidly, becoming taller. On the 2 sides of the mountain, there were evident ridges forming. Eventually, the mountain stopped rising. A chain of mountains encircled the green giant in all directions. The tremors of the earth finally stopped. The terrain of over 1,000 li had completely changed because of Fairy Li Shan's battlefield immortal killer move. Achieving such incredible effects, it was truly breathtaking. A chain of mountains surrounded the green giant in the center. It was like a giant bowl or a prison, blocking their escape route. At this moment, the green giant was like trapped prey. Fan Yuan's heart pounded. Even though he knew that Fairy Li Shan had such a trump card, seeing this effect, he still felt some surprise. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan used this move, the power was not as great. Why did it become so powerful now? Don't tell me, it is because of Minuscule Mountain? Fan Yuan had a guess. That should be it. Fairy Li Shan's orchard garden in mountain is like myriad star fireflies. It has incredible power when used, but the price should be equally big. Each time it is used, down marks in the Gu Immortal will be expended permanently. Thus, in records of history, Fairy Li Shan did not use this battlefield immortal killer move very often. Or in other words, this was a last resort technique. A forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's own foundation and cultivation level would fall drastically. Minuscule Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was recorded in. The mountain itself had a large number of down marks. Fairy Li Shan placed it inside her own immortal aperture. The down marks of Minuscule Mountain became her own foundation. She could use and expend them. Thus, Orchard Garden in Mountain's power became so terrifying, far beyond Fan Yuan's knowledge based on his previous life. The 4 elders of He tribe were rank 7 Gu Immortals. The ancient battle formation Green City Rampage that they created was ranked at 3rd in the world. But using Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan used Orchard Garden in Mountain and temporarily trapped the rank 8 level Green Giant, controlling the situation. Fan Yuan and the others were floating in the air, looking down. The Green Giant was huge, but the mountains surrounding it were taller. Fairy Li Shan had stopped her activation. She no longer controlled it. But the transformation of Orchard Garden in Mountain still continued. In the valley of the mountains, vegetation grew rapidly, countless pear trees grew, the branches were like vines entangling with each other, extending rapidly. At the same time, pear blossoms bloomed, they floated in the air, slowly descending like snow. Behind the green giant, a pair of thick and huge green wings appeared. One of the 4 He tribe elders was skilled in transformation path, thus, the green giant could have such a transformation. This was the specialty of an ancient battle formation. Once an immortal Gu house was created, the methods would be fixed. But ancient battle formations had different abilities according to the Gu immortals using it, as well as their various methods in fighting. The 4 elders of He tribe wanted to fly out of the cage, but countless vines were coiled onto the legs of the green giant. Humph! The green giant snorted, the color of its body changed. It was as if fire was burning deep inside its body. Its green color, like that of moss, had turned into a dark red color. Dark Path and Fire Path, dual immortal killer move, Dark Ember. Boom! An intense explosion resounded, it could cause eardrums to vibrate. A dark red translucent shock wave burst out of the green giant's body, spreading rapidly. Everywhere the shock wave went, the entangled vines burned like paper, becoming ash. Boom! 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 With 3 shock waves emitted by the green giant, obstacles were swept away. At once, dust rose like clouds, the earth trembled, countless rocks fell. The powerful and terrifying aura made Fairy Li Shan take a small step back in reflex. He Lu Lan was seemingly unaware of this. Her eyes were staring at one of the green giant's hands. Inside this hand, her father, He Qing, was held inside. Fan Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He was starting to understand the situation. Evidently, Fairy Li Shan, He Lu Lan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness were in cahoots. Today, this situation was created by them to kill He Qing, but at the same time, they were targeting Fan Yuan. I was scheming against He Lu Lan, but to think they would move against me first. Fan Yuan looked towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Before today, he had not expected the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to be so closely related to He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Blazing Heaven Demoness sensed Fan Yuan's gaze and gave him a look that was seemingly smiling. Fan Yuan snorted internally, he turned his gaze away. He was in grave danger now. If he wanted to escape, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan would only bring him disturbance. But Blazing Heaven Demoness was a barrier that he could not pass. Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel, Blazing Heaven Demoness surely knew about it. But now is not the time to act rashly. Since they have not attacked me yet, we can still talk it out. Even if I escape, it is pointless. I have joined Zombie Alliance, and Blazing Heaven Demonis is the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. Furthermore, Fairy Li Shan is an information path goo immortal. It was laughable that previously, Fan Yuan was asking Fairy Li Shan for the method to leave Zombie Alliance. This means that my identity as Xing Xiang Zi has already been exposed. He Lu Lan is astute. Since she knows I have star path cultivation, she would also know that I have already obtained star form Blessed Land. He Lu Lan called Fairy Li Shan Little Aunt. I thought this was just an affectionate term, for example, little brother. To think that with a little aunt, she also had an elder aunt. And to think that He Lu Lan's elder aunt was such a formidable person. Chapter 943. Afraid of Death. Blazing Heaven Demonis was actually He Lu Lan's elder aunt. Fan Yuan did not expect this. Fan Yuan's battle strength was rank 7 at best. Against He Lu Lan, he had an advantage, but the other party had the great strength true martial physique. He needed to be wary of her last resort attack. Against Fairy Li Shan, he was at most only evenly matched. Fan Yuan would be in a disadvantage the moment she used her battlefield immortal killer move. He could not give her enough time to use it. As for Blazing Heaven Demonis, he was extremely pitiful in comparison. It was despair-inducing. Even though Fan Yuan had many immortal goo, with his bottom to rank 6 cultivation level, there was no way he could fight against a rank 8 goo immortal. Even a rank 7 goo immortal could not match a rank 8 goo immortal. Feng Jiuge was an exception. In the last 1,000 years of Central Continent's history, he was the only one. It was virtually impossible for Fan Yuan to deal with Blazing Heaven Demonis. The other party was simply too powerful. Fan Yuan was at a weaker position with an absolute disadvantage. Right now, the only thing that I can rely on is the alliance agreement I made with Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan previously. Allies are not allowed to kill each other. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly to himself internally. Earlier, he was finding this agreement restricting to his actions, but now he had to rely on it to survive. However, Fairy Li Shan is an information path goo immortal. This agreement might not be reliable. Blazing Heaven Demonis can completely suppress me using battle strength, but she has not struck yet. If Fairy Li Shan wants to kill me, she would not create this situation either. Also, Blazing Heaven Demonis knows my true identity. Why did she help me in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo? This means that they are not going after my life, they have other objectives. As for what their objectives were, Fan Yuan had a vague idea. The conclusion was, right now, Fan Yuan was not in any mortal danger. This was also the reason why he was continuing to watch and not trying to escape. Just as Fan Yuan was thinking over his own safety, the green giant that was trapped by Orchard Garden in Mountain roared as it raised its head. After several uses of the killer move Dark Ember, most of the pear trees in the valley were burned to ashes, but they continued to grow from the ground, extending towards the green giant even though it would take some time to trap it again. Using this chance, 2 more pairs of giant green wings appeared on the green giant's back again. At the same time, the green giant's appearance underwent a change. Its large head turned into that of an eagle's, its entire body became slimmer and longer, its arms and legs turned into sharp 5-fingered claws. Whoosh! Its 3 pairs of wings flapped together. At the same time, the green giant's knees bent slightly, it jumped and burst into the sky. The ground trembled, a huge crater was formed from the impact. Dust clouds rose and mixed with the huge amounts of ashes. This time, the green giant was not restricted by the vines, but the moment it flew into the sky, the 4 elders of He tribe felt a strong suction force. It was pulling onto the giant, preventing the green giant from flying far away from it. This is... The 4 elders of He tribe showed stunned expressions one after another. Every several meters the green giant rose into the sky, the strength of the huge pulling force increased by 10 times as much. Gradually, the green giant was unable to resist it anymore. No matter how much the 3 wings flapped, the giant's speed became slower and slower. Eventually, it slowed to a crawl, resembling a snail. After reaching its limits, it was only 30 meters away from the ground. Boom! With another loud bang, the green giant crashed into the ground. The 4 elders of He tribe were silent. There was no need to say anything, anyone could guess the result. Their faces were completely ashen now. This was the true power of Orchard Garden in Mountain. Fairy Li Shan cultivated Information Path mainly, and secondarily in Wood Path and Earth Path. Orchard Garden in Mountain was a battlefield killer move that was formed by combining Earth Path and Wood Path. The pear blossoms were like snow, the vines coiled around the target. These were just wood path techniques. The force of gravity that pulled it down was the aspect of earth path. Of course, this was also due to Fairy Li Shan using the power of minuscule mountain inside her. Otherwise, if she used the original version of Orchard Garden in Mountain that was based on her own strength, the Green Giant might have broken out of it already. This was an ancient battle formation, Green City Rampage. Even though it was incomplete, there were 4 rank 7 Gu Immortals inside the battle formation. They could fight against the rank 8 when unified. The Green Giant could not break out, it landed on the ground. In the valley, countless vines coiled around it again like tough snakes. The Green Giant was restricted again. At this time, there was a sharp sound of wind as explosions occurred in the air. The sound was so loud eardrums could almost burst. 3 angry birds fused in the air, turning into a fire phoenix that was neither big nor small. The phoenix sang loudly, its wings flapped. It was extremely fast. It drew a beautiful rainbow arc in the sky, crashing into the Green Giant's arm and vanishing completely. The Green Giant displayed an incredibly powerful defense. Merely a deep hole was created from the explosion on its arm. Next, waves of green fog circulated around it. As the deep hole closed up, it was like liquid metal, rapidly mending. But Blazing Heaven Demoness attacks did not stop for even a moment. She stood arrogantly in the air. She slowly pointed her arm towards the Green Giant that was below her. Her arm made a slashing motion from up to down. Fire Path Killer Move, Phoenix Feather Triple Wing Blade. 3 waves of flames formed instantly. They resembled the feathers of the phoenix. They were curved but extremely sharp like sickles. Whoosh! 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 3 fire blades tore through the air, burning intensely as huge winds started blowing as a result of the movement. 3 blades launched one after another, hitting the same place consecutively. Together with the angry bird earlier, this achieved another combo move effect. The Green Giant's arm was chopped off by these 3 blades. The 4 elders of Hate Tribe growled furiously, but it was too late for them to stop her. The Green Giant's body was formed from the ancient battle formation. After the arm was detached from the body, it was as if the Gu formation itself had lost a portion of itself. Losing the immortal essence supply from the 4 elders, the arm quickly vanished into nothingness, as countless Gu worm flew out rapidly towards the Green Giant. Hei Qing, who was captured earlier, lost his restraint. He quickly fell. The Green Giant tried to grab him, but Blazing Heaven Demoness stopped it. Hei Qing tried to escape, but times were different now. He was inside Orchard Garden in Mountain. Almost immediately, countless vines and roots tied him up tightly, sending him out into the hands of Fairy Li Shan. Let him go! The 4 elders of Hate Tribe flew into a rage. Countless Dark Ember Killer moves were used consecutively. Marks of dragons appeared on the Green Giant's chest and back. It was like they were emerging from a body of water. They turned into green dragons and flew around the area. This was the signature killer move of Hate Tribe's first Supreme Elder, 9 Dragon Body Protection. It could both attack and defend. Under the amplification of the ancient battle formation, it displayed incredibly terrifying power. At once, 9 dragons flew around. They were unstoppable. Mountain ridges collapsed, pear blossoms wilted, plants and trees were sent flying. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Hurry up, I cannot hold on much longer. The Green Giant unleashed its full battle strength. It was already very difficult for Orchard Garden in Mountain to trap it until now. Go! Blazing Heaven Demoness moved without hesitation. She shot out a long chain of fire, grabbing onto Fairy Li Shan, Hei Lulan, Fan Yuan, and Hei Qing. Soon after, she used her killer move, turning into a rainbow, dragging everyone into the air along with her. At the moment where he was trapped by the chain of fire, Fan Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist it, but he held in that instinct eventually. Blazing Heaven Demoness' speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished with everyone into the horizon. 10 breaths of time later, Orchard Garden in Mountain was completely destroyed. The terrifying collapse of mountains ravaged the battlefield. The Green Giant successfully flew into the air. It roared and caused tremors in the sky and earth. Blazing Heaven Demoness' movement killer move was extremely fast. It would take a lot of effort for the 4 elders of Hate Tribe to catch up to her. Even if they caught up, it would be hard to decide a winner among them. But it was too late now. The 4 elders of Hate Tribe had to chase her. Hei Qing had been the representative of the 4 Supreme Elders. He had settled Hate Tribe's affairs for so many years. He knew a lot of secrets. Furthermore, as a superforce, their own Gu Immortal was kidnapped by others. The 4 elders of Hate Tribe had lost all of their face. If they did not stop Blazing Heaven Demoness, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of the other superforces, or even any of the righteous path or demonic path forces. He Tribe's immortal Goo House dark prison was lost, and He Qing got captured. He Tribe's reputation was going to plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a man who is down. With He Tribe being so weak now, all the other forces would try to suppress them. They would also be forced to give up a lot of the cultivation resources that they were holding onto in Northern Plains. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. The four supreme elders of He Tribe had no lack of movement killer moves. Once they activated their moves together, their speed would be several times that of Blazing Heaven Demoness. But just as the Green Giant was about to chase her, a ladder for emergency support appeared beside the four elders of He Tribe. What? Our blessed land base has been infiltrated by someone secretly and most of our resources were stolen. We have suffered great losses. The He Tribe Goo Immortals guarding the place are all heavily injured. The invader is extremely powerful. They have undeniable rank 8 aura. The four elders of He Tribe were shocked and furious. This was most definitely a plot. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s including Blazing Heaven Demoness. Damn it! Our base cannot be lost. The defense of a blessed land assembled with bits and pieces is not enough. We have all fallen into Blazing Heaven Demoness' scheme. Go! We have to go back and defend it. The Green Giant roared loudly, both of its arms raised up and pulled, causing a gigantic dark hole to appear in the space in front of it. The Green Giant flew into the dark hole and vanished, leaving behind only the ravaged battlefield which was completely in ruins. He Tribe did not pursue us, we are safe now. Blazing Heaven Demoness landed on the ground with everyone. The chain of fire that restricted everyone was collected by her. Next, she waved her hand casually, and the surrounding 10 li were covered by a layer of dark red barriers. The battle was now over, but Fan Yuan was more alert than before. He moved his shoulders and arms, saying calmly to Fairy Li Shan, "So you are all family, you have truly kept me in the dark. The same goes for you." Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning. It was obvious that she had already known that Fan Yuan obtained star-formed blessed land and disguised himself as Xing Xiangzi. "Spare me! Spare my life! I am willing to become your subordinate, I am willing to serve you faithfully, it will be better for you if you keep me alive!" He Qing struggled to get up, his face was filled with anxiety as he shouted continuously. Blazing Heaven Demoness had taken away the parts of the chain of fire restricting everyone else, but He Qing alone was still bound up tightly. Not only did the situation develop beyond Fan Yuan's expectations, it was also completely out of He Qing's expectations. Fairy Li Shan stared with furious eyes as she pointed at He Qing and scolded. "Dog thief, my little sister loved you so much, yet you took her life away. But that was not enough for you, you even wanted to lay your hands on your own daughter." He Qing directly knelt on the ground, he raised his head and begged. "I am willing to be your dog or horse, I am willing to tell you all of the secrets of He Tribe, including the time path inheritance of our rank 8 ancestor He Fan. Didn't Su Xian get close to me because of this inheritance? Don't you all want this inheritance? I will tell you everything that I know, I will not conceal any secrets." But Fairy Li Shan was completely unmoved, as He Qing turned towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. "I did not have any intentions to offend you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Su Xian, I would not have taken her life. This is all a misunderstanding, this is all just a misunderstanding. He Tribe was a superforce, they have an inheritance from long ago, their ancestor was obviously very powerful. During the generation when He Fan was the one in power, He Tribe had a rank 8 Goo Immortal, they were one of the strongest superforces in Northern Plains. But his lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He Tribe slowly became weaker, while some of the other superforces rose up. This was normal in the world of Goo Immortals. The saying goes, upturns and downturns were just like the ebb and flow of tides, if one falls, another rises. He Qing continued to beg unceasingly. He knew that this was the only way he could possibly survive. Facing the rank 8 Blazing Heaven Demoness, and He Lu Lan who bore a deep and unresolvable hatred towards him, he could not threaten them using He Tribe itself. Thankfully, He Fan had an inheritance, and He Tribe was unable to inherit it. The inheritance of a rank 8 Goo Immortal was extremely attractive to any Goo Immortal out there. But Blazing Heaven Demoness snickered, she looked at He Lu Lan and spoke with a gentle tone. "Your life is not mine, whether you can survive or not, only Little Lan can decide. Little Lan, go ahead, I have already restricted He Qing, he is now as fragile as a mortal. Little Lan, listen to me. He Qing knelt on the ground. He rubbed his knees against the ground as he crawled towards He Lu Lan in a frenzy. You are my daughter, I am your father. You have the blood of He tribe flowing in you. You have a huge advantage in inheriting He Fan's inheritance. If your mother was alive, she would not want to see you and I in such conflict, right? If your mother was here, she would definitely be extremely happy to see you inherit He Fan's inheritance. Also, you have one of the 10 extreme physiques. You were able to live until now because I asked Jian Yu to protect your life. That is an undeniable fact. He Lu Lan looked at He Qing. Seeing his frightened and panicking face, she frowned, showing an expression of deep disgust and hatred. Next, she kicked He Qing away ruthlessly. I will only ask you one question. He Lu Lan's expression was cold as ice. Ask, please ask. I will tell you everything that I know. He Qing could almost see a chance of survival. He Lu Lan breathed in deeply, her eyes were red and her voice was trembling. Mother loved you so much, she trusted you completely. Actually, she knew that you were going to harm her long ago, but she believed that you would realize your mistake and stop your actions because of love. Facing someone who loved you so deeply, how could you have the heart to end her life? He Qing was stunned. He was originally tied up tightly on the ground, and was using his arm to prop his body, trying hard to sit up. But he was completely stumped by He Lu Lan's question. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew, He Qing's messy and muddy hair was blown up, his eyes were red as the loving memories of him and Su Xian surfaced in his mind. Regret, pain, sadness, all sorts of emotions filled his heart. He started choking, before wailing. Of course I knew that your mother loved me. But I was afraid of dying. I was afraid of dying. Sob. After answering her question, He Qing no longer had the strength to support his body, he collapsed on the ground. He was like an old dog, or a rotting prawn, his body was curled up as he wept in the dirty mud. His mucus and tears were mixed together, flowing down his face. His silk robe was tattered beyond repair, his body was covered in blood. His handsome face and former glory was like a dried-up mask made of mud. When facing the prospects of death, this mask disintegrated and vanished. He Lu Lan and the others fell into deep silence. The scene was completely quiet, except for the wind that was blowing, and He Qing's continuous soft weeping. He Qing's display made everyone around feel a deep sensation. Death was truly a terrifying thing. Facing death, even an invincible rank 9 venerable was fragile beyond belief. Eternal life. Was it possible? Fan Yuan only knew, from ancient times until the present, nobody had reached such a stage. Let him go. At this moment, a lump of emotion came out of He Lu Lan's body, turning into a translucent figure of a female immortal's body. Su Xian, the mother of He Lu Lan. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered. In the past, before Su Xian died, she had given He Lu Lan a sum of immortal essence, as well as this familial emotion. It was because of the familial emotion and immortal essence that He Lu Lan could activate immortal goo while she was still immortal. Little sister! Seeing this familial emotion, Fairy Li Shan could not help but have tears fall from her eyes. Blazing heaven demoness eyes were turning red, she showed an extremely guilty expression full of regret. He Lu Lan lowered her head, she looked at He Qing calmly, seemingly in deep thought. Su Xian's figure floated towards He Lu Lan, she stretched out her hand behind He Lu Lan, hugging her beloved daughter, as she consoled her gently. Let him go, you see how pitiful he is now. After killing me, he was already living a life of misery and regret. Is he really happy to be alive now? No, he is barely scraping through life, he lives in terror, he lives in guilt, he is drifting without purpose, only living due to his fear. Even though he is alive, he had already died long ago. Let him go, that is also the same as letting yourself off. Little Lan, do not live in a world of hatred, do not live in the past, you need to lead your own life. Don't bear the sin of killing your own father, it is a very heavy burden. Trust me, revenge will not lead you to salvation, but destruction instead. I want you to live a better life. Mother, I know that you are saying that for my sake. He Lu Lan said as she walked towards He Qing. Suddenly, she raised her leg. And she stomped. Like what Blazing Heaven Demoness had said, He Qing was currently as fragile as a mortal. So under He Lu Lan's feet, his head was like a watermelon that burst, blood, his skull, and teeth were all mixed together in a pile. The high and mighty He Qing, a rank 7 Gu immortal, a generation's hero, had died. Su Xian'er's familial emotion was dazed. Next, she saw that He Lulan turned around, facing her. There is nothing I cannot bear, mother. It is like in the past, when you knew the situation but still let him have his way. I have my own resolution as well. Will this lead me on the path of destruction? Humph, I am not so fragile. Little Lan. Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, holding He Lulan's hand with much worry. Little Lan. Blazing Heaven Demoness muttered softly. She wanted to take a step towards He Lulan, but she did not do so eventually. So it's like this, I think I understand now. Fan Yuan had been observing all of their expressions this entire time. Chapter 944. The greatest fear is fear itself. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Mountains stood tall, fog was thick. In a deep area of the bamboo forest, a waterfall resembled a clear veil as it hung in the air and fell downwards. Feng Jinhuang sat silently on the branch of a pine tree. She quietly looked at the waterfall as her tears fell. During this period of time, the Central Continent Gu immortals who were sent to investigate northern plains had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Jiuge. From Feng Jinhuang's perspective, her father was missing without a trace in another region. It was likely that he had already died. These last days, Feng Jinhuang did not have the appetite to eat or mood to cultivate. Her face was drenched in tears as she became thinner. Life and death. These were heavy words. They attacked Feng Jinhuang's fragile heart at an unexpected timing. It was not that Feng Jinhuang had never seen someone die. But when it came to her own family, facing this situation, she lost all of the composure and calmness that she had. But she was still hanging on staunchly. The nightmare did not defeat her. She only cried secretly at a place without any other person. On the surface, she was still cultivating as usual, but she had no idea what the content of her cultivation for the last few days was. A figure appeared behind Feng Jinhuang silently, out of thin air. Daughter! She heard a familiar voice. Feng Jinhuang turned around. The person was her mother, Fairy Baiqing. Mother! Feng Jinhuang could not hold it in anymore. She went into Fairy Baiqing's embrace as she cried her lungs out. Fairy Baiqing consoled her for a long time before Feng Jinhuang stopped crying. Mother, father is so powerful, he must be all right now, am I right? Feng Jinhuang raised her head as she looked at her mother with a hopeful expression. But Fairy Baiqing did not directly console her in this matter. She shook her head. Even the invincible rank 9 Gu immortals die one day, not to mention your father. People must die eventually. Huang Er, stop crying, let mother tell you a story. This was a story in. Legend says that Renzu tried to rely on the capabilities of the Feathermen to save his daughter, who was still stuck inside Ordinary Abyss. However, the Feathermen wanted freedom, they did not want to be restricted. Renzu thought of a scheme, but he failed. The Feathermen would rather die than compromise their freedom. Renzu fell into deep perplexity. He could not find a better way to save his children. The same situation applied to his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and also his daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. At this time, Self-Gu spoke in Renzu's heart. O human, you want to save your son, Verdant Great Son, I have a method. Renzu thought that he had to save at least one of them. He quickly asked. Oh? What method? Self-Gu laughed. All living beings in this world will die. This is because Fate Gu entered the door of life and death, and left a trace behind when searching for Fairness Gu. O human, you can enter the door of life and death, and walk on the road of life and death. As long as you do not walk on the traces of fate, you will step on a road that belongs to you solely. When you walk into the door of life and death and leave again, you will form a brand new road, that would be partway to success. Next, as long as you bring Verdant Great Sun onto the path that you walked on, and leave the door of life and death, you will be able to return to the human world where the sun shines. Your son, Verdant Great Sun, will be able to escape death and revive. Renzu heard the method of Self-Gu and was very hesitant, but there was no better solution available. Thus, he decided to let Boundless Forest Samsara stay inside Ordinary Abyss for a while longer, while he used the method taught by Self-Gu to save his eldest son, Verdant Great Sun. Renzu set off towards the door of life and death. As he walked one day, he met with a beast-man. This beast-man was very muscular. His muscles were like rocks, the fangs in his mouth were sharper than blades. He took huge steps, sprinting in the wilderness as he shouted, "Don't get any closer, don't come here! I am afraid!" Renzu was very curious, he asked, "Oh beast man, what are you afraid of?" The beast man said. "I am afraid of my own shadow. It keeps following me. I cannot get rid of it. I am so afraid that I can only run around in all directions. I am tired, hungry, and thirsty. I am going to die." Renzu felt that this was funny. "Oh beast man, you have such a powerful body, yet you are afraid of a harmless shadow. Do you have a cowardly heart? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time, a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart. It laughed at Renzu. "Oh human, do not speak so shamelessly. You do not feel afraid because you have not encountered me, Fear Goo. Hee hee hee. Fear Goo?" Renzu took a step back, his expression changed. Once Fear Goo appeared, fear started to well up in Renzu's heart. He was afraid. Fear Goo laughed even more arrogantly now. It said to the beastman, "I will let you off now, little beastman, you pitiful worm." The beastman was free now. It fell to the ground, weeping in extreme joy. Fear Goo turned around, facing Renzu. "Oh human, you dared to look down on me, Fear Goo. Now I will torture you with endless fear." Saying this, Fear Goo flew into Renzu's heart with a whooshing sound. Renzu felt immense fear. He was afraid of this, and afraid of that. Fear Goo made him scared of the wind. Every time the wind blew, Renzu screamed in horror. Fear Goo made him afraid of sunlight. Renzu could only travel at night and often lost his way. During daytime he would enter caves or hide inside thick bushes. Fear Goo also made Renzu afraid of tree leaves, thus Renzu ran away from the forests. Every tree he saw made him shriek. Fear Goo made Renzu afraid of snakes. In the end, Renzu even stopped using the grass ropes that he made himself. After that, Fear Goo made Renzu scared of rain. Whenever it rained, Renzu would shrivel up and look at the sky that was raining continuously, feeling extreme fear. Renzu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being struck by Fear Goo, he could not move much, he could not make any progress. When Fear Goo understood Renzu's motive, it made Renzu scared of death. Renzu no longer dared to walk towards the door of life and death. Because once he entered the door of life and death, he would be walking from life towards death. Renzu was afraid that he would die. He could only stay in place. Self-Goo sighed. "Oh human, actually death is not scary. The real scary thing is the fear in your heart." "That is right." Fear Goo heard this and said proudly, "The only thing worth being afraid of is fear." Fairy Bai Ching spoke this story as Feng Jin Huang was silent in her arms. Fairy Bai Ching looked at her daughter lovingly. She said again, "Huang er, no matter what, you have to become stronger and face death head on. Death is not scary. Everybody dies. Not even a rank 9 venerable is spared from it. Your father might be dead or alive. But one day, I will certainly die, and so will you. Never be defeated by the fear in your heart." Feng Jin Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, freeing herself from her mother's warm hug. Tears were still flickering in her eyes, but she showed determination and fortitude. She looked at Fairy Bai Ching, gritting her teeth. "Mother, I understand. I will go cultivate now. There will be no fear in my heart. No matter how father is right now, I will not be fearful. I will face it directly, and face any possible outcome. I am Feng Jin Huang. How can I make father and mother lose face?" "Hee, you are really a good child." Fairy Bai Ching concealed the worry in her eyes. Her face was filled with a smile. Actually, she was frantic internally. Feng Jiuji's disappearance hugely influenced matters. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Jiuge, allowing them to be at the lead of the 10 ancient sects in this generation. The other 9 sects faced some suppression in one way or another. These were the characteristics of a society where one person could cultivate to have great strength. The influence of one person was expanded hugely. Right now, Feng Jiuge was not around. Spirit Affinity House's authority fell drastically. The other 9 sects were ready to make trouble. Central Continent had deep undercurrents that could create huge tremors and drastic changes. It was like this outside of the sect. But within her own sect, Fairy Bai Ching also was not having an easy time. Places with people will have competition for benefits. Where there are sects, there is internal strife. Feng Jiuji's disappearance made the ones who had been suppressed to the lowest level able to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Jiuge was too powerful, to the extent that Fairy Bai Ching had almost forgotten that there were many people in the sect who was against them. These last days, those people had been gathering strength and ostracizing Fairy Bai Ching. Fairy Bai Ching loved Feng Jiuge deeply. She wanted to go to Northern Plains and help him. But she had been controlling herself, holding down this impulse. She had a daughter to care for. Feng Jiugu was so powerful, but he still went missing. She could not move carelessly. If even she was gone, what would Feng Jinhuang do? She is just a child. This was Fairy Bai Qing's thoughts. From the viewpoint of every parent, their children were always children. Northern Plains. He Qing's headless corpse was still in the mud. His soul was wailing, but he could not escape from He Lulan's hands. He Lulan killed He Qing and stomped on her father's head, but it was not enough. Now, He Qing's soul had also been captured. He was surely going to be tortured and interrogated by He Lulan. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground and used an immortal killer move. A small hand of flames appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Qing's stomach. The small fire hand easily fused into He Qing's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out while holding onto a pearl. This is He Qing's immortal aperture. I have temporarily retrieved it. Little Lan, take it. It can only last for 7 days and 7 nights. Once the time limit is up, my immortal killer move will stop and the immortal aperture will fuse with the outside world to form a blessed land. It is a pity that the goo worms in the immortal aperture, be them mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she passed the fire pearl into He Lulan's hands. He Lulan received it silently. Fairy Li Shan and Fan Yuan were inwardly shocked by Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed. Don't look at me with such expressions. This method of taking an immortal aperture is not a skill devised originally by me. I obtained an inheritance of immortal Kong Ju in Eastern Sea. I learned his method of retrieving apertures, and created this Fire Path immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness was an extremely rare great grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was easy to understand capabilities of other paths using their own as a foundation. Her methods were very comprehensive in all aspects. Alright, now we will talk about your matter, Fan Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked towards Fan Yuan with a coldly smiling expression. Chapter 945. Ceasefire. Alright, now we will talk about your matter, Fan Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked towards Fan Yuan with a coldly smiling expression. Fan Yuan's heart shook. But Blazing Heaven Demoness said, No need to rush, I am still waiting for someone. Oh? Who is it? Fairy Li Shan asked in surprise. It is me. A voice suddenly came from nowhere. Everyone's pupils shrunk, they turned around at lightning speed, facing the new arrival. This person had immense capability. If he did not speak, none of them would have realized that he was so close to them. But when they saw his appearance, everyone felt that such capability was to be expected. Old Ancestor Shui Hu! He Lulan growled out. Leader. Fairy Li Shan's voice was hoarse and surprised. The person's elderly face was very energetic, his snow-white beard was very thick, it extended to his toes. Right now, all of his aura was concealed, not a trace of his might was felt, he looked like an ordinary old farmer. But everyone was at full alertness. Because he was the #1 demonic path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, in control of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, after the Battle of Rank 8s, some crowned him as the strongest Rank 8 Gu immortal, Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Facing Old Ancestor Shui Hu, only Blazing Heaven Demoness was calm and seemingly at ease. Shui Hu, how was your harvest just now? Old Ancestor Shui Hu nodded, replying slowly. Even though He tribe has gotten weaker over the years, it is still a superforce, it has a deep foundation. This infiltration into Iron Eagle Blessed Land gave me great gains. As it turned out, the 4 elders of He tribe directed the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after He Qing, causing their base to be relatively unguarded. In order to obtain more Gu refinement materials, Old Ancestor Shui Hu sneaked into Iron Eagle Blessed Land and looted it. When the 4 elders of He tribe returned, he had already left with the prophets. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are in a heated battle with constant conflicts. But just now, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shui Hu teamed up together to deal with He tribe? Fan Yuan squinted, he couldn't help but raise his opinion of Blazing Heaven Demoness, seeing her in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demoness was strong and overbearing, but what was truly fearsome were her wits. If she did not ask Old Ancestor Shui Hu to take action, the 4 elders of He tribe would not have left, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not have been able to leave so easily. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, who had the highest battle strength in Northern Plains, was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Ultimately, the reason for this was that Blazing Heaven Demoness aimed at Old Ancestor Shui Hu's weakness. He needed lots of immortal material for goo refinement. Even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do such a thing. Alright, this is the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, and the other immortal zombies. Even though I used several of them, most are still around. I will return them to you. Old Ancestor Shwehu waved his hand. Dozens of immortal zombie bodies appeared on the ground. One of them was still sleeping. It was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. Old Ancestor Shwehu looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Physique Immortal Zombie with a regretful gaze. He knew that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Zombie had some immortal goo. But these last days, even though he tried, he could not extract these immortal goo. This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie had many methods. He used an unknown immortal killer move and fell asleep. If Old Ancestor Shwehu did something overboard, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie would start self-detonating, and the immortal goo in his immortal aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing Heaven Demoness collected and put away these immortal zombies as she said seriously. Old Ancestor Shwehu, you truly keep your words. Then according to the agreement, Zombie Alliance will stop targeting Snowy Mountain. Our battle will cease. Old Ancestor Shwehu's eyes shined with light. He looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness as he said, Blazing Heaven Demoness, it seems that you made great gains in Eastern Sea. Your strength has increased tremendously. But the time path injury still plagues you, now that the 4 elders of Hay Tribe are back in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. After this, they would not move out easily anymore. If you want to obtain Hay Fan's time path inheritance and settle your injury, it will be difficult. When you attack Iron Eagle Blessed Land in the future, I can lend a hand. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily. She clapped. Good. I am also looking forward to working together with you again. Old Ancestor Shwehu nodded. His figure slowly faded. In a few breaths' time, he vanished into thin air, like fog that dispersed under sunlight. From start to finish, Old Ancestor Shwehu had not taken a glance at Hei Cheng's headless corpse. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shwehu had engaged in fierce combat, but now they were actually talking about future cooperation. Having the power and capability to do anything they want, that was the power of rank 8 great experts. Old Ancestor Shwehu was known as the strongest goo immortal in Northern Plains. His battle strength exceeded Blazing Heaven Demoness, but he actually gave in this time and handed over the immortal zombie captives and bodies. He disregarded the reputation of the number 1 expert entirely. But Fan Yuan felt no surprise. Reputation was very much a secondary concern in reality. Only one thing could move almost everybody in this world. That was benefit. Goo immortals were humans too, they looked at benefits. In fact, it was very common for goo immortals to work together. Having cultivated to this stage, not at all an easy matter, what was the point of fighting to the death? If there was no special reason, no goo immortals would do that. All goo immortals want to develop themselves properly, because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. This blade would descend once in a while, cutting at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they survived it, they would still suffer a huge loss. This blade naturally was calamities and tribulations. The higher the goo immortal's cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations get. With greater difficulty in surviving, hope was bleak. People like Old Ancestors Shwehu and Blazing Heaven Demoness, these rank 8 experts, were extremely cautious. They faced great danger. If they were careless, they would die under the tribulations. Thus, rank 8 goo immortals were all very vigilant. Earlier, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang fought against Old Ancestor Shwehu, but did they use all of their trump cards and full strength? No. Both sides were only probing each other. In the end, Old Ancestor Shwehu displayed methods that were superior to what they were willing to use. That caused Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to retreat. Because if they continued, the fight would escalate, and they would lose control of the situation. They would be in danger. The fight between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was very heated, but there were few losses. They were making a huge commotion, but there were barely any consequences. Because be it Old Ancestors Shwehu or Blazing Heaven Demoness, they knew their limits. Just now, both sides cooperated. It might seem abrupt, but that was not true. Be it Blazing Heaven Demoness or Old Ancestors Shwehu, they achieved their goals. The former saved the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, and the other immortal zombie bodies. She completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance, and successfully defended its reputation. The latter gave in, but he plundered the base of Hay Tribe. His gains were greater than the immortal zombies he lost. The only party who had losses was the super force Hay Tribe. Hay Tribe's losses were immense, but who cared? One could say that Hay Tribe was the innocent party, suffering due to the conflict between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But whose fault was it that the 4 elders of Hay Tribe were schemed against? In this world, be it goo immortals or mortals, it did not matter who was innocent, the only thing that mattered was who had greater strength and methods. The strong prey on the weak, this was such a cruel and beautiful rule. After confirming that old ancestor Shui who had left, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned around and faced Fan Yuan at long last. Now we need to have a chat, Fan Yuan. She smiled lightly. She called him Fan Yuan instead of Xing Xiangzi. Subconsciously, the pressure Fan Yuan felt internally intensified. But Fan Yuan smiled confidently. What do you have to say? I am listening. Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but frown. She, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan had planned secretly for a long time to set up this situation. Not only did they want He Lu Lan to fulfill her vengeance and kill He Qing, they also schemed against Hay Tribe and settled the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. In addition, they also wanted to force Fan Yuan to relent so that they could get their way. But now it seemed that Fan Yuan felt indifferent towards such force. He was like an eel, slipping out of their control. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said in a heavy tone. Fan Yuan, I admire you as a person, but please take a look at your situation. We can determine whether you live or die today. So what? Fan Yuan shrugged. He looked at Fairy Li Shan mockingly. It's only death at worst. Do you think that I, the great Fan Yuan, would fear death? The air seemed frozen. The scene became still. Ever since Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan's relationship was exposed, Fan Yuan had been full of doubts. What did they want to do with him? Since Blazing Heaven Demoness knew the true identity of Xing Xiangzi, why did she fund Fan Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo? Using her rank 8 battle strength, it was not hard for her to kill this bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie. Why did she have to create this situation? Next, Fan Yuan analyzed calmly. With his rich life experience, he could see the true relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan. On the surface, these 3 seemed like a united family, very close to each other. But in truth, their relationship was quite peculiar. They were not united. When Fan Yuan realized this, many questions that he had were answered at once. Thus, he had some confidence just now to adopt a strong stance, negotiating with Blazing Heaven Demoness fearlessly. Of course, he had split a portion of his focus on Spring-Autumn Cicada at all times. If this situation turned bad, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. But each time he used Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Fan Yuan would not use it unless he had no other options. The current situation was not so severe that he needed to use Spring-Autumn Cicada. While remaining silent, Blazing Heaven Demoness' frown became tighter. Fan Yuan's attitude gave her a problem. She understood that Fan Yuan had already realized her true motive. That was self-strength immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness was someone without limits. Back then, when she could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, she directly destroyed it, resulting in nobody gaining anything. She was afraid of Fan Yuan being just like that and destroying self-strength immortal goo. Self-strength immortal goo was already refined by Fan Yuan. He could destroy it with a single thought. Immortal goo were hard to take away. If it were not for that, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not have created this situation, using a great deal of effort. Chapter 946. Past Grudges and Hatred. In the past, Blazing Heaven Demoness suffered from time path injuries, thus she had placed hope in He Fan's time path inheritance. Thereupon, Blazing Heaven Demoness began to make arrangements. She took charge of Su tribe, changed her 3rd sister's name to Su Xian Air and intentionally made her approach He Qing to enter He tribe. He Qing and Su Xian Air were both in love with each other, becoming a goo immortal couple, and Su Xian's night elopement thus became a famous story. Su Xian Air did not forget her task and tried to find out information of He Fan's inheritance, but she gradually exposed her traces in the process. He tribe began investigating and got knowledge of Fairy Li Shan, making them think this was Snowy Mountain's plot. Su Xian Air, however, was truly in love with He Qing, so she did not leave He tribe. Afterwards, He Qing secretly killed Su Xian Air and prolonged his life. After learning of their younger sister's sacrifice, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan felt incomparable grief. Fairy Li Shan blamed Blazing Heaven Demoness, and believed she was the reason for their sister's death. Later on, Fairy Li Shan completely fell out with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness felt ashamed and guilty, but she was heavily injured and could not take revenge. She had also taken position as the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She could not act independently easily, and could only go far away towards Eastern Sea. When she passed the regional wall, it was a nearly fatal experience. In Eastern Sea, she gradually had some fortuitous encounters from the clues she had gathered at Northern Plains. For instance, an inheritance left behind by old immortal Kong Ju allowed Blazing Heaven Demoness to have a method of seizing another person's immortal aperture. These fortuitous encounters provided great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness and partially alleviated her injuries. For a long time, Fairy Li Shan did not contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. But when Fairy Li Shan took in He Lu Lan, instructed and helped her cultivate, and saw her growth, Fairy Li Shan gradually began to let go of her hatred. She hoped He Lu Lan could receive better help and support. Recently, Fairy Li Shan had completely calmed down and began to use information path methods to contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. Both sides started to communicate with each other. Blazing Heaven Demoness thus learned of Xing Xiangzi's identity and began to scheme. Because Fan Yuan just happened to need Star Thought Immortal Goo, Blazing Heaven Demoness was able to smoothly set an agreement with Fan Yuan. When she made use of Zombie Alliance's power to return to Northern Plains, she wanted to resolve her countless years of shame and guilt to He Lu Lan. She wanted to use all her strength to make it up to He Lu Lan. She wanted to make up for the mistakes she made in the past. She viewed things through He Lu Lan's perspective and thought of ways to support her. What was most important to He Lu Lan? Without doubt, it was self-strength immortal goo. First of all, He Lu Lan possessed the great strength true martial physique and cultivated strength path. Self-strength immortal goo was a strength path immortal goo and was perfect for He Lu Lan. Second, self-strength immortal goo was an inheritance given to He Lu Lan by Su Xian'er. As far as He Lu Lan was concerned, it was not just a rank 6 immortal goo, it was an extremely important keepsake of her mother. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness thought of every way possible to take self-strength immortal goo back for He Lu Lan. But she encountered a problem. From the communication with Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness got an understanding of Fan Yuan. She was startled and wary of Fan Yuan's craftiness, and also saw her own image in him. On one hand, Fan Yuan was very proficient in scheming, on the other hand, Fan Yuan could take life-threatening risks, and was not afraid of death. In pleasant words, it was bravery. In ugly words, it was thuggish and unscrupulous behavior. If I can't get benefits, you also can stop dreaming about them. If you want to fight, then come, it is just death at worst. This attitude was like that of Blazing Heaven Demoness, destroying a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. As a result, Blazing Heaven Demoness had agreed to help Fan Yuan refine an immortal goo and set an agreement with him. Blazing Heaven Demoness would help fund Fan Yuan with immortal materials, but Fan Yuan would be in debt to her. Whether he succeeded or not in refining the immortal goo, he would need to pay her back later. The longer he dragged this on, the more interest Blazing Heaven Demoness would receive. If Fan Yuan successfully refines the immortal goo but fails to return her the sum in 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would be allowed to take any one immortal goo from Fan Yuan as compensation. Any one immortal goo was the key. Blazing Heaven Demoness was targeting the self-strength immortal goo that Fan Yuan possessed. Right now, as she saw Fan Yuan's attitude, Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows and spoke frankly. Right, I want self-strength immortal goo. Return the immortal goo to Little Lan, it was hers after all. If she could directly take it, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have already done so and absolutely would not have gone through such trouble. But even if she was a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she could not forcibly take immortal goo. The immortal goo was already refined by Fan Yuan, and could be destroyed instantly with just a thought from him. Like old ancestors Shui who had extremely strong attainment in Ice Path, but had no way to take the mysterious immortal goo inside the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Unless they were a wisdom path goo immortal who suppressed Fan Yuan and made sure he could not take action in thinking, or someone who had great accomplishment in theft path. Theft path was created by thieving heaven demon Venerable. His signature immortal killer move Formless Hand was feared by countless goo immortals. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan did not have wisdom path methods, and theft path was not a mainstream path, despite it being created by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Besides him, other cultivators of Theft Path were generally not able to achieve anything significant. If Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others had Theft Path methods, they could directly steal the immortal goo from Fan Yuan's aperture. Given they had set this up, the possibility of this was very small. Especially when Fan Yuan had Wisdom Path attainment, Blazing Heaven Demoness felt even more cautious regarding taking action. Blazing Heaven Demoness directly demanded self-strength immortal goo. Fan Yuan remained silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness' reason was not very justifiable. Fan Yuan had obtained self-strength immortal goo fair and square. If he had not saved He Lu Lan, she would have already lost her life in the dream realm. It could be said that Fan Yuan was He Lu Lan's benefactor. However, Fan Yuan did not want to speak of this. Such words were useless. Why would there be discussion about benevolence with those of fierce character? Moreover, back then when Fan Yuan helped He Lu Lan, he also did not hold any good intentions. If he talked about this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others would instead look down on him. A bigger fist is the best and the strongest reason. If I were stronger, I would not need to fear Blazing Heaven Demoness extortion. Unfortunately, I cannot even escape right now. My cultivation is stagnant, my strength is too low. Fan Yuan was self-aware. He knew it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength immortal goo. In the current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak, like meat on the chopping block. But it was not that he did not have any cards in his hands. Firstly, there is the previous agreement. The agreement states allies cannot harm each other. But Fairy Li Shan is an information path goo immortal. She had openly violated the agreement when we invaded Dongfang tribe's blessed land. The value of this is rather small. Secondly, immortal goo are not easy to plunder. It is because of this that Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others had to make arrangements to trap me. But the value of this can only be at a middling level. I cannot overestimate its use. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the ability to capture me alive. If she put aside all considerations and decided to do so, wouldn't I be like that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie that fell into old ancestor Shui Hu's hands? Thirdly, there is Purple Mountain True Monarch. He Lu Lan and others don't know this is only a lie. Earlier, I used this lie to deceive Tai Bai Yunxing. But who could have thought it would instead become my greatest trump card at this moment? Fan Yuan was not wrong. After Blazing Heaven Demoness knew of Purple Mountain True Monarch, she treated such information with great importance. She was quite wary of this mysterious Purple Mountain True Monarch. If Purple Mountain True Monarch was a rank 8 goo immortal, and she captured his beloved disciple, the trouble stirred up in the future would not be small. Blazing Heaven Demoness had just approached old ancestor Shui Hu and sought to trouble him. She naturally did not want herself to fall into the same situation. Even if Purple Mountain True Monarch was only rank 7, he still had many disciples. Fan Yuan claimed he was only a junior disciple and had senior disciples above him. Especially when this Purple Mountain True Monarch was extremely resourceful, he could arrange his disciple to enter Immortal Crane's sect. But did Purple Mountain True Monarch really exist? He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were completely in the dark, and Blazing Heaven Demoness, who obtained information from them, also was deceived by this. Fan Yuan's silence made Blazing Heaven Demoness slightly impatient as she urged. Fan Yuan, what requests do you have? Say them, we can talk. Fan Yuan let out a breath. He had already planned it all inwardly. But he did not reply to Blazing Heaven Demoness' question, instead asking, Those goo refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine Star Thought immortal goo, did you tamper with them? Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. Of course. She actually admitted it. Moreover, she did not have even a trace of embarrassment on her face. Fan Yuan frowned. Actually, I had suspected this, but every time I refined goo, I inspected the immortal materials carefully. Why was I not able to find anything amiss? Blazing Heaven Demoness replied. That is because your fire path attainment has not reached Great Grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path Dao marks on each fire path immortal material. The increase is very small, but it accumulates with every immortal material used, and takes substantial effect during the refinement process, ruining the goo refinement. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally had to do this. If Fan Yuan succeeded in refining, how could she coerce Fan Yuan? Fan Yuan did not nag about this issue. He nodded and continued. I can return self-strength immortal goo, but I have some conditions. Hearing this, Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan's hopes were raised. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at Fan Yuan with slight surprise and clapped. Now I can somewhat understand why little sister wanted to suppress you. Speak, what are your requests? First of all, I want to form a new agreement. This agreement was the assurance for his safety. Although Fairy Li Shan was an information path Gu immortal and could have unknown methods to break the agreement, she would need to make preparations before doing so. At least during that period, Fan Yuan could escape safely. This is a must. Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed. Fan Yuan continued. Secondly, my debt of the immortal materials you lent to me before will be cleared. As long as you return self-strength immortal Gu, this won't be a problem. Blazing Heaven Demoness replied straightforwardly. I want to leave Zombie Alliance, and get rid of the alliance agreement with them. Okay. Finally, I want Strength Path immortal zombie corpses. You need to promise me that you will do your utmost to get me as many Strength Path immortal zombie corpses as possible. Fan Yuan's eyes shined brightly. Chapter 947. Nirvana Fire. He Lu Lan had Blazing Heaven Demoness protecting her. Fan Yuan could no longer target her. If he could not obtain a super-grade blessed land, a high-grade blessed land was still very good. To achieve that, Fan Yuan needed a large number of ordinary Strength Path immortal zombie bodies. And in Northern Plains, who else could obtain more immortal zombie bodies than Blazing Heaven Demoness? Of course, Fan Yuan gave a valid-sounding excuse. If I give self-strength immortal Gu to you, I will not have a useful Strength Path immortal Gu with me. I need to refine a Strength Path immortal Gu to replace it. The immortal Gu recipe that I have needs a large number of Strength Path immortal zombie bodies. This excuse perfectly concealed the life and death immortal aperture revival method. Blazing Heaven Demoness could not reject him either. Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned deeply. If she agreed, she would have to pay a huge price. Earlier, old ancestor Shui who handed over some immortal zombies. A large number of Strength Path immortal zombies were among them. But if she gave them to Fan Yuan, Blazing Heaven Demoness' contribution to Zombie Alliance would be greatly diminished. Immortal zombies were very particular about preserving their corpses after dying. This was the last bit of pride they had. Old ancestor Shui who targeted the immortal zombie graveyard, that caused Zombie Alliance to mobilize their forces to deal with this rank 8 expert, going into a state of frenzy disregarding the cost. That was because immortal zombie bodies were the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. Anyone who targets them will face the vengeance of Zombie Alliance. Old ancestor Shui who understood this as well. After the matter was exposed, even though he obtained a large number of immortal zombie bodies, he kept many of them without using them, leaving behind a way to settle the situation. Blazing Heaven Demoness thought, I can give the Strength Path immortal zombie bodies to Fan Yuan. This matter can be blamed on old ancestor Shui who, nobody will suspect me. But the problem is, Fan Yuan wants to use immortal zombie bodies to refine immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were hard to refine, it was normal to fail. Blazing Heaven Demoness shook her head, she said to Fan Yuan. If you keep failing in your refinement, would I have to provide you immortal zombie bodies unceasingly? That is impossible. As the leader of the Zombie Alliance branch, I am stealing from the inside. If I get exposed, the consequences are severe. How about this? You can give me a number. If it is reasonable, I will consider it. Fan Yuan thought about it and gave a number. Blazing Heaven Demoness immediately rejected him. The number was too large, it was too risky for even her to obtain this many Strength Path immortal zombie bodies. Next, both sides negotiated and eventually reached a consensus. Fan Yuan obtained a number of Strength Path immortal zombies that greatly exceeded the requirements for a high-grade blessed land. But on the surface, he pretended to be dissatisfied. This is only enough for me to do 3 attempts at Gu refinement. Fairy Li Shan snorted coldly. Fan Yuan, I urge you not to get an inch and ask for a mile. Fan Yuan chuckled, he looked at Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when He Lu Lan was trapped in the dream realm, why didn't you have this attitude? These words made Fairy Li Shan slightly awkward. She was not as shameless as Blazing Heaven Demoness. Talking more is pointless, we can form the new agreement now. Once the agreement is created, I will return self-strength immortal Gu to you. Fan Yuan continued. Wait. Blazing Heaven Demoness waved her hand. Earlier, you stated your conditions, now, it is my turn. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly internally. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness was not so easy to deal with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness' words made Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan extremely surprised. I am willing to fund you to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. I will not do anything to the immortal materials this time. Fan Yuan heard this and did not feel joy, he squinted as he went into high alert. Seeing Fan Yuan's vigilant state, Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. She said, Fan Yuan, I know that you have been looking for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie state. Look at this. Saying so, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to burn in raging flames. Orange-yellow flames covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot, it was filled with life force and could give observers a feeling of warmth and hope. It seemed harmless, but Fan Yuan took a few steps back vigilantly. Next, his eyes opened wide as he witnessed an unbelievable sight. In the burning flames, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to change. First, her 5-meter-tall zombie body shrunk rapidly, returning to a normal person's height. Next, her skin, which was rough and dark like tree bark, vanished in the flames. White and tender skin appeared on her, like a freshly peeled egg. Next, her immortal zombie hair, which looked like messy red wheat stalks, turned long and slim. The red color was vibrant and warm. Finally, Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire figure went through a complete transformation. From a scary giant zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman wearing a red dress. She had tender skin, sharp features, her gaze was energetic, and her lips were bright red. Her chest was busty, it could barely be contained. Her legs were slim and long, yet they were also not thin. Most strikingly, her hair extended to waist length. It was burning red, giving off a dreamlike feeling, vibrant and overflowing with colors. In this wondrous flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness had performed an amazing display in front of Fan Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her entire aura also became stronger. Like a gently burning flame, becoming larger and giving off loud noises, other than giving people a sense of liveliness, her aura was also more overbearing. Blazing Heaven Demoness' face became more rosy, but Fairy Li Shan showed worry on her face. Big sister, be careful of your injury. Blazing Heaven Demoness understood this, of course. The price she paid for this was not small, but seeing Fan Yuan's shining eyes and intense desire, she felt that it was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flame on her body and used goo worms, turning her body taller and transforming from a beauty into a monster, becoming an immortal zombie again. Blazing Heaven Demoness said, I have a time path injury on my body that causes my aging to accelerate hundreds of times. Without any choice, I had to become an immortal zombie. But you saw earlier that I can revive easily, changing between the immortal zombie and living goo immortal states. This is because of the immortal killer move that I used earlier, Nirvana Fire. Nirvana Fire? Fan Yuan felt some hope internally. Earlier, he did not care about it, because he already had the best revival method there was. But hearing Blazing Heaven Demoness' words, Fan Yuan still was greatly excited. Using the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method, I will turn into an ordinary goo immortal completely. My remaining lifespan will decrease accordingly. I cannot use wisdom goo after that, since my lifespan would be consumed rapidly under the light of wisdom. Furthermore, each immortal aperture can only use the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method once, it cannot be repeated. If I can obtain this revival method and interchange between the states of immortal zombie and living goo immortal, that would be excellent. I would be able to use wisdom goo more optimally. Blazing Heaven Demoness observed his expression. Seeing that Fan Yuan was interested, she added chips to her side of the bargain. She took out immortal goo, saying to Fan Yuan, This is my third request, you have to accept this gift. If it were an ordinary mortal goo, Fan Yuan would not take even a glance at it. But Fan Yuan could not look away from this mortal goo that Blazing Heaven Demoness took out. The reason was simple, this mortal goo was so valuable even rank 9 venerables looked for it painstakingly. This was a lifespan goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness continued, Fan Yuan, I know that you have little lifespan left, this lifespan goo can give you 60 years of life, after you change back, you will not be old. Fan Yuan sighed to himself deeply. Blazing Heaven Demoness gave 3 conditions. The first was to help Fan Yuan refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, and she promised that she would not tamper with the materials. The second was to give Fan Yuan a revival method. Most importantly, this revival method allowed Fan Yuan to turn into an immortal zombie freely and use Wisdom Goo fully. The third was a 60-year lifespan goo. It was a treasure that Fan Yuan had been looking for. Rather than saying these 3 requests were Blazing Heaven Demoness conditions, they were more like bait that she was laying out in front of Fan Yuan. Facing such huge temptation, Fan Yuan felt excited. At the same time, his mood was heavy. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness was doing this for a reason. Thus, he cupped his fists at Blazing Heaven Demoness, saying seriously, I cannot reject Blazing Heaven Demoness conditions. Please continue stating them. Fan Yuan could not reject her, because he did not have the strength to do so. Ha! Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Fan Yuan understood the situation he was in. She was very pleased and finally stated her true objectives. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 6 true conditions. First, she wanted Fan Yuan to give her all of his eerie fire dragon pythons. Second, she wanted to enter into the Gutsku business, and become the largest buyer in the Gutsku trades. Third, and the most important of them, she wanted Tai Bai Yunxing to cooperate with her using man as before and landscape as before, to try and heal the time path injury that she had. Fourth, she wanted to be able to borrow Fan Yuan's fixed immortal travel from now on to return to Eastern Sea. Fifth, she wanted Fan Yuan to make a deduction for her each year for free. The content could be related to finding immortal goo, deducing incomplete immortal goo recipes, and others. Sixth, if possible, she wanted to meet Fan Yuan's master, Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fan Yuan thought about this thoroughly. He could agree to the first request. Eerie fire dragon pythons were related to Fire Path. They might be useful to Blazing Heaven Demoness, but Fan Yuan could do without them. The second request was for Blazing Heaven Demoness to enter into the Gutsku trade and become a larger buyer than Immortal Crane Sect and Spirit Affinity House. Fan Yuan could accept this. With Blazing Heaven Demoness funding, perhaps the Gutsku trade would expand even further. For the third request, if Fan Yuan talked to Tai Bai Yunxing, he would not reject it. But man as before and landscape as before could not fall into Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands. The fourth request involving fixed immortal travel was similar. Fan Yuan would not lend the immortal goo. At most, he would go along with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan directly agreed to the fifth request. The sixth request was nothing but Blazing Heaven Demoness trying to probe into Fan Yuan's background and the force behind him. This was impossible. Purple Mountain True Monarch did not exist, he was made up by Fan Yuan. Chapter 948. Attitude Goo. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. The silver light in the sky seemed everlasting and indestructible. There were many halls on the ground, but there was silence, without any person around. There was an old tower standing tall and proud among the halls. This tower was covered in blemishes, it had over 3 million years of history. It was very famous, the immortal goo house that star constellation Immortal Venerable created herself, Heaven Overseeing Tower. There was a huge refinement path goo formation around Heaven Overseeing Tower. In the 4 cores of the goo formation, there were 4 rank 8 goo immortals respectively, 3 male and 1 female, 1 old-looking and 3 young. At this moment, seeing that the huge goo formation was gradually coming to a halt, the 4 Heavenly Court goo immortals let out deep breaths, their tense minds calmed down. Once they relaxed, Lian Jiuxing's body wavered, he could not stand upright, he sat down on the ground directly. The others were not any better. Bai Tsangxue's head was full of sweat, while Bai Chintian was pale. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's aged face had even deeper wrinkles than before. Any of these 4 people, if they went outside, would be huge characters in Central Continent, or famous experts even in the 5 regions. But at this moment, they were all exhausted, it was as if they were extremely hungry, after having fought strong foes for 300 days, without any rest or sleep. After all, how could repairing the rank 9 immortal goo fate be so easy? Thinking about the difficulties when activating the goo formation, Bai Tsangxue and the others felt immensely glad. One crucial step in repairing fate was to draw in Heaven's will. Heaven's will was grand and vast, a human's will was small and insignificant compared to it. The 4 goo immortals endured much hardship to maintain their consciousness amidst the inflow of Heaven's will. Under this situation, minutes felt like years. They lasted for several hundred days and eventually succeeded. Good! Just now was a great success for repairing fate immortal goo. Everyone has worked hard. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord carried his walking stick as he slowly got up. He looked at the goo formation in the center with much joy, as Fate Immortal Goo floated above it. This Fate Immortal Goo was like a black and white spider. The red wound on its body had already shrunken by 30%. We finally succeeded. Bai Qingtian sighed. Now that we succeeded, Fate Goo can already use 50% of its strength. Even if it is outside of Heaven Overseeing Tower, it can start to show some effect. Lian Jiuxing said excitedly. Oh? What effect? Bai Tsangxue asked in puzzlement. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely tired, but he smiled and said, The effect of Fate Immortal Goo is fate itself. You have to know, all living beings in this world have certain paths in life that they follow, they cannot be allowed to change. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable harmed Fate Immortal Goo, the world went into chaos. Right now, Fate Immortal Goo has already recovered 50% of its strength. With its existence, the world is already starting to adjust itself. All of those who derailed from their original path before this, even if they took a huge detour, will start to move towards their original fate, and continue on that path. At this moment, in Northern Plains, Blazing Heaven Demoness listed her true intentions. After considering them, Fan Yuan replied to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He did not directly reject the sixth request. He said that he could not directly make the decision for such a thing. He would try to inform his master, Purple Mountain True Monarch, but whether he would show up or not was the master's decision. Blazing Heaven Demoness expressed her understanding. After both sides reached a consensus, the heavy atmosphere eased slightly. After patiently negotiating, both sides set a new agreement. This alliance agreement was hard to break. Fan Yuan used his previous life's experiences to avoid loopholes in the alliance agreement, and increasing the difficulties of breaking it. Fan Yuan estimated that even if Fairy Li Shan had Information Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, she would still need at least 2 to 3 years to break the agreement. Moreover, Fairy Li Shan was not an Information Path Great Grandmaster. After setting the alliance agreement, Fan Yuan's safety was assured. He followed the agreement, and handed over Self-Strength Immortal Goo to He Lulan. Even though he lost Self-Strength Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan was satisfied with the results. In fact, Blazing Heaven Demoness was not overbearing in this negotiation. Of course, if Fan Yuan refused to hand over Self-Strength Immortal Goo, then that would be another story. Fan Yuan made great gains this time. All in all, this was a fair exchange of benefits. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not try to lay her hands on Fan Yuan's Immortal Blessed Land, Starform Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain, or Fixed Immortal Travel. She did not even mention Fairy Li Shan's Time Luck Immortal Goo. This showed that she was truly sincere in cooperating with Fan Yuan. Be it his Wisdom Path attainment, Fixed Immortal Travel or other aspects, Fan Yuan had very great value if used. After achieving a mutually beneficial result by cooperating, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not strike forcefully. After all, in her mind, Fan Yuan was backed by Purple Mountain True Monarch. After He Lulan received Self-Strength Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan purposely let go of it, and she successfully refined it rapidly. It had finally returned to her. He Lulan sighed as she used the Immortal Goo. At once, her body shook as 3 Strength Path Phantoms appeared. These 3 phantoms were not burly and rough-looking men like before. They were similar to He Lulan's own appearance. They were all peerless beauties. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed at this. Little Lan, you have finally unraveled the biggest obstacle in your heart, and found your true self. He Lulan nodded in joy. When she killed He Qing personally, she felt refreshed. Her breathing became more relaxed, and she felt like she had started a new life. The Strength Path Phantoms in front of her were proof. He Lulan smiled and laughed. She turned towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Elder Ant, don't you want He Fan's Time Path inheritance? I can help you. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard He Lulan calling her Elder Ant and trembled from excitement. She knew that He Lulan actually hated her. After all, if it were not for her injury, He Lulan's mother would not have exposed herself during the course of events when undercover in He Tribe. In a way, Blazing Heaven Demoness could be considered the killer of He Lulan's mother. He Lulan continued. Next, I will return to He Tribe by infiltrating it. I will find He Fan's inheritance, and obtain it afterwards. No! Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan shouted in disagreement. He Lulan's words made them severely shocked. Back then, Su Xian Er died because of this. He Lulan wanted to walk on Su Xian Er's former path. How could her 2 aunts allow tragedy to strike again? Don't worry, I have already planned this for a long time. He Lulan expected their reactions. She placed her arms behind her as she walked slowly, analyzing calmly. Times are different now. The 4 elders of He Tribe would not leave their base easily after this battle. With He Qing's death, He Tribe's reputation has sunken. In the following days, many super forces will collaborate and deal with He Tribe. With He Tribe's current strength, they cannot hold on to so many resources anymore. This is a rare opportunity. I will get into He Tribe and obtain the highest authority. It is time this super force had a new owner. He Lulan had great ambition. Even Fan Yuan was shocked at her goals. Old ancestor Shui who only wanted to steal some resources, he even hid himself during the process, fearful of He Tribe's revenge. But He Lu Lan actually wanted to take over all of He tribe. It is too dangerous. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. I will not allow it. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke plainly, but she showed off a stance that did not allow rebuking. He Lu Lan looked at her aunts fearlessly. She smiled. I know that you are concerned about me, but I'm afraid you have the wrong idea. This is my decision. I am not discussing it with you. You can refuse to cooperate with me, but you cannot interfere with my choice. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at each other speechlessly. He Lu Lan knew that it was hard to accomplish this goal herself, but if she had the help of both her aunts, along with Fan Yuan's strength, it would be of huge help to her. The danger would be lower, and she would have a higher chance of succeeding. Fine, I will give you some assurance, He Lu Lan said, taking out a mask. This mask was emanating with the aura of an immortal gu. Attitude gu? At once, Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-open eyes. Fan Yuan's gaze was fixed onto this mask. Attitude gu was a legendary immortal gu. It was recorded in Legends of Renzu, and also one of the immortal gu that Fan Yuan was searching for. That was because Attitude gu was the core immortal gu of Familiar Face. Fan Yuan had the modified immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. If he fused Attitude gu into it, his disguise would surely be at a higher level. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a puzzled look. This gu was once in He Fan's hands. He Fan doted on his granddaughter, He Fengyu, and gave Attitude gu to her. He Fengyu was a spoiled brat. As a mortal, she brought the immortal gu to roam the icy plane. In the end, she was targeted by a mysterious gu immortal and vanished. Attitude gu also disappeared as a result, and never showed up again. He Lu Lan's lips curled up. She toyed around with Attitude gu. That's right, I obtained this Attitude gu from the icy plane. Fairy Li Shan was curious. Little Lan, when did you go to the icy plane? Wait, unless... That's right. I purposely went to the northern icy plane for my immortal ascension because I had clues of Attitude gu's whereabouts. That was the only way I could subdue Attitude gu, by borrowing the heavenly might of the tribulation. Haha, I will not talk about the specific details. He Lu Lan explained. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. She assessed He Lu Lan again, feeling complex emotions. She was both happy and dejected. Nobody found out that He Lu Lan had obtained Attitude gu, and she did not tell anyone either. Even Fairy Li Shan was kept in the dark. This child has grown up after all. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed internally. He Lu Lan wore the mask, saying plainly, From now onwards I am Fairy Black Moon. Blazing Heaven Demoness clapped and smiled. Excellent! With Attitude gu as well as the genuine He tribe bloodline, this matter might very well succeed. Fan Yuan was shocked. He Lu Lan is Fairy Black Moon. Chapter 949. Divine Concealment. Fan Yuan observed He Lu Lan closely. He Lu Lan's appearance had changed greatly after wearing the mask. Clad in black and gold armored martial attire, with short hair and bright eyes, a heroic and domineering aura radiated around her and gave an oppressive sensation to others. She unexpectedly looked almost the same as Fairy Black Moon's appearance, which Fan Yuan had seen in the records from Central Continent back in his previous life. Attitude gu influences not my eyes, but my mind. Right now, the person I am looking at is still He Lu Lan wearing Attitude gu, but my mind is perceiving her as a different person. This is far too huge of a coincidence. It seems He Lu Lan is undoubtedly Fairy Black Moon. Fan Yuan was convinced of this, understanding the hidden inside details of his previous life. In his previous life, He Lu Lan had become the winner of the Imperial Court contest. According to history, she was a tyrant and was later assassinated. But in fact, she had not died. She joined Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and became the next generation Fairy of Spirit Affinity House. And later, she returned to Northern Plains, leading Central Continent's gu immortals, wrecking 88 True Young building and destroying the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains' gu immortal world. If that was the case, how was He Lu Lan able to get in touch with Spirit Affinity House? Fan Yuan immediately thought of Mo Yao's will. He Lu Lan won in the Imperial Court contest, entered Imperial Court Blessed Land and obtained Mo Yao's will. And under the influence of Mo Yao's will, she joined Spirit Affinity House. As for how big of an influence Mo Yao's will was, Fan Yuan was not sure. His intuition told him that this guess should be the truth of history during his previous life. It was only that in this life, because of Fan Yuan's interference, the whole situation was thrown into disorder. Mo Yao's will influenced Fan Yuan, and almost caused him to die. So when I was in Northern Plains I had already caused a huge influence to the future of Central Continent. Sure enough, the butterfly effect is beyond imagination. But now, Heilu Lan is still in Northern Plains. If so, who will Spirit Affinity House appoint as the next generation fairy? Will it be Feng Jin Huang? Fan Yuan let his thoughts wander. He felt that since Heilu Lan was no longer involved, Feng Jin Huang was the most likely candidate to inherit the position of the next generation fairy. Zhao Lianyun, you can be the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, as long as you successfully obtain this inheritance. Standing in front of the Thieving Heaven Inheritance's entrance, a wisdom path Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, Su Hao, spoke to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun gazed at the huge entrance of light with a resolute expression. I don't care about being the next generation fairy. I only want to save Brother Ma Hongyun as quickly as possible. Illusory Fairy Li Juning stood beside Su Hao, revealing a slight smile as she heard this. She softly stroked Zhao Lianyun's cheek, revealing a bewitching smile. Cute little sister, this is a Thieving Heaven inheritance. As long as you can successfully inherit it, you will be very likely to have the power to save your lover. Zhao Lianyun blushed. Her eyes, however, were sober and calm. She was an otherworldly demon, a transmigrator. She was not so easy to deceive. Zhao Lianyun persisted in asking. I am only a mortal. Can this inheritance immediately let me ascend and become a Gu Immortal? Ah. The female Gu Immortal, Li Juning, did not have an answer to this. In fact, she also did not know the specific contents of the inheritance. She glanced at the male Gu Immortal Su Hao, before continuing. Even if you can't immediately become a Gu Immortal, by obtaining Thieving Heaven's inheritance, you will become the strongest competitor for the position of the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Don't underestimate this position. As long as you succeed, you can borrow the sex strength to save your lover. Our Spirit Affinity House is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only super forces like ours can match up to old ancestors Shui Hu and save your brother Ma Hongyun. I understand. Zhao Lianyun nodded and did not speak any further, taking a firm step forward into the entrance of light and disappearing within. Do you think she can succeed? Illusory Fairy Li Juning let out a sigh, and asked with a worried expression. Su Hao, however, was confident. We have already confirmed that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. If even she can't succeed, who can? He continued, I know you are worried the inheritance will have difficult tests, and Zhao Lianyun might not be able to pass them since she is only a mortal. But you don't know much about this aspect. After these last years of research, I have already confirmed what the qualification for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable Inheritance tests are. As long as one is an otherworldly demon, they can easily obtain his inheritance, and there are no other dangerous tests. I just don't know how much Zhao Lianyun can grow by inheriting this. Li Juning felt at ease at her husband's words. I wouldn't be surprised even if Zhao Lianyun were to immediately advance to a Gu Immortal. After all, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangement. Hee. Compared to ascending to Immortal, I want his formless hand more. Back then, if only I had a slightly stronger Immortal killer move, I would not have been defeated by Feng Jiuge. Su Hao's fists were clenched as he said this, his eyes flickering with a vague light of hatred. No organization would lack internal strife. Spirit Affinity House naturally was not an exception. After Feng Jiuge disappeared, many Gu Immortals of Spirit Affinity House tacitly agreed to trouble Fairy Bai Qing. And Su Hao and Li Juning, this couple were the most important people in the anti-Feng faction. Li Juning consoled her husband. Heaven's Envy Manor had sent the news of the deaths of Ao Shui and Ling Mei. And Feng Jiuge has been missing for so long, he might already be dead as well. Why would you be bothered by a dead person? Su Hao discontentedly gritted his teeth. In the past, Feng Jiuge had such might that almost anything he said in the sect was carried out automatically, suppressing us for so many years. I was dispatched to comprehend the Thieving Heaven inheritance. This was also him removing me from a seat of power. But it was fortunate. I became the person who has the most understanding of Thieving Heaven's inheritances, and have the highest authority regarding this matter. Otherwise, how could we have openly taken charge of Zhao Lianyun? Li Juning repeatedly nodded. At present, Feng Jin Huang is the top candidate for the next generation's fairy, but Zhao Lianyun's appearance is a new variable, becoming the competitor with the highest threat to Feng Jin Huang. If we could support her to rise to the status, we would not only be able to suppress that slut Bai Qing, but also can make use of it to regain authority. Zhao Lianyun was just newly arrived. but had already fallen into the power struggle within Spirit Affinity House, becoming a powerful weapon for Su Hao and Li Juning to fight for authority. As the saying goes, in this world, people often had no control of the situation. Su Hao was just about to say something when his gaze suddenly focused, becoming very surprised. Huh! She came out so quickly. In front of the two immortals, Zhao Lianyun's figure gradually appeared from thin air. Su Hao hurriedly asked. The thieving heaven inheritance has disappeared, this means she has succeeded. Is it really so simple? Even if he had done deep research and was mentally prepared, he could not avoid having an envious feeling right now. Li Juning had already moved ahead to welcome Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was out of the inheritance space, and appeared somewhat clueless and dazed right now. How was it, did you succeed? What did you inherit? Under the heat of the moment, Li Juning grabbed Zhao Lianyun's small, tender shoulder and shook it fiercely. Zhao Lianyun frowned from the pain. I am also not too sure. There was a dazzling light after I entered, then a will appeared. He told me to accept the rank 9 immortal killer move, Divine Concealment. Divine Concealment? Hearing this term, Su Hao and Li Juning's eyes opened wide as they glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Lianyun, however, was disappointed, asking anxiously, I did not become a Gu immortal, and also didn't experience any changes. Can I still save brother Ma Hongyun? Su Hao reacted at this moment, and started laughing heartily, replying firmly, Of course. I did not think the true content of this inheritance was this. Being able to inherit Divine Concealment is a gargantuan fortune. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move Divine Concealment. Li Juning also involuntarily let out a gasp. In the past, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Theft Path, he stole the treasures of the world with no one able to forecast or deduce his movements. Why was that the case? It was rumored that it was because of two defensive killer moves Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable possessed. One was Divine Concealment, the other was Ghostly Concealment. Zhao Lianyun's eyes opened wide. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment? Li Juning nodded. Right, Divine Concealment makes it so that no thoughts, wills or emotions can deduce your state or origins. Do you know what this means? The methods of probing and deducing of almost all Wisdom Path Gu immortals in the world come from these three aspects: thought, will and emotion. And with Divine Concealment, you are immune to the deductions of almost all Wisdom Path Gu immortals. Rank 9 Divine Concealment. Only a Rank 9 Wisdom Path Gu immortal can have a chance to succeed in making deductions about you. Su Hao continued, This is actually still not its most amazing aspect. You might not even believe it when I say it, but the most amazing thing is that Divine Concealment can make Gu Masters immune to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Li Junying's expression looked enchanted, while Zhao Lianyun still looked uncomprehending. Su Hao could not help but laugh. He realized Zhao Lianyun was only immortal and not a Gu immortal, thus she did not understand the significance of this. He patiently explained, Heaven's will is a kind of will. You have Divine Concealment. Since Heaven's will can't probe you, it can't send calamities and tribulations to you. You have already escaped the detection of Heaven's will. When you ascend to immortal later, you won't attract any heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity. After Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Divine Concealment, no calamities and tribulations befell him. But this has its disadvantages as well. Calamities and tribulations are not entirely bad, they are a major way to increase the number of Dao marks a Gu immortal has. In the future, although you won't face calamities and tribulations, and will be incomparably safe, you won't be able to increase your quantity of Dao marks through calamities and tribulations, and your accomplishments would be limited. Unless you have the other methods of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable to support your cultivation. In records of history, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could even steal Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun's eyes moved round and round in puzzlement, as she probed. Divine Concealment is so powerful, then what about Ghostly Concealment? Su Hao, who had been talking with confidence, did not have an answer for this, and Li Juning also slowly shook her head. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. The former is known by everyone, but the latter is extremely mysterious. There are many guesses and public opinions vary, but they are all unreliable and there has never been a publicly accepted answer. Su Hao replied. Li Juning spoke faintly. But since both are equally famous, it also must be extraordinary. Zhao Lianyun blinked, her tone one of astonishment. Besides inheriting Divine Concealment, I also obtained a clue. Another Thieving Heaven inheritance is hidden in Luopa Valley, and that inheritance is about Ghostly Concealment. What? A second thieving heaven inheritance. And it is hidden in Luopa Valley? Su Hao and Li Juning was surprised and joyous. They glanced at each other with bright eyes. Chapter 950. Unexpected Compensation. Su Hao and Li Juning were very perceptive. Zhao Lianyun's information was very important. Su Hao and Li Juning immediately thought of Feng Jiuge rather than the thieving heaven inheritance. Combined with the information from the Central Continent Gu immortals who returned, they were almost certain the reason why Feng Jiuge disappeared was because he was trapped inside the thieving heaven inheritance. The thieving heaven inheritance must have been used by the enemy to trap Feng Jiuge. Su Hao was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He said this after deducing. Then what should we do now? Li Junying's words made them sink into silence. Zhao Lianyun looked around left to right and back. She did not speak. The reason why she mentioned this was because she wanted to return to Northern Plains, using Spirit Affinity House's power to save Ma Hongyun. But she did not know about the internal conflicts within Spirit Affinity House. Su Hao and Li Juning looked at each other. They interacted with their gazes. Both of their gazes gradually turned cold. They had chemistry and a close rapport built over the years. They quickly came to an agreement. They decided to suppress this information and temporarily not report it. They wanted Feng Jiuge to die. If they reported it, Spirit Affinity House would definitely send people to save him. If Feng Jiuge was still alive, what would happen once he was saved? After dragging it out for 3 days, both immortals reached the time limit and reported this information. As expected, the higher-ups in Spirit Affinity House were alarmed. They organized a group to save him. As for the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, she became the key person in this rescue mission. She was brought to Northern Plains. Several days later. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Dark Flow Giant City. Boom! A loud sound was heard as intense explosions occurred. The entirety of Giant City trembled. What is going on? What is going on? Is someone attacking Dark Flow Giant City? In Dark Flow Giant City, people had fallen to the ground. Shocked cries were heard. Dark Flow Giant City was enormous. It had a total of 7 layers. The lower 5 layers were the residences of mortal Gu masters and were very bustling and clamorous. 1 layer above was where people with some connection to immortal zombies resided. The highest layer was reserved for immortals only. At this moment, at the highest layer of Dark Flow Giant City, a thick smoke rose into the sky. Cough, cough. Fan Yuan was covered in soot as he came out of the secret room. He was coughing non-stop. He failed again when refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. Ever since they made the new alliance agreement, Fan Yuan did not return to his blessed land. He came to Dark Flow Giant City and used Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Refinement Path Gu formation. He was not a Refinement Path Gu immortal. He could not set up a Refinement Path Gu formation of such a level himself. Fan Yuan tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu again. Blazing Heaven Demoness had funded him a huge amount of immortal materials for Gu refinement in accordance with the agreement. This time, the immortal materials were not tampered with at all. Fan Yuan had an easy time during the refinement, but during the final few steps, the Gu refinement failed, and an intense explosion occurred. Not only was the entire Refinement Path Gu formation blown to bits, the explosion also destroyed the secret room, alerting all of the Gu immortals in Dark Flow Giant City. Even the mortals in the lower layers felt it. At the final few steps, the Dao marks will undergo a unique change that cannot be controlled. The interaction of Dao marks would only stabilize under one condition, that is the successful refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu. This step is purely dependent on luck. Fan Yuan sighed internally. Man is the spirit of all beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. All living beings, including humans, could not directly manipulate Dao marks. Be it Gu masters, desolate beasts, desolate plants, even if they had Dao marks in them, they could only make use of them through Gu worms. Thus, when Gu immortals refined Gu, they could not directly manipulate the Dao marks. They could not control intense changes in the Dao marks. To make a rather crude comparison, refining a rank 6 immortal Gu was like playing golf. The Gu immortals' preparations are all to ensure that the golf ball moves according to the path that they had planned. But the long path that the ball needs to travel on is filled with over 100 holes. Only when the golf ball falls into the correct hole at the end of the path would the Gu refinement succeed. Gu immortals could only ensure that the golf ball would move according to their wishes during the first half of the route. By the second half, the ground would be uneven and filled with pits. The Gu immortals would not be able to control how the ball moved anymore. Thus, whether the ball could enter the proper hole depended on luck. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness no longer tampered with the immortal materials, her funding is not without cost. I need to pay her back eventually. Refining immortal goo is simply too hard, the success rate is too low. Maybe I can seek help from Langya Land Spirit. He should have a strong refinement path immortal goo, or a special refinement method to increase the rate of successfully refining immortal goo. In history, Longhair Ancestor was known as the #1 refinement path immortal of all times. The number of immortal goo that he had refined in his life shocked countless people. Even though Longhair Ancestor had died, his land spirit was alive, and Langya Blessed Land was still intact. Fan Yuan's goo refinement had failed again, he even suffered injuries. He decided to seek help from Langya Land Spirit, and tried to increase his chances, even if he had to pay a huge price. I'd suggest you to first try refining the strength path immortal goo. At this time, Fairy Li Shan came over and gave Fan Yuan a suggestion. Fairy Li Shan could no longer stay in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Ever since they killed He Qing, Fairy Li Shan had been staying inside Dark Flow Giant City. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness was exposed. Everyone knew about it. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness had led a band of immortal zombies to assault the Snowy Mountain Blessed Land demonic path goo immortals, with high rates of success. In actual fact, it was because Fairy Li Shan was the traitor exposing intelligence to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster, even though she was restricted by the alliance agreement of the forces of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. She could skirt around the restrictions and aid Blazing Heaven Demoness while only suffering mild injuries from violating it. How could old ancestor Shui Hu keep such a traitor? After meeting with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he publicly announced the expulsion of Fairy Li Shan, and declared her to be an enemy of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Li Shan had offended the biggest demonic path force in Northern Plains, but she was welcomed by Zombie Alliance. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness made her one of them. Furthermore, she was the key person in forcing old ancestor Shui Hu to give in. Just now, in Dark Flow Giant City, Fairy Li Shan was very well respected by the immortal zombies. Fan Yuan heard Fairy Li Shan's words and frowned. Please explain. Fairy Li Shan sighed. There is a change in the situation. My sister's funding for your refinement of Star Thought immortal goo might have to be delayed. Why is that the case? Fan Yuan could not understand. They had just set the agreement. Was Blazing Heaven Demoness going to break the agreement so quickly? That did not make sense. Because funding Fan Yuan's refinement of Star Thought immortal goo was Blazing Heaven Demoness' idea. Fairy Li Shan explained the reason, and Fan Yuan soon understood why. The reason was that the cooperation between Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Shui Hu had a huge impact on Northern Plains after Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance went into a ceasefire. The conflict between both forces received much attention. Some of the other regions even looked into the matter. But Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Shui Hu knew their limits. They cooperated and settled this conflict rapidly and peacefully. The Righteous Path forces in Northern Plains were excitedly watching this as they wanted to see a conflict between them. Suddenly, there was a turn of events. As the conflict ended, Zombie Alliance's headquarters sent out a mandatory mission in addition to the contribution points. All the members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had to work together, using all their resources to refine a giant goo formation. This goo formation's sole use was to protect the immortal zombie graveyard. If a situation like old ancestor Shui Hu stealing bodies happened again, the goo formation would activate and defend the place. If it could not defend the place, the power of the goo formation would teleport these immortal zombie bodies out of Northern Plains. Right now, Zombie Alliance is putting in a huge sum. Not just the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, but the other 3 branches and even the headquarters are building this giant immortal goo formation together. Just here alone, we are using 13 immortal goo, and countless supplementary mortal goo. Most of the immortal goo are sent here from the headquarters, but we also have to refine a number of them. Thus, Dark Flow Giant City is recalling all the immortal zombies back to refine goo. There will definitely be insufficient storage in Dark Flow Giant City. The immortal zombies will have to use their personal resources. Fairy Li Shan explained in detail. Of course, the immortal zombies would be compensated for contributing their personal resources. The Zombie Alliance headquarters was giving out huge amounts of contribution points, much higher than ordinary times, to compensate the members. This was among the biggest actions taken by Zombie Alliance in the last 1,000 years. An immense amount of contribution points made the immortal zombie members feel enthusiastic about refining goo. As long as they participated and expended immortal materials, Regardless of whether they failed or succeeded, they would be able to obtain a huge sum of contribution points. This was a benefit rarely seen in 1,000 years. Furthermore, after setting up this goo formation, the Zombie Alliance graveyard would be safe without any future worries. The immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance were also delighted to see the creation of this giant immortal goo formation. The immortal zombies from Eastern Sea were temporarily unable to return to Eastern Sea. They stayed and refined immortal goo, and a huge number of supplementary mortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness was in the same place. She could no longer fund Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's plan to refine Starthought immortal goo was obstructed. He could not even continue using the goo refinement secret room. He had already rescinded the Zombie Alliance agreement that had been placed on him. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was the branch leader, had the authority to do this. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fan Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were both outsiders. Except that Fairy Li Shan was much more popular and well regarded than Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan frowned as he thought. In the 500 years of my previous life, Zombie Alliance had this plan too, and they even succeeded. But the reason was not because old ancestors Shui who stole immortal zombies from the graveyard. It seems that the course of history will not alter easily. In this life, Zombie Alliance is building this giant immortal goo formation again. Fan Yuan could not stop them, of course. Zombie Alliance was a huge force. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was just the leader of a branch, was already able to suppress him firmly. If not for Fan Yuan's immense value which interested Blazing Heaven Demoness, choosing to cooperate with him, Fan Yuan might have been dead already. But no matter how strong Blazing Heaven Demoness was, Fan Yuan would not let go of the compensation that he was entitled to. Blazing Heaven Demoness action is going against our alliance agreement, right? Fan Yuan asked as he looked at Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. This was indeed Blazing Heaven Demoness violating the agreement. According to their alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to give Fan Yuan quite a sum of compensation. Unless Fan Yuan was willing to forego the compensation claim, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to pay him, otherwise the backlash of the agreement would heavily injure her. Blazing Heaven Demoness was feeling regret towards this as well. If she had known this, why would she fund Fan Yuan? Wasn't a different condition better? Even if she wanted to fund him, she could do so in a different way that did not break the agreement. The plan of Zombie Alliance caught Blazing Heaven Demoness off guard. Since Fan Yuan refused to let go, she could only compensate him. Chapter 951. Genius of a Generation, Feng Jiuge. Fan Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Blazing Heaven Demoness compensation was very satisfactory. Firstly, Blazing Heaven Demoness recently funded immortal materials were all waived. Fan Yuan did not need to pay her back. Secondly, Blazing Heaven Demoness lent Fan Yuan 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo and gave him a large number of Mortal Goo. These 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo along with the countless Mortal Goo could create the Fire Path Immortal Killer move, Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite unlucky. She had funded Fan Yuan in refining Starthought Immortal Goo, and provided him a huge amount of precious immortal materials. In the end, all of it went to waste and Fan Yuan did not need to pay her back. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had tampered with the immortal materials earlier, Fan Yuan had gained a lot of experience from it. He was very familiar with the refinement process of Starthought Immortal Goo. Because of the alliance agreement, Fan Yuan obtained the details of the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire. Which immortal goo were the cores, how many supplementary mortal goo were needed, what was the order of the goo worms, Fan Yuan knew all of these clearly. But to use this killer move, there was a prerequisite. Fire Path Down marks needed to be expended from the goo immortal's body. Blazing Heaven Demoness had cleverly concealed this fact. It was a small trap in the agreement. She wanted to increase her control over Fan Yuan using this. Since Fan Yuan did not have any Fire Path Down marks, if he wanted to revive using Nirvana Fire, he would need Blazing Heaven Demoness to use Nirvana Fire for him. Fan Yuan planned to modify the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire, using other immortal goo as the cores to achieve the same or similar results. And it would be best if these new core immortal goo were immortal goo that Fan Yuan possessed. This modification was very difficult. Typical Wisdom Path Goo immortals would not have any confidence in this, but Fan Yuan had high hopes for it. The reason was because Wisdom Goo was inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The power of the rank 9 Wisdom Goo was simply brilliant. It could not be expressed with words. It was important for Fan Yuan to do this. The Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method could allow him to revive, but it could only be used once on each immortal aperture. After revival, he would not be able to use wisdom goo. If Fang Yuan could modify Nirvana fire and freely change between being an immortal zombie and a living person, wisdom goo would continue to assist him in unimaginable ways. Blazing Heaven Demoness is tight on funds now. She needs to spend her own resources to refine immortal goo and complete the mandatory mission by Zombie Alliance. Thus, she had to lend out these 3 Fire Path immortal goo. If not for this situation, even if I requested it, she would not lend them to me so easily. With these 3 Fire Path immortal goo, my modification and deduction will be much easier. Fan Yuan felt very pleased about this. The goo formation plan of Zombie Alliance unexpectedly made him a beneficiary. In the following days, Fan Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom. He deduced with all his energy, concentrating on modifying the killer move Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, he had already gathered enough Strength Path immortal zombies and refined enough Exert Strength goo. He even had a 60-year lifespan goo. He had all 3. He could activate the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method now to become a living goo immortal and obtain a high-grade blessed land. But after obtaining Nirvana Fire, Fan Yuan was no longer satisfied with just this. Even though with Blazing Heaven Demoness interference, Fan Yuan was prevented from plotting against He Lulan and obtaining a super-grade blessed land. Because of this opportunity, he obtained Nirvana Fire, and if he used it well, he would be able to continue using Wisdom Goo. Summing up his gains and losses, Fan Yuan was uncertain if he had overall made a gain or a loss. Just as Fan Yuan was modifying the Immortal Killer move, Zhao Lianyun had already stepped into Luopa Valley. She was the key to rescuing Feng Jiuge. There was only one person who came along with her as the rescue team from Spirit Affinity House. Prince Feng Xian. His rank 8 cultivation could face any challenges. On the surface, he was a Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortal, and was an external supreme elder of a superforce, Gong tribe. He did not have the Huangjin bloodline in him, and because he had some grievances with Gong tribe, he had been living outside for many years. The truth was, he was a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. The Central Continent Force had spent a huge effort and price to send him into Northern Plains as their highest-level spy, his main task being in regards to 88 True Young building. Normally, Prince Feng Xian could not be used easily. If any traces were exposed, Prince Feng Xian's secret status, which had been hidden for hundreds of years, would be wasted. But it was different now because of Feng Jiuge. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House. Currently, he already could suppress the rest of Central Continent. If he advanced to rank 8, with his talent and ability, in time, he would be an expert even among rank 8s. His existence meant more benefits. His life and death would tilt the balance between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and even change the situation of the entire Central Continent Gu immortal world. Thus, Spirit Affinity House took a risk in using the hidden agent Prince Feng Xian to try and save him as soon as possible. Prince Feng Xian and Zhao Lianyun, a mortal and an immortal, moved forward in Luopa Valley. Lord, I would like to ask a question. If I can save Lord Feng Jiuge, will I be able to become the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House? While traveling, Zhao Lianyun asked this. Prince Feng Xian wore a mask, his figure was blurry, he was shrouded in fog, his true appearance was concealed. He said softly with a smile, "It is not so easy to become Spirit Affinity House's next generation fairy. But if you can save Feng Jiuge, then it would almost be guaranteed that you succeed. I heard that his daughter Feng Jin Huang is the top competitor for this title. If you become the savior of her father's life, she would step down from this contest for sure. So that's it." Zhao Lianyun's eyes shined with the light of hope. Even though she had the soul of an adult, after she went to Spirit Affinity House, she was very cooperative. She did not conceal anything and acted obediently. Because she had understood what world she was in. Without strength, no matter how intelligent you were like a loose strand of grass. Once the wind blew, you would be blown away and sent into danger. She understood that she needed to rely on Spirit Affinity House to save Ma Hongyun. But it was unrealistic to get Spirit Affinity House to attack Snowy Mountain. Zhao Lianyun had understood the rules of Spirit Affinity House. All the generations of fairies were fully nurtured by the sect. In Spirit Affinity House's long history, all of these fairies had become Gu Immortals. They had immense strength and had significant authority in the sect. To save Brother Hongyun, I need to rely on myself. Brother Hongyun, you must hang in there. Zhao Lianyun prayed for Ma Hongyun internally. Prince Feng Xian suddenly stopped moving. Found it, it is here. Using the immortal goo from Spirit Affinity House, Prince Feng Xian obtained an immortal killer move that was specialized in finding the thieving heaven inheritance. To use this killer move, they had to move slowly. Prince Feng Xian brought Zhao Lianyun and walked for over 2 hours before they located the thieving heaven inheritance in the giant Luopa Valley. Prince Feng Xian activated his immortal goo, and in a few minutes, an entrance of light opened. Whoosh! The entrance of light had just opened when an intense wind blew. Prince Feng Xian was shocked. How can the winds of assimilation be here? He quickly activated his immortal goo, using a killer move and grabbing with his hand. The winds of assimilation were condensed into a ball, grabbed tightly by Prince Feng Xian in his hand. But soon, Prince Feng Xian's hand started trembling as his expression turned pale. Quickly go in, I can only control it for a moment. Zhao Lianyun swiftly acknowledged his words. Even though she could not see his face, she could hear how anxious he was from his voice. Zhao Lianyun stepped in and saw a familiar sight. Like the previous inheritance space, this place was empty. The only thing here were over a dozen tornadoes of the winds of assimilation, moving slowly in the space like tall pillars. Zhao Lianyun's heart was pounding. Even though she did not know what the winds of assimilation were, from the actions of Prince Feng Xian, she knew that they were incredibly powerful. You are finally here, quickly come to me. A voice was transmitted into her ears. Zhao Lianyun was shocked, she took a step back. Who are you? I am Feng Jiuge, hurry, come here now. The voice was extremely weak, it sounded like a dying old man who was holding on to his last breath. Zhao Lianyun hesitated. She could hear that the voice came from within one of the tornadoes of the winds of assimilation. Zhao Lianyun also realized that the tornadoes were all gathering towards the most central one. They were moving slowly, like a group of lions stalking and eyeing up on their food. Don't worry, you are an otherworldly demon, you have received the acceptance of thieving heaven's will, the winds of assimilation are harmless to you. Feng Jiuge paused before speaking with difficulty. Didn't you come to save me? If I stay here, you will not be able to inherit this thieving heaven inheritance. Zhao Lianyun licked her dry lips. She knew that she had to make a decision now. Time waits for no one. Zhao Lianyun carefully got closer to a tornado of the winds of assimilation. The tornado's power was very concentrated. Zhao Lianyun could only feel a light breeze when she was beside it. She stretched out her trembling hand as she placed it into the tornado. If any Gu immortal saw this, they would cry out in shock. But Zhao Lianyun's ignorance made her less fearful. She did not know the power of the winds of assimilation, and she chose to believe in Feng Jiuge. Like what Feng Jiuge had said, the winds of assimilation that even Prince Feng Xian could not deal with were harmless towards Zhao Lianyun. After Zhao Lianyun placed her hand into it, the tornado shrunk at an observable rate. In a few breaths' time, it vanished. Feng Jiuji's voice was transmitted again. See, wasn't I correct? This inheritance space has a power greater than the winds of assimilation, thus it cannot be destroyed. You are an otherworldly demon accepted by this space. With it protecting you, you are in no danger. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed. Lord Feng Jiuge, I will save you now. She rushed into the tornadoes, charging her way in, as the winds of assimilation vanished wherever she went. Eventually, she reached the center, and the largest wind pillar trapping Feng Jiuge dispersed. Next, she saw that Feng Jiuge was sitting cross-legged in the air, 3 meters from the ground. His face was rosy and his robe was clean, but his eyes were shut tight. Lord Feng Jiuge. Zhao Lianyun called out lightly. Feng Jiuge slowly opened his eyes, his expression was clear as jade. He did not speak, he opened his right hand and showed it to Zhao Lianyun. There were 2 words written with blood on his palm. Zhao Lianyun looked at it in confusion, turning her gaze towards Feng Jiuge again. Feng Jiuge smiled lightly at her. Next, his entire body scattered with the wind, it disintegrated and vanished on the spot. Zhao Lianyun was left staring blankly. The greatest genius of a generation, Feng Jiuge, had passed away. Chapter 952. Fan Yuan's first entry into Luopa Valley. Who immortal blessed land. Because the rate of time was different, half a month had already passed here. In the underground cave, Fan Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom, as he deduced quietly as usual. In here, he did not need to use the killer move vaguely familiar face, he was in his original zombie appearance. He did not move, he sat still like a rock. But in his mind countless starlight specks were shining, as thoughts clashed endlessly within. Puff! A long while later he let out a breath, he opened his eyes and showed an extremely tired expression. He stood up with difficulty, After undergoing such a long period of intense thinking, his mind was hurting, and he felt waves of dizziness. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Fire Path attainment level was too low. He could only maintain each deduction for 7 days and nights. After 7 days and nights, he would need to rest, unable to continue further. His mind was like a simmering cauldron, it needed time to cool down frequently. If not, his mind would suffer considerable damage. After so many days, I have only completed 20% of Nirvana Fire's modification. And this was with the effect of the Light of Wisdom. If I did it alone, I would need countless years to reach my current progress. Immortal Killer Move were very hard to create. The killer move Nirvana Fire was even more profound. Using Fire Path to display the mysteries of life and death, if Blazing Heaven Demoness was not a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she might not have successfully created this move. Fan Yuan left the underground cave and returned to Dang Hun Palace to rest. After sleeping for half a day, his mind was refreshed, but according to his experience, Fan Yuan still needed to rest for an entire night before he could recover fully. Who Immortal Blessed Land did not have day and night, there were no changes in the sky. But if it did, then there would still be 6 hours until night time. Fan Yuan was unwilling to waste his time. He activated Connecting Heaven Goo and his consciousness entered Treasure Yellow Heaven. During this period of time, he selectively put some rank 8 immortal materials up for sale, to exchange for a large amount of food to feed his immortal goo. Of course, the more precious quasi-rank 9 immortal materials were kept in his possession. The rank 8 immortal materials that he sold were the lowest quality among his inventory. Even so, waves of commotion were created in Treasure Yellow Heaven as a result. The attraction of rank 8 immortal materials was huge. This allowed Fan Yuan to easily complete the current goal of feeding his immortal goo. If not for these rank 8 immortal materials, I would be troubled by this for a long time. Fan Yuan was feeling the burden of feeding immortal goo now. He had simply too many immortal goo on him right now. Very few goo immortals had so many immortal goo in their possession. The burden of feeding these immortal goo was huge. Actually, quality was more important than quantity for immortal goo. Like Shui Songzi, he only had 1 immortal goo, but after Shadow Sect gave him a set of immortal killer moves, he fought without any clear weaknesses. In this situation, he was making full use of his immortal goo. The most common situation is to feed a small number of immortal goo and use them as the cores to create many different immortal killer moves to deal with different situations. Fan Yuan knew this, but he had no choice. He could not sell these immortal goo easily. Transactions of immortal goo were very rare. Even if they occurred, they traded immortal goo for immortal goo. After settling the final deal in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fan Yuan's immortal goo feeding session ended for the time being. As for the refinement of Star Thought immortal goo, Fan Yuan had set it aside. He still had the rank 6 immortal goo recipe of all-out effort goo, but he did not plan to refine it. Even though he lost self-strength immortal goo and his battle strength fell drastically. The success rate of refining immortal goo was too low. In order to refine Star Thought immortal goo, Fan Yuan suffered huge losses. Right now, he felt sick every time he heard about refining immortal goo. He felt some pity and sympathy towards the immortal zombies who were refining immortal goo collectively right now. He did not lack immortal essence stones currently, but his funds were all spent on the building of Starform Blessed Land. During this period, Fan Yuan had been multitasking. Starform Land Spirit had been working laboriously, following the design plans of Fan Yuan and building the new structures. Right now, Starform Blessed Land was already 40% done with the new development. But with the revival method, Fan Yuan no longer felt such urgency towards Starform Blessed Land. Fan Yuan also did not plan to move Hu Immortal Blessed Land's resources into Starform Blessed Land. During this period, Fan Yuan's time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was fulfilling and peaceful. His main effort was on modifying the killer move Nirvana Fire. Everything was prepared now, he only lacked the final critical elements. Once Nirvana Fire was completed, Fan Yuan would revive and obtain a high-grade Blessed Land. Next, he will move all of the Blessed Land's resources into his own immortal aperture. This was the safest and fastest way. Undoubtedly, once this plan succeeds, Fan Yuan's future would be bright. Fan Yuan waited patiently. He was not anxious, even though he had been seeking this goal for a long time. His experiences in the 500 years of his previous life trained his incredible level of patience. But just when he was preparing to rest for the night before continuing his killer move modification, He Lu Lan requested help from him. You will never imagine what I found in He Cheng's soul. Using a stargate, He Lulan arrived in front of Fan Yuan excitedly. After He Cheng died, his soul was captured by He Lulan. These last days, He Lulan had obtained lots of shocking information from He Cheng's soul. What moved her the most was the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan, you have the ability to move mountains. I need you to retrieve Luopa Valley for me. Don't worry, I will give you enough compensation. We have to move quickly before complications arise. He Lulan acted rapidly. Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan did not speak. He thought of the open-door Gu and closed-door Gu in his possession. He had the clue to Luopa Valley long ago, but he was bothered with other matters and did not head there. Now, after receiving He Lulan's information, he was internally glad about his vigilance and careful decision. Luopa Valley was under the control of Shadow Sect long ago. It was their base. If Fan Yuan headed there abruptly, without enough strength, he would be easily captured by the other party. Even if he struggled while risking his life, his enemies would be too powerful. There would be little hope of escaping. But now is a chance. He Lulan's eyes shined brightly. Fan Yuan nodded, agreeing. Shadow Sect failed and Luopa Valley is controlled by the Central Continent Gu Immortals now. But they are from another region after all. They cannot stay for long. We just need to leak some information to force them to escape. He Lulan and Fan Yuan did not know that the Central Continent Gu Immortals had already left Northern Plains, returning to Central Continent. Fan Yuan had always been weak in collecting information. In terms of Northern Plains, he relied on Fairy Li Shan. In terms of Central Continent, Immortal Crane Sect would never reveal such secrets to him. This group of people should be trying to investigate the culprit behind the fall of 88 True Young Building. They are after us. But for some reason, their investigation led to Shadow Sect. He Lulan chuckled. Fan Yuan pondered. Compared to this, I am more concerned about the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. He is a member of Shadow Sect. Why was he saved by Zombie Alliance? When the mysterious Gu Immortal revealed his identity as a 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie, He Cheng was there as well, thus this precious information was leaked. Sigh, there are many secretive Gu Immortals and Gu Master Forces. Zombie Alliance has a loose structure, many of the members have their own forces. This is nothing strange, right? He Lulan said nonchalantly. Shadow Sect is not to be underestimated. Fan Yuan had a heavy expression. Shadow Sect members are not afraid of sacrifice. The unity of this mysterious force is simply too high. This was not the first time Fan Yuan had heard of Shadow Sect. Back in southern border, he had heard about it from Chojio. Fan Yuan even knew that the door of life and death was inside Shadow Sect's blessed land. But he did not make any plans regarding it. The reason was that his strength was too low, and there was no good opportunity. It was very difficult to attack a blessed land and not attract attention. Shadow Sect was mysterious and stretched across southern border and northern plains. They were not to be trifled with. All right, enough of that. Luopa Valley is right in front of us. I am inviting you and my aunts to explore it. We will split the gains according to our alliance agreement. He Lulan said anxiously. Fan Yuan understood why she was in a rush. This was truly an incredibly rare opportunity. Fan Yuan was excited too. He still had open-door Gu and closed-door Gu in his possession. He wanted to know if these two Gu worms could grant him any different treatment in Luopa Valley. But before going, some things had to be said. You want to take Luopa Valley completely. I do not agree with that. Fan Yuan said firmly. He Lulan stared with furious eyes, her gaze shined with a ruthless light. What do you mean? I found the information on Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan laughed. He said the location of Luopa Valley. He Lulan was shocked. She was staring at Fan Yuan with much suspicion. She had withheld some information earlier. She did not tell Fan Yuan this piece of important information. Fan Yuan took out open-door Gu and closed-door Gu. Like how He Lulan exposed attitude Gu to them, since these Gu worms were going to be used anyway and could not be concealed, he openly explained it. He Lulan snorted, looking at Fan Yuan disdainfully. Without my information, would you dare to go? By the time you are willing to go, the chance would have been lost. Fan Yuan smiled. Don't be so agitated, I am just saying your information is not as important as you think. But He Lulan acted very agitated. Next, they went into an intense verbal fight. Both sides were breathing roughly with exertion written on their faces. Their demeanor as Gu Immortals was disregarded, but they came to an agreement. The ownership of Luopa Valley was divided up. Blazing Heaven Demoness would take 50%, Fairy Li Shan would take 20%, while He Lu Lan and Fan Yuan would take 10% each. He Lu Lan was very crafty. She used her 2 ants to force Fan Yuan to give in. 10% of the ownership might be little, but it achieved Fan Yuan's goal. He just needed the rights to use it. Fan Yuan had never thought of taking Luopa Valley for himself. After all, He Lu Lan had Blazing Heaven Demoness backing her. However, Blazing Heaven Demoness was busy refining goo, and as a rank 8, her every action would garner great attention. She transmitted to them, since Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel anyway, if they were in any danger, she would be able to save them. In the end, only Fan Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan went. "Oh no, some people have entered Luopa Valley!" Hui Fengzi, who was hidden outside guarding the entrance, saw Fan Yuan and the others and quickly reported it. Soon, Prince Fengxian was informed of it. Chapter 953. Late by 1 step. After Hui Fengzi surrendered in battle, he was subdued by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. The Central Continent Gu Immortals returned while leaving him behind to keep watch over Luopa Valley. He had just sided with Central Continent, and had originally been unwilling, and was only a temporary hired hand, so naturally he did not have the qualifications to know of Prince Fengxian's true identity. He only knew an immortal had entered Luopa Valley, while he was keeping watch for them. He was at the mercy of others and had no choice but to slog for Central Continent. The moment he saw He Lu Lan and the rest of the group, he quickly used information path methods to inform Prince Fengxian who was inside Luopa Valley. Prince Fengxian quickly obtained the information. At this moment, his hand was still slightly shaking. Clearing up the winds of assimilation was truly not easy. Just from this, Prince Fengxian could not help but admire Feng Jiuge. The latter was actually able to last for so long under the winds of assimilation. He truly did not know how Feng Jiuge was able to do this. Unfortunately, Feng Jiuge was already dead. The process of inheriting the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance was extremely fast. Only the identity needed to be checked, and if one was indeed an otherworldly demon, the Thieving Heaven Inheritance would go to them. After Feng Jiuge died, the inheritance space only had Zhao Lianyun remaining. So, she quickly obtained this inheritance, Ghostly Concealment. Right at this moment, she returned to Prince Fengxian's side and reported the news of Feng Jiuji's death. "Sigh, we were late." Prince Fengxian sighed inwardly. He then grabbed Zhao Lianyun's shoulder and flew away. An immortal were soon away of the scene. At present, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness relation was already known by everyone. Prince Fengxian did not want to get in a fight. The social circle of rank 8 Gu Immortals was very small. In the whole of Northern Plains, the number of rank 8 Gu Immortals on the surface was only 5. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Yao Huang, Prince Fengxian and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 immortal zombie who was barely able to join in this circle. One could say all 6 of them were very familiar with each other, and had fought and sparred with each other many times. To exaggerate it, if someone farted, they would know who it was, and they would recognize someone even if they turned into ashes. Were Prince Fengxian to attack Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, Blazing Heaven Demoness would definitely come out. In Prince Fengxian's opinion, Blazing Heaven Demoness might already be secretly lurking in the surroundings. Prince Fengxian's identity was very special, he could not rashly make a move. If he made a move and Blazing Heaven Demoness recognized his identity, that would truly mess up the situation. Why would Prince Fengxian appear in Luopa Valley? Gu Immortals were not idiots, they would easily guess Prince Fengxian had a secret link with Shadow Sect or perhaps Central Continent forces. One should not forget the existence of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in this world. Prince Fengxian was looking at the overall situation and in caution, he took the initiative to retreat, avoiding leaving behind any clues or evidence that could be deduced by Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. He Lu Lan and the others still did not know they had already forced the rank 8 great expert to retreat. They broke the concealment seal outside and entered inside Luopa Valley, inspecting their surroundings. Luopa Valley was a scene of ruins. This valley of legend had experienced the 100 Days battle and was already half ruined. Moreover, the remains of the valley was already beyond recognition, as almost everywhere were Gu formations arranged by Gu Immortals. Some of these Gu formations were the works of Shadow Sect while some were arranged by Central Continent's Hong Chi Ming. These Gu formations had no doubt an extremely bad influence to Luopa Valley's environment. It was to the extent that the bewilderment fog which blew all year round in Luopa Valley, and Luopa Wind, were nowhere to be seen. The group of three began to roughly search Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan found some remains of White Lotus Giant's silkworm goo. He sighed, feeling some regret. He had learned from He Lu Lan that there had been large numbers of White Lotus Giant's silkworm goo in Luopa Valley, but the 100 Days battle caused the death of most of them, and when the Central Continent Goo Immortals swept through the battlefield later, they did not leave behind any living ones. Fortunately, Fan Yuan had already obtained enough White Lotus Giant's silkworm goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and fed Cleanse Soul Immortal goo. This proved that the accumulation of those old senior goo immortals could not be looked down upon. Naturally, the prior condition was you needed to have something enticing enough to make them act and carry out the transaction. Under He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's attentive gazes, Fan Yuan used Open Door Goo and Closed Door Goo. No response. Open Door Goo and Closed Door Goo were the inheritances of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but this place was already occupied by Shadow Sect and there were goo formations everywhere, turning Luopa Valley into a stronghold or a fortress. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh. He realized the Thieving Heaven inheritance was already taken by someone else. Most probably it was Shadow Sect. But his guess was wrong. The true beneficiary of the Thieving Heaven true inheritance was Zhao Lianyun and Central Continent's forces. What's more, she had inherited it just a short while ago. Prince Fengxian was late in saving Feng Jiuge, and Fan Yuan was also late by a step to arrive at Luopa Valley. Even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had left behind an inheritance, so many years have gone by, it is normal for it to be taken by others. The true treasure is still Luopa Valley. He Lu Lan patted Fan Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fan Yuan knew she was urging him to hurry up and get to work. Fan Yuan nodded, and activated Immortal Goo to slowly lift the whole of Luopa Valley. Fairy Li Shan closely cooperated from another side, countless goo worms flying all around. They are actually going to take Luopa Valley! Hui Fengzi had been spying from outside and was shocked at this sight. Prince Fengxian was also surprised. He had not expected He Lu Lan's side actually had such an unorthodox method. This truly caught Prince Fengxian unprepared. He hesitated, but finally decided to restrain himself and do nothing. After spending an hour, Fan Yuan succeeded in storing Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture. There are still blessed lands here, but just to be safe, we better leave now. Ever since He Lu Lan failed in passing the calamity, she had become more self-controlled, and had lost almost all her rashness. Although Luopa Valley was extremely ruined, but with Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before, it could definitely be restored. Compared to the blessed lands, Luopa Valley's value was extremely difficult to replace. Many goo immortals had fallen here in the 100 Days battle. After they died, their immortal apertures should have become blessed lands hidden in space within this place. Fan Yuan could take away Luopa Valley, but he could not bring these blessed lands. However, now was not a good time to search for them. After taking Luopa Valley, Fan Yuan and the group quickly made their retreat. They left really quickly, they know their situation. Far away, Prince Fengxian quietly looked at the receding figures of the three people, his gaze dark and cold. Although he could not make a move, he had the two female goo immortals, Sword Master Yulan and Li Yao, under him, and he also had other secret forces. Prince Fengxian had hidden in northern plains for hundreds of years. Naturally, he would have accumulated quite a bit of strength. He had still been wanting to find trouble for Fan Yuan and the others, but they left too quickly, so he was unable to chase them. Prince Fengxian glanced at the battlefield of the 100 Days battle. Luopa Valley was already gone. This place had now become an empty, desolate land. Although the auras of immortal goo were removed as much as possible, an expert could still sense some clues. So many goo immortals had died here, these blessed lands themselves were rich resources. Prince Fengxian naturally would not give them up. The Central Continent goo immortals behind him also would not give them up and would definitely move to retrieve these blessed lands. As for the immortal goo, he did not have to even think about it, they were certainly already destroyed. Retrieving blessed lands, especially ones that fell in foreign regions, was a difficult and troublesome matter. I hope this troublesome matter doesn't fall upon me. It is better if those other 9 ancient sects take up the trouble. Feng Jiuge died from the winds of assimilation. He left behind nothing except 2 words in blood. I should first send back Zhao Lianyun and this important information to the sect. Prince Fengxian did not remain any longer and immediately left with Zhao Lianyun. As for Hui Fengzi, he was still left behind to watch over the blessed lands. This is Shaohun Blessed Land. He Lu Lan brought Fan Yuan and Fairy Li Shan to the blessed land left by He Qing. This blessed land was clearly dominated by dark path and soul path Dao marks. The whole of the blessed land was dim and gloomy, giving an oppressive feeling. In the central area of the blessed land was a large and dense forest. The trees were in all kinds of postures resembling female bodies. This was a special resource He Qing had raised in his immortal aperture. This kind of tree was not found in the nature. He Qing could be considered its creator. Thus these female-shaped trees were also one of a kind. He Lu Lan had already thought of the place for Luopa Valley, calling out the land spirit. Shaohun Blessed Land's land spirit looked rather peculiar. It was a jade-green vine. The vine was like a cloth, attaching itself onto that familial emotion left behind by Su Xian heir to He Lu Lan. Fairy Li Shan introduced to Fan Yuan with a sigh. Shaohun Land Spirit's ownership condition was to stay together forever with Su Xian heir. So after little Lan took out sister's familial emotion, she easily became the master of this blessed land. Fan Yuan was also slightly surprised. Who could have thought that He Qing's final obsession before his death was actually Su Xian heir? It could be seen he truly loved Su Xian heir, and even during the moments of his death, what he thought of was still her. Humans were truly complicated creatures. Turbulent events occurred over time. Most people did not understand themselves fully even until their deaths. Little Lan, you have returned. Su Xian heir's familial emotion looked at He Lu Lan with love. Mother! Su Xian heir softly called out, then ordered the land spirit. The land spirit brought the three to another part of the blessed land in an instant. The land spirit's movement ability signified this blessed land had a lot of space path Dao marks. Fan Yuan's starform blessed land had few space path Dao marks, so starform land spirit did not have the ability to teleport. Boom, Fan Yuan placed down Luopa Valley. Fairy Li Shan could not help but smile at the completion of this task. Fan Yuan, you have Danghun Mountain, I have Minuscule Mountain, and Little Lan has Luopa Valley. Haha, this is interesting, we actually have possession of 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth. Gazing at the Luopa Valley below him, Fan Yuan also could not help but reveal some look of expectation. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were proclaimed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as the 2 treasures of soul path cultivation. Fan Yuan was already gaining endless profits from Danghun Mountain. He wondered how this Luopa Valley would make him grow. Chapter 954. Blue. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. There were 15 Gu Immortals in the sect. More than half of them had come in person. This was a rare sight. There were meetings held in the sect quite often. Gu Immortals only needed to participate with their will, or emotion. But now, there were 8 Gu Immortals who came in person, including the only 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals in Spirit Affinity House. The reason for this situation was Feng Jiuji's disappearance. Spirit Affinity House's Gu Immortals felt uneasy and uncertain towards the future. This time, we gathered everyone here to declare important information. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder sat at the main seat as she looked around, speaking solemnly. Spirit Affinity House was very different from the other 9 sects in one aspect. They had a high proportion of female immortals. Spirit Affinity House had 10 female Gu Immortals, but only 5 male Gu Immortals. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were both female rank 8 Immortals. At this moment, everyone's attentions were focused on First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder was expressionless, but Second Supreme Elder beside her had a grim expression. The Gu Immortals observed their reactions and had a very bad feeling. As expected, First Supreme Elder's following words were like a huge rock crashing into their hearts. It has been confirmed, Feng Jiuge has died in Northern Plains. He died inside the winds of assimilation. He did not leave behind anything but 2 words written in blood. All of the Immortals' hearts sank. Fairy Bai Qing, who attended the meeting personally, felt her head spinning as her expression paled. Even though they were mentally prepared, when they heard the news, everything still found it unbelievable. Feng Jiuge, who was so strong, actually died in Northern Plains. In contrast, the Gu Immortals who were weaker than him were alive and returned to their sections. Honestly speaking, when Feng Jiuge went to Northern Plains, nobody expected this ending. Since long ago, Feng Jiuji's strength was ingrained into everyone's minds. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House, he had even become a symbol. Now that he was dead, the Immortals felt dejected and empty inside. Even those who were against him, Su Hao and Li Juning, had the same feelings. First Supreme Elder continued. Look at the information path goo worms in front of you, the details are recorded inside, take a look. The goo immortals looked into the goo worms. Sigh, Lord Feng Jiuge died in the winds of assimilation, it was not an unworthy death. Long after, a goo immortal broke the silence in the hall. Fairy Bai Qing's eyes were shut, her body was trembling slightly, the intense pain and grief engulfed her like a tsunami. She loved Feng Jiuge so deeply, and Feng Jiuge loved her just as much. Her mind was filled with the scene before he left. To think that it was the last time she would see him. People were often played by destiny. Right now, she was alive while he was dead, she was in Central Continent, while he perished in Northern Plains. Fairy Bai Qing did not dare to open her eyes, she was afraid that her tears would flow out uncontrollably if she did. She tried to think of her daughter and said to herself internally, Bai Qing, oh Bai Qing, you must stay strong. At this time, you cannot let others see your weakness. She took a few deep breaths, slowly opening her eyes. Her eyes were watery and had redness in them. At this moment, the immortals in the hall were discussing Feng Jiuge's final action. Before Feng Jiuge died, he wrote Bo Qing on his palm. What was he trying to say? In my opinion, this lead is very important. Feng Jiuge must have understood something while under the immense pressure of death. It is a pity that he was already beyond saving when he met Xiao Lian Yun. He did not have the strength to speak anymore. He only left this clue for us. Feng Jiuge was investigating the truth behind the collapse of 88 Truyang Building. What does that have to do with Bo Qing? Feng Jiuge and Bo Qing are very similar people. Of course, Bo Qing was much stronger than him, he was at the peak of Central Continent, even Heavenly Court Gu immortals had to bow to him. At that time, Spirit Affinity House was at its most glorious period. Back then, many people thought highly of him, that he would become a sword path immortal venerable. It was a pity that he failed in the end. We all know about Bo Qing's information. What I want to know is, why did Feng Jiuge write his name before dying? What was he trying to tell us? The hall became silent, a Gu immortal opened their mouth. Did everyone forget? In the information returned, Feng Jiuge had fought against Qin Bai Xing, who used five-finger fist heart sword. This killer move was created by Bo Qing, it was his signature killer move. Feng Jiuge was trying to say that the collapse of 88 Truyang Building was related to Bo Qing? According to my deduction, he should have thought that since the other party had five-finger fist heart sword, they must be related to Bo Qing in some way. Bo Qing was a Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House, we will have an advantage in investigating it, this is an important lead. That is indeed the case, back then, Bo Qing died under the tribulation, not even his ashes were left. How can his killer move be used by a Northern Plains Gu immortal? The Gu immortal talked about it for a while, they had all sorts of ideas, but none were reliable. First Supreme Elder raised her hand, her action made the hall turn quiet. No matter what, we have to investigate Bo Qing's matter. I will pass this mission to you, Bai Qing. Hearing First Supreme Elder call her name, Fairy Bai Qing turned around and looked at First Supreme Elder, agreeing. These was her husband's final words before dying. Fairy Bai Qing would exert all her efforts to investigate this lead, and find the truth. Only we will know about Feng Jiuge's death, conceal it as much as possible. Whoever leaks this information will become under trial as a traitor of the sect. First Supreme Elder called out coldly. Next, we will talk about the forces that are under our sect's control in Central Continent. Feng Jiuge's death created many problems for Spirit Affinity House. Even though the sect had two rank 8 Gu immortals, unless they were in a perilous situation, these two Gu immortals would not move easily. There were many reasons. Firstly, rank 8 cultivation level was like treading on thin ice. The Gu immortals would be very careful, and spend all their efforts on the tribulations. If they were careless, and lost their battle strength from fighting, they would die under the terrifying might of the tribulations. Secondly, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had a sole origin, that was Heavenly Court. With Heavenly Court around, the conflicts of the 10 great ancient sects would never escalate, they did not require rank 8 Gu immortals to intervene. Thus, in the world of Central Continent's Gu immortals, or even in all 5 regions, the most active ones were rank 7 Gu immortals and rank 6 Gu immortals. And among rank 7s, the invincible Feng Jiuge was important beyond words for the sect. Because of his existence, Spirit Affinity House could expand to such a size, and occupy countless precious resource points. With Feng Jiuge's demise, Spirit Affinity House was much less of a threat towards the other sects. The resources that they controlled were like pieces of delicious meat that attracted countless greedy gazes. Xuanwu mountain range has rich resources. It is a treasury of immortal materials. At least one rank 7 Gu immortal needs to guard it. The mining inside the Golden Sand Cave has reached a critical moment. We have already invested a huge amount of time and resources into it. Now is the time we reap our harvest. We should not give it up. Reincarnation battlefield is most important. The Gu immortals felt headaches. They had too large of a sphere of influence but too few Gu immortals. Even if they were split their forces up to defend everywhere, they still had insufficient numbers. At this time, they finally realized that Feng Jiuji's reputation was such a huge deterrence to the outside world. Fairy Bai Qing was silent. The Gu immortals were talking about immortal materials or other resources constantly. Nobody talked about Feng Jiugu anymore. It was as if Feng Jiuji's existence ended with the discussion of the two words Bo Qing. Fairy Bai Qing felt some sadness towards this. Husband, oh husband, you made so many contributions to the sect, yet in the end, these people forget about you in an instant. In the entire process of the discussion, Fairy Bai Qing's mind was not focused on it. The immortals could tell and understood why. Even the strict First Supreme Elder did not criticize her. Only when the immortals mentioned Zhao Lianyun did Fairy Bai Qing's eyes light up, showing deep concern. If Feng Jiugu was still around, Feng Jiugu would almost certainly become Spirit Affinity House's next generation fairy. But now that Feng Jiugu was gone, and Zhao Lianyun appeared out of nowhere, she became Feng Jin Huang's greatest threat. Fairy Bai Qing doted on her daughter, of course, thus she was very concerned about Zhao Lianyun's matters. She heard the Gu immortals discuss. Zhao Lianyun inherited 2 thieving heaven true inheritances. Did anything change in her? Otherworldly demons cannot be trusted. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment, these 2 are top-tier defensive immortal killer moves. We are still researching on them. With our current progress, it is profound and unfathomable. These 2 immortal killer moves have formed 2 layers of Dao marks cloaking Zhao Lianyun's soul. I have never seen such a unique usage of Dao marks. These 2 layers of Dao marks will always protect Zhao Lianyun. We tried many methods to deduce her, but there is no effect. We as Gu immortals are deducing immortal, but we failed to get anything. If I did not experience it myself, I would not believe it. Did you all notice? Divine concealment and ghostly concealment are top-tier defensive killer moves that do not expend immortal essence. They are like fortune rivaling heaven Gu. The power of venerables are truly hard to comprehend. Hiding from the deductions of thoughts, wills, and emotions, this is the defensive effect of divine concealment. Then what about ghostly concealment? That is still unclear. We have tried many methods. Oh, Zhao Lianyun was very cooperative during the entire process. I feel that even though she is an otherworldly demon, she knows how to behave properly. She can be nurtured. This little fellow wants to save her lover. Hee, but sadly, according to our intelligence, old ancestor Shui, who has already gathered enough immortal materials, he will start the refinement soon. Finally, First Supreme Elder concluded this meeting. Continue researching, and also increase Zhao Lianyun's attachment to our sect. I am looking forward to her future. At the same time, in a nameless forest, 7-star child immortal zombie looked at a mirror to communicate with someone. There was a vague elderly figure in the mirror. He spoke slowly. All the preparations are in place. But Heavenly Court has already completed their last process of repairing Fate Gu. You have to act in advance now. Understood. 7-star child immortal zombie said solemnly. Be careful, Vice Envoy Blue. The figure in the mirror spoke again. 7-star child did not speak. He stopped activating this information path immortal killer move and the mirror vanished. Next, he turned around and entered deep into the forest without looking back. Chapter 955. Swords traverse Central Continent. The scene was quiet and dark. Under the hazy moonlight, shadows of trees seemed to be dancing. The occasional breeze, the cries of birds and the growls of beasts felt like the sleep-talking of this mountain range. Lanterns were lit in a cabin in the mountain valley, giving off a dim light. Feng Jin Huang lay on the bed, weak and pale without a trace of rosiness on her face. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing, who was sitting at the edge of the bed, and apologized. Mother, I made a mistake. I will not do it again. Fairy Bai Qing was grave. Huang Er, I know what you are thinking about. You are cultivating so desperately that you have already injured yourself 5 or 6 times over these last dozens of days. I have warned you when you began cultivating. You need to act according to what is natural and be in control. But what you are doing is going for more haste. which is instead causing you to progress slowly. You might even collapse and endanger your life as well. Feng Jinhuang lowered her eyelids, speaking quietly. Mother, I am sorry. I have already placed goo in your body. As punishment, you cannot cultivate for 7 days and 7 nights, and you can only move around this mountain valley. If you are hungry, you can pick up wild fruits. If you are thirsty, you can go drink from the mountain spring. Think properly over these days. Fairy Baiqing said in a heavy voice. Mother, don't. Feng Jinhuang was very anxious. However, Fairy Baiqing brushed her sleeves at Feng Jinhuang's cheek. Immediately, an intense sleepiness attacked Feng Jinhuang's mind. Her eyelids were extremely heavy, and she felt so exhausted that she was not able to say anything. In the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing her daughter in a deep sleep but still frowning slightly, Fairy Baiqing was sad and worried. Fairy Baiqing had not informed Feng Jinhuang of Feng Jiuji's death. On one hand, Spirit Affinity House wanted to conceal the news for as long as possible to make arrangements more easily. Feng Jinhuang, a mortal, was not qualified to know. After all, prying information from mortals were much easier than prying information from goo immortals. Secondly, Fairy Baiqing did not know how she could inform her. Why was Feng Jinhuang cultivating so desperately? She was working hard to advance further, to become stronger so that she could look for her father and save him. How could Fairy Baiqing tell the cruel truth to Feng Jinhuang? She could not bear to sigh. As she looked at her daughter's face, Fairy Baiqing heaved a long sigh. Her normally upright posture and dignified white robe, in this dim light, looked weak and dull. She was truly tired. Only now did she remove the disguise and revealed her true emotions. Fairy Baiqing softly caressed Feng Jinhuang's cheek. The love and affection in her gaze could even melt iron. Feng Jinhuang's appearance combined the good features of Feng Jiuge and Fairy Baiqing. In her face, Fairy Baiqing could vaguely see Feng Jiuji's image. Feng Jiuge was dead. Feng Jinhuang was now her only sustenance to keep on living. In such a silent gaze, time passed and light was already shining in from outside the cabin. The light of dawn made Fairy Baiqing realize the passing of time. She had to set out now. She stood up slowly, taking slow steps towards the outside, and closed the door carefully. She looked at the cabin and the valley deeply, murmuring to herself, Huang Er, wait 7 days for mother. You need to take care of yourself during this period and calm your mind. Fairy Baiqing was not worried about Feng Jinhuang's safety. After all, this was Spirit Affinity House's central region. Even if there were internal fights in the sect, they were limited and a move would not be made against Feng Jinhuang. Fairy Baiqing stepped on the clouds and mist, flying towards the northwest direction. Her destination was the source of falling heavenly river. Why was she going there? She had received the sect mission to investigate Bo Qing, the clue left behind by Feng Jiuge. Bo Qing had been a goo immortal of Spirit Affinity House, and the sect had large amounts of records on him which Fairy Baiqing had looked through. In her investigation, Fairy Baiqing discovered Bo Qing's experiences were actually extremely similar to Feng Jiuji's. What made her even more interested was Bo Qing's lover, Mo Yao. Mo Yao had been the fairy of that generation of Spirit Affinity House, and unlike those of other generations, she was an Inkman and not a human. But even so, Bo Qing and Mo Yao had fallen in love with each other at first sight. Bo Qing might not have entered Northern Plains, but Mo Yao went to Northern Plains, even entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. Could Mo Yao be involved in the plan of destroying 88 True Yang Building? Fairy Baiqing knew the reason that Mo Yao risked entering Imperial Court Blessed Land was to help her husband, Bo Qing, pass his tribulation. Back then, the peak rank 8 Bo Qing was about to face tribulation to break through to the rank 9 level. Such a huge event had not only attracted the attention of Central Continent, but also the other 4 regions. Unfortunately, at the end, Bo Qing died, perishing in the terrifying tribulation. And Mo Yao also perished with him. In fact, all the goo immortals of Central Continent knew of this. Fairy Baiqing had also heard of this many times in the past. But now, as she recalled, she got a different feeling, as if they were in the same boat. She even envied Mo Yao. Even in death, she had died together with her husband. Both had not let each other down. They were a couple who were greatly in love with each other, and had died worthy deaths. Fairy Baiqing repeatedly investigated and racked her brains, but was not able to make much progress. She discovered some clues in the records of the sect, all pointing towards the same place, the source of the falling heavenly river. As there was no breakthrough in other aspects, Fairy Bai Qing decisively moved towards Falling Heavenly River to search for more clues. The source of Falling Heavenly River was the place where Bo Qing had perished in the past. Spirit Affinity House was quite far away from the source of Falling Heavenly River. If Fairy Bai Qing relied on her own methods, she would take up to a year to reach there. She naturally would not do so, and had already made sufficient preparations before leaving. She flew rapidly, using Spirit Affinity House's goo formations constantly on the way to transport her. In one use, she could travel over 100,000 li, saving a large amount of time. She did not directly move towards the direction of the source of Falling Heavenly River, instead moving towards Myriad Dragon Dock. In the range of Myriad Dragon Dock's force, she used their transportation goo formations to speed up her journey. She had already communicated with Myriad Dragon Dock's goo immortals, and although she paid a high price, she was able to further save a large amount of time. She moved smoothly towards Falling Heavenly River. After Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, Fairy Bai Qing stepped into the territory of Combat Immortal Sect. Just like before, she used their transportation goo formations to speed up her journey. A day and a night later, the fatigued Fairy Bai Qing was finally only 1,000 li away from the source of Falling Heavenly River. In front of her was an enormous waterfall that fell from an endless height. A boundless expanse of water heavily crashed at the riverbed. The rumbling noise of the waterfall was like the continuous crackling of thunder. Endless water vapor formed dense fog that shrouded a vast range of the surroundings. Why was it called Falling Heavenly River? Falling Heavenly River, a giant river that fell from the heavens. Compared to this enormous river, Fairy Bai Qing was minute like an ant. Fairy Bai Qing had already seen Falling Heavenly River when she had traveled with Feng Jiuge in the past. Right now, as she looked at this enormous river again, she could not avoid thinking about Feng Jiuge, feeling distressed. She still remembered what Feng Jiuge said to her at that time. It was about the reason for the formation of Falling Heavenly River. Feng Jiuge had confidently told Fairy Bai Qing that there were two opinions about this. One was that Falling Heavenly River itself was a form of calamity or tribulation, while the second said that when Bo Qing had resisted his tribulation, his sword light was so sharp that it instantly pierced through white heaven to black heaven. And Bo Qing had faced his tribulation during daytime. Thus this sword light had pierced a huge hole in white heaven, continuing on to black heaven, where it formed a small hole in the bottom layer of black heaven. It just so happened that above these two holes was a majestic heavenly river. The heavenly river followed the path between these two holes and crashed down to central continent, forming an inland sea. At the same time, the river surged and opened a path, forming the first river that traversed through central continent's mainland. Fairy Bai Qing had asked, which was more reasonable between these two opinions? Feng Jiuge had answered with a smile. I am also not too sure. But the second opinion can explain the change in the water flow. During daytime, the Falling Heavenly River flows with extremely strong momentum. Even rank 8 goo immortals are unable to resist this momentum. And during night, the flow of Falling Heavenly River slows down to the extent rank 7 goo immortals can just barely resist it. Nature's might was boundless and peerless. Even goo immortals appeared insignificant when compared to it. Ending her recollection, Fairy Bai Qing's gaze focused. She had borrowed many waterpath immortal goo for this trip, to help her enter Falling Heavenly River. However, it was clearly impossible to do that during the day. Fairy Bai Qing was a rank 7 goo immortal. Her only opportunity was to enter during night and search for clues. It was still daytime right now. Fairy Bai Qing reduced her speed and slowly neared Falling Heavenly River. She intended to wait for nightfall before she entered the riverbed. Time passed, the sun gradually set in the west, red streaks of colors overlapped in the horizon, and the radiance of the setting sun shone on Fairy Bai Qing's face. Suddenly she opened her eyes, looking at the distant Falling Heavenly River with astonishment. Roar! Water gurgled as a giant beast stretched out its head from under the river, revealing the tips of its horns. This was an enormous bullhead, the horns were curved. Immemorial desolate beast, myriad eyes, clear bull! Fairy Bai Qing was pale as she recognized this fierce beast's identity. Falling Heavenly River was not safe. Besides the majestic waterfall, there were also large amounts of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts living inside. The myriad eyes clear bull was an immemorial desolate beast, and one of the overlords that lived at the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River. Doesn't it normally stay at the riverbed and patrol its territory? Why has it suddenly come out of the river? Fairy Bai Qing was puzzled, but she quickly retreated, maintaining some distance with this myriad eyes clear bull. Immemorial Desolate Beast had rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Baiqing could not defeat this giant bull. Moreover, her main objective here was not to hunt. Fairy Baiqing was cautious while sighing at her bad luck. With the myriad eyes clear bull's appearance, she had an ominous feeling. Right as she was about to distance herself further from the myriad eyes clear bull, a sword light suddenly came out from the riverbed. Like a thunderbolt, it pierced through the myriad eyes clear bull. This sturdy and tough immemorial desolate beast was instantly cut into two by the sword light. Endless blood and internal organs splattered out, dyeing the nearby river blood red. Whoosh! Before Fairy Baiqing was able to react, another sword light flew out, slashing at the river bank. The next moment, a long gash was slashed open on the ground, like it was a delicate tofu, and large amounts of water flowed towards the space rapidly. The river water overflowed, all of the surroundings were covered with water. Fairy Baiqing was extremely shocked. What was going on? What was this situation? The sword light had such power that its terrifying might had reached an extreme. The immemorial desolate beast had been cut down as easily as a vegetable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sword lights shot out from below the falling heavenly river. Like fireworks, the sword lights flew everywhere, leaving falling heavenly river before rapidly disappearing from Fairy Baiqing's sight. Swords traverse Central Continent. Chapter 956. World-shaking might. Central Continent, Centipede Valley. A terrifying chase was happening in the narrow ravine on the mountain road. Quickly run! Quickly run! A miniman laid down on Hong Yi's head as it shouted anxiously. It hurts, it hurts! Don't pull my hair! Hong Yi screamed in pain. The miniman did not pay attention to what he said. It subconsciously grabbed onto Hong Yi's hair and turned back to look. Damn it! It is already here, quickly leave, if you are not fast enough, we will be eaten by it. The miniman called out frantically. I also want to move faster. Hong Yi gritted his teeth, exerting all his effort to use his movement goo. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low, at only rank 2 upper stage. Of course, this cultivation level was already very rare at Hong Yi's age. Ever since the Refinement Path Convention, Hong Yi had obtained some lucky opportunities and his cultivation speed far surpassed others. But in this current moment of danger, rank 2 upper stage cultivation level was useless against the wild rank 5 golden horned centipede chasing behind him. This centipede had a huge body. It was like a large python. It had a sharp horn on its head. When it moved on the ground, its hundreds of legs stomped, its body twisted as it moved rapidly. We're finished. It is already right behind you. The miniman was pale from shock. It was terror-stricken. I'll risk it. Hong Yi could also feel the golden horned centipede getting closer. The hair over his body was standing on end from fear. He had no choice but to use his only killer move. This killer move was a movement killer move. But Hong Yi had only obtained it recently. He had not practiced with it for long enough. When he used it, the success rate and failure rate was 50% each. Killer moves required at least 2 goo worms to activate. The more goo worms there were, the more complicated the steps involved, and the greater difficulty in activating it, but the power of the move also normally increased. Hong Yi's new movement killer move was formed by nearly 10 mortal goo. It was not comparable to a goo immortal, but for goo masters, this was a relatively huge number of goo. Killer moves were not so easy to practice. When the activation of the killer move fails, the goo master or the goo worms might receive damage. Thus, normally, Hong Yi was very careful every time he practiced this killer move. But at this time, his life was in critical danger. He could not care anymore. His original speed was not enough for him to break free from the golden horned centipede. He was sure to die. Right now, there was only one way left. He had to risk it. Activate! I must succeed! Hong Yi screamed in his mind. But wishes were wonderful, reality was cruel. Activating killer moves required intense concentration. Some killer moves needed special environments, and could not be disturbed. Fan Yuan could easily use his killer moves because he had a huge amount of experience in the 500 years of his previous life, but Hong Yi was a newbie. At this time, he was in danger. He had to pay attention to the path in front of him as the mountain was full of rocks and pitfalls. He was running rapidly. If he fell, his life would be over. On the other hand, Hong Yi was chased by the golden horned centipede. The intense commotion behind him was ringing in his ears. He was engulfed in the aura of death. How could Hong Yi be unaffected by it? Under this situation, Those who could remain calm and absolutely focused were experienced experts who had already undergone countless battles and had disregarded the fear of death. Hong Yi could reach this stage eventually, but he was too young now. It's catching up! It's catching up! The mini-man on top of his head screamed in fear as it looked at the golden horned centipede, shortening the gap between them with a fierce demeanor. The centipede was heavy and had a huge body. It had hundreds of legs and a huge mouth. Saliva splattered everywhere as it bit at Hong Yi. The mini-man screamed tragically. It shut its eyes in fear. Even though it had wings, they were broken already. It could not fly. It had succeeded in stealing the rank 5 goo material 100 flower dew during this exploration into the cave. But there was a price to pay for this. It had attracted the animosity of the golden horned centipede which was guarding the dew. Thus, the mini-man could only escape with Hong Yi, trying to get away using his superior speed. However, the mini-man did not feel any pain. It opened its eyes, showing disbelief. For some reason, Hong Yi had escaped from the golden horned centipede's bite. But at the next moment, the golden horned centipede chased them again. The mini-man was scared, but it could see clearly now. The reason was, whenever the golden horned centipede tried to bite Hong Yi, it would subconsciously raise its head first. This action would cause its head to go dozens of meters above the ground. Half of its body would be elevated from the ground as well, before it landed heavily. When the centipede raised its head, many of its legs would leave the ground, its speed would fall. But at this time, Hong Yi was still running without lowering his speed. Thus, Hong Yi could evade the golden horned centipede every time it attacked. This fool! The mini-man laughed heartily. It felt an intense joy in escaping from mortal danger. Man is the spirit of all beings. Wild goo worms had limited intelligence. Their movements were decided by instincts. I was kind enough to escape with you, but you call me a fool! Hong Yi was displeased. I am not scolding you. I am talking about this golden horned centipede, you fool! The mini-man shouted. Hong Yi was still nursing displeasure. You are the fool. I said the centipede was sleeping. You should not have been afraid and simply should have stolen the 100 flower dew and escaped, but you had to scream for no reason. The mini-man's cheeks puffed up, guilt flashed across its eyes as it showed an embarrassed expression. It wanted to rebuke him, but at the next moment, its eyes opened wide in shock. It turned out, the golden horned centipede behind saw that it could not bite Hong Yi. It changed its attack method, using its golden horn. Of course, it had not become smarter. The reason was, during its long life, the golden horned centipede had encountered some large prey that it could not swallow. In that situation, the golden horned centipede would use its horn to slice the prey up into pieces. Opening its mouth to bite was the golden horned centipede's instinct. Using the golden horn was also an instinct. The golden horned centipede pounced harshly, lowering its head and stabbing its horn forward, soon approaching Hong Yi's butt. This was unavoidable because of its size. Fool, run! The mini-man saw this dangerous situation and shuddered in fear. It could not even grab onto the hair firmly. You still are calling me a fool, oh! Hong Yi shouted, but suddenly, his pitch became higher, like a rooster who was grabbed by the neck. There was shock, unpreparedness, and intense pain in his voice. The golden horn had already stabbed into Hong Yi's buttocks. The mini-man was full of despair. It thought that this was it. But at this moment, Hong Yi's speed suddenly rose by a huge amount. He shot out like a cannonball. The reason was, when he was screaming, the intense pain gave him a moment of inspiration and he successfully used the killer move in an instant. Hong Yi escaped as a result. Bleeding, you are bleeding. The mini-man screamed loudly to Hong Yi. It turned out that the golden horned centipede had already stabbed Hong Yi's buttocks, but because Hong Yi burst out in an instant, the two sides had been separated by a distance again. It was as if a dagger was pulled out of Hong Yi's buttocks. The wound was unstopped and started bleeding. My butt hurts. Ah, it's so painful. At this moment, Hong Yi's mind was filled with an intense thought. He subconsciously grabbed his butt, applying pressure on the wound. However, naturally because he was feeling pain from his injury, his mind was distracted again. The killer move that he had activated earlier fell apart, and his speed dropped again. But the golden horned centipede was still chasing him. The golden horn stabbed into his other butt cheek. Ah! Hong Yi screamed again. But the same thing happened again. The powerful attack, the sudden pain, Hong Yi's focus reached another peak. He used the killer move again. He sprinted again. You're bleeding! You're bleeding! The mini-man screamed. There was no choice, the two wounds were very deep. Because of Hong Yi's intense movement, It was no wonder that blood spewed out. Hong Yi grabbed his buttocks as the golden horned centipede chased relentlessly. He was in such a helpless situation. Oh no, my primeval essence is running out! Suddenly, Hong Yi's expression paled. Goo Masters had little primeval essence in the first place, it was easily used up. Activating killer moves meant using many goo worms, the expenditure was great. After running for such a long time, Hong Yi reached his limits. Death was approaching, Hong Yi was forced into a desperate situation, there was no way to live. Are we going to die? Are we going to die? Lord Centipede, don't eat me. I am so small, I have little meat, eat him, eat that fool. The Miniman was muttering senselessly while grabbing Hong Yi's hair. At this moment, Hong Yi was feeling empty inside, he did not bother to respond to this Miniman. But suddenly, sword light that shook the world flashed. In an instant the world turned white, everything turned silent. The sudden change did not make Hong Yi stop running, he kept running for a while before he realized something amiss. Looking back, he was shocked. The rank 5 golden horned centipede goo was no longer present, it had vanished completely. Along with it, half of Centipede Valley had vanished. What was in front of him was a huge and deep trench. The sides of the trench were extremely smooth, like a mirror. What is going on? Hong Yi was lost for words, he could not believe it. Just that sword light. The Miniman was completely stunned. Central Continent, East Coast. Waves crashed, rumbling non-stop, frost energy oozed out in the surrounding area. Youngsters, we are here. This is Profound Ice Island, the place where Flying Frost Sect is located. This will be where you live from now on, the place where you change your destiny. The leading goo master pointed at the ice island and proudly introduced this. The youngsters raised their heads, looking forward. Some had shining eyes, some were extremely excited. Even though Flying Frost Sect did not have any goo immortals and was not a super force, within a huge surrounding area, it was the supreme overlord, the only force that could contest it was 5 Virtues Sect. Not long ago, when the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, Flying Frost Sect was one of the venues for participation. Because of this, the reputation of Flying Frost Sect had spread widely. This time, the children here have the highest aptitude for the last 10 years. They are the future of the sect, nurture them well, they will make us stronger. The leading goo master saw these children and felt very excited. The leading goo master said loudly, Youngsters, it is your fortune to be able to become Flying Frost Sect's disciples. Now let me tell you. Swoosh. At this time, sword light flashed, everyone was blinded momentarily, they all shut their eyes. When they opened their eyes everyone was stunned, they opened their mouths and were still like statues with exaggerated expressions. The huge Profound Ice Island was gone, in its place, there was a deep trench that appeared in their vision. Even the sea water was split apart. On the surface of the sea, a path of 5 to 6 li in length had been completely emptied of water. The lingering sword path down marks were extremely overbearing, blocking the water path down marks and preventing the water from filling up the gap. At once, a weird but domineering scene was formed. Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he stood below Heaven Overseeing Tower shakily. His other hand was holding Fate Goo, his old wrinkled hand was gently rubbing Fate Goo. This time, Fate Goo was successfully repaired to a great extent. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely excited and happy. The ones who had repaired it with him, Bai Tseng Shui, Lian Jiuxing, and Bai Qing Tian had already left Heavenly Court, going to the mortal world. The Goo Immortals in Heavenly Court mostly used sleeping as their lifespan extension method. After waking up, they had to make good use of their time, going to their sects and settling some private matters, or to take care of their blood-related descendants in the sect. Heavenly Court controlled the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but at the same time, Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals were also chosen from the 10 great ancient sections. In the structure of sects, Heavenly Court was like the upper-level sect, and the 10 great ancient sects were the lower-level sects. Not all Goo Immortals had the chance to join Heavenly Court. Other than having deep attainment in their paths, great battle strength and reaching rank 8 cultivation level, there was also additional important criteria to join Heavenly Court. That was their values. Heavenly Court. What was Heavenly Court? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had described it 3 million years ago. It was, following the will of heaven, and upholding justice for heaven. After this restoration, Fate Goo can use half of its might. Using Heaven Overseeing Tower, we can find more people who escaped from fate. Eliminating these people will help in repairing Fate Goo, This can allow more people to be found and result in a beneficial cycle. As long as this progresses, Heaven Overseeing Tower will regain its former glory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was filled with anticipation. He was about to step into Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Rumble! A sword light shot over like a flash of lightning. In no time, it sliced through Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's mouth was opened wide, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His body was extremely stiff. He saw that the upper half of Heaven Overseeing Tower slowly tilted and crashed onto the jade floor. Heaven Overseeing Tower! After being stunned momentarily, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord screamed loudly. Chapter 957. Rising Commotion. It finally stopped. Fairy. Bai Qing looked at the tranquil river surface, her face pale with lingering fear. When the sword lights rampaged, she was nearest to the source and had personally witnessed this heaven-shaking scene. Right now, falling heavenly river was filled with corpses. Large quantities of mutilated body parts of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts bobbed up and down in the river. The surging white heavenly river water was now dyed blood red. Although falling heavenly river came from the heavens, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts lived within and propagated, large numbers of aquatic plants grew within, and there were also countless hidden currents, whirlpools and other natural traps which even a Gu immortal could die from. Fairy Bai Qing waited for some moments. No more sword lights appeared. She ran to the river and picked up the corpses of the beasts, and the branches and roots of ancient desolate plants and immemorial desolate plants. She had truly earned a fortune. The fortune was so huge even she could not help being joyous. But the happiness did not last long. Many ancient desolate beasts began to show up. Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see some faint images of ancient desolate beasts through the river water. These beasts' ferocity was stimulated by the bloodied water. The flesh and bones cut apart by the sword light were excellent delicacies to these beasts. More and more beasts were attracted over by the blood and flesh, leading to a fierce battle. They tore at each other as they battled for food, raising frightening waves. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat. Over half the original quantity of corpses remained. She looked at them with much regret. These were all excellent Gu refinement materials. The sword lights shot out so suddenly. What happened in falling heavenly river? Should I enter to explore and find the reasons or not? Fairy Bai Qing was held back by the thought of Feng Jinhuang, thus she hesitated. However, she had a feeling that Bo Qing's clues should be in the riverbed of falling heavenly river. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth, turning into a white light, shooting straight into falling heavenly river. From falling heavenly river's source, unrivaled sword lights had shot out everywhere, their range covering the whole of Central Continent. Whether it was the Centipede Valley in Central Continent's central region, or Flying Frost Sect in the east, or even Heavenly Court which was high above, they were all affected by the sword lights. The whole of Central Continent was in a commotion. Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's face was ashen, his hand moved without stopping. He had immediately started restoring Heaven Overseeing Tower when he had gotten out of his shocked state. He had already sent a message to Bai Qingtian, Bai Tseng Shui and Lian Jiuxing, urgently recalling them. Right now, they were already on their way. The damage created by the sword light was extremely troublesome. Its sword path Dao marks seemed to contain a corrosive nature. The remaining parts of Heaven Overseeing Tower might be standing upright, but it would not last for long. If the sword path Dao marks were left to continue corroding, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous damage. We succeeded in our last attempt at restoring Fate Immortal Gu, but when I was just about to use it, Heaven Overseeing Tower was split apart. Is this a coincidence? Or Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a bad premonition. After a while, Bai Qingtian was the first to return, then Bai Tseng Shui and finally Lian Jiuxing arrived. Lian Jiuxing had stopped partway through, but was thus able to bring concrete information. I have investigated it. The sword light came from the source of falling heavenly river. Right now, the whole of Central Continent is in a ruckus. Falling heavenly river's source, isn't that where Bo Qing died? Bai Tseng Shui exclaimed in shock. Speaking of Bo Qing, Heavenly Courts for Immortals had complicated feelings on him. Back then, it was not that they did not try to recruit Bo Qing, but unfortunately, Bo Qing's ideals did not conform to theirs, and he did not join Heavenly Court. Bo Qing. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's gaze was dark. Investigate, we must investigate this clearly. Fairy Tseng Shui, you are specialized in water path. I will have to trouble you to make a trip. The three of us will stay here to restore Heaven Overseeing Tower. For some reason, I am having a very bad feeling about this. The other three immortals' expressions turned serious. Bai Chen Tian spoke. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you are in charge of Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fate Gu. If you are uneasy, we cannot disregard it, we need to move quickly. Central Continent, Combat Immortal Sect. Falling Heavenly River's source has changed all of a sudden. I suspect Bo Qing's sword path inheritance has appeared. Jin Liang, you will go to investigate the truth. You can bring 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals, choose whoever you want. Combat Immortal Sect's first Supreme Elders will floated in midair. Gu Immortal Jin Liang was sitting within fire. He was tall and well-built, with golden hair and fiery eyes, and a vigorous rank 7 aura. Hearing what was said, he instead snorted, not giving any face to the first Supreme Elder. You should go find Shirley for this matter. He is the immortal Monkey King. With Feng Jiugu no longer alive, he is now the strongest among Central Continent's rank 7 Gu Immortals. First Supreme Elders will smiled. Jin Liang Shirley might be strong, but he is not the only person in Combat Immortal Sect. He has already made more than enough contributions in the exploration of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Could it be that you want him to make more contributions? An idea came to Jin Liang and he suddenly became convinced. He leaped out of the fire, and cupped his fists. Heh! First Supreme Elder is correct. I had thought of growing another 17 or 18 Fire Path Dao marks, but since that is the case, I will immediately move out. First Supreme Elders will nodded, instructing. Go and return quickly. Wind Cloud Manor. First Senior Brother, you came out of seclusion? Gu Immortal Hong Qiming immediately greeted the person in front of him with great joy. This person was clothed in a white robe and was wearing a jade belt. He was tall and thin, elegance and harmoniousness seemed to be expressed in him. He smiled and nodded. I came out because of the change in Falling Heavenly River. Junior Brother, you participated in the 100 Days battle and personally witnessed Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. I have been asked to go investigate the truth of Falling Heavenly River, please lend me a hand. Hong Qiming took a deep breath and said sincerely. First Senior Brother, you are treating me like an outsider. Back then, were it not for your help, I would not be around today. I will offer my full efforts. Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. Should we send someone to investigate the strange change in Falling Heavenly River's source? First Supreme Elder was not present, so the discussion hall was managed by Second Supreme Elder. Second Supreme Elder, you may not be aware but Fairy Bai Qing has already gone to explore Falling Heavenly River's source a few days ago. Li Junying's will spoke. Oh? Did she discover some clues? A Gu Immortal unavoidably recalled the matters discussed. Second Supreme Elder frowned. Fairy Bai Qing only has peak rank 6 cultivation, it is not enough to cope with this situation. But the sect is limited on available personnel right now, who should I send to reinforce Bai Qing at this time? Su Hao's laughed. Reporting to Second Supreme Elder, Fairy Bai Qing has actually already advanced to rank 7, it is just that she concealed it, and did not report it. Oh? Is that the case? I remember there was still some time before the tribulation for her advancement to rank 7. Su Hao calmly replied, this matter has been confirmed. Before Feng Jiugu left for Northern Plains, he borrowed Time Path Immortal Gu to secretly help Fairy Bai Qing advance her cultivation. So it was like that. Second Supreme Elder mumbled before saying, Fairy Bai Qing advancing to rank 7 is a blessing for our Spirit Affinity House. When she returns, she shall be rewarded heavily. Also, open the storage and let her choose a rank 7 Immortal Gu. As for this matter of Falling Heavenly River, there is no need to send reinforcements anymore, just message her regarding the sect's intentions. Yes, we will follow Second Supreme Elder's command. Tianti Mountain. This sword light, Bo Qing. The pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword, it was fortunate for the people in the world that love changed him. Maybe this is the appearance of his sword path true inheritance. Sword path Gu Immortal Jian Yixing gazed into the horizon with excitement and yearning. Such a huge change, Falling Heavenly River will definitely be a gathering point for Gu Immortals. Maybe there will be an opportunity to fish for profits in this commotion. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are strong and can eat the meat, but I should be able to drink some soup, right? As he thought of this, Jian Yixing hardened his mind and flew out of Tianti Mountain towards the northwest. Whether it was the righteous path led by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, or the demonic path or lone cultivators like Jian Yixing, they all started making their moves. Countless gazes pierced through space and gathered at the source of falling heavenly river. Bo Qing, a pseudo-immortal venerable, at the pinnacle below the venerables, this reputation that had been covered in dust resurfaced once again. The countless sword lights that wreaked havoc throughout the whole of Central Continent reminded the world of Bo Qing's power. A rumor, who knows from where, started spreading and kept on getting bigger, affecting everyone's mental states. The sword lights are the arrangements left behind by Bo Qing before he perished. He is reminding the world that his sword path true inheritance has appeared, and although he perished, he did not want his true inheritance to be obtained by the wrong person. He is using this chance to select the most suitable inheritor. Thereafter, the shock created from the sword light's might gradually turned into greed and desire. Central Continent's Gu immortal world was in a commotion. Countless Gu immortals, even the hidden old monsters, started to move towards falling heavenly river. A commotion occurred in Central Continent. A huge dispute that covered the whole of Central Continent was going to unfold at falling heavenly river. But in southern border, it was calm and tranquil. The trees swayed in the lush green hills. On a mountain peak, in a stone pavilion, Old Man Yenshur was sitting inside the pavilion, playing chess. A giant rock was in front of him. On the smooth surface of the rock were star-path Tao marks that formed either horizontal cuts, vertical cuts, or diagonal cuts, forming a dazzling diagram. Below Old Man Yenshur was actually the famous astrolabe chessboard from history. A figure descended down from the sky, and the stone pavilion instantly filled with cold air. "Why did you call me?" Bai Ningbing coldly stared at the back of Old Man Yenshur. Old Man Yenshur slowly turned around and faced Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing continued to speak in an icy tone. "Although you helped me in becoming a Gu immortal, I am not a subordinate of yours who is at your beck and call." Old Man Yenshur smiled, speaking softly. "Do you know that Fang Yuan will be returning?" "Fang Yuan?" Bai Ningbing's gaze turned bright. He then squinted, hiding the sharp light in his eyes. With a cold snort, he said, "Explain it clearly." Chapter 958. Pawn Bai Ningbing. Looking at Old Man Yenshur, Bai Ningbing was very vigilant. Ever since he had advanced to Gu immortal, while in the process conveniently getting rid of his female body which had been troubling him for a long time, he thoroughly realized how unfathomable Old Man Yenshur was. Bai Ningbing's nature was to be indifferent. But his firm attitude towards Old Man Yenshur was only a type of probe. Even his strong desire of wanting to fight Fang Yuan and take vicious revenge was also a disguise for himself as well as a probe towards Old Man Yenshur. Although only a few years had passed, Bai Ningbing was no longer so concerned about Fang Yuan. Being at the Gu immortal level had broadened his horizons. He saw many more things and experienced many more wonders. What he minded was Old Man Yenshur in front of him. It was not that he had not secretly investigated, but Shadow Sect was still deeply concealed, not revealing a trace. He did not know why Old Man Yenshur was helping him, but at the same time, he was also discontent at being controlled like this. He had thought of walking away from all of this. But Shadow Sect had spent so much effort on him, they certainly would not let him leave easily. In addition, Bai Ningbing cared about excitement and brilliance more than his own life. When the enemy was stronger, the process was dangerous, resistance became more difficult, it instead made him feel like he had not lived in vain, taking it as a pleasure of life. Competing against heaven, competing against earth, competing against humans, the joy was endless. There was one thing that Bai Ningbing had never done in his life, that was, retreating in the face of danger. Facing Bai Ningbing's query, Old Man Yenshur leisurely took out an immortal Gu and said, "You only need to do as I say and I can guarantee Fang Yuan will return to southern border." Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with coldness. "You seem to know Fang Yuan's whereabouts clearly. But in the past, when I was advancing to Gu immortal, and I asked you the same question, you said you did not know." Old Man Yenshur chuckled. He did not respond to Bai Ningbing's query, instead continuing. "To the south of Name Peak, east of Liqiu, not far away from Rock Dragon Cave, there is a nameless mountain peak. The mountain is tall and there is a long river that passes by it. The trees on the mountain are green and lush. It is a lone mountain with no other branch peaks. Go to the top of that mountain and activate this Gu. Once you succeed, leave quickly. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any Gu immortals that enter this area will be met with fatal killing intent." Bai Ningbing did not accept this immortal Gu, his eyes still staring at Old Man Yenshur, as he coldly said, "You still haven't answered my question." "I don't need to answer your question. You only need to know that when this is done, Fang Yuan will return. Back then, you signed an agreement with Shadow Sect, wasn't the agreement that only after Fan Yuan is dead, you can be free from the agreement and regain your freedom? Old man Yanshi smiled faintly. Bai Ningbing was silent for a while, before taking the immortal goo. He then gave a cold snort, and flew away, disappearing into the horizon. He made haste when traveling. 2 days later, he found the mountain old man Yanshi spoke of. This mountain is ordinary, and there is nothing strange. Why did he choose this place? Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Actually, he had many guesses, even thinking of the possibility that old man Yanshi was trying to harm him. But he has spent a huge price to raise me to Gu Immortal. Why would he kill me now? The chance of this is very low. Bai Ningbing shook his head. There was another uncertainty which he had for a long time. Why did old man Yanshi help me to become a Gu Immortal? Among so many people, why did he choose me? Is it simply because of my northern dark eye soul physique? Previously, Bai Ningbing had such thoughts, but now he was increasingly feeling the truth was not as simple as that. Bai Ningbing started to carefully investigate this nameless mountain peak, but he did not find any traces of Gu formations. He was filled with doubts and hesitation. If this was truly a trap, then he would be stupidly sending himself to death. Wouldn't he be humiliating himself? Bai Ningbing suddenly had a thought. Old man Yanshi would not make me come here in particular, and activate immortal Gu for no reason. His motive is veiled in mystery, but there is no time limit. I might as well delay and probe him. If the matter was urgent, old man Yanshi would be very anxious and naturally would urge him. At that time, with the immortal Gu, Bai Ningbing could obtain the initiative. Bai Ningbing bided his time and made no move. Sure enough, someone on Shadow Sect's side became anxious. A black-robed Gu Immortal appeared inside the stone pavilion, and spoke with a rough voice. Yanshi, Bai Ningbing has already gone for close to half a month, but there has been no word or action from him. Could it be that he ran away with the Gu, or maybe encountered a problem? Old man Yanshi was at ease, looking at the astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard in front of him was filled with down marks, but compared to before, when Bai Ningbing had appeared, the numerous and disorderly lines had already reduced by a little less than half. Old man Yanshi was pinching his fingers as he tried to deduce the chess moves, while saying to the black-robed Gu Immortal, Bai Ningbing is still there, just not making a move. He already had doubts that this trip is harmful to him, so it is normal for him to have this reaction. The black-robed Gu Immortal could not help but speak urgently when he saw the leisurely attitude of old man Yanshi. But we can no longer delay the matter in Central Continent. Now, not just the Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but even a lot of lone cultivators and demonic cultivators have entered to explore the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River. Vice Envoy Blue and the others can only hold on for 3 days at most. After 3 days, Heavenly Court will realize this is an arrangement, and it might disrupt our true plan. Old man Yanshi nodded, agreeing. What you say makes sense. In fact, the present state has already diverged from the original plan. The progress is really too slow. How about you send a letter to urge Bai Ningbing to make a move quickly? If he doesn't submit, we can take away his immortal level and make him fall down back to immortal. He became a Gu Immortal with our help, but he is only a false immortal. There is no need for us to continue letting him be so arrogant. We can take action first and remove his Gu Immortal strength, making him immortal again, restoring his female body. Such a junior with his head high above the clouds, if we don't make him know his place, we won't be able to use him. The black-robed Gu Immortal suggested. Why do you think I am using him? Old man Yanshi chuckled. He lightly flicked his wide sleeve. Immediately, a star mark was removed from the astrolabe chessboard. If Fan Yuan was to see this sight, he would definitely be very shocked. Doing this with such ease, old man Yanshi's wisdom path attainment level was definitely great grandmaster. The black-robed Gu Immortal was wearing a large hood that covered his expression, but his tone was filled with heavy doubts. Yanshi, didn't you choose Bai Ningbing because you saw his 10 extreme physique battle strength? No, that is not the case. Old man Yanshi laughed. This is only what makes him special on the surface. His true special characteristic is that he is also someone who has escaped fate. What? He is also one? The black-robed Gu Immortal was shocked. Old man Yanshi explained further. Our crucial plan has been devised for 100,000 years. Our true enemy is not the Central Continent's Heavenly Court, or the other 4 regions, but heaven. So I am handing this final crucial step to Bai Ningbing. He is an escapee of fate. From a certain perspective, he could be said to have escaped the grasp of heaven's will as well. Only this kind of person is qualified to become our pawn. So it was like that. The black-robed Gu immortal came to a realization and had no more doubts. Old man Yanshi continued, Bai Ningbing is a fate escapee. Heaven's will is unable to control him completely, making him a potent weapon for us. We will first let him spearhead the attack, and what we will do is build up our energy, using all of our strength to cope with the fury of Heaven's will. After Bai Ningbing left, I did not contact him and let him move freely, but you can rest assured, with his nature, he will not wait for much longer. Since that is the case, then I will continue sleeping. The black-robed Gu immortal cupped his fists and took his leave. Bai Ningbing waited another 2 days on the nameless mountain peak, occasionally looking at the direction of Old Man Yanshi's stone pavilion. So many days have passed by, but Old Man Yanshi has not urged me yet. It seems he is not in a hurry about this matter. That makes sense. If he was hurried, he would emphasize the time limit for completing the task when he handed it to me. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel somewhat dejected. The probing just now was undoubtedly a failure. He looked at the mountain below him, and pondered. I have checked this mountain time and time again over these last days, but I could not find traces of any Gu formations. Sigh. If this is as truly harmful to me, I can only admit defeat. I could not find out anything. I can only blame my inadequate ability. Bai Ningbing sighed and hovered in the air, looking at this ordinary mountain. Go. With a shift of his mind, his immortal essence started to be consumed as he activated the mysterious immortal Gu. The immortal Gu let out some radiance, but it still lay on his palm, showing no movement. Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised. So this immortal Gu requires a lot of immortal essence. He continued to send beads of green grape immortal essence to it. The radiance of the immortal Gu grew brighter and brighter, and the exquisite body of the immortal Gu started to slightly tremble. After a while, Bai Ningbing's forehead was dripping with sweat, and he was feeling worried. I have already used up hundreds of beads of immortal essence. Why does it still not activating? So the difficulty in this task was in this. Just when he was getting very puzzled, the immortal Gu in his hand suddenly buzzed. It turned into a ray of light that shot towards the sky. The light continued to grow bigger, its speed however was becoming slower. When it reached a peak in height, it charged down to the nameless mountain. Boom! It crashed onto the mountain peak. The clash produced incomparably dazzling radiance. Bai Ningbing quickly covered his eyes and retreated. He no longer needed to use his immortal essence. But whether the immortal Gu succeeded in its activation, he still needed to check to be certain. Thus, he flew to a distance of 5 li away, before stopping in the air. He then saw an unbelievable and marvelous scene. Within the intense radiance, the nameless mountain peaks suffered no damage. Phantom images started to appear over the woods on the mountain. This was a section of a long river. The river water billowed, rising and falling, filled with a mystical and natural wondrousness that would be difficult to portray. There was endless profundity that could not be described with words or expressed. This scene. Could it be the River of Time? Bai Ningbing's eyes suddenly enlarged, filled with extreme surprise. Afterwards he saw the River of Time's phantom image gradually dissipate, becoming dimmer and dimmer. 2 human-shaped figures seemed to jump out of the river, their appearances and clothes gradually becoming clearer. These 2 people were fighting. Both sides exchanged moves one after the other. The battle's intensity shocked Bai Ningbing to the core. Among them, one was enormous with bulging muscles. He was like a mythical creature that rampaged around with an extremely fierce momentum. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. The other person was rank 7. But he seemed to be using a killer move to disguise himself. His whole body was covered in a layer of fog that made others unable to distinguish his face or stature. The only thing that could be clearly seen was a red lotus that was drawn on his forehead. Chapter 959. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. The battle between the 2 shook the scenery in the image, boulders shattered and the river roared. Even if the change in the phantom image did not affect reality, it was an extremely moving scene. The battle gradually heated to the climax. The burly rank 8 Gu immortal held the upper hand. He raised his head and laughed wildly. I have rank 8 cultivation and also possess the great strength true martial physique. A mere rank 7 dreams of challenging me? That mysterious Gu immortal with a red lotus mark on his forehead chuckled and said with a plain voice. Martial duel Heavenly King, your defeat is certain. Take this move. Right after he finished speaking, the rank 7 Gu immortal flung his right hand and a high platform flew out. The next moment, the contempt on the face of the rank 8 Gu immortal, Martial duel Heavenly King, was completely gone, replaced by shock. This is an immortal goo house. What immortal goo house is this? The rank 7 goo immortal proudly smiled. Let me teach you, this is my original creation, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage? Bai Ningbing frowned. As far as he knew, the present southern border goo immortal world did not have any such immortal goo house. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stages might was extremely mysterious. No matter what kind of attacks Martial Dual Heavenly King sent, they were all absorbed and sealed. That was not all. After the attacks were sealed, they could still be used by the rank 7 goo immortal to strike back. Martial Dual Heavenly King's attacks were mighty, but in the end, he had to bear most of his attacks himself. The images transformed continuously, and the battle situation kept on getting more heated. Finally, with the help of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, the mysterious rank 7 goo immortal won against Martial Dual Heavenly King, accomplishing an extraordinary feat of rank 7 defeating rank 8. However, the rank 7 goo immortal also had to pay a heavy price. As a final stand, Martial Dual Heavenly King did not hesitate to turn into a rank 8 immortal zombie, almost possessing an unkillable body. The mysterious rank 7 goo immortal was not able to take his life, and could only let go of this Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, using it to suppress Martial Dual Heavenly King deep under the earth. To win against Martial Dual Heavenly King, the unknown rank 7 goo immortal had to give up an immortal goo house. After the battle was over, he sighed as he gazed down at his immortal goo house that was under the earth, before flying away. There were no more images of the goo immortals, but the phantom image still kept on transforming. The battlefield where the goo immortals fought returned to tranquility. With good weather, grass and trees started to grow. Then there were lightning strikes and flood. Meteors crashed down, and inferno raged. The plain terrain gradually began to rise, growing slowly. At first, it was a mound, then it continued to increase until it became a mountain. There were occasionally scenes of humans moving in the mountain. The movements were extremely quick, whether it was natural phenomenon or the movements of humans and beasts. They were shown like a sped-up video. This mountain also began to change rapidly. It occasionally had landslides and occasionally changed in shape. Finally, in the phantom image, this mountain gradually turned into the appearance of the nameless mountain. When the phantom image had completely disappeared, the world regained its original appearance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone strangely. He understood that the immortal goo old man Yenshur gave him was a time path investigative immortal goo. It drilled into the crevices of time, and transported the scene of the past at a certain segment of the river of time towards the present. The scene of a huge battle between the two goo immortals was now this ordinary and inconspicuous mountain. This means there is an immortal goo house buried here! Bai Ningbing fixed his gaze under the mountain, his heart thumping in excitement. He naturally knew the value of an immortal goo house. Only forces with goo immortals could be considered super forces. But even among these super forces, only the powerful ones could possess one or more immortal goo houses. If I can get hold of this Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, it will definitely be a huge help to me and I can more easily deal with Shadow Sect and leave. But this is bad. The immortal goo's aura has leaked everywhere. The disturbance when I activated the immortal goo was also not small. It will definitely attract other goo immortals. Time does not wait for anyone. I must hurry up. Bai Ningbing had just thought of flying down, piercing deep into the earth and taking the immortal goo house, when he hesitated. He thought of Old Man Yenshur. If he went down, would it be messing up Old Man Yenshur's plan? Maybe Old Man Yenshur already calculated his reaction and wanted him to go deep into the earth, explore the depths of the earth and take Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. If it is like this, he must have something up his sleeve. The mantis stalks a cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. If I blindly move, all my efforts will be in vain and I will be used by others. Bai Ningbing's gaze was deep. He decided to first probe the surrounding environment before deciding to move. However, what he had not expected was when he had just approached the nameless mountain by some distance, he felt an intense weakness. His goo immortal aura started to quickly weaken. He could not even exert his thoughts. Bai Ningbing retreated in shock. He recalled Old Man Yenshur's words. Go to the top of that mountain and activate this goo. Once you succeed, leave quickly. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any goo immortals that enter this area will be met with fatal killing intent. Bai Ningbing thought with a frown, could this be the forbidden zone for immortals? If this had truly become a forbidden zone, then how could he seize Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage? At this moment, the phantom image on the mountain peak changed again, turning into the previous scenes. Bai Ningbing patiently observed, and could not help having a thought. Could it be that there was a clue to take the immortal goo house hidden in the transformations of these phantom images? However, after the phantom image finished showing the scenes, it disappeared again. Bai Ningbing was not able to find out any clues. He then discovered the phantom image would reappear once in a while. Every time the phantom image played, it would show the same contents with no difference. He also discovered the forbidden zone was expanding. At first, he could still approach within 3 li of the nameless mountain. Now, however, he was 10 li away from the mountain peak, but still felt exhausted and weak. He had a sense of warning deep within telling him that were he to forcefully charge in, he would definitely die. Looking at the huge fortune moving farther and farther away from him, Bai Ningbing was naturally uneasy. He had stayed here for 3 days, trying to hide this constantly appearing phantom image. He had already erased the immortal goo aura, but he was not able to hide these images. Although old man Yanshi helped him ascend to immortal, he did not give him any immortal goo. This phenomenon in front of him was created by a time path investigative immortal goo. Bai Ningbing naturally could not cover it using mortal goo. Of course, if he used superior mortal killer moves, there was a possibility of covering the images temporarily. But his foundation was shallow, and he did not have such methods. If Fang Yuan was here, what would he do? In the worrisome moment, Bai Ningbing recalled Fang Yuan's image. Despite him no longer being concerned with Fang Yuan, he could not deny that Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and craftiness had made a deep impression and subconsciously influenced him. He thought and thought, before he stopped in terror. He suddenly realized, this immortal goo was given by old man Yanshi. This should be a plan of Shadow Sect. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? They did not try to seize graceful chaotic duel stage secretly, and silently earn a fortune. Instead they were proclaiming this as if they wanted the whole world to know. Involving an ancient battle and the immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage, probably the whole of southern border will be in an uproar. Be it righteous path goo immortals or demonic path or lone immortals, they will all go crazy for it. None of them would yield a step for the immortal goo house. This will definitely cause great turbulence and incite bloodshed. Is Shadow Sect's objective to bring a calamity to southern border? But how would this benefit them? Bai Ningbing fiercely slapped his forehead. As his anxious expression vanished, clarity returned to his gaze. What was I doing these last days? I actually let myself be blinded by greed. This is not something I can obtain. This nameless mountain will soon become the center of a storm in southern border, luring almost all the goo immortals of southern border. I am only a rank 6 goo immortal with limited methods. I can't stay here for long. I better leave early. Right, I should return and try to probe old man Yanshi on what he is thinking of doing. Does he want to use this to lure Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing hurriedly returned, but old man Yanshi was no longer in the stone pavilion. He hurried to Shadow Sect's blessed land, but he was unable to summon the blessed land's entrance to appear. He also could not contact them using information path mortal goo. It was almost like the entirety of Shadow Sect, including old man Yanshi, had completely disappeared in an instant. The wave of doubts in Bai Ningbing's mind intensified. There was a sensation of being discarded. He vaguely felt that the last series of events was anything but a reassuring omen. Central continent, falling heavenly river. Right now, the bottom of the riverbed of the source of falling heavenly river was filled with light. Countless goo immortals of central continent fixed their gazes at the riverbed's only light source, their hearts filled with fervent desire. An immortal zombie with eyes closed was floating in this light. His appearance was just like before when he was alive, seemingly filled with vitality. Sharp brows, high nose, jade green hair, upright back, it was Bo Qing. Who could have thought Bo Qing would have turned into an immortal zombie? Back then, the fairy of Spirit Affinity House at that time, Mo Yao, had also faced the tribulation with him. But there is only Bo Qing here. It seems Mo Yao had completely died. According to the sect records, that heavenly tribulation had such terrifying might that it shook the whole of central continent. It really is inconceivable that Bo Qing could preserve his life. How strong was he actually? The immortals discussed with each other. The corpse has been maintained for so long, who knows how many secrets it contains. As long as we can obtain it, we can decipher the profound mysteries of Bo Qing's cultivation back then. Even if there is no sword path true inheritance, just this research alone would be an enormous gain. Maybe it can even add to a true inheritance in the sect? Most of these thoughts were from the goo immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. They were looking at long-term prospects, considering for the situation of their sect. while the lone immortals and demonic cultivators like Jian Yixing were paying attention to the immortal goo carried by the immortal zombie Bo Qing. There are still auras of so many immortal goo on his body. This is really unimaginable for them to exist until now. These are all sword path immortal goo of the pseudo-immortal venerable. I will be satisfied with even just one. Central Continent's righteous path was very prosperous, and the demonic cultivators were fiercely suppressed, to the extent that their situation was the most miserable among the demonic cultivators in the entirety of the 5 regions. These demonic cultivators and lone cultivators did not dare to have any idea of taking Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, and only wanted to make a profit and run away quickly. In fact, before this, in the process of entering Falling Heavenly River, almost all the immortals had made some gains. The remains of beasts and plants cut down by the sword lights were not few. As long as one looked for them carefully, they could find them. However, Bo Qing's assets was truly too attractive. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Since they personally witnessing it, who would want to leave now? Chapter 960. Bo Qing awakens. At this time, there were at least 30 goo immortals at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River's source. The immortals had heated gazes, they were staring at the light lump that enveloped the immortal zombie, Bo Qing. They looked around secretly, they were very alert towards their competitors. Among these competitors, the strongest ones were the goo immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Jin Liang, Hong Qiming, Qian Tian and others. And among the people from the 10 great ancient sects, the most threatening one was Fairy Bai Qing. Seeing this stalemate, Qian Tian said slowly, "Fairy Bai Qing, this situation is very clear. Bo Qing has his immortal zombie remains, but his soul was decimated by the tribulation. However, there are some wills and emotions left in his mind, he can defend himself. Thus, whenever we get close, he will use his immortal goo and shoot out extremely sharp sword lights, attacking everywhere. To weaken his animosity, we need something that contains Bo Qing's aura, or a goo worm that he refined in the past. We can also use the wills and emotions left behind by Bo Qing. As long as we take these out, we can get close to Bo Qing and gain the upper hand." Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. "Why would I have these things? If I did, I would have taken action long ago, right?" She indeed did not. Because she had not expected to find Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Qian Tian smiled lightly. "Fairy Bai Qing, why are you lying to us? You are the first person here, why did you come here alone secretly? Is all this a coincidence?" Fairy Bai Qing's smile became more bitter. "You say I came here secretly, that is wrong. I had used the path through Myriad Dragon Dock and combat immortal sect. I came here openly. What do you mean by secretly?" She had come to investigate Falling Heavenly River because of Feng Jiuji's last words. But she could not expose this truth. Spirit Affinity House needed to stall the information regarding Feng Jiuji's death as much as possible, so that they could have more time to prepare. Jin Liang frowned more deeply now, his voice became more shrill. "Why is Fairy Bai Qing hiding it from us? The current situation will only draw in more goo immortals. As time passes, accidents might occur. We of the 10 great ancient sects should work together to jointly control situation in Central Continent. Otherwise, if those lone cultivators obtained Sword Immortal Bo Qing's Sword Path Immortal Goo, Central Continent would undergo huge turbulence. Is your sect going to ignore Central Continent's well-being just for your own greed?" Qi Yuntian's attitude was warm, he continued urging. "We of the 10 great ancient sects are of the same origin. We should work together and obtain immortal zombie Bo Qing. I can represent Wind Cloud Manor and sign an alliance agreement with your sect. We will ensure you get your benefits in this matter." Fairy Bai Qing was silent. She sneered internally. Jin Liang and Qi Yuntian were working together to coerce and coax her. How could she not know that? She was secretly anxious. This had happened too suddenly, and Spirit Affinity House did not send goo immortals to reinforce her. Even though she was rank 7, facing these immortals, she could not do much. No matter what immortal zombie Bo Qing's situation was, it was very important to take back his body and Sword Path Immortal Goo for Spirit Affinity House. The other 9 sects knew this. Right now, in their opinion, Feng Jiugu was missing, he was likely dead, Spirit Affinity House was weakened now, they could not let them obtain this immortal zombie Bo Qing. If they nurtured another Bo Qing who was as strong as Feng Jiugu, what would the 9 sects do? The situation in Falling Heavenly River was extremely dangerous. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's sword lights were extremely sharp, they shot through the entirety of Central Continent. Large numbers of demonic and lone cultivators came because of it. They desired conflict, they wanted to obtain huge gains from it. As for the immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, they want to stabilize the situation and not give these outsiders a chance. But at the same time, the immortals of the 10 great ancient sects were not united, thus, the 9 sects were resisting Spirit Affinity House together. Fairy Bai Qing was thought to have possession of a crucial method, she could not explain her innocence now. Just as the immortals were in a deadlock, a vast rank 8 aura surged. All of the immortals stand back, we of Heavenly Court are taking charge. Everyone gasped, they looked at the source of the sound and saw a female immortal descending. It was the rank 8 Waterpath Gu immortal Bai Tsingshui. The situation changed at once. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Light shone on Heaven Overseeing Tower, it had been rebuilt again, standing in front of the 3 immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord Bai Chintian and Lian Jiuxing felt the weight on their hearts easing, they sighed in relief. Ever since Heaven Overseeing Tower was slashed by the sword light, they had not rested. To prevent the sword path Dao marks from corroding it further and destroying more Gu worms, they had worked day and night to repair it without rest, they had finally succeeded. Thankfully, the 3 immortals rapidly replaced the destroyed Gu worms using the huge amount of immortal materials in Heavenly Court's storage, saving it in time. There was something important to note. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal Gu house, it had incredible defense. Even though it was split in half by the sword light, what it truly lost was only the Gu worms near the damage caused by the sword. In fact, Heaven Overseeing Tower was not gravely damaged. After looking at it for a while, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord took a deep breath and supported himself on his walking stick as he held Fate Gu, walking towards the tower. Lian Jiuxing could not help but ask, Tower Lord, are you not going to rest? Why are you in a rush to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower? Thank you for your concern, it is all right. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled, rejecting the suggestion. For some reason, ever since the sword light attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower, he had been having an ominous sensation. As time passed, this ominous sensation intensified. Even after seeing the repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower, he did not feel this ominous sensation going away. Go! He willed, in his hand, Fate Gu turned into a mystical light, entering the top of the tower, towards the formation core. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord moved his aged body as he slowly walked up the stairs. Every step he took expended rank 8 immortal essence. The tower walls were shining in bright light, they appeared to be in a mess and did not give any hints or advice. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not mind it. Fate Immortal Gu could only use half of its might, half of the images displayed were blurry or dark. After walking for 60 steps, the image on the wall became clear. On the nameless peak of southern border, the scene was depicted vividly in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. In the image, Martial Duel Heavenly King and the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortals fight entered Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's vision. This old man frowned unconsciously. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. And this. On the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal's forehead, the red lotus mark was very bright red and striking. An inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes flashed with sharpness. The pain that Red Lotus Demon Venerable brought to Heavenly Court, and the damage he dealt to Fate Immortal Gu, had tormented generations after generations of Heavenly Court Gu Immortals for over 1,000,000 years. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stopped on the step, thinking deeply. Red Lotus True Inheritance, it has to be destroyed. No traces must be left behind. The Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie is less of a concern. But that graceful chaotic duel stage should belong to Heavenly Court ideally. Even if Southern Border has the regional wall, Heavenly Court has to make an attempt now. Just that mystical Immortal Gu House, graceful chaotic duel stage, was worth the intervention of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. Even though rank 8 Gu Immortals faced much difficulty in passing the 5 regions' regional walls, and had to pay a huge price. Without concealing such a scene, Southern Border's Gu Immortal world would definitely be stirred up, countless immortals would come forward to fight for it. If Heavenly Court wants to traverse regions and compete, we have to choose appropriate people, and the number has to be precise. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord thought more deeply and soon shook his head, placing these troublesome thoughts aside. He continued to go up. 60 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. When he got to the 83rd step, the image changed again. This time, it was the scene of Central Continent. In falling Heavenly River, Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes were shut as the heavenly court Gu Immortal Bai Tseng Shui led the immortals and controlled the situation single-handedly. In the image, Bai Tseng Shui smiled and spoke to Fairy Bai Qing. But after Fairy Bai Qing replied to her, Bai Tseng Shui's expression became one of deep disappointment. Soon, she concealed her expression and became calm again. She moved her fingers, setting up a Gu formation, planning to seal this place. But at this moment, starlight shot over. It penetrated the incomplete Gu formation and shot towards Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. As starlight shined brightly, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing opened his eyes. In an instant, countless flashes of sword light burst out, turning the world white. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shut his eyes in response. At the next moment, he opened his eyes. What he saw was a bloody scene. There were bits and pieces of Gu Immortal corpses everywhere. The head of the heavenly court Gu Immortal, Bai Tseng Shui, was rolling away with streams of blood. Her eyes were opened wide, she had died. How can this be? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, who saw this, was anguished. 3 figures landed immediately. 7-Star Child was in front, followed by Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. Azure, you are finally awake! 7-Star Child laughed loudly. His body was emitting a powerful rank 8 aura. He walked forward, getting close to Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing's eyes shined with ruthlessness, sword light shot out. 7-Star Child was shocked, he did not expect Bo Qing to attack him. The sword light was peerlessly sharp, he was sliced in half, even his immortal zombie body was useless against it. 7-Star Child's pitiful death stunned Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. What is going on? Envoy Azure killed Vice Envoy Blue! No, he is not Envoy Azure, his mind is filled with Heaven's will, and there is another person's remnant soul living inside his body. At once, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun were shocked and furious. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was expressionless, he turned around to look at them. Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun felt a strong chill, they sank into despair. They did not see any killing intent from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's eyes. They only saw the unfeeling and impartial nature of the way of heaven. They were people who escaped from fate, they were targets of elimination of the way of heaven. An intense aura of death engulfed them. Against the famous pseudo-immortal venerable, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun could not escape or dodge, they could only await their deaths. Chapter 961. Unprecedented Contest. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded. Coming out of the underground cave, Fan Yuan's face was filled with joy. During this period, he had exerted all of his effort into deducing this immortal killer move, he had finally obtained some results today. This new killer move used Eat Strength Immortal Gu, Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu and Pulling Water Immortal Gu as the cores. With 330,000 supplementary Mortal Gu, he formed an extravagant combination that would stun another person. To activate this killer move, Fan Yuan had to focus wholeheartedly for 2 hours, activating this set of Gu worms. Then, going through 3 days and nights without rest, he could gradually transform his living body into an immortal zombie body, or transform his immortal zombie body into a living body. Even though it was not as convenient as Nirvana Fire, Fan Yuan had reached his limits by getting such progress. Fan Yuan was very satisfied with this result. After all, Fan Yuan only had so many Strength Path Immortal Gu. He could use all of them here thanks to the Light of Wisdom. Of course, it was because he had Nirvana Fire as the blueprint. If he did not have Nirvana Fire, or the set of Gu worms to research that were lent by Blazing Heaven Demonis, Fan Yuan would not have been able to obtain a Strength Path version in such a short time. Also, Fan Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. Because of all these reasons, a minor miracle was created. Next, I have to use those Strength Path Immortal Zombies and exert Strength Gu to form my high-grade Life and Death Blessed Land to revive. Fan Yuan sighed internally. After searching for so long, he had finally reached this stage. As for Luopa Valley, Tai Bai Yunxing had repaired it not long ago. Fan Yuan gave it a try, cultivating inside Luopa Valley. It was indeed the soul cultivation sacred land that was on par with Dang Hun Mountain. Paired with Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu, Fan Yuan's soul cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. But now, Fan Yuan knew that the most important thing was to revive. His soul cultivation could be placed aside now, he did not need to engage in it. Fan Yuan could almost not hold in his urge. But just as he was about to start, he received Blazing Heaven Demonis' letter. The contents caused his revival plan to pause. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie? When Fan Yuan saw this line, his heart pounded. The information that Blazing Heaven Demoness gave him was regarding the nameless mountain in southern border. This matter was too big now. It concerned an immortal goo house. It had spread throughout the entirety of southern border's goo immortal world. In southern border, there was a Zombie Alliance branch as well. Thus, as the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, Blazing Heaven Demoness quickly got hold of the news. Blazing Heaven Demoness has great ambitions. She knows that I have fixed immortal travel, thus she observed the events over all 5 regions. As a higher-up of Zombie Alliance, she could collect information more easily than Fairy Li Shan. Fan Yuan felt his weakness and intelligence gathering once again. In his previous life, he had an organization and network. His developed blood path goo worm techniques could replace the use of most information path methods. But in this life, Fan Yuan used his previous life's memories together with intelligence, mainly from people like Fairy Li Shan and Lang Yilan's spirit. As more and more unexpected surprises occurred, Fan Yuan was starting to feel that his previous life's memories were beginning to become unreliable. The truth of history was often hidden in deep fog. What Fan Yuan saw in his previous life was only what had been exposed, and was seemingly true on the surface. Even for matters that he had experienced personally, they might not have been as simple as he thought. The reasons for the occurrence of many events were complicated. In my previous life, I had a tough time. I slowly climbed up from the bottom. My network and resources were accumulated slowly, thus I had no obvious weaknesses. But after rebirth, I have obtained opportunities one after another. My strength rose rapidly, or rather, explosively. Thus, in many aspects, I could not keep up. It seems that I have to use more information path methods to collect intelligence. For the time being, I can rely on outsiders like Blazing Heaven Demoness, but in the long run, I need to rely on myself. Fan Yuan contemplated. Lack of information meant losing many opportunities. Like just now, Fan Yuan did not know the situation. He was kept in the dark. He almost missed this fortuitous encounter completely. 3 days later, Fan Yuan went alone to southern border, approaching the nameless mountain. Blazing Heaven Demoness was still in Dark Flow Giant City. She had told Fan Yuan in the letter that she was busy refining goo and setting up the immortal goo formation. She could not leave. But when necessary, she would come to take action. As for He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan, they were in Northern Plains, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls and increase their foundation. They had an intense interest towards the immortal goo house, but their Northern Plains aura made it difficult for them to roam southern border. Fan Yuan came here to obtain intelligence. Even though he had become a goo immortal in Northern Plains, he had the concealment of vaguely familiar face. Ordinary goo immortals could not expose him. On the nameless mountain, once in a while, phantom images would reappear. Bai Ningbing was nowhere to be found. Fan Yuan watched it 3 times over and pondered over it before moving, getting close to the nameless mountain. As expected, like what Blazing Heaven Demoness said in the letter, this place was a forbidden zone for immortals. The deeper Fan Yuan went, the more he felt his limbs going weak. He felt that his immortal aperture was being pressured by a formless force. Fan Yuan had to stop in his tracks. He knew that if this continued, his immortal aperture would be destroyed before he took 50 or 60 steps. That would not do. He had to use his strength path immortal aperture to create the life and death immortal aperture. Fan Yuan had to retreat. At this time, he heard a tender laughter from behind him. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. He immediately turned around, only to see a beautiful woman, dressed in pink and red. Her hair was tied up and her skin was white like snow. Her eyes were alluring and watery. She was standing nearby, looking at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not dare to be careless. This woman was oozing with goo immortal aura. She was a rank 6 goo immortal. Seeing Fan Yuan's gaze, this beautiful woman introduced herself. I am Li Mei Hua. People call me Granny Mei Hua. Handsome lad, you look very unfamiliar. Where do you cultivate? Fan Yuan smiled. He thought, so she is Granny Mei Hua. Even though Fan Yuan had never seen Granny Mei Hua personally, he had seen her granddaughter, that demonic path female goo master, who may err. To care for beauty was natural for women. There was no relation between the age and appearance of goo immortals. Right now, Fan Yuan wore a green robe and his sleeves were large and wide. The wind blew and his robe fluttered, moving like a war banner. In Fan Yuan's disguise, he had a rank 6 goo immortal aura. He was tall and skinny, having a middle-aged appearance with a tall nose bridge, slim eyes, and his pupils radiated with faint traces of jade green light. He gave off an eerie aura, as if he was not to be trifled with, Even though he was not good-looking, he had quite a disposition. Granny Mei Hua, I have long since heard of you. I am Xingying, I am just a simple wanderer. Fan Yuan replied. Xingying. Li Mei Hua memorized this name. She could not remember such a person in southern border. However, she did not find it strange. Hearing Fan Yuan's introduction, she knew that he was a lone cultivator. Southern border had many mountains, countless experts were in seclusion. Many lone cultivators never showed themselves, nobody knew about them. But because of the immortal Gu house, Gu immortals one after another were attracted and had come over. Fan Yuan, who was disguised as Xingying, was just one of them. These last days, Li Mei Hua had contacted many Gu immortals similar to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was slightly suspicious towards Li Mei Hua's warm attitude in approaching him. Fan Yuan was about to ask, when Li Mei Hua told him the reason. Fan Yuan realized at once. Li Mei Hua invited Fan Yuan to travel together. After thinking about it, he agreed. He followed Li Mei Hua and moved out, settling down at Headless Mountain, which was 1,000 li away. When Fan Yuan got there were already many demonic path or lone immortals on the mountain. Seeing Fan Yuan, many cast curious gazes, while some has grim or ruthless expressions. Because they did not know Fan Yuan's background, no Gu immortals spoke to him yet. But Granny Mei Hua was quite popular. The moment she returned, someone smiled. Li Mei Hua, you brought another one. Ha ha ha, this time, we demonic and lone cultivators have gathered to negotiate with the righteous path. Granny Mei Hua has made the most contribution towards it. Oh no, I am flattered, I am just doing my best to help. Li Mei Hua smiled as she greeted and interacted with the people around here one after another. She managed the individual relationships with great ease. Let me introduce you, this is Brother Xingying, he is a lone immortal. After talking to everyone, Li Mei Hua introduced Fan Yuan to them. So you are Brother Sheng. Immediately, a demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. I am Zhong He Zi. I see that Sir cultivates transformation path. Oh, my name is Lan Tianhong. I am also a lone cultivator. Fan Yuan showed a look of being poor at socializing, barely interacting with them. After some short talks, Headless Mountain returned to being peaceful like before Fan Yuan arrived. Li Mei Hua did not stay on the mountain for long. She had to return to the nameless mountain and wait for more people. She pointed at a mountain before leaving, telling Fan Yuan, that Pine-Tail Mountain is the base camp of the righteous path Gu immortals. Even without her pointing it out, the intense Gu immortal aura on that mountain had already informed Fan Yuan. After separating from Li Mei Hua, Fan Yuan stayed on Headless Mountain. He did not go out often. Most of his time was spent in his cave. After all, Fan Yuan was disguised now, and vaguely familiar face was not an invincible disguise. He stayed and waited for more than 10 days. During this period, Headless Mountain and Pine-Tail Mountain welcomed Gu immortals from both righteous and demonic paths. Most of them were rank 6. Whenever a rank 7 Gu immortal came, a commotion would be created. Eventually, even rank 8 Gu immortals arrived, a total of 4. 1 demonic path, 1 lone cultivator, and 2 of the righteous path. It formed a balance of power on both sides. The rank 8 Gu immortals did not involve themselves. Every day, the Gu immortals on both sides recommended one person each to engage in a difficult negotiation. After 7 days and nights of negotiation, they finally came to an agreement. The righteous and demonic paths, dozens of Gu immortals set an agreement together, all around the nameless mountain. They were engaging in a grand contest that was rare even in 1,000 years. The winner of the contest would obtain the opportunity on the nameless mountain. As for the other Gu immortals, they were not to attack the victor for the next 3 years. Chapter 962. Xiao Shan, Xiao Mei. At the bottom of falling heavenly river, immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes moved around, looking emotionlessly at Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. At this moment, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun's hearts were jumping. They were facing immense pressure. They were drenched in sweat. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable. During his time, he was publicly recognized as the strongest person under rank 9 venerables in the 5 regions. Even though he had become an immortal zombie after the tribulation and his immortal aperture was completely destroyed, he still had ample rank 8 immortal essence on him, especially his sword path Dao marks. They were not destroyed. Thus, his battle strength was terrifying. The most crucial point were the Dao marks. The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the more Dao marks they had. Even if 2 people were using the same immortal Gu, the difference in Dao marks would cause different outcomes when the immortal Gu's power was amplified. Consider Qin Baixing, A soul path Gu immortal who also cultivated metal path. He did not have a single sword path Dao mark on him, but when he used 5-finger fist heart sword, he could fight Feng Jiuge on equal grounds. Right now, none of Bo Qing's immortal Gu were damaged. Together with his vast number of sword path Dao marks, he could display unimaginable might. He could almost replicate the glory that he had when he was alive. Thus, Bai Tsung Shui, 7-star child, and the others had no chance to resist him. Not to mention Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. The higher the rank of the Gu immortal, the greater the difference. Between rank 7 and 8, the difference in Dao marks was like heaven and earth. Between rank 6 and 7, there might be those who are evenly matched occasionally. But when rank 8 fought against rank 7, it was almost always a one-sided fight. When rank 9 fought rank 8, it would be as simple as stepping on an ant. Facing immortal zombie Bo Qing, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun had no way to retaliate. Am I going to die today? What will we do? What will we do? The two of them felt their bodies going cold. Countless thoughts were churning in their minds. Looking at this situation, they had almost no hope. Bo Qing raised his finger, pointing at Song Zixing. A thin sword light flashed. Song Zixing did not even try to escape. He faced death with a bitter smile. Because he knew that in front of Bo Qing, escaping was completely futile. Bo Qing pointed at Yu Mu Chun. No! I am unresigned, I cannot die! Yu Mu Chun shouted loudly. In the moment between life and death, he took out an immortal Gu. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's movements froze. His face started to show a struggling expression. Yu Mu Chun's heart was pounding loudly. He started at Bo Qing's changing face anxiously. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's expression turned from impassive to confused. He showed pain, hatred, and sadness. He was like a traffic light that was rapidly changing in color. Eventually, his expression turned lively. There was some intelligence shining in his eyes. It was like a person with dementia suddenly recovering his senses. He looked at his hand, and looked around at the brutal bloody scene. In the end, he looked towards Yu Mu Chun, asking hesitantly, You are? Yu Mu Chun's body was full of cold sweat. He replied weakly like he had lost all his strength. You are finally awake, Mo Yao. It seems that I made the right gamble. It was so close, so close. It turned out that the remnant soul inside immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was Mo Yao's remnant soul. Yu Mu Chun's immortal Gu awakened Mo Yao's remnant soul. It caused the heaven's will which was inside the immortal zombie's mind to be pushed out. Without the manipulation of heaven's will, immortal zombie Bo Qing stopped attacking. Yu Mu Chun took several deep breaths as he continued. Remember our conversation back then, in order to revive Bo Qing. Bo Qing. Hearing her lover's name, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook. She manipulated the immortal zombie body, nodding as she interrupted Yu Mu Chun. Then what should I do now? Yu Mu Chun looked at 7-star child and Song Zixing's corpses, sighing. If they were still alive, together with Yu Mu Chun, the three of them could use an immortal killer move and teleport all of the immortals to Central Continent's northeast area. Heavenly Lotus Sect was in control of that area. But now that 7-star child and Song Zixing were dead, Yu Mu Chun could only settle for dealing with combat Immortal Sect, giving up on attacking Heavenly Lotus Sect. I hope that they can be stalled. Yu Mu Chun took a glance in Heavenly Court's direction, feeling deeply worried. Heavenly Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was dark. He was filled with anger. He looked at the image. Yu Mu Chun cooperated with immortal zombie Bo Qing and was going to attack one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Combat Immortal Sect. He could no longer watch idly. Even though he was a Gu immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect, Combat Immortal Sect was still a sect underneath Heavenly Court. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Combat Immortal Sect was in danger. Only Heavenly Court Gu immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, summoning Lian Jiuxing and Bai Chen Tian. An issue has occurred in Falling Heavenly River. Bai Tseng Shui is dead. Bo Qing revived as an immortal zombie and is attacking Combat Immortal Sect. We have to reinforce them now. The two immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained information that was simply too hard to believe. Go! The two immortals were only stunned momentarily. Immediately after, they reacted and the three immortals used Heavenly Court's teleportation Gu formation and appeared at Combat Immortal Sect space in a moment. Looking at the northwest direction, the sky was clear as a grand sword light flew over rapidly. A battle of rank 8s was right before their eyes. Southern border, Light Mountain. Light Mountain was more than 2.5 kilometers tall. The light path goo worms produced on the mountain were well known over the whole of southern border. This mountain had been in the control of a single force for the last 1,000 years. Shao Clan. Rumors had it that southern borders Shao Clan and western deserts Shao Clan were of the same origin. 1,000 years ago, there was an internal conflict within western deserts Shao Clan, resulting in the losing side leaving and moving to southern border. Southern border Shao Clan was once a superforce. But its final remaining Gu Immortal, Shao Clan's supreme elder, had not appeared for the last 100 years. It caused Shao Clan to fall from a superforce to a large-scale force. Shao Clan's current leader, Shao Shan, stood on a mountain slope. He looked at Shao Clan's main base partway up the mountain as he showed dejection and hatred in his eyes. A figure ran up the mountain rapidly, landing beside Shao Shan, paying respects to him. Shao Zifeng greets Lord Clan leader. That Wu Hui, is he still causing trouble? Shao Shan asked in a low voice. Clan elder Shao Zifeng lowered his head. Reporting to clan leader, Wu Hui is still screaming in the hall, requesting us to hand over the culprit that killed his son. The other elders are still holding the ground, don't worry clan leader. Shao Shan snorted coldly, he gritted his fists. Wu Hui's son was the one with ill intentions, trying to target Shao Chui'er. My daughter was just defending herself. This Wu Hui is actually using Wu Clan to cause a ruckus in Shao Clan's discussion hall. Clan leader, all will be fine if we endure this. Wu Hui is not a problem, but Wu Clan is very powerful, we cannot resist them. Shao Zifeng quickly urged. Shao Shan's clenched fists loosened, he sighed deeply, his face was full of fatigue and bitterness. He waved to Shao Zifeng. Forget it, I will hide at the back of the mountain for the time being. Shao Zifeng took his leave, vanishing into the forest below. Shao Shan sighed at the sky again, his mind was filled with gloominess and anger, he could not calm himself. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a voice resounding in his mind. Come here, my descendant. Who is it? Shao Shan was suspicious and uncertain. This voice spoke again, come here, my descendant. This voice was very familiar to Shao Shan. He followed the voice's direction, entering deep into the region at the back of the mountain, until he reached Shao Clan's forbidden area. This is Shao Clan's forbidden area, even as the leader of Shao Clan, I have no authority to enter it. Shao Shan stopped moving, he was very troubled. That voice rang in his mind again. My descendant, you inherited my bloodline, why are you so timid? I am Shao Clan's ancestor, a Gu immortal of Shao Clan, quickly come and receive my inheritance, the mission to strengthen our clan is yours to bear. Shao Shan's eyes shined, his body was trembling in agitation. Gu immortal. Shao Clan's ancestor. Were the rumors true? My Shao Clan has had a Gu immortal before? This voice is so familiar to me. I am a rank 5 peak stage Gu master, other than Gu immortals, who in this world can transmit their voices into my mind directly? But this is forbidden area in the clan. Anyone who steps into this place will be exiled from the clan, even as the leader, I am no exception. Shao Shan thought of this and clenched his fists tightly. He was engaged in an intense internal struggle. No, I must get the ancestors' inheritance. Wu Hui has caused our Shao Clan to lose face. If Wu Clan voices out their support of Wu Hui, will I be able to protect my daughter? Wu Clan is so overbearing and forceful, rumors says that they have Wu Clan's Gu immortals backing them. If I can receive the inheritance and become a Gu immortal, I will definitely be able to raise Shao Clan's reputation and change everything. Shao Shan's face shined with determination. He hesitated no longer, he walked into the forbidden area. Under the guidance of the voice, he reached a cave, seeing an immortal Gu inside the cave. Before he reacted, the immortal Gu turned into a mystical light and fused into his body. This Gu worm's aura is preventing me from moving at all through power alone. Is this a legendary immortal Gu? Shao Shan was surprised and joyful. But when he inspected his body, the immortal Gu was nowhere to be seen. He could not find it anywhere. And at this time, the voice in his head vanished completely. Shao Shan felt trepidation and deep suspicion as he walked out of the mountain's forbidden area. Brother, right now, Wu Clan's elder is here to cause trouble, but you as the leader violated our rules and sneaked into our clan's forbidden area. You are not fit to be the clan leader. Shao Mang suddenly appeared, bringing with him a larger number of Shao Clan elders. Shao Shan realized the situation was turning bad. He knew that his twin brother had great ambitions, he had been coveting his position as clan leader. This is not what you think. Xiao Shan wanted to explain himself, but he could not explain himself clearly. He was unwilling to casually mention the Gu immortal inheritance. He was afraid that other forces or experts would try to take it away by force. Your explanations are just excuses. According to the clan rules, you are no longer a member of Shao clan. The position of clan leader is mine. Xiao Meng shouted. His expression was ruthless and furious. Excitement and ambition was hidden deep inside his eyes. Chapter 963. Yitian Mountain. The speed of the sword light was beyond belief, as it cut through the air. However, Heavenly Pool, the location of Heavenly Lotus Sect, was still far away beyond the horizon. The sword light dissipated, revealing Bo Qing's immortal zombie body and Yu Mu Chun. The immortal zombie Bo Qing, which was controlled by Mo Yao's remnant soul, was now frowning with a sharp gaze, as he used sword light to sweep the surroundings. The sword light was incomparably sharp. Everywhere it went, space rippled and illusions shattered, revealing the true scene. However, a breath of time later, the true scenery was covered by layers and layers of illusions again. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal Gu House, Illusion Garden, which is built on the foundation of Illusion Path and was created over 300 years ago by Illusion Demon Immortal Huang Xiao. Yu Mu Chun immediately explained. Bo Qing's immortal zombie body nodded, sighing. Every age brings forth new geniuses. It seems many geniuses have appeared in Central Continent after my main body's death. Yu Mu Chun spoke. Illusion Demon Immortal has already died. This immortal Gu House could beguile and trap us so stealthily that we were only able to realize now. The person who is controlling it should have a very high cultivation. Just as he said this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord Bai Qintian and Lian Jiuxing appeared. Escaping fate is already a great sin. Now you are thinking of attacking the sects under Heavenly Court. This is unpardonable. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord immediately shouted. You talk too much. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was furious. He waved his arm. A terrifying sword light quickly slashed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord Bai Qintian and Lian Jiuxing cried out as they activated their immortal killer moves. The sword light was unstoppable. It broke all the killer moves of the three immortals. Its might had decreased for the most part in doing this, but it still was able to charge towards them. The three immortals disappeared without a trace, evading this strike. Cowards! Immortal zombie Bo Qing snorted, extremely displeased. Yu Mu Chun's eyes shined with sharp radiance, but he let out a sigh of relief inwardly. The three Heavenly Court immortals were controlling the immortal Gu House Illusion Garden, combining the strength of 3 rank 8s, using this to be able to trap Bo Qing's immortal zombie body and Yu Mu Chun in it. Time passed. Several days later. Southern border, on the nameless mountain. Bam bam bam! 3 explosions resounded, and bright light blossomed. Xiao Meng was sent flying, blood spurted out from his mouth while in the air. Bam! A muffled sound echoed. He did not crash on the ground, but was instead caught by the elders behind him with some difficulty. Defeated! Xiao Meng's face was pale as paper. He opened his eyes wide, staring fixedly at Xiao Shan with hatred and anger. Behind Xiao Shan stood 2 demonic path Gu masters, both rank 5 experts, one tall and fat, another short and thin. Several days ago, Xiao Shan had set foot in the forbidden area at the back of Light Mountain, breaking Xiao Clan's rules, and had to be punished. Xiao Meng took this chance to seize authority and kill Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan ran as quickly as he could, while Xiao Meng hunted him down with the elders. Their chase had brought them to this nameless mountain peak. Xiao Shan was in a hopeless situation with no way out. Just as he was about to be killed by Xiao Meng, 2 demonic path Gu masters descended from the sky and saved him. Xiao Meng was filled with anger at having all his efforts go to waste at the last moment. He pushed away the hands of the elders supporting him as he stood up, shouting at Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan, sure enough, you were harboring evil intentions. As a clan leader of the righteous path, you were secretly colluding with demonic path Gu masters. Xiao Shan threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter filled with grief and indignation. I really misjudged you for power. You were actually willing to kill me. You have such a vicious heart. It is so funny that I always treated you as my only close relative in the world. You can distort the facts as you like, but I believe that others will easily be able to discern the truth. Lord Xiao Meng, the enemy's strength is great. We should retreat. Right, we have enough time. Xiao Shan is heavily injured and near death, but the 2 rank 5 demonic path Gu masters behind him are in good condition. The elders tried to quietly persuade him. Humph! Xiaomeng spat out some blood and said with disdain. Those two are also nothing but stray dogs. Their cultivation might be high, but they don't have many goo worms. What are you afraid of? Although he said this, Xiaomeng also knew that he would be unable to kill his own elder brother, Xiao Shan, today. The dark light in his eyes flickered as he internally pondered. Right now, I already hold the upper hand and also have the basis of righteousness on my side. There is no need to go all out. After returning to Light Mountain, I can inherit the position of clan leader. At that time, I can use my identity in the righteous path to issue a warrant and bounty for Xiao Shan's head. Xiao Shan is without a clan now, and with the righteous path's warrant, he can only live as a fugitive with his strength decreasing constantly. It will be wiser if I bide my time and kill him in the future. With these thoughts, Xiaomeng did not stubbornly persist. Xiao Shan, you traitor of the righteous path, you will surely die like a dog. For now, I will spare your life, just you wait, I will come to take it in the future. Let's go. After leaving behind these vicious words, Xiaomeng and the elders cautiously retreated. He was also injured, but he still had ample strength left. The two demonic path goo masters did not have many goo worms and so did not dare to go on a reckless chase, letting them leave. Brother Xiao, we meet again. The tall and fat rank 5 demonic path goo master was called Sun Pang, who, after he saw Xiaomeng had left, he looked at Xiao Shan with tears in his eyes. The short and thin rank 5 goo master was called Zhou Xingxing. He was supporting Xiao Shan's shoulder while activating a healing goo worm. Talk about the past later, heal Brother Zhao's injuries first. Xiao Shan's heavy injuries were quickly stabilized under the efforts of these 2 goo masters. Xiao Shan had an ashen expression as he heaved a deep sigh. It is fortunate the 2 of you were here to help, otherwise I would have died here. But my younger brother is ruthless, he will definitely try to come after me again. He won't rest until he kills me. I can heal these injuries myself. Both of you leave. I don't want to implicate you too. What are you talking about? Back then I was saved by you. My life is yours, Brother Xiao. Right. In the past, I had slaughtered an enemy's family for revenge, but was caught by Brother Xiao. When you heard my story, you let me go that very night. This kindness has always been engraved in my mind. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing spoke fervently and sincerely. Neither of us will leave you. If Xiaomeng wants to battle, he can come, I will fight him to the end. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing were extremely firm in their attitude. Xiao Shan was very moved, his eyes started getting moist with tears. Sigh, over these years I have understood this. Who says demonic path goo masters are all ungrateful and unkind? Instead, the hypocrites who put on false pretenses of kindness can be seen everywhere in the righteous path. Brother Xiao is correct. Many of us in the demonic path stay true to our nature, and the righteous path go through all possible means to kill us. Since the righteous path won't accept you, we will be a team from now on, and roam the world as part of the demonic path. Sun Panghu spoke boldly. Xiao Shan fell into silence. He still had the mindset and ideals of the righteous path embedded in him, and he did not want to join the demonic path. He knew there was an immortal goo hidden in him, he still wanted to restore his position in Xiao clan. Zhou Xingxing was observing his expression. Brother, you may not understand. When people hear how you were expelled out of your clan and are being hunted by an insidious relative, many good people will come to help you. Brother, you have been just, upright and have aided people in need over these years, saving others from disasters without consideration for whether they belonged in the righteous or demonic path. Everyone will be willing to help you, willing to fight for you. Xiao Shan frowned, but did not respond. At this moment, the voice appeared in his mind again. Fool! Why do you need to rigidly mind the difference between righteous and demonic? Since you inherited my immortal goo, you have the ability to create your own Xiao clan and lead it to prosperity. I will give you a task now, listen carefully. Xiao Shan was excited, and listened carefully. The voice in his mind told him that only by passing this test, he could truly earn the inheritance, getting the immortal goo and obtaining the method to become a goo immortal. Gather goo masters at this mountain and create a fortified village, and fight off any invading righteous path enemies. As long as it can be maintained for 100 days, I can pass the test, obtaining the immortal goo and becoming a goo immortal. Xiao Shan's excitement was hard to describe. He clenched his fists, and his eyes shined brightly. Good, then let's go all out. Let these so-called righteous path people look at our might. Xiao Shan suddenly spoke boldly. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing were very happy. After discussing for a while more, they felt a close affinity with each other, talking and drinking harmoniously. Xiao Shan saw the timing was right and suggested becoming sworn brothers. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing exclaimed that this was a wonderful thing. Immediately, they chopped off a chicken's head, put drops of the blood into a single bowl of wine, before they all drank and used gu to make an oath. After they became sworn brothers, Xiao Shan's face also regained some rosiness. He stood up and faced the breeze of the mountain as he looked at the scenery in front of him. He sighed. The Xiao Shan of the righteous path from yesterday is dead. Today, the one standing here is Xiao Shan of the demonic path. This place and I have a fated connection. It allowed me to run into the two of you. This is an arrangement of heaven. I want to build a new village on this mountain. We will welcome any demonic path gu masters. Let's work together and band up to resist the righteous path clans. Sun Pang, whose face flushed with excitement, giving a thumbs up as he praised. Brother, you are truly a great hero with high morals. This is such a grand course of action. Zhou Xingxing spat out saliva, speaking with a dark and ruthless look. Screw it, I have been hunted everywhere by the righteous path over these years, living a life of a fugitive. I have been dissatisfied with this for a long time. Brother, I support you. We will do it like that. My good brothers! Xiao Shan grabbed the arms of Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, saying, The demonic path is filled with mutual suspicion. If we are to accomplish this, we need to set aside our prejudices and doubts, and believe others, abiding by a spirit of loyalty and brotherhood. Our village shall be called the Tian Village. This mountain shall be called the Tian Mountain. Far away, Fang Yuan sighed as he observed all these events. Indeed, this nameless mountain that hid the immortal Gu House, graceful chaotic dual stage, and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was Tian Mountain. He had already recognized it the moment he saw this mountain. It was just that he had not expected the true reason for the battle of Tian Mountain in his previous life to be this. My status was too low back then, my vision was only limited to the mortal world. There are so many hidden details to history, who obtained the immortal Gu House in my previous life. Fan Yuan was filled with the desire to explore this. His gaze moved down again, piercing through the soil, inspecting the immortal Gu House deep under the earth. Graceful chaotic dual stage was suppressing the great strength true martial immortal zombie. It was extremely strong and the forbidden zone for immortals was caused by its strength seeping to the outside. Clearly, it contained the mysteries of food path. The Gu worms that formed the immortal Gu House were full and in excellent condition. And that rank 8 immortal zombie, although possessing the great strength true martial physique, its main cultivation was wisdom path. He naturally was not willing to be suppressed, and used a certain killer move, attempting to use his battle will to refine the immortal Gu House. He did not succeed. His soul thoroughly died, only leaving behind an empty shell of a body. But he did not completely fail either. There were large quantities of his battle will in the immortal Gu House. These battle wills were already purified by the immortal Gu House's strength, becoming pure and ownerless battle will. When battles occurred on Tian Mountain, the intentions of Gu masters to fight would form battle will, and resonate with the battle will in the immortal Gu House. The pure battle will would then gradually turn into the Gu master's individual battle will. If someone turned all the battle will in the immortal Gu House into their own battle will, they would complete the unfinished last step of the rank 8 immortal zombie, that is, refining the immortal Gu House and becoming the true owner of the immortal Gu House. The gambling contest agreed to by the southern border Gu immortals revolved around this point. First of all, the forbidden zone for immortals had already expanded to 10,000 li. Gu immortals were unable to personally make a move, so they could only select mortals as their representatives. Afterwards they would form a battlefield. Only continuous fierce battles could stimulate the battle will of mortal Gu masters. Then, the bodies of mortal Gu masters would be tampered with via a simple wisdom path technique. Finally, the pure battle will in the immortal Gu House would convert into the Gu immortals' personal battle will. In conclusion, Gu immortals would choose certain mortals and turn these mortals into tools, which the Gu immortal would use to indirectly refine graceful chaotic dual stage. Xiao Shan was the person selected by the Supreme Elder of Xiao Clan. On his body was not only the immortal Gu of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder, there was also immortal essence and large amounts of the Supreme Elder's battle will. It was just that Xiao Shan was only a mortal, only able to see the vague image of an immortal Gu, and had no awareness of the truth. Naturally, besides Xiao Shan, Xiao Mang was similarly a pawn of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. If it were not arranged by Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder, how could Xiao Mang coincidentally run into Xiao Shan when he stepped foot in the forbidden area? These two rank 5 Gu Masters, standing at the peak of the world of Gu Masters, were both in the dark, both being played in the hands of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. Chapter 964. Gua Lao borrows money. Shao Shan forced Shao Clan's reinforcements into retreat, and after naming this mountain Etian Mountain, he began to invite demonic path members from all over, building up his forces. Before he was expelled from the clan, he was known for his grand morals, his social network was extremely large, and he had been popular in both the righteous and demonic path. Shao Shan's nature was straightforward, he clearly separated kindness and hatred, and emphasized close connections and loyalty. On the other side, Shao Clan was weakening, suppressed and pressured by Wu Clan and other forces from all sides. Sometimes, even demonic path Gu Masters could not be offended, especially those lone warriors with rank 4 and rank 5 cultivation. These demonic path experts were different from the righteous path experts. Demonic path experts were loners, acting without scruples, but righteous path experts were bound by morals, family, reputation, and so on. Shao Clan had established a caravan years ago to strengthen themselves. These wandering demonic path experts were treated with even more caution compared to other clans. Over these last years, Shao Shan let these demonic path Gu Masters go, or roped them in if he could, but if it came down to killing, he would do it with all his strength and as fast as possible. Occasionally, he even aided some lone cultivators or demonic cultivators financially. Thus, although he was a righteous path clan leader, he had obtained the approval of many Gu Masters of the demonic path. All these gave Shao Shan a strong rallying force. When the news of him creating a fortified village was spread, there were many immediate responses. A few days later, several demonic path experts traveled from far away to join Shao Shan. Moreover, the Gu Immortal of Southern Border intensified the situation in secret, so as to easily put their own pawns in the battlefield. Thus, more and more demonic path Gu Masters and lone cultivators started joining Etian Village. In just 6 to 7 days, Etian Village already had over 30 members. Such a speed made even Shao Shan shocked and surprised. As the number of people grew, they formed an organization. Any organization needed to have distinctions and status. In the world of Gu Masters, the strong were always revered. Among all these people, Shao Shan not only had the highest strength, he also had the highest reputation. He was chosen by everyone as Etian Village's leader, stably placed at the highest ranking. His two sworn brothers, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, respectively were placed at the 2nd and 3rd ranks. After all, they were rank 5 experts, having the highest strength among others. As for the other people, the vast majority were rank 2 and rank 3, with few at rank 4. Their statuses were arranged simply according to their cultivation and strength. In a mountain cave, Fan Yuan was drinking wine with a Gu Immortal. This demonic path rank 6 Gu Immortal was short but had a large head. He was an old man, and his name was Gua Lao. "Here, brother Xinging, give it a sip. How is the taste of my melon wine?" Gua Lao enthusiastically urged Fan Yuan to drink. Fan Yuan knew Gua Lao's intention in coming. Without saying anything, he drank a mouthful and nodded, critiquing. "Not bad, not bad." Although he said not bad, but Fan Yuan's expression was impassive, and it was clear he had spoken only half-heartedly. Gua Lao was observing him. He chuckled and pointed outside. "I wonder what opinion Brother Xinging has towards this grand contest of Southern Border?" Fan Yuan calmly replied, "Given that it concerns who graceful chaotic duel stage will belong to, no one will yield a step. Since everyone is participating in this contest, and has joined the agreement, putting forth their wagers, there should not be anyone who will cause trouble. In the past, it was always the righteous path who suppressed the demonic path, whether it be in the mortal Gu Master world or the Gu Immortal world. But right now was an exception. The appearance of the Immortal Gu House completely shook the world of Southern Border's Gu Immortals. To seize the Immortal Gu House, demonic and lone immortals emerged, forming a huge force that gave the righteous path no choice but to compromise and set up this large gambling contest. The content of the wager was to select mortals as pawns who would participate in the battle between the righteous and demonic paths in Etian Mountain, helping the Gu Immortal behind them to refine the Immortal Gu House. But to participate in this huge contest, there were some conditions. Any Gu Immortal that wanted to participate in this gambling contest had to make a wager. Those who made larger wagers could arrange pawns with higher cultivation and enter the battle earlier. Finally, when the gambling contest ends, all the wagers would be redistributed. Each Gu Immortal would be ranked according to the amount of battle will they refined. Whoever had higher quantities of battle will in the immortal goo house would accordingly have higher returns. Naturally, one that refined over 50% of the battle will would be the winner who could activate the immortal goo house, obtaining the highest returns from their bet. But other goo immortals would also be able to get some profits. They might even be able to get great returns from small bets, earning a huge fortune. This condition could be considered to be superb. It was because of this that all the goo immortals participating in the gambling contest, be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone cultivators, whether they had enmity or resentment, they all subconsciously worked together to maintain this unrivaled gambling contest. Anyone who attempted to play dirty tricks or acted shamelessly would have their wagers completely confiscated. Goo immortals who arrived later could also join in, but they had to take part in the gambling. And as the gambling contest progressed, if goo immortals wanted to raise their bets, they could do so. And this demonic immortal Guo Lao in front of Fan Yuan was a person who wanted to raise his bet. But he lacked the capital to do so. Over these last days, he went around borrowing money, so everyone knew of it. This time, he intentionally came to find Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was giving him the cold shoulder. Guo Lao had no choice but to take the initiative to mention the gambling contest. Fan Yuan had only given a casual analysis, but Guo Lao squinted and gave a thumbs up, exaggeratedly smiling. Brother Xingying, you are right, you have hit the nail on the head. The rules of this contest cannot be broken by anyone. If anyone breaks them, it will be akin to making goo immortals of the whole of southern border their enemies. So they need to earn capital and participate honestly in the contest. Just look at it, the contest has just started, but Shao Clan's Supreme Elder is already at the lead. Shao Shan is his pawn, and from the previous battle of Shao Shan and Shao Mang, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder has become the first to refine the battle will in the immortal goo house. As long as Shao Shan doesn't die, his lead will continue increasing. Fan Yuan glanced at Guo Lao. Shao Shan is a rank 5 goo master and was the first to enter the mountain. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder naturally will have a huge advantage. But he has also paid a large price for this. Although he is only a rank 7 goo immortal, his wagers are the highest, to the extent that even rank 8 goo immortals cannot match it. Guo Lao nodded repeatedly, and grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. Yes, the earlier we can place our pawns in Etian Mountain, the more beneficial it would be. Of course, the cultivation of these pawns need to be ensured. They should at least be rank 4, otherwise they will likely die there, and we will just suffer losses. Brother Xingying, I won't conceal it from you, I really hate not being able to put myself as a wager. I am a bit short on funds right now, Brother Xingying, could you lend me some immortal materials? Wait till this is over, and I will return double the amount. Fan Yuan smiled. Sure. Guo Lao was joyous, and was just about to say his thanks, when Fan Yuan said, but we need to set a vow. This is natural, and it is a must as well. Guo Lao nodded quickly. Fan Yuan continued, also, take out an immortal goo as collateral. Guo Lao's joyful expression immediately stiffened. Brother Xingying, is this a joke? If I had an immortal goo, why would I go for this immortal goo house? Fan Yuan's expression also changed. With a face filled with coldness, he glared violently and spoke. Guo Lao, you don't even have one immortal goo, but are actually scheming for this immortal goo house? Don't you think you are indulging in a wild fantasy? Aren't you too greedy? Xingying you? Guo Lao was just about to flare up, but suddenly he sensed an aura of immortal goo from Fan Yuan's body, no longer concealed. He actually has immortal goo. Guo Lao's heart immediately sank. Many rank 6 goo immortals did not have even one immortal goo. But Fan Yuan did. This surpassed Guo Lao's expectations. As far as he was concerned, any goo immortal with immortal goo would have some reputation. But Xingying clearly did not. He had taken Fan Yuan to be a weak lone immortal, cultivating bitterly in some unvisited area of the world. But Fan Yuan had immortal goo. This caused fear to emerge in Guo Lao's heart. With an immortal goo, the goo immortal's battle strength would often rise by a large extent. Xingying, with immortal goo, was not someone Guo Lao could handle. Thus, he did not vent his anger and finally forced a smile as he cupped his fists towards Fan Yuan. I was too abrupt and rude, Brother Xingying, please don't mind it. Fan Yuan gave a cold snort. You can leave. I am leaving now, farewell. Guo Lao smiled as he retreated a few steps, before turning around and leaving, not daring to linger. When he walked out of the cave, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by shame and anger. His gaze was cold, as he roared in his mind. Humph! Having immortal goo is indeed amazing. I shall remember this humiliation. Wait for the day I have an immortal goo, I will return this humiliation back to you. Inside the cave, Fan Yuan was thinking. Gua Lao's matter made him aware of the gambling mentality of many bottom-tier goo immortals. Most of these people did not have immortal goo, so they had an extreme thirst for the immortal goo house. They all knew that success could not be built on small efforts, but when it concerned themselves, who did not want to soar to the sky with a step and get rich overnight? The gambling contest in front of them gave these goo immortals an extremely favorable environment to compete in. If it were a normal situation, for instance, finding wild immortal goo, the goo immortals would engage in fighting each other. These bottom-tier goo immortals with no immortal goo had low battle strength. How could they compete with other goo immortals? But what this gambling contest examined were other aspects, not the goo immortals' own battle strength. This gave hopes of success to the bottom-tier goo immortals. Examples like Gua Lao were not few in number. Fan Yuan then thought of Shao Clan's supreme elder. According to the news, this rank 7 goo immortal was facing a huge problem. He had barely gotten past extreme danger in his previous tribulation, and his strength had yet to recover. The next tribulation, which would be even more powerful, was already approaching. Shao Clan only had one goo immortal remaining, that was him. Without another goo immortal's support, he would not be able to face this tribulation by himself, and his death was almost certain. However, this gamble gave him hope of surviving. If he obtained the immortal goo house, he would have huge assurance in getting through this tribulation. Thus, he brought out all he had and went all in on this gamble, placing the highest wagers. These wagers gave him the qualifications to select 2 pawns. Moreover, both the pawns had rank 5 cultivation. Among them, Xiao Shan was the first to enter the area of the contest, the other, Xiao Meng, would enter the stage after some more time. Xiao Shan belonged to the demonic path and Xiao Meng belonged to the righteous path. No matter what the result between the righteous and demonic paths was, or how the process went, Shao Clan's supreme elder was well prepared with having these 2 arranged. The 2 rank 5 pawns had a low likelihood of death. As time passed, the advantage of Shao Clan's supreme elder would continue growing larger. This time, I intentionally leaked out an immortal goo's aura so as to let other goo immortals feel sufficiently cautious and not take me as a weakling. I need to properly participate in this gambling contest. The information exposed from the gambling contest is extremely valuable. It is a most precious opportunity for me to get close to the world of Southern Borders goo immortals and understand their structure. As for this gamble, maybe I can personally take action. A sharp light flashed past Fan Yuan's eyes. Chapter 965. Battle of Etian Mountain. A forbidden zone for immortals, that was the power of graceful chaotic dual stage. This zone now covered thousands of li around Etian Mountain. Any goo immortal who went in would face huge suppression. If they entered deeply, their lives would be in danger. Before the gambling contest was set up, the southern border goo immortals had probed it themselves. But even the rank 8 goo immortals returned empty-handed. And because there was the outside pressure of having too many competitors, this shocking gambling contest was established. But Fan Yuan could keenly sense that this forbidden zone had a loophole. This loophole was immortal goo. Immortal goo could be used in the forbidden zone, but their power was greatly reduced. Shao Clan's supreme elder placed an immortal goo in Xiao Shan's body, and left behind immortal essence secretly to protect his life to an extent. After all, Xiao Shan was a bloodline descendant of Shao Clan's supreme elder. Immortal goo can be used in the forbidden zone, but goo immortals cannot enter. Does this forbidden zone for immortals target only the bodies of goo immortals? Fan Yuan thought of this conjecture. Then, what was the difference between immortal goo and goo immortals? Evidently, Dao marks were not the answer. Immortal goo were vessels containing Dao marks, while goo immortals also had Dao marks in their bodies. Fan Yuan quickly thought of an answer: immortal apertures. Maybe immortal apertures were the most crucial difference. Immortal goo would not have immortal apertures, but goo immortals definitely had them. If the forbidden zone targeted immortal apertures, then maybe Fan Yuan could make use of this loophole and attend the Battle of Etian Mountain in person. I am different from others, I have 2 apertures. Spring-autumn cicada is sealed in my first, mortal aperture. My second aperture is dead, most of my goo worms are stored inside. If I can seal my immortal aperture and become a mortal rank 5 goo master again, will I be able to enter the forbidden zone for immortals? The more Fan Yuan thought about it, the more hopeful he became. Even though he did not have the method to seal an immortal aperture, he had the help of wisdom goo, and with his Grand Master attainment level in Wisdom Path, he could deduce it himself. Furthermore, I have the method to transplant immortal apertures, and succeeded in moving star form blessed land. This is very helpful as reference for my deduction. Right, I also can look into Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path aperture taking method. Maybe I can gain even more inspiration from it. No, I do not need to focus on her aperture taking method. She created this fire path method after benefiting from an inheritance of old Immortal Kong Ju. Maybe I can get old Immortal Kong Ju's research gains from her directly. Fan Yuan's thoughts were churning rapidly. Old Immortal Kong Ju, a publicly recognized Refinement Path Supreme Grand Master, being on par with old eccentric Tian Nan and Long Hair Ancestor. He had the deepest research in immortal apertures and mortal apertures. In terms of depth, it was yet to be surpassed by another. If he could obtain a portion of his inheritance, Fan Yuan's deduction of the immortal aperture sealing method would receive substantial and crucial help. Fan Yuan did not invest much into this gambling contest. According to the terms of the gambling contest, he could only choose a rank 3 upper stage Gu Master, and this Gu Master could only ascend Yitian Mountain after 3 months. He had a lot of immortal materials and had much capital to spare. He could bet heavily. But he had just arrived. If he acted rashly, other Gu immortals might covet his wealth and place attention on him. It would be dangerous if any rank 8 Gu immortals targeted Fan Yuan. Thankfully, during the process of this gambling contest, the bet could be raised at any time. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was important for Fan Yuan's plans. Other than that, he was also enticed by graceful chaotic dual stage. This was an immortal Gu house after all. Furthermore, this immortal Gu house involves secrets of food path. After so many years, not a single Gu worm had died of hunger. If he could obtain these secrets of food path, perhaps Fan Yuan would be able to settle his problem of feeding immortal Gu more easily. Fan Yuan stealthily left the surroundings of Yitian Mountain, using fixed immortal travel to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land secretly. In the following period of time, he kept his attention on the Battle of Yitian Mountain while deducing the immortal aperture sealing method enthusiastically. The deduction of the method was very rapid, as expected and worthy of a rank 9 immortal Gu. Even though Fan Yuan was only using the light of wisdom, its help towards him was immense. Over a month later, news of the righteous and demonic battle of Yitian Mountain had spread far and wide. The attentions of almost all experts and large forces had been drawn on this battle and southern border. The first wave of attacks since Xiao Shan created Yitian village arrived. This was an expert sent by Wu Clan, the super force closest to Yitian Mountain. Wu Shintong, Wu Clan Elder, rank 4 peak stage, Enslavement Path Gu Master. Enslavement Path Gu Masters excelled in fighting large numbers of enemies, but were more vulnerable if personally targeted and fought. Thus, Wu Shintong had 3 rank 4 Gu Masters around him in protection. 2 of these 3 rank 4 Gu Masters were clan leaders of villages that had submitted to Wu Clan. The third was a Wu Clan elder assigned to protect Wu Shintong. The beast group attacked Yitian Mountain like a tide. The demonic path side had just created Yitian village when it got engulfed by a beast group. Many demonic path Gu Masters died, but relying on Xiao Shan, Sun Panghu, and Zhou Xingxing, these 3 rank 5 Gu Masters, Wu Shintong retreated with heavy injuries, and 2 rank 4 righteous path Gu Masters lost their lives. Even though Wu Shintong's attack was repelled, the newly created Yitian village suffered a huge blow because of this. Wu Shintong remaining alive caused Xiao Shan and the others to feel unrest. Just when the 3 of them were about to take a risk and go down the mountain in their injured states to kill Wu Shintong, a demonic path Gu Master ascended the mountain. Furthermore, he brought Wu Shintong's head with him. This person was called Lu Xuanfeng. He was a rank 5 Gu Master, called the Divine Thief in southern border. He had a demonic path Gu immortal backing him. He had once sneaked into Tai Clan's demon suppression tower. Lu Xuanfeng relied on his infiltration methods to kill Wu Shintong and settle the Tian village's crisis. The first wave of attack by the righteous path thus ended. Wu Clan was unresigned. They quickly sent the second elder to battle. In fact, he was joined by 2 of Shang Clan's new elders, Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei. During the second battle, both sides had wins and losses. They were in a deadlock. This time, Lan Mei He and Fei Yuan ascended the mountain, joining Yitian village. These 2 Gu Masters were not simple. They were famous flying masters in the world of southern borders Gu Masters. Yitian village thus had the upper hand, and the righteous path members were forced back. To resist Lan Mei He and Fei Yuan, The Righteous Path invited a female Gu master, Hong Feiyu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to the Righteous Path. But Hong Feiyu alone could not resist the combination of two flying masters of the demonic path. Hong Feiyu was at the moment between life and death. When Shang clan's reinforcements rushed and arrived, it was the white light swordsman Wei Yang. Wei Yang had been nurtured by Shang Yanfei and had his aptitude raised. His cultivation level was at rank 4 initial stage. Not only did he save Hong Feiyu, he even gained much fame. After Hong Feiyu was heavily injured and retreated, he fought against both Lan Meihe and Fei Yuan, eventually managing to stall for enough time until more reinforcements from the Righteous Path came, as Lan Meihe and Fei Yuan were forced to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yan was acknowledged by both the righteous and demonic paths, joining the ranks of the Flying Masters. Southern Border's 3 famous Flying Masters became 4 famous Flying Masters, with Wei Yang at the top. With Wei Yang's addition, the righteous and demonic battle entered another deadlock once again. However, as the second Zombie King entered Yitian Mountain, Enslavement Path showed its might again. The Righteous Path lacked Wuxing Tong and had no choice but to fall back. The second righteous and demonic battle came to an end. It seems that because of me, Yitian Mountain's battle has undergone some changes. Fan Yuan watched as he compared it to his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, during this period, Yitian Mountain should have held the upper hand firmly. This was because Wang Shao joined Yitian Mountain and killed many Righteous Path experts. He was extremely powerful and had once attempted to force Shao Shan to give up his role in leading the demonic path. But on Sancha Mountain, Wang Shao was killed by Fan Yuan. This caused Wang Shao to not join Yitian Mountain this time, and thus they were almost at a disadvantage against the Righteous Path. Thankfully for them, Second Zombie King arrived early and saved the demonic path's position from worsening. Second Zombie King came from the Southern Border Zombie Alliance branch. He was likely the pawn of a certain Southern Border immortal zombie. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. He had once left behind his inheritance on Mu Bei Mountain, causing the rise of an enslavement path Gu master, Ding Hao. But Ding Hao had been killed by Fan Yuan in this life. In my previous life, Ding Hao sacrificed himself to save the life of his master, Second Zombie King. If Second Zombie King encounters a mishap this time, who would save him? Fan Yuan was curious. Conflict in the Yitian Mountain battle continued raging, but Fan Yuan was met with difficulty in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. He was stuck at a certain point. He had to make use of the foundation of others to rapidly get past it. Otherwise, with just his own deductions, he would need 17 to 18 years. Fan Yuan sought help from Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness had part of an inheritance of old immortal Kong Ju. It was enough for Fan Yuan to get through this. But Blazing Heaven Demoness made use of the chance, asking to borrow Fan Yuan's immortal killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. Blazing Heaven Demoness, He Lu Lan, and Fairy Li Shan all wanted to get a share of the action. But the Southern Border Gu Immortals were working together in this gambling contest. They could not interfere. They were Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Once they showed up, the Southern Border Gu Immortals would jointly assault them. Right now, in the 5 regions, Southern Border was the least welcoming to outsiders. Eastern Sea was the most open, followed by Central Continent. Thus, if He Lu Lan and the others wanted to interfere, they would need Fan Yuan's vaguely familiar face. Fan Yuan was unwilling to lend it, of course. Lending the immortal killer move was different from lending immortal Gu. Once the immortal killer move was lent out, the secrets in it would be learned by other Gu immortals. They would know its weaknesses and could easily develop ways to counter this immortal killer move. But Fan Yuan did not have other options and could only agree to it. He lent vaguely familiar face, but he obtained Blazing Heaven Demoness' partial inheritance of old immortal Kong Ju. Even though he paid a huge price, he got his reward rapidly. Getting past the point he was stuck, his speed in deducing the method rose again. It was smooth sailing. Chapter 966. Battle of Yitian Mountain. Central Continent. Boom! Suddenly, an intense explosion broke the tranquility of the mountain valley. The aftermath of the explosion created a huge inferno that rapidly spread in all directions. In just a breath of time, the lush trees in the surroundings were destroyed, and the area became a barren desert. The 8 rank 8 Gu immortals that came from Heavenly Court gradually revealed their figures. They had formed a circle, each of them heavily injured, their gazes looking heavily at the proud and aloof figure in the center. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was standing upright and proud like a spear. He slowly moved his eyes, a sword light suddenly flickered from them. The 8 Gu immortals were terrified, 3 even subconsciously retreated a step. In the intense battle earlier, they had suffered a lot under these sword lights coming from his eyes. However, the sword light in Bo Qing's eyes died out in an instant. Afterwards, the lively light in his eyes completely dissipated. His whole body became motionless like a stone statue. Success! We finally killed the remnant soul within Bo Qing. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals let out breaths of relief. They had obtained victory in this battle. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable, but he had only left behind his corpse, and the remnant soul in it was Mo Yao's. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals targeted this weak point, using their battle tactics to completely annihilate Mo Yao's remnant soul. Without the control of the remnant soul, Bo Qing's immortal zombie body moved no longer. It has been so long since I had such a thrilling battle. A Gu immortal sighed, deeply moved. Fortunately, this immortal zombie Bo Qing had such a huge weakness, otherwise someone among us would definitely be annihilated. It is a pity we couldn't take it alive. After taking this immortal zombie body to Heavenly Court and storing it properly, I will continue my sleep. Previously, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Qintian and Lian Jiuxing used an immortal Gu house, Illusion Garden, to trap immortal zombie Bo Qing and Yu Mu Chun. Bo Qing battled the 3 immortals with incredible sword path might. Heavenly Court's 3 immortals were no match for him, and could only request for reinforcements. 5 Gu immortals from Heavenly Court had no choice but to come out of their rest and enter the mortal world as reinforcements. The 8 Gu immortals formed an ancient battle formation, and after over a month, they finally killed Yu Mu Chun and extinguished Mo Yao's remnant soul. The battle ended. The 5 Heavenly Court Gu immortals that were awoken immediately returned to their headquarters and continued to rest. They had almost no lifespan remaining. They had to treasure every second they had. Bai Qintian and Lian Jiuxing also wanted to leave, but their situation was better than the 5 immortals. They still had time to care for their descendants and sections. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Bai Qintian, and persuaded Lian Jiuxing to go to the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River and search again. He now was flying towards Heavenly Court. Although we have won this battle, my unease has instead increased, and I am feeling very restless, as if an apocalypse is approaching. Standing in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower, this old rank 8 Gu immortal frowned. He stepped inside the tower and continued the previous deductions. What's going on? Soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's forehead was dripping with sweat. His gaze was extremely puzzled. There was an enormous pressure which made it difficult for him to move forward. In the past, he only needed to spend a bead of rank 8 immortal essence for each step. But this time, he did not know why, but the consumption of immortal essence had doubled. Ever since I have been in control of Heaven Overseeing Tower, there has never been such a situation. What's happening? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's intuition was urgently telling him, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's matter was only a prelude, and behind the scenes, there was an even stronger mastermind. I understand, it seems someone is secretly hindering me from deducing. Haha, if that is the case, then I want to succeed even more. I will walk to the top of the tower. I want to see who it is that has escaped the judgment of fate. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to climb. His expression was firm with no more puzzlement. But after he climbed 100 steps, the wall turned dark. It was like the darkest, blackest ink had spilled over the whole wall. There were no more images. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank. Who is it? Who is interfering with my deduction? They could actually interfere with a rank 9 immortal Gu house, Heaven Overseeing Tower, to this degree. Time continued to pass. A month later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord finally stepped onto the top floor of the tower. He was extremely exhausted. Most of the immortal essence accumulated in his lifetime had been consumed. He looked at the wall with anticipation. After the first pitch-black wall, he no longer saw other images. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord knew fate immortal Gus might extend it over the whole world and could not be blocked. The wall at the end would definitely reveal the true perpetrator behind the scenes. When he stepped on the top floor, he widened his eyes, gazing impatiently. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk down to pin size. His aged body shook intensely. The final wall was still pitch black. Darkness, incomparably deep darkness. But unlike before, in this darkness, a pair of eyes were shining. This was a pair of human eyes. But it was filled with bone-chilling coldness and terrifying killing intent. They gazed at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord like a beast hiding in the darkness, waiting patiently for an opportunity. upon which it would charge of the darkness, causing terror over the world. You are. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was soaked with cold sweat, he trembled and even his teeth chattered. After a long while, he barely managed to calm down. But fear and panic still remained on his face. Crisis! A huge crisis! If this is left unchecked, even Heavenly Court will be destroyed. Immortal zombie Bo Ching was no more than a distraction for us. I must awaken many more of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. This is a battle that decides our survival. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not hesitate. He ran out of the Heaven Overseeing Tower, directly to Floating Maple Cliff. On Floating Maple Cliff, there was a giant Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord decisively activated the Gu formation. A sound of a bell, vast and unparalleled, immediately resounded throughout the sky. Heavenly Court shook. At the same time, in southern border. Finally, the deduction has succeeded. Fan Yuan had already taken another appearance and stepped onto Yitian Mountain, his immortal aperture sealed. After obtaining a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance from Blazing Heaven Demonis, Fan Yuan did not encounter any obstacles in his deduction. Using the method of sealing the immortal aperture, Fan Yuan sealed his own immortal aperture and turned into a rank 3 Gu Master, officially stepping into this huge stage. At this time, the situation on Yitian Mountain had already undergone a huge change. Large numbers of Gu Masters had entered both the righteous and demonic sides. The righteous path had initiated the third and fourth waves of offense. Both sides suffered heavy losses. On the demonic path side, Second Zombie King had summoned many of his disciples, their zombie army giving a huge headache to the righteous path. On the righteous path side, Wei Yang and Hong Fei Yu had allied, getting an advantage over Lan Mei He and Fei Yu Wang in the aerial battles. However, Divine Dr. Xing Shou was supporting the righteous path. This person was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border, extremely proficient in healing and treating wounds and illnesses. With him there, righteous path Gu Masters had fewer losses, and most injuries were quickly healed, so they did not fear fighting fiercely. Xiao Shan knew if this were to continue, the righteous path would continue becoming stronger, thus he decided to make use of a diversion while taking the initiative to attack, beginning the 5th wave of battle between righteous and demonic. On the surface he, Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xingxing attacked, while Lu Zuanfeng was commanded to sneak towards the rear of the righteous path and try to kill Divine Dr. Xing Shou. But the result was, Divine Dr. Xing Shou was not killed. Instead, Shang Fu Shi of the righteous path had planned for their scheme, laying an ambush and killing Second Zombie King. With Second Zombie King dead, the demonic path's disadvantage was quickly enlarging. Around this time, Killer Ghost Dr. Chojio stepped onto Yitian Mountain, suppressing Divine Dr. Xing Shou, salvaging the situation. Chojio saved many demonic Gu Masters' lives, and soon took the 3rd highest rank. Lu Zuanfeng was ranked at 2nd while Xiao Shan still was at 1st. As for Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xingxing, they had already been squeezed out to the 4th and 5th. Because of Chojio, the demonic path could recuperate and build up strength day by day, and because one of the rising stars of the demonic path, Mo Wu Tian, had joined and challenged many to one-on-one battles, the righteous path had lost many strong warriors. Shang Clan sent Dr. Su Shou, who together with Divine Dr. Xing Shou, managed to close the gap created by Chojio. A phantom path inheritor, Yan Clan's young clan leader Yan Jun, entered the spotlight. He sneaked into Yitian Mountain and killed Chojio before swaggering off. The righteous path's morale was boosted, making another attack, beginning the 6th wave of battle between righteous and demonic. However, they fell into the demonic path's trap. Chojio had remnant life Gu. As long as his body was mostly intact, he could resurrect. After Yan Jun killed him, he had secretly resurrected while pretending to be dead, causing the righteous path to take the bait. In the 6th battle, Mo Wu Tian showed his demonic might, killing 3 rank 4 Gu Masters in the chaotic battle. His fierce might surged and even Yan Jun was defeated by him and suffered heavy injuries. The righteous path retreated in defeat, but the demonic path had also incurred huge losses. Both sides temporarily rested, trying to recover their strength. During such a situation, Fan Yuan stepped onto Yitian Mountain, joining Yitian Village. He had disguised himself as a rank 3 Gu Master, and after joining, his status in Yitian Village was outside the top 100. The higher-ups arranged him a position of guarding an archery tower. Fan Yuan was extremely low profile, working without making any disturbances. He patiently waited for the first 3 days, and after seeing no Gu immortals had appeared to stop him, began to stealthily refine the battle will in the immortal Gu house. The number of demonic path Gu masters who had joined Etian village had already reached 600. Among these people, some were pawns of Gu immortals, while some were not. Fan Yuan was hidden among them and was not in the least bit conspicuous. He was secretly earning a fortune, rapidly refining the battle will in the immortal Gu house with his wisdom path grandmaster attainment. Other Gu immortals could only make their pawns fight and indirectly refine the battle will from this. But Fan Yuan did not need to fight, he could continue to unceasingly refine the battle will. After all, a Gu immortal was personally making a move, it naturally would be extraordinary. Day after day passed, the righteous and demonic sides were like two giant beasts. After taking a few breaths, their energy was restored and they began to battle again. It was the 7th wave of battle, and this was a draw again. The demonic path made a crafty scheme, cutting off the righteous path's supply lines. But on the righteous path side, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally arrived with his forces, and used gourmet food box Gu, providing a feast for the army, foiling the demonic path scheme. Next, the clan leaders of southern borders super forces like Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan and Xia clan also showed themselves, joining the battlefield. The battles were getting increasingly heated, affecting the minds of countless Gu masters and forces. But from Fan Yuan's viewpoint, it was simply another ordinary scene. Righteous and demonic battled, it looked to be extremely brilliant, but in fact the true manipulators were southern borders Gu immortals. During these last days, the Gu immortals had also clashed. Although they did not officially fight, they secretly schemed and strategized, each trying to cheat or outwit one another, making everyone on guard. Fan Yuan was able to obtain huge amounts of information from this, and his understanding of the world of southern borders Gu immortals increased at a rapid speed. He had refined large amounts of battle will, but graceful chaotic duel stage seemed like a bottomless pit. Time continued to pass, a month had gone by. On this day, Old Man Yenshur secretly came to the surroundings of Etian Mountain with over 10 Gu immortals. He took a deep breath, and said in a slightly shaky tone, "Heavenly Court has already detected this and is preparing for an expedition to southern border. Time does not wait for anyone, we can only begin early." Whoosh! The Gu immortals behind him turned into shadows as they flew in all directions. Chapter 967. Trapping Immortals, Tribulations Fall Like Rain. What's going on? At this moment, the Gu immortals of southern border, who were situated 10,000 li away from Etian Mountain, looked at the sky one after another. Even the mortal Gu masters on Etian Mountain also felt an indescribable chill. Rumble. A vague rumbling sound could be heard coming from the sky. Several breaths later, the rumbling got louder and louder, as if hundreds of people were beating war drums far away. Ever since Fan Yuan stepped on Etian Mountain, he had been making use of every second in refining the battle will. But the commotion in the sky right now was getting louder and louder. He had no choice but to temporarily stop his work and look above. From high up in the air, he saw the sky suddenly brightening with a series of white light specks. These light specks were extremely vast in scale and densely packed together. They started to fall rapidly and powerfully down towards Etian Mountain. "This is the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation," a Gu immortal exclaimed in shock. "Wrong, the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation only has 1,000 light pearls. But this tribulation has at least 100,000 light pearls. How could there be a tribulation?" Many Gu immortals were baffled. Could someone be undergoing a tribulation? Most of the Gu immortals immediately looked towards Etian Mountain. Fan Yuan's heart jumped, and he became extremely vigilant. Soon, he was dripping in cold sweat as he felt waves of immaterial investigative senses scanning his whole body. Although he had vaguely familiar face, the core immortal Gu of this immortal killer move was only at rank 6. It could deceive rank 6 Gu immortals, but facing the inspection of rank 7 and rank 8, there was a huge chance of being exposed. Fan Yuan was filled with anxiety before he finally let out a sigh of relief. He was not discovered. There was no discovery. The Gu immortals were surprised. They searched Etian Mountain and its nearby surroundings, but did not discover any rank 5 Gu master that was facing a tribulation. Just when they were about to continue searching with even more powerful investigative methods, the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation was already just above the immortals. "Just in case, we can't let this tribulation affect Etian Mountain." "Right, let's block this tribulation." Some Gu immortals started guessing, perhaps this tribulation was caused by graceful chaotic duel stage. The southern border Gu immortals soon came to an agreement. According to the gambling agreement, if a menace appeared, the Goo Immortals participating in the gambling contest would band together to obstruct it and protect their interests. Although the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation was high in quantity, the Goo Immortals that occupied this place had power in numbers. They included 4 rank 8, 9 rank 7 and over 10 rank 6 Goo Immortals. The Immortals made their moves, and soon the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation was destroyed, with not even one light pearl touching the ground. It was to the extent that even some Goo Immortals used their methods to draw in layers of clouds, blocking the sky of Etion Mountain, and preventing the mortal Goo Masters from sensing this anomaly. A lone cultivator rank 8 Goo Immortal, Ping Shilong, stroked his beard, laughing. No matter who it is that is ascending to immortal at this moment, they are quite creative. We need to find this person. The people here are all elite Goo Immortals of Southern Border. We can't even find a mortal who is facing tribulation. The rank 7 Goo Immortal Yiqing Tang smiled coldly. Being taken as a meat shield by someone else and used as a tool to face the tribulation made this proud Goo Immortal extremely displeased. Whose descendant is this mortal? Speak up, avoid losing your face when we find them. Goo Immortal Wang Kai chuckled. The Immortals looked at each other, but no one stood out. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Ren Haiyang's expression turned dark as he shouted. You don't know what is good for you. You still want to hide, do you take us as fools? Look, another tribulation is falling. Suddenly, a Goo Immortal gave a reminder. The sky was dark, like a giant had coated it with a dense black dye. At once, the temperature fell and cold air emanated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Endless ice and snows circled around like sharp blades before pouring down like a storm. Yiqing Tang's expression turned heavy, calling out, Dark flying frost. Who is facing the tribulation? They could actually attract one of the 10 great catastrophes. No, that's wrong. The scale of this tribulation is even greater than the 10 great catastrophes. It's here. Hold it back. Rumble, lightning flashed and inferno roared as the dark flying frost was destroyed. Dark flying frost was indeed one of the 10 great catastrophes. After this tribulation, many Goo Immortals suffered injuries. Goo Immortal Guo Lao was heavily injured, and he could not help but think of retreating. Strange. Could this be because graceful chaotic dual stage is about to appear? So the heavens sent down the tribulations? No, this won't do. I don't have any immortal goo. I can't stay here, foolishly facing the tribulation. I need to leave this dangerous place before thinking of anything else. The moment he thought of this, Guo Lao turned into a ray of light, as he flew away. This guy ran quite quickly. Yiqing Tang sneered, proudly floating in the air with his hands behind his back. Dark flying frost was strong, but he could still deal with it. However, many rank 6 Goo Immortals started imitating Guo Lao. Most of these people were bottom-tier Goo Immortals, with no immortal goo, and injuries all over their bodies. However, at the next moment, Guo Lao's figure suddenly appeared in the center of the Goo Immortals. He was stunned. How could he appear here? Shortly afterwards, many more rank 6 Goo Immortals were also sent back, appearing beside Guo Lao. Ambush! Someone has set a huge space path Goo formation in the surroundings. Soon, a Goo Immortal reacted and shouted in shock. Rank 8 auras burst out. Peng Shilong's eyes let out a ferocious light as they gazed all around. Who is it? Come out! He! With a sinister laugh, Old Man Yanshi appeared with over 10 black-robed Goo Immortals, encircling the southern border Goo Immortals. Old Man Yanshi was at the back, his hand pointing towards the sky. Everyone, a word of advice, the third tribulation is already here. Everyone looked up, the sky was packed with lion groups. Desolate beast, Chi Grand Lion. These lions had Chi Path down marks and could innately fly. There were over 6,000 Chi Grand Lions. The rank 6 Goo Immortals turned deathly pale. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Jiai shouted in fury. Such little things. Get lost. He waved his sleeve, and a wild wind started blowing. Giant wind sickles, numbering in tens of thousands, shot in every direction. The lion group howled in pain, severely injured by the wind sickles. Many even died on the spot. The corpses were cut in thousands of pieces. Blood started to rain down majestically from the sky. Mixed in it were countless bone fragments and crushed flesh. Berserk Wind Jiai, you are truly mighty. Old Man Yanshi lightly smiled, freely giving praise. Jiai, however, frowned. He had sent most of the wind sickles towards Old Man Yanshi, but the wind sickles were blocked by a Goo formation and were completely destroyed. While the Goo formation only rippled and had suffered no damage, its defensive prowess was beyond imagination. Who are these people? What are they aiming for? Scheming against us, they really are audacious, they are seeking death. You dare to oppose Goo immortals of the whole of southern border? The Goo immortals shouted and cursed, while having doubts in their mind. Time did not permit for them to wait for the response of Shadow Sect. A tribulation was descending again. Roar! A majestic dragon's cry resounded throughout the surroundings. Cloud of fire spanned 10,000 li of distance, and started pressing downwards. For infernal clouds tribulation! Someone shouted. Careful, I have faced this for infernal clouds tribulation. It has 4 layers in total. Each layer above is much more ferocious than the one below. A fire path, Goo immortal warned. Block it! There is also the dragon roar tribulation. This is 2 tribulations at once. Protect surrounding Goo immortals, maintain our strength! The Goo immortals shouted one after another, as they worked together to face these tribulations. A typical 4 infernal clouds tribulation covers at most 100 li. Why is this so large? At Etian Mountain, Fan Yuan also watched with shock. The clouds drawn in earlier could block the vision of mortal Goo masters, but could not obstruct Fan Yuan's gaze. He felt extremely uneasy. I seem to have entered a huge trap. These black-robed Goo immortals are extremely similar to the Shadow Sect Goo immortals that He Lulan had described. They actually dared to scheme against so many southern border Goo immortals. What are they trying to do? It seems these tribulations are not because someone is undergoing tribulation, but their own handiwork. With Old Man Yenshur at the lead, Shadow Sect's immortals had constructed a giant Goo formation that completely trapped the southern border Goo immortals. The southern border Goo immortals wanted to escape and tried to break the Goo formation, but their efforts showed no results, thus they could only face the bombardment of the tribulations. As time passed, the strength of the tribulations became more terrifying. Soon even rank 7 Goo immortals felt difficulty. After another 3 waves, rank 8 Goo immortals also struggled to cope. Their expressions looked unsightly. It was not that they had not tried breaking the formation, but their attempts had failed. Hold back this tribulation, let me do it! Peng Shilong decided, activating his trump card. Waves of light scattered with imposing momentum, but Shadow Sect's Goo formation only shook 3 times before stabilizing again. What Goo formation is this? The southern border Goo immortals' hearts sank to rock bottom. They were unable to hide their worries. The tribulations came in succession, and the time interval between each wave became shorter and shorter. Different kinds of tribulations poured down like an endless rainstorm. The Goo immortals gradually defended more and attacked less, losing the initiative. Persevere! Jia Yi shouted. We still have a chance. The tribulations are coming against us continuously, but it is also affecting the surrounding Goo formation. The immortals felt a surge of morale. Despite the fact that some rank 6 Goo immortals were already dead, the remaining immortals did not give up. They held on bitterly, retaining hope. Once the Goo formation was destroyed by the tribulation, they could escape with their lives. The situation of the battlefield was observed by Old Man Yenshur. He saw all the changes clearly. Wu Xie! He softly called. Behind him, a young man stood up. He had wavy black hair that draped down to his shoulders. His eyes shined with countless lights of all kinds of colors, forming a vortex that was slowly but constantly spiraling. He had a tall nose bridge. The contours of his lips were like knife carvings, and when they were closed, they gave off a cruel and demonic charm. However, right now, he was concentrating on the sky. His lips opened wide as a smile filled his face, revealing white teeth, unexpectedly appearing somewhat silly. Wu Xie! Hearing no response behind him, Old Man Yenshur called again. Ah, you called for me. I was looking at the fireworks. The young Goo immortal responded with a smile. Old Man Yenshur gave a bitter smile. This is not a simple display of fireworks. These are tribulations. Although they look beautiful, they contain fatal danger. These are all the work of Heaven's will. It is attempting to destroy us. It is our greatest enemy. The young Goo immortal immediately revealed an earnest and serious look. Ah, so it is like that. Then tell Heaven's will to come out. I will take it down. Chapter 968. 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. Old Man Yenshur sighed. Heaven's will is not a physical enemy. It is everywhere, vast and boundless. As long as the 5 regions and 9 heavens exist, Heaven's will is eternal. Even if you destroy a portion of Heaven's will, at the same time, another portion of Heaven's will would be created. The young Goo immortal was stupefied. Then what do we do? What we are doing is defying heaven, so heaven's will is our greatest enemy. After 100,000 years of preparation, we are going to unleash an explosive strike. There is a common saying, man proposes, heaven disposes. But right now, we will be taking action all of a sudden, catching heaven's will unprepared. This can be considered to be man winning against heaven. While old man Yenshur spoke to Wu Xie, he pointed with his finger. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation we set up has already entrapped all the southern border Gu immortals nearby. But only a small portion of this formation has been set, it cannot even display 1/10 of its might. The tribulations are constantly affecting the Gu formation, the formation won't last long at this rate. Next, I and some other Gu immortals will sacrifice our souls in setting up this formation. With this, the formation can display 90% of its might, only lacking a step for completion. The southern border Gu immortals will have no more chance to escape. So powerful! The young Gu immortal stared with wide-opened eyes, looking blankly. Old man Yenshur continued in a serious tone. After I die, you will be the strongest of us. You need to remember you were born from a dream realm, and only have 18 hours of lifespan in total. Every 2 hours, your cultivation will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you have just advanced to rank 7, your lifespan only has 4 hours remaining. The stronger you become, the closer your death approaches. When you advance to rank 9, no one can defend from even 1 attack of yours. Rank 9 is so powerful? The young Gu immortal had a look of ignorance. Old man Yenshur chuckled. Of course. Rank 9 is the limit in the whole world, it is the highest summit. This world cannot have rank 10, so rank 9 is the strongest. I can only live for 4 hours, isn't the time too short? After 4 hours, will I die? Death, what is it? The young Gu immortal asked questions one after another. Old man Yenshur patiently explained. Everything has been planned properly, 4 hours is more than enough. Should the plan fail, even if you live longer it won't change the outcome. As for death. Old man Yenshur paused, before speaking slowly with a quiet and deep voice. Death is the end of life, and is also the beginning of life. The young Gu immortal scratched his head, not fully understanding this. Old man Yenshur took a deep breath, his emaciated, aged body trembled in the wind, as if he would be blown away the next moment. He gazed far away. His eyes did not have whites, they were pitch black, but right now countless inverted images emerged in them. In the inverted images were Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, Heavenly Quartz Gu immortals, Southern Border Gu immortals, Etian Mountain, graceful chaotic dual stage. It's time. Old man Yenshur spoke. But before I die, I will use my remaining lifespan to deduce for you. Remember my words, they will provide huge help to you. After he finished speaking, old man Yenshur's life force started to quickly weaken. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. For the first time his face showed bewilderment, seemingly being puzzled and terrified of the result of the deduction. He turned his head with difficulty, and looked at the childlike Gu immortal with an extremely complicated gaze. His lips squirmed a few times, before he finally let out several words. One of us. Be careful. Failure. He revealed the heavenly secret with extreme difficulty. His body started turning into powder while he spoke, dissipating in the wind. When he said failure, he had no more time remaining, he completely dissipated and unraveled. His soul was absorbed by the formation, completely merging in an instant. Not only old man Yenshur, a number of shadow sex Gu immortals also sacrificed themselves, their souls merging with the formation. 90%, 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. A vast radiance suddenly soared to the sky. At this moment, even the mighty heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities seemed to dim and lose their luster. The radiance was so dazzling, all the southern border Gu immortals had to tightly close their eyes. The radiance passed in an instant, and the southern border Gu immortals quickly opened their eyes. The entire area was covered by a gigantic Gu formation. 10 Gu immortals stood in the air, separated from each other, standing at the outermost periphery, seemingly encircling the group of southern border Gu immortals. Among them, 9 Gu immortals wore black robes, their appearances covered under their hoods, veiled in mystery. The last one was the young Gu immortal, Wu Xie. He looked all around him with curiosity. After all, he had begun life just 14 hours ago. It was understandable he had a mindset of exploring the novelty of this world. What is going on? What happened? This Gu formation has suddenly become much more powerful. Previously, Under the bombardment of the tribulations, the formation had already been swaying unstably, but now it appeared like a giant reef at the seaside, unbreakable by the storm, standing firm and stable like a mountain. Sensing this situation, the hearts of the southern border Gu Immortals sank. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Ren Haiyang stopped protecting the Rank 6 Gu Immortals, and chose the direction to attack the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. "Merely putting up a facade, die!" he shouted as he clapped his hands. A giant tsunami rose from thin air. The water was incomparably vast. With a roaring sound, it fiercely charged towards a black-robed Gu Immortal. "Protect him!" The other 3 Rank 8 Gu Immortals exerted themselves to block the tribulations overhead, protecting Ren Haiyang. With their help, Ren Haiyang had less pressure on him. He laughed heartily as he stopped holding back and activated his immortal essence again. Waves after waves erupted, giving a feeling of covering the sky and the sun, as if an ancient beast had opened its mouth to devour heaven and earth. Wuxia wanted to go help, but was stopped by a black-robed Gu Immortal beside him. "Stay at the formation core where you're located, don't move recklessly. He can deal with it." Sure enough, the mysterious Gu Immortal who faced the tsunami suddenly sent out a burst of flames that soared to the sky. In an instant, with the black-robed Gu Immortal at the center, the surroundings turned into a seething world of lava. Waves over 30 meters in height smashed into the formation and evaporated into white vapor. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, the fire roared as it spread quickly, the intense temperature clearing up the vapor in an instant. "Such power! I almost cannot control it!" The black-robed Gu Immortal was pleasantly surprised. He stood proudly in the center of the lava. The black robe on him was already mostly destroyed, revealing his true appearance. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this person. The southern border Gu Immortals also exclaimed in surprise. "You actually are a 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance!" This person was precisely the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance zombie that had participated in the 100 Days battle and had successfully escaped. After he was captured by old ancestor Shuehu, he was then saved by Blazing Heaven Demoness and others sent by Zombie Alliance. Who could have thought he would actually appear here? Could it be that the party scheming against the southern border Gu Immortals is Zombie Alliance? That can't be. If it were Zombie Alliance, it would be impossible for Blazing Heaven Demoness to not know of it. Perhaps Shadow Sect? These 2 words suddenly jumped into Fan Yuan's mind. Fan Yuan's whole body shuddered. The situation was becoming worse. His own circumstances were actually similar to the southern border Gu Immortals. He was also trapped here. Ren Haiyang's attack failed and he could only discontentedly retreat. The tribulations from the sky rained down like a storm. Not only did they not halt for even a moment, their power also continued to grow greater. The air was mixed with constant sounds of shouting and screaming. The Rank 8 Gu Immortals could hardly look after themselves. Many bottom-tier Rank 6 had already lost their lives. These Gu Immortals, who stood high and mighty above the masses under normal circumstances, were as weak as chicks and pups in front of the tribulations. Many of the Rank 7 Gu Immortals could only be carried along by the tide. Like a small raft in a stormy sea, they had no control over their circumstances, and with any slight carelessness, they could be swallowed by the waves. The tribulations were very difficult to face, but the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation firmly withstood them all and was unshakable, while the southern border Gu Immortals were in a predicament. At this juncture of life and death, they let go of any previous enmity and collaborated. They soon realized their only remaining path to survival. That was the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. This Immortal Gu House had extraordinary defensive strength. It could block the vast and boundless tribulations, and protect the Gu Immortals. At the same time, the Immortal Gu House's offensive prowess was also the most suitable weapon to break through the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. The Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage that lay deep under the earth was the hope of the southern border Gu Immortals. Although the Forbidden Zone made it extremely difficult for the southern border Gu Immortals to approach in person, it did not damage Immortal Gu. Though the powers of Immortal Gu were weakened greatly in there, they still surpassed the vast majority of mortal methods. Combine our strength to bombard Etian Mountain and get hold of Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage! Gu Immortal Jiai shouted. However, the only remaining ones who still had such ample strength left were the 4 Rank 8 Gu Immortals. The Rank 7 Gu Immortals, dodging and defending desperately from the tribulations, had no energy to spare. The 4 Rank 8s attacked furiously, but it did not affect Etian Mountain. The thick layer of clouds above Etion Mountain had been infused with the power of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, and could defend from the powerful attacks. It absorbed all the attacks. Clouds and fog surged intensely for a while before it was calm again. The 4 rank 8 goo immortals' efforts showed no results. Their eyes shone with a ferocious light, they clenched their teeth as they attacked without stop, their expressions gradually turned frantic. On Etion Mountain, it was still a scene of serenity. Mortals were all kept in the dark, knowing nothing about the blood-curdling scene above them. So long as a fraction of the tribulations leaked out, they could destroy Etion Mountain completely, and all the mortal goo masters would turn into dust. Fan Yuan gazed at the sky heavily. Was there such a situation in my previous life as well? None of us knew death was right above us. Calm down, calm down! Fan Yuan took a few deep breaths, and forcibly dispelled his nervousness and unease, before starting to think. The shocking and enormous action taken by Shadow Sect schemed against the southern border goo immortals, Fan Yuan was also trapped within and could not extricate himself. Although He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan have joined this gamble, they are currently in Shaohan Blessed Land, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls. This goo formation cuts off links between the inside and outside, it even restricts all my communication methods. Chapter 969. Losses and deaths are natural. Even if I still had self-strength immortal goo, rank 7 battle strength is simply not enough in this situation. The top priority now is still graceful chaotic dual stage. The southern border goo immortals outside the forbidden zone already have no hope of taking this immortal goo house. But I still have a chance. Only with the help of graceful chaotic dual stage will I have hope of escaping. Otherwise, I can only use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fan Yuan thought rapidly. The only chance in front of him was to become the new owner of graceful chaotic dual stage. He had fixed immortal travel. But this immortal goo was in his immortal aperture. The aura of immortal goo could be easily detected, and they could only be kept safe when stored within an aperture. However, Fan Yuan had already sealed his immortal aperture. If Fan Yuan were to break the restriction of the forbidden zone, he would be destroyed at the first moment. He simply would not be able to last 3 breaths of time to activate fixed immortal travel. However, Spring-Autumn Cicada was not under this seal. Spring-Autumn Cicada was Fan Yuan's first vital goo, it had long ago been placed under a different seal in his first aperture. After all this time, Spring-Autumn Cicada had already recovered for the most part, and even though it was heavily sealed, it was already giving huge pressure to Fan Yuan's first aperture. Prior to this trip, it was not that Fan Yuan had not considered sealing fixed immortal travel and other immortal goo in his first aperture just in case something happened. But it simply got nowhere. The aperture could store some mortal goo, but containing a second immortal goo was impossible. Even with fixed immortal travel, I am afraid. Fan Yuan's gaze pierced through the cloud layer, falling upon the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. His breathing turned somewhat rough. Among the southern border goo immortals, there were Space Path goo immortals as well as Space Path immortal killer moves. But none of them were able to do anything. Clearly, this formation restricted Space Path as well. Its defense was extremely tight, with no loopholes that could be exploited. Goo immortals continued to die miserably under the tribulations. The 4 rank 8 goo immortals were also injured. They knew that the longer this continued, the lower their chances. They had no choice but to work together and break through simultaneously. You are all flies trapped in a web, where can you escape? A black-robed goo immortal goo blocking their way sneered. His aura was surging as his hood swayed. Northern Dark Eye Soul! Peng Shilong shouted in shock. Frost energy spread rapidly. A crystalline ice wall that was dozens of meters tall spanned in front of them all. While the 4 immortals were obstructed, a lightning strike smashed down on them. Snow War Tribulation Lightning! Typical Snow War Tribulation Lightning was already one of the 10 great catastrophes. But this Tribulation Lightning in front of them had multiple bolts branching out, its might over dozens of times stronger. When it rains, it pours. The 4 immortals did not dare to face such lightning head-on. Among them, one activated a time path killer move to slow down the lightning, which gave the 4 immortals time to move away. The Snow War Tribulation Lightning continued on its path, as it struck the Northern Dark Eye Soul Immortal Zombie's crystalline ice wall. A huge hole was pierced through the icy wall. The Northern Dark Eye Soul Immortal Zombie snorted as he suffered minor injuries. Heaven's will! The Northern Dark Eye Soul Immortal Zombie stared fiercely at the sky. The 4 southern border rank 8 goo immortals changed their direction, towards another area of the goo formation. You shall not pass. The black-robed goo immortal located here chuckled. Boom! Both sides attacked each other. They fought for a long time, but they were evenly matched. The four immortals were obstructed and their momentum was halted, but the black-robed goo immortal also did not have it easy. Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique. This was another immortal zombie of the 10 extreme physiques. You are Shang Clan's Shanghai Kai. Peng Shilong frowned, recognizing the black-robed goo immortal's identity. Shang Clan's first supreme elder and I have a close friendship. As a member of Shang Clan, you actually joined a demonic organization, bringing disaster to the world. A prodigal son who returns is immeasurably precious. You still have time to repent. Otherwise, if this leads to catastrophe, you will implicate your clan as well. The black-robed goo immortal sneered with disdain. What do you understand? Shanghai Kai is just an identity I used after soul replacement. What is mere Shang Clan? How can it compare to my great plan? Boom! A lightning bolt of the tribulation struck the four immortals, causing them to be on the verge of collapsing. Don't bother with him, let's change to another direction. Blazing glory, lightning brilliance, northern dark eye soul, carefree wisdom heart. The 10 extreme physiques that one seldom sees in 100 years are actually appearing one after the other. I am afraid this is not a coincidence. This goo formation should be using the 10 extreme physiques to garner such huge power. That means he is the only flaw. After they were thwarted by the carefree wisdom heart immortal zombie, the four immortals quickly communicated and fixed their gazes at the young goo immortal Ing Wu Xie. Among all the goo immortals present, he was the most peculiar. He was alive, and at the same time, his aura revealed he did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The four immortals bore heavy injuries as they charged towards Ing Wu Xie. Ing Wu Xie's heart was thumping. He thought frantically. What to do? What to do? They are coming over. Don't be nervous, use your most proficient method. The black-robed goo immortal beside him immediately reminded. I am not nervous, I am not nervous. Ing Wu Xie took a deep breath. His breathing, however, was rushed. But as the four immortals neared him, Ing Wu Xie thought of the scene when he was born. He had been born from a dream realm. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Old Man Yanshi. Old Man Yanshi had chuckled when sizing him up with his black eyes, his tone hardly concealing his happiness. Good, good, good. Pure dream reality seeker physique, you are the greatest accomplishment of my dream path research. Since Bo Qing is dead, you will replace him, becoming our greatest strength in suppressing the situation. Who are you, who am I? Ing Wu Xie curiously asked. I am you, and you are me. I am Old Man Yanshi, and you shall be called Ing Wu Xie. Old Man Yanshi chuckled. He then lightly waved his arm. Countless thoughts were transferred into Ing Wu Xie's mind. Ing Wu Xie felt information flowing into the depths of his mind. Time is limited. I can only impart an immortal killer move to you. Although it doesn't have any killing power, it is the pinnacle of dream path achievement currently in the 5 regions, at the forefront of this era. Even those heavenly court goo immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, when you have the skill, you can eat your fill. Learn it properly. When you become a goo immortal, I will give you a complete set of goo worms for you to speed up your practice at that time. The recollection stopped. The 4 immortals had already neared him. Among them, Berserk Wind Jiayi was at the lead. Ing Wu Xie's eyes suddenly let out a sharp light. He slowly spoke, like he was reciting. Immortal killer move, lead. Soul. Into. Dream. The 4 immortals slowed down sharply, and were extremely vigilant, as if they were facing a powerful foe. However, there was no movement even after several breaths of time. Kid, you actually dared to trick us. Peng Shilong was about to attack in fury. Right at this time, the rank 8 goo immortal Jiayi, however, began to fall down. What's going on? Just when Peng Shilong and the rest were bewildered, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation sent out an incomparably swift attack at Jiayi. Jiayi made no movement. The layers of heavy defense over his whole body began to slowly dissipate. The remaining 3 immortals quickly moved to block the goo formation's attack. Jiayi was still falling. Zzz. Zzz. He had actually fallen asleep. That kid's behind this. Ren Haiyan was grim and frantic. The enemy was only a rank 7 goo immortal, but Jiayi was struck by his immortal killer move, putting up no resistance. What's more, the layers of defense over his whole body showed no effects. What killer move was this? Careful! Peng Shilong exclaimed. Another form of tribulation lightning descended. This time, countless bolts of falling star lightning struck at the speed of light, reaching the southern border Gu immortals in an instant. In this wave of tribulation, most of the southern border Gu immortals lost their lives. Even the rank 8 Gu immortal Jiayi, renowned as Berserk Wind for hundreds of years, was turned into countless pieces by the falling star lightning. Peng Shilong and the others were not even able to take care of themselves, they simply had no time to save him. "We are finished!" The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals started to despair. Ing Wu Xia was indeed the flaw in the formation, but his battle strength far surpassed the imaginations of the 3 immortals. This unprecedented dream path killer move directly sent Jiayi into deep sleep, unable to wake up. Jiayi died, the remaining 3 immortals' momentum immediately slowed, and their hopes of breaking through became minuscule. "Hold on!" On Yitian Mountain, Fan Yuan, who had been observing the battlefield, also started to feel anxious. Even if he became the owner of graceful chaotic dual stage, with just his strength, it would be hard to activate the enormous immortal Gu house. It would be like a lone person controlling a battleship. It would be extremely difficult for him to make use of it. So, he had to ally with the southern border Gu immortals. The more Gu immortals in the immortal Gu house, the more immortal essence would be consumed, the more power the immortal Gu house could unleash. Just with Fan Yuan alone, it would be impossible to increase the immortal Gu house's strength to the level where it could break through the formation. Time passed, the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were extremely exhausted, let alone the few remaining rank 7 Gu immortals who were fleeing desperately from the tribulations. When Ren Haiyang perished under the tribulations, the remaining 2 rank 8s had lost all hope. "It's over now!" Fan Yuan exhaled painfully. "Sigh, now I can only continue with my disguise and hope I won't be discovered." But right when the rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals had all died, with only the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals remaining, Yitian Mountain suddenly began to shake. Soon, the tremor increased rapidly. The earth was shaking. "What's going on?" The tremor attracted the gazes of the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. "Could it be that graceful chaotic dual stage has been obtained by you?" The 2 rank 8 Gu immortals said to each other with strange tones. Both were stupefied, realizing it was not due to them. Fan Yuan's body shook, he had yet to refine the immortal Gu house, so who was it? Boom! Boulders cracked, the ground opened up, and from the huge rift jumped out a figure. The great strength true martial immortal zombie. He had actually gotten free of the immortal Gu house's suppression, and flew to the sky. However, before Fan Yuan and the others could react, a cold snort resounded throughout the scene. "You want to escape fate in front of us? Die!" A beam of light shot down from the sky. Rank 9 Immortal Gu House, Heaven Overseeing Tower! Heavenly Court Immortals had arrived. The pure white beam of light was extremely terrifying, breaking apart the 10 extreme formation like snapping a rotten branch. The 2 southern border rank 8s were immediately exterminated. Damn it! The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was not able to dodge, and could only roar in extreme unwillingness as he was turned into fine powder by the beam of light. The beam of light continued its path as it shot down onto Yitian Mountain. Am I going to die? Fan Yuan raised his head and clenched his teeth, all the muscles in his body tensed. A rank 9 Immortal Gu House's full power attack, he had no way to defend from it. He only had one remaining trump card, Spring Autumn Cicada. At the next moment, Fan Yuan self-detonated. It failed. Spring Autumn Cicada was carrying Fan Yuan's will and had just entered the river of time when it suddenly crumbled, exploding into countless tiny fragments. Fan Yuan was dead. Chapter 970. Rebirth, Ghostface, Red Lotus. Legend says there was a river in this world. It connected the beginning and the end, it had hidden causes and effects, flowing to every part in the world, it was everywhere. With its irrigation, the world could operate normally and all things were able to change. This river was called the River of Time. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, a place where time path flourished, and countless time path goo worms lived and propagated. The endless river flowed wantonly without pause. The river was vast and boundless, its tides rose and fell along with the surging waves. Each drop of the water of time was pale and colorless, but innumerable droplets of water crashed, intertwined, collided, and spun all the time, giving off a brilliant show of lights. These brilliant lights were in all kinds of shapes and colors, and were hard to put into words. Fan Yuan felt this was one of the most beautiful sights in the world. When the rank 9 Immortal Gu House, Heaven Overseeing Tower, sent out the attack which it had prepared for a long time. Fan Yuan was like a bystander that had been implicated, unable to avoid it. His only remaining option was to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. However, the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada had a huge flaw. There was a chance of failure every time it was used. At Qingmao Mountain, Fan Yuan successfully activated it once. At Sancha Mountain, Fan Yuan successfully activated it again. If his previous life of 500 years was counted, then Fan Yuan had already successfully activated Spring-Autumn Cicada 3 times. Now, he had finally failed. Spring-Autumn Cicada's activation failed. Although his will entered the River of Time, at the moment of activation, Spring-Autumn Cicada self-detonated, turning into countless fragments. Fan Yuan's will was like a baby that had lost the small boat it was in and was drowning. The surging River of Time would engulf and destroy Fan Yuan's will in an instant. Not even a trace would remain. In the end, I still failed. At the moment of death, Fan Yuan's remaining will was strangely tranquil. There was no worry, no discontent, and no regret. When he had first chosen this path, he had already expected the situations that could occur. The situation right now had already been within Fan Yuan's consideration. He could do nothing now. He had already done everything he could. If a chance was given to me again, I would still choose to live this way. So be it, my story as a Gu immortal shall end here. Although I did not leave behind any biography or inheritance, but it doesn't matter. Fan Yuan's will was quickly dissipating. He was tranquil, even feeling happy in a way. If he still had a face, the corners of his lips would probably be curled up into a smile right now. Dying while pursuing one's goal, what regrets could he have? Fan Yuan's laughter abruptly stopped. A strange change was occurring at this moment. From the remote and grand River of Time, a ghost face suddenly came out. The ghost face first looked at Fan Yuan's remaining will and made faces, seemingly in silent mockery. Then, the pitch-black ghost face's cheeks swelled up, its expression seemed like one of extreme suffering, like it was going to vomit. A giant flower bud dripping wet came out from the ghost face's mouth. The ghost face's mouth almost ripped apart, its lips had stretched to an exaggerated degree, even reaching its ears. After vomiting out the flower bud, the ghost face relaxed before starting to make faces at Fan Yuan again. It was amusingly comical, but at the same time was a ghastly and terrifying smiling expression. And that flower bud started to slowly blossom in the river. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. In the blink of an eye, the flower bud opened, turning into an enchanting red lotus. From the center of the lotus shot out a slightly red light ray that landed at the area where Spring-Autumn Cicada had shattered. The time and the red light began to turn back. At the same time, the ghost face that had carried the red lotus slowly sank down into the river. Like a movie being played backwards, everything began to go backwards. As if water spilled from a basin was returning. Fan Yuan's will had almost completely dissipated, the scant few bits remaining were negligible. But under the illumination of the red light, his will began to rapidly restore and countless goo worm fragments also began to appear. And when these goo worm fragments joined together, they turned into an intact Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada carried Fan Yuan's restored will, and began to set on its path again. The red light dissipated, the red lotus immediately scattered, and that ghost face also had been completely washed down into the endlessly surging River of Time. It was as if everything had been an illusion. However, Spring-Autumn Cicada was already forcibly restored. It carried Fan Yuan's will, carrying Fan Yuan's remaining hopes as it flowed in the river. Flowing backwards. Returning to the past. Star-formed blessed land. Poisonous fog was spreading, poisonous blood was boiling, 3 layers of goo formations were already destroyed by corrosion, the surrounding land turned into a thin layer of poisonous swampland. Fan Yuan's face was stern. Next is the most troublesome and difficult to process immortal material, earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hands. This goo refinement material was very peculiar, it was made up of soil and chi. They gathered into a lump. At the top was light azure-colored astral chi, below was black soil. Astral chi was the heaven chi found up in the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens was a thick wall of astral chi. If a goo immortal wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. Meanwhile, the black soil was made up of the essence of earth chi condensed from the 10 depths. Heaven and earth chi could not coexist, but at this moment, this earthly limit astral chi was joined together in harmony. Not only were they existing peacefully, they were converting into one another constantly. Black soil turned into astral chi while astral chi turned into black soil. Fan Yuan shook it by moving his hands rapidly, as this lump of earthly limit astral chi melted, fusing with the black soil and becoming a lump of fog. But after shaking, after a dozen breaths, the black soil sank while the astral chi stayed on top. Black and white was separated again, the two were rotating, it was a mystical sight. Processing such an immortal material is most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials, slumbering lightning python, reflect snow, muffled thunderstone drum, and wind grind, can complete this step instantly. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 immortal killer moves. To process the earthly limit astral chi, I can only put in much time and effort. Fan Yuan's thoughts flashed as he moved his feet, his huge body shot into the air, he leaped and jumped into the turtle shell, into the poisonous blood. Boom! Fan Yuan flashed his sharp nails, causing injuries on his 6 monstrous arms. He next slashed at his chest, back, and other areas, creating openings on his skin. Blood refinement killer move, blood trace travel. From these injuries, traces of blood appeared. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. The poisonous blood in the turtle shell was drawn away. It moved into Fan Yuan's wounds. Intense pain assaulted him. Fan Yuan snorted. Immortal zombies did not have a sense of pain. Fan Yuan could feel pain because he used goo worm methods. He needed to feel pain so that he could know what step the immortal materials were at. Fan Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell acting as a pot continued to fuse and circulate. They were entering and exiting Fan Yuan's body. After this process stabilized, Fan Yuan took out the earthly limit astral chi and swallowed it. Gulp, the earthly limit astral chi entered his stomach. This was his own original method, created in his previous life, an abnormal technique using blood path to refine goo. He called this the flesh-body blood refinement technique. The earthly limit astral chi entered his body. It was engulfed by the blood and slowly melted into the blood. Blood flowed out of Fan Yuan's body through the wounds, into the turtle shell pot, and sank to the bottom. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the pot flowed into Fan Yuan's body through the wounds, engulfing the earthly limit astral chi again. Time slowly passed, 3 days and 2 nights later. Fan Yuan was covered in wounds, the pain made his face distorted, his 8 monstrous arms were inserted into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed and his eyes were red, he was breathing heavily like an ox. Still a night remaining, I need to completely process all the earthly limit astral chi in my body. As long as I can get past this step, the most difficult part of refining change form immortal goo would be over. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's pained expression stiffened. Under his deep frowning expression, his bright eyes suddenly showed confusion, almost losing all their luster. When refining immortal goo, one had to maintain high degrees of concentration. How could he be allowed to be distracted? Pff! He immediately spat out a large mouthful of poisonous blood. Shortly afterwards, he fell down heavily in the poisonous blood in the giant turtle shell, raising a huge wave of blood. The bloody wave splashed out of the turtle shell, into the grassland. Soon, a large patch of healthy green grass turned into dark red smoke due to the corrosion. Master! Starform Land Spirit shouted worriedly, jumping into the turtle shell. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's head emerged from the pool of blood. He splashed around twice, before standing up. The confusion on his face quickly disappeared, his gaze brimming with energy as he mumbled. This place? Hearing Fan Yuan's mumbling, Starform Land Spirit became even more worried. Did Master lose his mind because of the refinement failure? Fan Yuan gazed at his hands first, then swept through the turtle shell and the blood pool, before finally stopping on Starform Land Spirit. What time is it now? Fan Yuan asked. Starform Land Spirit jolted inwardly, but still replied. Many days have already passed since Master began refining the immortal goo. Ha ha! Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily. Starform Land Spirit felt bleak. Oh no, Master has lost his mind. After failing the immortal goo refinement, his body suffered heavy injuries. He has even forgotten the time, and is still laughing so happily. There was no need for Fan Yuan to tell others about the reason for his happiness. I have returned once again. Despite the activation of Spring-Autumn Cicada failing, because of a strange change, I returned to life from death, from defeat to victory. My will has once again returned to the past. I am still refining change form immortal goo. The time is over a year ago. This is actually so short. According to my foundation, and with so many immortal goo on me, I should have at least traveled several hundred years back. Is it because spring-autumn cicada failed to activate that I only returned to a point over a year ago? Also, that ghost face and the red lotus, what was going on? What had happened? Chapter 971. A bit of excitement thinking about it. The strange phenomenon in the river of time only occurred for a very short moment, but it was deeply etched into Fan Yuan's mind and left a lasting memory. It was at the crucial moment between life and death. It was impossible to not have a clear memory of it. Now, as he recalled that moment, Fan Yuan was filled with doubts. The ghost face and the red lotus, what do they mean? Why did I not come across this situation when I used spring-autumn cicada before? Does it occur only when spring-autumn cicada's activation fails? Or, shaking his head, Fan Yuan stopped thinking about this mysterious subject. He jumped out of the poisonous blood and flew out of the turtle shell. The injuries on me are heavy, and the soul success thou mark is now destroyed because of the goo refinement failure. It is truly a pity. Fan Yuan examined himself and soon noticed the aftereffects of this goo refinement failure. His body was filled with cracks, almost on the verge of falling apart. Such injuries would require months of recuperation before they could be mended. Goo refinement in itself was a dangerous task, not unlike a heated battle. Let alone when refining immortal goo. This time, Fan Yuan had failed in goo refinement because of his rebirth. Suffering serious injuries was to be expected. What made Fan Yuan feel even more regret was that the success Dao mark, which he had obtained after painstaking efforts in the refinement path convention and a difficult journey to reach the top ranks, was destroyed. This gave Fan Yuan some insight. Previously, the reason I failed in refining star thought immortal goo was not because there was a problem in my method, but the subtle aspect of mutual fusion of the Dao marks of each immortal material, which is not something one can control. This is one of the crucial reasons for the low success rate in refining immortal goo. The greatest use of success Dao marks is to influence this aspect, to let the Dao marks of the immortal materials fuse together, and reach the standard for the goo refinement. Thus, when I began refining immortal goo, the success Dao mark was consumed, turning into a special type of immortal material that assisted in refinement. Last time, there was no mishap and I was able to refine change form immortal goo. The aid of the success Dao mark was immeasurable. But this time, because of my rebirth, this highly likely refinement was messed up. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan felt some irony. It was not that with the success Dao mark, the goo refinement would succeed no matter how it was done. If the goo master was purposely trying to fail, intentionally using wrong refinement methods, then it would be certain failure. Success Dao marks were not all-powerful. Earlier, why did Fan Yuan intentionally choose star-form blessed land to refine the immortal goo? It was because he was afraid of being disturbed by outside forces, which could cause the goo refinement to fail. Once the refinement failed, the immortal materials would be lost. Injuries were a small matter. The main thing was that the success Dao mark would also be destroyed. Fan Yuan was reborn, and it just so happened to be during the process of refining change form immortal goo. This doomed him to failure. Nothing could be done about it now. Last time, change form immortal goo had been refined successfully, but now it had failed. I have been reborn, and although I have the advantage of future knowledge, accurately speaking, it doesn't mean a path to success. But this rebirth gave me huge advantages. Losing a success Dao mark is inconsequential. Fan Yuan soon sorted out his mood and stabilized his mindset. Fixed immortal travel. Fan Yuan activated the immortal goo and returned to Hu immortal blessed land. In the past, he was anxious, but now he knew that there would still be a while before Central Continent made a breakthrough with the matter of 88 True Young building. He could be more at ease. Although he had his previous life's experience, Fan Yuan had always been the one to consider everything before taking action. An impetuous person would absolutely be unable to reach his current stage. How would he use the countless disorderly clues and his current resources to obtain the maximum benefits? This was the main question Fan Yuan needed to consider. An immortal zombie had slower thought processes. Fan Yuan stepped in the light of wisdom to ponder. Compared to his previous life, his wisdom path attainment had already reached Grandmaster level. He had even thought of a small goo formation that could let him use the light of wisdom more efficiently, and save a large amount of time. In just half a day, Fan Yuan finished pondering over the question. An immortal zombie did not need to eat or drink. Although he was injured, Fan Yuan had to make use of every minute and second. Fixed immortal travel. He immediately activated this immortal goo to secretly return to southern border. Using his methods, he removed most of the aura of the immortal goo, then he quietly approached Yitian Mountain. Fan Yuan was familiar with the surrounding 10,000 li of Yitian Mountain. In his previous life, an unprecedented gambling contest had been held on Yitian Mountain. Fan Yuan had also participated in it. As time passed, the range of the Forbidden Zone for immortals had continued to expand, and Fan Yuan had to constantly move farther away, along with the southern border Gu immortals. Thus, he was very familiar with the scenery near Yitian Mountain. Yitian Mountain. At this moment, it was still only a nameless mountain peak. Before Fan Yuan's arrival, there had just been rain over this mountain. The future Yitian Mountain was tall and beautiful, with lush trees and deep valleys. A rainbow appeared above and life seemed to brimming with vitality. Fan Yuan gazed from afar, moving in carefully and full of expectations. If Fan Yuan was asked what was it that enticed him the most after rebirth, it was no doubt Yitian Mountain, under which was buried the immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, and the suppressed Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. The significance of the latter to Fan Yuan did not need to be said. Although last time, this Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie had actually leaped out, getting rid of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's suppression, as long as I can successfully refine the immortal Gu House and become its new owner, I can continue to suppress him. If I can obtain Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Fan Yuan licked his lips as he thought of this. An immortal Gu House was no small matter. Immortal Gu Houses and ancient battle formations, they were the highest achievements of Formation Path. Among them, ancient battle formations were gradually eliminated over the course of time, and immortal Gu Houses had become mainstream. Whether it be Southern Border, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, Western Desert or Central Continent, all powerful super forces had at least one immortal Gu House as their trump card. Like Hay Tribe, Dark Prison was their symbol as well as a powerful trump card. In Fan Yuan's previous life, after Dark Prison had been lost, to seize it back, even the 4 supreme elders of Hay Tribe had risked going out and chasing Hay Qing. Dark Prison was only a rank 6 immortal Gu House and Hay Tribe had been so anxious to take it back. The significance of immortal Gu Houses could be seen from this. And Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, which was buried deep under Yitian Mountain, was not only of higher rank than Dark Prison. A mysterious Gu immortal had used its power to forcibly challenge someone of a higher rank and succeeded in suppressing a rank 8 expert, one who furthermore possessed the great strength true martial physique. The value of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was clearly many times higher than Dark Prison. Thinking back to my previous life, the profound ice house used by Shark Demon and Subai Man was only an incomplete immortal Gu house, but it could repeatedly break through the hindrance of the battlefield killer moves and escape. If I can obtain this Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, even if I can't reach the level of moving unhindered in the world in the future, when the truth is exposed and I am hunted down by Central Continent, Northern Plains and others, I can protect myself and intimidate other immortals. An immortal Gu house was a fortress for battle. It did not have any shortcomings and covered all aspects of attack, defense, movement, healing and even assistance in cultivation. It was structurally stable, and was easy to control. A rank 7 immortal Gu house could be controlled by a rank 6 Gu immortal as well. However, immortal Gu houses had 2 major flaws, one was feeding and the second was immortal essence. An immortal Gu house was constructed from many immortal Gu and vast numbers of mortal Gu. Feeding these Gu worms was naturally extremely troublesome and a huge burden. But Fan Yuan knew that Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage seemed to involve food path in its construction, and the feeding problem could be disregarded. Next was the immortal essence. To activate an immortal Gu house, the amount of immortal essence consumed would be a gigantic number. Just with Fan Yuan's capability, he would not be able to bear it. In his previous life, when Shark Demon had no choice but to activate Profound Ice House, all the immortal zombies had to share the burden of immortal essence consumption, and the amount of consumption had greatly distressed everyone. The price to activate an immortal Gu house was huge, because the amount of immortal essence consumed was extremely high. Fan Yuan was now in a poor state. He had staked it all and used up all his assets to barely be able to gather one set of immortal materials for refining change form immortal Gu. And now, he had failed the refinement. Losing most of the immortal materials, he had little money in possession. Even though he had many rich income sources like the Gutsku trade, earning 1,000 immortal essence stones every month, half of a year of accumulating this income would not be enough to activate the immortal Gu house for even 30 seconds. But none of these mattered. Fan Yuan had very little green grape immortal essence, but he had large amounts of Giant Sun's immortal essence. This could be traced back to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was rank 9, the immortal essence he had left behind was the yellow apricot immortal essence that only rank 9 venerables could form. The quality of this immortal essence was countless times greater than green grape immortal essence. The difference between the two was like the gap between heaven and earth. Giant Sun's immortal essence could not be used by Fan Yuan himself, but the immortal goo house could absorb it. Immortal goo houses could absorb immortal essence of others, otherwise Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies would not be able to combine their powers to activate Profound Ice House. This was the fundamental characteristic of immortal goo house, integrating the power of a group of immortals into one. Fan Yuan had thought of this in his previous life. As far as he was concerned, Giant Sun's immortal essence was like water with a source or a tree without roots. The more it was used, the more it would be consumed, and it could not be replenished. Thus, the even more economical method was to gather many goo immortals to serve as a source of labor in activating the immortal goo house. Unfortunately, the southern border goo immortals had died too quickly. Or one could say Fan Yuan was not able to make it in time. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had yet to be refined by anyone when the great strength true martial immortal zombie had broken out. This was a huge pity. If I have Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, I could resist even that beam of life that was about to kill me. Fan Yuan had confidence. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage naturally was not Heaven Overseeing Tower's match, but Heaven Overseeing Tower's condition was not optimum. That light pillars might have been reduced after being whittled down by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. With Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, although he could not say with a house in hand, "The world is mine," it was enough to say with a house in hand, "Advancing or retreating is up to me." With a house in hand, "The world is mine," the rank 888 True Young building could be said to be one such example. It was specialized in plundering goo worms, even immortal goo. The rank 8 Refinement Cauldron was another one. Compared to the immortal goo house Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, Self-Strength Immortal Goo, All-Out Effort Immortal Goo, Star Thought Immortal Goo, all of them seemed unimportant. As long as he had the immortal goo house, with Giant Sun's immortal essence, Fan Yuan could use his rank 6 bottom tier cultivation level and immortal zombie body to forcibly fight rank 8s, directly becoming one of the strongest experts. Just thinking about it gives me a bit of excitement. Fan Yuan carefully inspected his surroundings, and after confirming there was no one around, he immediately drilled into the ground, entering deep into the earth. Chapter 972. Rebirth Plans. What's going on? Where is Graceful Chaotic Duel stage? Fan Yuan was filled with doubts and disappointment. After he was reborn, he had almost immediately hurried to Yitian Mountain, thinking of getting this immortal goo house. But when he searched under the ground, he discovered that Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was simply not present. Even that rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie could not be found. Could it be that there were other reasons behind the appearance of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage? I came early, so the opportunity was not available? Fan Yuan frowned as he pondered. He had guessed correctly. Previously, the reason Graceful Chaotic Duel stage appeared was due to Bai Ningbing. He had activated a mysterious immortal goo, and this immortal goo had been given to him by Old Man Yun Shi. Fan Yuan naturally did not know this detail. He also did not have this immortal goo, so he could not find any trace of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. If Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was simply buried under the ground, then it would probably have already been discovered by others. How would it remain up until now? Without any other choice, Fan Yuan could only leave quietly. He was unable to obtain Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. As such, Fan Yuan had to modify his plans and put it aside for the moment, carrying out his other ideas first. After moving a long distance from Yitian Mountain, Fan Yuan carefully activated Immortal Goo Fixed Immortal Travel. The Immortal Goo's aura leaked, jade green radiance flashed. The next moment, Fan Yuan disappeared from southern border, and appeared in that giant formation in Northern Plains Earth Trench. This giant formation was a space path formation. The space inside it was extremely large. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had used Fixed Immortal Travel to enter here. In this life, he had once again used Fixed Immortal Travel to enter here. There were no mishaps or setbacks. Moreover, this time, he directly entered the central area of the Goo Formation. This was a large, desolate land of purple sand. In this desolate land, some rarely seen and extremely valuable immortal materials were spread. His memories were still very clear. Fan Yuan did not even need to put in the effort to search. he directly ran to each key area and collected the immortal materials. These immortal materials were of extremely high rank. They were basically all at rank 8, and there were even some top-quality rank 8 materials with such dense down marks that their light could be seen with naked eyes. Like the tiger-striped honeybee's wings, the fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix's body. Altogether, 18 immortal materials ended up in Fan Yuan's hands once again. He then moved to the middle of the desolate land of purple sand, where he discovered those multi-layered goo formations once again. He carefully inspected the contents, and saw it was just like his previous life. He left the goo formations as they were, but destroyed all the crucial thoughts. Fan Yuan naturally did not intend to leave the life and death immortal aperture method for others. Before leaving, Fan Yuan gave the place a final glance, sighing inwardly. He knew that outside the desolate land of purple sand, there were large numbers of desolate plants and desolate beast corpses, but these immortal materials only looked impressive. Once they were picked up, they would all turn into purple sand. Thus, Fan Yuan did not even look at them. In his previous life, he had to painstakingly scheme, joining Zombie Alliance's headquarters first, then after being schemed by Blazing Heaven Demonis, he was thrown into Northern Plains' Dark Flow Giant City. He had to deceive several immortal zombies before he was able to enter Earth Trench. He kept on scheming the whole way, not hesitating to be swallowed by the mouth earthworm, then arriving at the nest of Iksha octopuses, searching painstakingly, taking the risk to unravel a small portion of the goo formation, before he was finally able to enter this hidden space. But this life, because of rebirth, he went straight to his destination, getting the maximum benefits while spending the least amount of time and energy. The whole process was very simple, it was like a dream. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fan Yuan left the place and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Change form immortal goo's refinement failed. Not only was the success down mark lost, most of the immortal materials were also destroyed. To prepare for this single refinement of change form immortal goo, he had taken out all his assets. After rebirth, he could be said to be dirt poor. But now, he had these precious immortal materials as very timely assistants. These immortal materials were extremely valuable. If their value was to be maximized, it would undoubtedly be by keeping them until a time when Fan Yuan refined rank 8 immortal goo. However, the time needed for this was too long. Fan Yuan's cultivation was still at the bottom tier of rank 6, advancing to rank 8 was a distant prospect and not within the foreseeable future. Fan Yuan had already considered how to make full use of these immortal materials. Like in his previous life, Fan Yuan put several of the immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven, causing a huge commotion among the goo immortals. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, these immortal materials were extremely rare and were very sought after. Fan Yuan easily traded them for the things he wanted, and fed all the immortal goo he had, except for self-strength immortal goo and wisdom goo. Taking a look over the immortal goo Fan Yuan had: strength path, self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, iron crown eagle strength, eat strength. Star path, star shoot, star mark, starlight. Luck path, connect luck, time luck, calamity beckoning. Besides these, there was also his first vital goo, spring autumn cicada, the extremely practical space path immortal goo, fixed immortal travel, the less frequently used poison path immortal goo, woman's heart, a soul path immortal goo, cleanse soul, and a wisdom path immortal goo, unravel mystery. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had changed form immortal goo at this time. But after rebirth, the refinement had failed, and change form immortal goo did not exist. As for the rank 9 wisdom goo, Fan Yuan could not refine it, so it was temporarily placed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, whether it could be considered Fan Yuan's immortal goo was debatable. Normally, most rank 6 goo immortals only had mortal goo and not even one immortal goo. The number of immortal goo Fan Yuan had already numbered 16, without counting wisdom goo. As such, the burden of feeding the immortal goo was extremely heavy and had always been on Fan Yuan's mind. The feeding issue of the immortal goo was resolved for now. Fan Yuan could relax for the moment. Land spirit? Fan Yuan softly spoke in the secret room. Master, I am here. The land spirit Little Hu Immortal swiftly appeared, beaming with a smile, and hugged Fan Yuan's leg. Master, I didn't disturb you because you were busy, but I really missed you. Little Hu Immortal said while shaking her furry tail, before saying some childlike words. Although Master has turned ugly. Fan Yuan laughed, stroking Little Hu Immortal's head as he instructed her. Go command all the hairy men in the stone nest to start refining only air sac goo. Yes, Master. Little Hu Immortal immediately replied. You can leave now. Okay. Little Hu Immortal gazed at Fan Yuan with a reluctant look, before disappearing. Fan Yuan's thoughts shifted, as he activated Fixed Immortal Travel, leaving Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he appeared again, he was already at Langya Blessed Land. At this time, Langya Land's spirit had not changed his nature, and was still that long-robed, white hair, and seemingly sage-like land spirit. Why are you here? That immortal material I wanted, did you get it? If you didn't, then there is no need for discussion. Langya Land spirit waved his large sleeves and spoke with a cold and detached expression when he saw Fan Yuan. Because of his excessive demands, Fan Yuan's relationship with Langya Land's spirit had already turned cold. Fan Yuan wanted to request for Langya Land's spirit's help, but Langya Land's spirit's condition was extremely harsh, asking Fan Yuan to get a type of immortal material. And this immortal material's origin was from the immemorial 9 heavens, and was extremely rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. If not for this, Langya Land's spirit would not have asked Fan Yuan to do this. Of course I have it, take a look. Fan Yuan laughed, not minding Langya Land's spirit's cold attitude. You really got it? Langya Land's spirit looked at the immortal material in Fan Yuan's hand. His expression immediately relaxed and his tone revealed his incredulous feelings. Clearly, he had not been optimistic about Fan Yuan's chances. Rightfully so. The task of getting this immortal material had already surpassed Fan Yuan's capabilities. At least, that was the case in his previous life. But in this life, after Fan Yuan was reborn, he made use of the rank 8 immortal materials in his hands. Why would he fear not being able to purchase goods of this level? Fan Yuan handed the poisonous flower petals to Langya Land's spirit. I need a certain amount of Exert Strength goo and Disappointment goo, along with large numbers of Star Thought goo. Fan Yuan already knew, Langya Blessed Land was extremely special. The space inside was so large that it had already surpassed most grotto heavens. This was because Langya Land's spirit had merged the rank 8 immortal goo house, refinement cauldron, into the whole blessed land. Countless hairy men lived here, the number beyond imagination. The land of cloud soil in front of him was only a layer of clouds in Langya Blessed Land. Under this layer were 3 continents, where large numbers of hairy men lived. Specializing in goo refinement, they selected talents, living and working in peace and happiness. With the help of these hairy men, it was extremely simple for Langya Land's spirit to refine Exert Strength goo, Disappointment goo, and Star Thought goo. On the basis of this immortal material, I will do you this favor. Langya Land's spirit replied before adding. But next time, I hope to get scales of the half-moon Shilin, at least 30 of them. Otherwise, I won't agree to any of your requests. His tone was still rather frigid, but his expression was no longer cold. Fan Yuan nodded, and without speaking further, he activated Fixed Immortal Travel and left. He possessed the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method, as well as a Strength Path version of Nirvana Fire, so he could get rid of the immortal zombie body and become a living person. But for the moment, Fan Yuan had no plans to do so. Becoming alive would only mean having the potential to advance. His cultivation would still be at the bottom tier of rank 6. He would also lose his immortal zombie body, and his battle strength would instead decrease. More importantly, Fan Yuan did not have much lifespan left, and thus would not be able to use the Light of Wisdom. Fan Yuan asked Langya Land's spirit to refine Exert Strength goo and Disappointment goo as early preparations for the future. What he had paid for this was an immortal material, while Langya Land's spirit was only refining mortal goo. Although the numbers were somewhat huge, Fan Yuan had still incurred a loss. But Fan Yuan did not seriously concern himself with it. He had his own plans regarding Langya Land's spirit, but it was not the time for them yet. Fan Yuan left Langya Blessed Land, directly arriving at a certain village in Central Continent. There was an extraordinary tree here. It was a spring dream fruit tree. It indeed still exists. Fan Yuan hid his figure and inspected it, feeling some joy. In his previous life, he had obtained information about this tree from Mo Yao's will, but before he could collect the spring dream fruits, this tree was cut down by someone. But after rebirth, Fan Yuan had no need to join Zombie Alliance and search for the revival method. He was able to come here half a year early, making up for a regret in his previous life. Chapter 973. Spring Dream Fruit Tree. Spring dream fruit trees were a very special type of plant. They could be any kind of fruit tree, but only extremely few fruit trees could become spring dream fruit trees. One of these spring dream fruit trees was next to a farmer's home. The head of the family was an old man, known as Old Mansion. Son, in half a year, you will be married. I will build a house for you. The main girder of the house will be built using this fire date tree. Old Man Chen stood in front of the tree, and patted its thick bark, as he spoke to his son who was at the side. The son looked at this date tree and gave a thumbs up, pleased. Father, this is a good idea. This date tree is older than the history of our village. I remember that it has already stopped producing dates. It will be useless even if it keeps on growing. Cutting it down to construct the main girder for my house will be putting it to good use. Fan Yuan coldly snorted. He was standing not far away, but was invisible. Old Man Chen and his son, who were not even Gu masters, were unable to sense him. Finding out by chance the reason for the spring dream fruit tree being cut down, Fan Yuan inwardly frowned. This spring dream fruit tree's existence was supported by this date tree. A true spring dream fruit tree was a tree that existed in dreams and did not have a material body. But it required a real tree to be the foundation for it to live long. This date tree was several thousand years old. Only old trees like this could be used by the spring dream fruit tree. Naturally, the specific requirements involved not just age. Humans needed to be living near the tree. The dreams of these humans from generation after generation would nourish the spring dream fruit tree. In history, this place was once the base of a volcano. Because the volcano erupted every several hundred years, the large amounts of volcanic ash created fertile soil in the surroundings. Attracted by the excellent natural farmland, there would be people migrating now and then. They would gradually form villages, which would later be destroyed by the volcanic eruptions. Fire date trees were extremely resistant to heat. They could even resist lava, thus they were able to continue existing. If the date tree was cut down, the spring dream fruit tree would be destroyed. But to move the date tree, there needed to be corresponding dream path methods to move the spring dream fruit tree at the same time, otherwise Fan Yuan would only obtain an ordinary date tree and not the spring dream fruit tree. Fan Yuan did not have methods to move the spring dream fruit tree. Currently, it was not possible for him to even pick the spring dream fruits. He would need to refine some dream path mortal goo that were targeted at picking the fruits. In the past, Mo Yao seemed to have recognized the extraordinariness of this tree, but due to her limited knowledge, or perhaps she also sensed that casually picking the tree would not work, she chose to leave it behind. It seemed I still need to preserve the living environment of this spring dream fruit tree for some time. Fan Yuan flicked a finger. 2 wells separately drilled into the minds of Old Man Chen and his son. The son suddenly let out tears. Father, let's not cut down this tree. Even if it can't produce dates anymore, I want to keep on seeing it. It has accompanied me as I have grown. When I was young, I urinated on the tree. When I got slightly older, I built a swing on it. Let's forget about cutting it down. Sigh. All right. Old Man Chen's eyes had also reddened, nodding emotionally. Then let it continue to grow here. We will choose another tree. Although there is not any that is as tall as this one, they will be enough for the main girder of the new house. After dealing with the mortal's thoughts, Fan Yuan arranged a goo formation here to protect the spring dream fruit tree. In the meantime, he would have to refine some corresponding dream path mortal goo to pick up the fruits. This required time. Almost all the refinement materials for dream path mortal goo were derived from dream realm.s. According to how my previous life went, after refining change form immortal goo, I helped Tai Bai Yunxing pass his tribulation, then participated in the battle to defend Langya Blessed Land. After the battle, I took up the identity of Xingxiangzi to enter Eastern Sea and participate in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. In this process, because of the collapse of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, I was invited by Immortal Crane's sect to invade a fragment world of the Grotto Heaven. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demonis appeared, defeating the immemorial desolate beast One Finger Flow Shark. I was forcefully recruited by Blazing Heaven Demonis, then returned to Northern Plains and obtained the Earth Trench inheritance. After that, I took part in killing Heiqing, then was forced to set a new agreement with Blazing Heaven Demonis and the others, then we went on to seize Luopa Valley. Finally, I took part in the Battle of Etian Mountain. This time, after my rebirth luckily succeeded, my main objective is still the Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. As long as I can become the owner of this Immortal Goo House, I can smoothly suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. In that case, my gains will be huge. Although Fan Yuan's plan of taking the Immortal Goo House early had failed, how could one failure shake his resolution? Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had not appeared now, then he could only wait for the moment it appeared. Originally, Fan Yuan's plan had been to take the Immortal Goo House, then suppressed the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. He would wait until the alliance agreement expired, then he would use the immortal goo house to deal with Hei Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness. Maybe he could even borrow the rank 8 immortal goo house, Refinement Cauldron, from Langya Blessed Land, and seize their immortal goo, obtaining the greatest benefits. However, he could not do that now. Without the immortal goo house, Fan Yuan's strength was clearly weaker than Hei Lu Lan's side. Even if he had many plans and plots, without strength, they could not come to fruition. After all, Hei Lu Lan was also a formidable character. She was not someone who could be trifled with easily. This was clear from when she killed her own father, then disguised herself to enter Hei tribe. Fan Yuan's original plan was wonderful, but reality was cruel. Fan Yuan made calculations on the basis of the worst possible situation. If Graceful Chaotic Duel stage appeared at the same time as in his previous life, then he would be unable to covertly take this immortal goo house. The likelihood of this was huge. When Graceful Chaotic Duel stage appeared, it produced a grand sight. The battle scene of that day in history kept on being displayed. If that is the case, then I can only follow my previous life, and participate in the gambling contest between the southern border goo immortals, and personally entering the demonic path side on Etian Mountain. If he went in like this, the risks would be extremely huge. He would have to face the goo immortals of southern border, Shadow Sect, and also Heavenly Court. It would be entering great danger. But how can there be gains without any danger? Fan Yuan was cautious, but he did not lack the mindset to take risks. The huge benefits had already made him resolved to take the risk. He had been reborn, and had plenty of experiences and knowledge of his previous life. If he did not dare to conspire, then Fan Yuan considered this to simply be cowardly. Since the protection of the Spring Dream Fruit Tree has been ensured, I can put it aside for the moment. I should change my plans. I need to ally with Hei Lu Lan again. Fan Yuan had self-strength immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness would definitely target him. If Fan Yuan obtained the immortal goo house early, then he would not be afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness. But the situation happened to be different now. Fan Yuan needed to obtain the immortal goo house, and in the process, he might have to face the southern border goo immortals, Shadow Sect and Heavenly Court. Now, he needed the strength of others. Tai Bai Yunxing, Hei Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness and others, especially Blazing Heaven Demoness. With her rank 8 cultivation, she could add much power to the immortal goo house. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had suffered from going in alone without help. When Shadow Sect mobilized, Hei Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were both in Shaohan Blessed Land, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their soul. And Tai Bai Yunxing was still in Eastern Sea. Naturally, it was also because Fan Yuan had intentionally concealed it from Hei Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan and the others, sneaking into Etian Mountain alone. Even if Fan Yuan revived, he would only have rank 6 bottom tier cultivation. To advance to rank 7, he needed to go through many earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. In the Blessed Land's time, it would take 300 years. There was clearly not enough time for Fan Yuan to do this. Of course, he could also devour Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land, but his body had a strength path immortal aperture which did not relate to these blessed lands. Right now, the utmost priority was to turn enemies into allies and strategize from there. Fan Yuan wanted to eliminate Hei Lu Lan and the others, but this kind of impatience could spoil his grand scheme. There were many times when one needed to compromise. To accomplish one's aims in the world, it was necessary for any person to compromise, and to learn how to compromise. No matter how high someone's position was, they would need to follow this. Giving up small benefits for greater benefits, this was a display of a person's growth. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fan Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In his previous life, when Fan Yuan wanted to target Hei Lu Lan, she had already left Hu Immortal Blessed Land for the outside world. Her tracks were concealed, and as such Fan Yuan was not able to make a move against her. But in this life, at this time, Hei Lu Lan still was staying in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She was using her strength Chi Immortal Goo to help the hairy men in the stone nest to refine air sac goo. When Fan Yuan found Hei Lu Lan, she was within a stone nest. She was holding an information path mortal goo in her hand, frowning at the information brought by the goo worm. Seeing Fan Yuan, Hei Lu Lan raised the information path mortal goo and asked, "Did you hear about the matter of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent ambushing Song Zixing?" Fan Yuan smiled lightly. "Of course I did. This matter can be kept secret from mortals, but it cannot be hidden from goo immortals." Even though Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are hiding their traces, the other Gu immortals in Central Continent would not want to keep this a secret. Right now, they are looking forward to seeing some drama in the 10 great ancient sections. Oh! He Lu Lan sighed deeply. Such a prime opportunity, but we missed it. If we could kill Song Zixing during this period, we might be able to obtain Starform Blessed Land. Fan Yuan glanced at He Lu Lan, sighing internally. This person really is formidable. She already had attitude Gu, but had restrained herself. Not only was he not informed, she did not even inform her closest friend and relative, her Aunt Fairy Li Shan. To deceive the enemy, one had to start from deceiving those they were closest to. But Fan Yuan was like her. He had obtained possession of Starform Blessed Land, but had deliberately concealed the information, keeping He Lu Lan in the dark. In his previous life, were it not for Blazing Heaven Demonis, this secret would not have been revealed. It was because Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan were similar kinds of people that Fan Yuan appreciated He Lu Lan while also being apprehensive at the same time. If possible, he truly wanted to get rid of her, and get rid of her quickly. But destiny worked in mysterious ways. Fan Yuan had to deepen his collaboration with He Lu Lan to obtain the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage. Therefore, at the next moment, Fan Yuan took out Self-Strength Immortal Gu, placing it in his hand and holding it out for He Lu Lan. Chapter 974. Difficult Interaction with He Lu Lan. Self-Strength Immortal Gu! Fan Yuan's action shook He Lu Lan's mind. This immortal Gu was originally hers, but because she failed her tribulation, she had been trapped in a dream realm and was later saved by Fan Yuan. The result was that this immortal Gu became the price for saving He Lu Lan, ending up in Fan Yuan's hands. This self-strength immortal Gu had huge significance to He Lu Lan. Not only was it very suitable for He Lu Lan as she possessed the great strength true martial physique and cultivated strength path, this self-strength immortal Gu had been refined by He Lu Lan's mother, Su Xian'er, and was a memento she left to He Lu Lan. Thus, self-strength immortal Gu had extremely great importance to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan had been extremely unwilling to give it, but she had no other choice. She thought about this immortal Gu day and night, and really wished she could seize it back from Fan Yuan. However, she had restrained this impulse. On one hand, it was because Gu worms were very difficult to take away and could be destroyed with a thought from their owner. On another hand, it was because He Lu Lan was astute. She deeply understood there was an art called compromise when interacting with people. He Lu Lan and Fan Yuan were natural allies. He Lu Lan still needed to rely on the Guts Gu business to support her cultivation. Working together created benefits, while being enemies formed losses, so He Lu Lan had continued to endure. Besides the first meeting after waking up, He Lu Lan had not raised any objection towards Fan Yuan having self-strength immortal Gu. It was as if she had already forgotten this. She had deep shrewdness. But now, Fan Yuan was suddenly handing over the self-strength immortal Gu, like he was returning it to its rightful owner. He Lu Lan was caught unprepared and was unable to conceal her desire. But at once He Lu Lan calmed down, her frown deepened as she fixed her sharp gaze on Fan Yuan. She had already snapped back to awareness, and she was filled with vigilance. She knew Fan Yuan's nature, and just like Fan Yuan, who had both appreciation and apprehension towards her, she also felt the same about Fan Yuan. Why would Fan Yuan hand over self-strength immortal Gu for no reason? This is impossible. Then what is he planning? As if seeing He Lu Lan's doubts, Fan Yuan chuckled. Don't be nervous. Self-strength immortal Gu is rather suitable for me as well, but I believe this immortal Gu is more important to you. Like they say, a gentleman doesn't take advantage of others, isn't that the case? He Lu Lan's eyes flashed with dark light. She glanced at the self-strength immortal Gu in Fan Yuan's hand, before fixing her gaze on Fan Yuan, sneering. You are a gentleman? Just say what you want to say. Fan Yuan rubbed his nose. If I speak directly, I am afraid it will scare you. He Lu Lan snorted. Just tell me. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered, speaking in a serious tone. Then I won't beat around the bush. I want to use this self-strength immortal Gu to trade for your attitude Gu. What? He Lu Lan's body shook, the ferocious glint in her eyes increased, and she almost took a step back involuntarily. I have kept the matter of acquiring attitude Gu extremely secret. How did he know? I hid it from even little Aunt. Besides heaven and earth, only I know. The shock He Lu Lan felt was hard to express. This was her greatest secret, but it was suddenly exposed by Fan Yuan. She could not help being shocked. Killing intent surged inside her, subconsciously wanting to attack Fan Yuan. To eliminate the person who knows her secret. This was the nature of ferocious characters. However, at this time, Fan Yuan took the initiative to retreat a step. This movement was simple, but had subtle effects on He Lu Lan's current mentality. He Lu Lan was like a frightened beast, but Fan Yuan moved away some distance and showed a harmless smile, emitting good intention, making He Lu Lan feel safer. He Lu Lan's eyes squinted into a slit, fixing her gaze at Fan Yuan. Her expression was cold as ice. Her killing intent had not dispelled yet, instead it was restrained for now. It seems you truly possess the legendary attitude Gu. Fan Yuan pretended to be observing her expression, and spoke with a surprised tone. He Lu Lan stared blankly before speaking in fury. You tricked me? Of course not. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly, shrugging his shoulders. Do you still remember my master, Purple Mountain True Monarch? He Lu Lan took a deep breath, hearing the name of Purple Mountain True Monarch again. She was filled with wariness. She knew this Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fan Yuan was his disciple, and so was Tai Bai Yunxing. That was the reason why Fan Yuan called Tai Bai Yunxing's senior brother. Of course, all this was false information. In his previous life, even Blazing Heaven Demoness had been deceived. It was your master who informed you? He Lu Lan asked. Her killing intent went down to rock bottom. From her view, Fan Yuan had huge backing. It was very difficult to kill Fan Yuan, let alone Purple Mountain True Monarch, who was not someone she could handle. After all, at this time, Fairy Li Shan had yet to fully reconcile with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan chuckled. What do you think? He Lu Lan snorted, thoughts churning in her mind. Purple Mountain True Monarch actually knows my secret. He indeed has vast powers and is unfathomable. Fortunately, we have set an agreement with Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan is really scheming. No matter how important self-strength Immortal Gu is, it is only a rank 6 Immortal Gu. How could it be traded for my attitude Gu? Humph. He Lu Lan immediately refused Fan Yuan's suggestion. My attitude Gu is a rank 8 Immortal Gu. As long as it is someone with a thinking mind, they can wear it and use it. It is a legendary Gu worm recorded in the. You are actually thinking of using the rank 6 self-strength Immortal Gu to trade for my attitude Gu. Hee hee, aren't you daydreaming? Fan Yuan pondered it before speaking. Then how will you trade for it? Not trading. He Lu Lan immediately replied firmly. Fan Yuan's expression sank, letting out a dangerous aura. He Lu Lan, think properly. I will remind you this is my territory, my Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Lu Lan laughed loudly. Ha, so what? Don't forget the agreement between us, it has not ended yet, allies cannot attack each other. Of course. He Lu Lan added. You have your master's backing, maybe you have already undone your restrictions. But do you think I, He Lu Lan, am afraid of death? You underestimate me too much. Even if I die here, I will destroy all my Gu worms before I die. Also, I know all about the resources that are in your Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After the battle, how many of these resources will remain? Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before cannot restore these resources. Fan Yuan could not help but laugh. In his previous life, he had threatened Blazing Heaven Demoness by showing a fearless stance towards death. This life, after he was reborn, He Lu Lan was using the same method to pressure him, and he similarly had to accept and go along with it. Fan Yuan's expression changed, laughing and clapping. He Lu Lan, I wouldn't dare to underestimate you, it was only a joke. Using a rank 6 Immortal Gu in exchange for a rank 8, your joke only reveals your greed and stupidity. He Lu Lan coldly berated, without giving any face to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with sharp light. Then I will add some more on the table. How about I give up in contesting for Starform Blessed Land? He Lu Lan shook her head. Giving up in contesting for it? Even if you hand over both Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land to me, I won't trade it. Attitude Gu is not only a rank 8 Immortal Gu, the requirements to use it are very minimal. It doesn't need immortal essence, and only consumes mental energy. That means, even I, a rank 6 Gu Immortal, can use this rank 8 Immortal Gu. This kind of Immortal Gu is a peerless treasure. I absolute won't give it up. Don't mention trading for it. Fan Yuan, you are a smart person, you won't make useless efforts, right? Fan Yuan nodded, sighing. I understand. Then I shall take a step back. I want to use self-strength Immortal Gu to exchange for your slavery Immortal Gu. He Lu Lan's eyebrows raised. She had a slavery immortal goo. She had obtained it during the final moments in Imperial Court Blessed Land, after deceiving Giant Sun's will. He Lu Lan sank into silence. Fan Yuan's offer enticed her. As far as she was concerned, self-strength immortal goo's value was undoubtedly far above slavery immortal goo. He Lu Lan gazed at Fan Yuan's eyes. My slavery immortal goo is only rank 6. You are using rank 6 in exchange for rank 6, this is feasible. But slavery immortal goo cannot be used repeatedly, it can only be used once. Trading self-strength for slavery, don't you think you are losing out? Yes, there is some loss. Fan Yuan laughed, before raising a finger. So I still have a condition, I want to borrow attitude goo for some time. He Lu Lan did not reply, sinking into silence. Fan Yuan was trying all kinds of methods to borrow attitude goo. This made her acutely sense the importance of attitude goo to Fan Yuan. However, how much importance it had, He Lu Lan was not too sure she needed to probe. Therefore, she refused. I will not lend attitude goo. Fan Yuan's expression sank. Then forget it. He then turned around, leaving. He Lu Lan stood at her spot, watching coldly without moving. Fan Yuan moved several steps before stopping, turning around with a bitter smile as he faced He Lu Lan again. I only want to borrow attitude goo for 3 years. 3 years? I wouldn't agree even if it was 3 days. He Lu Lan's expression was cold and ruthless. Internally, however, she was excited. She saw an opportunity to rip off Fan Yuan. He Lu Lan's concealment was good, but she was in the end still young, and Fan Yuan was an old monster who had lived hundreds of years. Fan Yuan gave a displeased snort. How could he not know He Lu Lan's current thoughts? He threw out his trump card. It seems you don't want revenge. You have such a good opportunity in front of you to kill He Qing. But it feels like you don't want it. What? He Qing? He Lu Lan's eyes flashed with a ferocious glint, her expression fluctuating. Although He Qing was her own father, the hatred between them was so great, she would not rest until he was dead. Killing He Qing and taking revenge was already the greatest obsession of He Lu Lan. This obsession was so deep that it had affected her cultivation, becoming a permanent scar in her mind. In Fan Yuan's previous life, He Lu Lan had killed He Qing, got back the self-strength immortal goo, dispelled the scar in her mind, and found herself, so when she activated Strength Path Phantoms, they turned into her appearance, and not the brawny burly man. Chapter 975. New Alliance Agreement. The negotiation with He Lu Lan lasted for 6 hours. After it ended, even Fan Yuan with his immortal zombie body felt extremely exhausted. His pitiful immortal zombie mind could not think on its own easily. Who knew how many thoughts he wasted in the process? He Lu Lan also wasn't better off. She felt this negotiation was much more exhausting than an intense battle of life and death. A feeling of weakness emitted from deep within her. Her tongue went dry and she was feeling dizzy. After the negotiation, Fan Yuan brought over Tai Bai Yunxing, and formed a new agreement with He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Fan Yuan handed over self-strength immortal goo, trading for He Lu Lan's slavery immortal goo, as well as borrowing attitude goo for 1 year. Fan Yuan also had to provide an opportunity to kill He Qing for He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. As for Starform Blessed Land, everyone would continue to participate fairly. Besides these, Fan Yuan also obtained He Lu Lan's consent to connect their luck. The new agreement was tightly linked together in all aspects. Even Fairy Li Shan with her information path quasi-great grandmaster attainment would need to spend several years to break the agreement. More importantly, it also took account of Blazing Heaven Demonis. There was a condition inside that stated more allies could be added, but the new allies must follow the agreement. Moreover, both sides could not get the help of external forces to target each other. Both sides would also have a one-time opportunity to request for support, and once used, the other side must be assisted. The compensation after the matter would be calculated according to the specific situation. The agreement was extremely stringent. The division of profits was stipulated in detail. Fan Yuan used He Lu Lan's apprehension towards Purple Mountain True Monarch, and his previous life's memories, to reach his goal. One who could only fight was no more than a burr. Battles could not resolve all issues. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Humans possessed great wisdom. If they used this wisdom only to fight, they would be letting down this gift from heaven. After the agreement was made, Fan Yuan's situation had changed greatly. First of all, He Lu Lan was Fairy Black Moon, with vigorous luck that would not decline for a long time. Fan Yuan connected his luck with hers, offsetting Spring-Autumn Cicada's flaw. Second, he was able to borrow the rank 8 attitude goo. This immortal goo was used in the past by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was the core goo of the legendary immortal killer move, Familiar Face. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had only been rank 6 goo immortal, but by using this killer move, he deceived 2 rank 8 goo immortals in a row, obtaining large amounts of treasures as well as causing the 2 rank 8 goo immortals to misunderstand each other, indirectly causing their deaths. Fan Yuan had lost change form immortal goo, but obtained attitude goo, which was countless times better. His improved vaguely familiar face killer move's effect would be sharply increased to an astonishing level. Fan Yuan was now confident of deceiving even rank 8 goo immortals. Lastly was Blazing Heaven Demoness. In his previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness, this rank 8 goo immortal, had schemed against Fan Yuan. This life, Fan Yuan had reached a new agreement with Fairy Li Shan and others, which could be taken as stopping Blazing Heaven Demoness' scheme early. Blazing Heaven Demoness' guilt and affection towards He Lu Lan was her biggest weakness. Fan Yuan was planning to, inadvertently, make use of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Even if Blazing Heaven Demoness did not join the new alliance, when He Lu Lan falls into a predicament while assisting Fan Yuan, could Blazing Heaven Demoness do nothing? It could be said that He Lu Lan was the best tool to control Blazing Heaven Demoness. He Lu Lan's side is no longer an obstacle to me. After turning enemies into allies, my plans should now go much more smoothly. But He Lu Lan and the others are extremely shrewd, they are not easy to fool. They are now very satisfied with this new alliance agreement, but they will slowly realize the enormous advantage I am holding. At that time, they will definitely be displeased and may even try to go against me. Because of his previous life's memories, Fan Yuan was able to gain the advantage. But he had not removed his vigilance against He Lu Lan's side. Wait until I possess Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, then the course will be set, the contrast between the strength of our sides will be overturned. Even if He Lu Lan's side is unsatisfied, they won't be able to create any problems. Fan Yuan did not hesitate on giving up self-strength Immortal Goo. It was because he was planning for the Immortal Goo House, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, and a great strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. With self-strength Immortal Goo, he would only have the first style of Myriad Self. At best, his strength would only be rank 7. But with the Immortal Goo House, Fan Yuan did not need to fear even rank 8s, easily advancing or retreating. After obtaining Attitude Goo, Fan Yuan stored it in his own Immortal Aperture and moved to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land's spirit was extremely surprised, asking, "So quickly? You got what I wanted?" "No." Fan Yuan shook his head. Langya Land's spirit's expression immediately turned gloomy, shouting coldly, "Fan Yuan, you brat, are you disregarding my words? Before you left last time, I told you Langya Blessed Land is not a place for you to come whenever you want. If you don't have the immortal material I want, then don't come bothering me. I won't agree to any of your requests." "Is that so?" Fan Yuan chuckled, his attitude calm. "What if I want to use my final opportunity to request you to refine goo for me?" "Ah." Langya Land's spirit was staring blankly, lost for words. Fan Yuan had stolen Ma Hong Yun's fortuitous encounter, arriving at Langya Blessed Land with the identity of an inheritor of Thieving Heaven. Because Longhair Ancestor had made an agreement with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Langya Land's spirit had to refine goo 3 times for Fan Yuan without any costs. If refining mortal goo, Langya Land's spirit must guarantee the success of the goo refinement. If refining immortal goo, Langya Land's spirit could fail, but the materials for the goo refinement must come from his own pockets. Fan Yuan had used 2 opportunities. The first was to refine Stargate goo. Although this goo worm was only immortal goo, it had provided huge help to Fan Yuan at that time. The second was to refine Second Aperture goo. During the goo refinement process, Fan Yuan drank 4 types of fine wines, obtaining Divine Travel goo. Finally, he used Divine Travel goo to trade for Gruel Mud Immortal goo from Langya Land's spirit. Thus, Fan Yuan only had 1 remaining opportunity to request goo refinement. Langya Land's spirit said sternly, "Kid, what goo do you want to refine?" Fan Yuan laughed heartily, patting Langya Land's spirit's shoulder. "I only said if, I don't truly want to waste the 3rd opportunity now." Langya Land's spirit snorted, brushing away Fan Yuan's hand, and dusting off his clothing with extremely dislike. But in the end, he did not speak anymore. As long as Fan Yuan did not use his final opportunity, he could casually enter Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land's spirit knew this was Fan Yuan's warning towards him, even a verbal attack. But he was unable to do anything about it, so he felt very displeased. If you don't want to use the final chance, then leave quickly, Lang Yalan's spirit said, displeased. Fan Yuan unconcernedly shrugged his shoulders. Although I did not get the immortal material you mentioned, but I brought this. Take a look. The corners of Lang Yalan's spirit's lips curled up. Brat, you want to deceive me? Humph, you think immortal materials can easily substitute for each other? I cannot. He suddenly stopped speaking. His eyes flew wide open, his gaze intensified sharply as it fixed upon the immortal material in Fan Yuan's hand. This immortal material naturally was not a simple one. It was a rank 8 immortal material Fan Yuan had picked up inside the Gu formation in Earth Trench. Lang Yalan's spirit's eyes were captivated. This looks like fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix's body. Lang Yalan's spirit stuttered in an incredulous tone. Fan Yuan gave a thumbs up. As expected of Lang Yalan's spirit, you are correct. After I obtained this immortal material, I had to spend some effort before I found out its origin. As he said this, Fan Yuan handed this immortal material to Lang Yalan's spirit. Lang Yalan's spirit did not restrain himself. He quickly stretched his hand, grabbing the immortal material and put it in front of his eyes, examining carefully. Good stuff, good stuff. Sure enough, it is a fragment of a cloud phoenix. This is a rare object. What dog's hit luck do you have, to actually get such a treasure? Lang Yalan's spirit muttered nonstop. He was extremely enticed, and his gaze looked somewhat infatuated. No matter which Lang Yalan's spirit it was, they both originated from Long Hair Ancestor. Long Hair Ancestor excelled in Gu refinement, and was also infatuated with it. Lang Yalan's spirit had also inherited this nature. Right now, as Lang Yalan's spirit looked at this rank 8 immortal material, his thoughts started to fluctuate. He had bitterly sought for such immortal materials, but had not found them. If he had this, the gaps in materials for a lot of immortal Gu recipes could be filled up. The Gu refinement materials for 1 or 2 immortal Gu would even be collected entirely, and the Gu refinement could begin immediately. Lang Yalan's spirit had already stopped paying attention to Fan Yuan. His gaze was tightly fixed at the Cloud Phoenix's fragment, inspecting it from all directions. He was almost salivating. Even in Langya Blessed Land, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials. Why? It was simple, they were hard to gather. Like this Cloud Phoenix's fragment, its main body was an immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix. This Cloud Phoenix was extremely powerful, able to match rank 8 Gu immortals. To gather this immortal material, normally speaking, one had to kill the Cloud Phoenix. Gu immortals were few in numbers, rank 8 Gu immortals were even fewer. Only a handful of them existed. They had to consider their tribulations and their own safety, and would not easily start a battle. Unless they had some specific demands, there would be extremely few rank 8 immortal materials entering the market. This was also the reason why Fan Yuan had only put 2 immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven, yet he was easily able to trade for all kinds of food for immortal Gu. Even Lang Yalan's spirit's main body, Long Hair Ancestor, did not have too much capability to personally gather rank 8 immortal materials. One of the reasons he agreed to refine Gu for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was to borrow the strength of the rank 9 Venerables to gather rank 8 immortal materials. Fan Yuan saw Lang Yalan's spirit's expression, and smiled. He then took out another rank 8 immortal material, and intentionally asked, Lang Yalan's spirit, help me check the origins of this immortal material. Ah! Lang Yalan's spirit raised his head to take a glance, immediately letting out a loud and shocked scream. His eyes were wild with joy. Heavens, isn't this the wing of a tiger-striped honeybee? Look, such beautiful lights from down marks. The metal path down marks on this wing are so dense that we can see the light from the down marks with our naked eyes. Brat, how could you obtain something of this level? It simply angers me to death. I searched so hard for so many years, but even I have barely over 20 of them. They are so precious that I am not willing to use them. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. What if I say I picked them up, do you believe me? Saying this, he immediately took back the Cloud Phoenix's fragment from Lang Yalan's spirit's hand. Lang Yalan's spirit was caught unprepared, and after he reacted, he gave a miserable howl, feeling like a piece of his heart had been cut out. He stamped his foot and shouted, What are you doing? Doing what? Fan Yuan had a baffled expression. This belongs to me, are you thinking of stealing it? Lang Yalan's spirit stiffened, he was not able to retort, and could only glare at Fan Yuan. Chapter 976. Familiar Face. Langya Land's spirit looked straight into Fan Yuan's eyes, unsure of what to say. These immortal materials were Fan Yuan's. He was so anxious that he almost scratched his own head. Fan Yuan looked at Langya Land's spirit with a smile. Not matter how bad Langya Land's spirit's attitude towards him was, as long as these immortal materials were with him, he seemed to have taken hold of Langya Land's spirit's weakness. Suddenly, Langya Land's spirit's eyes turned, and he quickly reacted. He was no longer anxious, instead sneering. Humph, brat, do I still not know you? You swindler, you don't do anything without benefits. Speak, what advantage you want to take from me? Fan Yuan pretended to be unhappy. Your words are really wrong. I didn't come to take advantage of you, but to do a fair transaction with you. Hee hee. Langya Land's spirit was already somewhat prepared for Fan Yuan's shamelessness. Speak up, don't talk in a roundabout way. Fan Yuan drooped his eyelids, staring at the immortal materials in his hands. Since you are so forthright, then I will speak directly. Can I ask if you have the immortal killer move Familiar Face? Langya Land's spirit was stunned before asking back. How did you know I have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move? Fan Yuan was inwardly joyous. Langya Land's spirit indeed had it. He had only made a guess about this. Thinking of the past, Langya Land's spirit lacked a desolate beast and wanted Fan Yuan to grab a living one, using the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face as a reward to tempt Fan Yuan. Back then, when they had been discussing, Fan Yuan had asked about Familiar Face, and Langya Land's spirit's original words were, Familiar Face? You are really daring! That is an immortal killer move. The core goo is the legendary attitude goo. Even if I give it to you, you will not be able to use it. But this killer move of mine has a huge relationship with Familiar Face. It can be said to be the former version of it. This is a mortal killer move and is suitable for you to use. Land's spirits were simple and would not tell lies. Langya Land's spirit had not said that he did not have Familiar Face. He had only said that even if he gave it to Fan Yuan would not be able to use it. But Fan Yuan now already had attitude goo with him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had deceived 2 rank 8 goo immortals with his rank 6 cultivation in his time. Fan Yuan should also be able to do it. Looking back over that time, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable sought out my main body to refine space escape goo. My main body also had been interested and worked an entire 21 years with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This duration was according to the time of the 5 regions. When calculated with Langya Grotto Heaven's time, it would be even longer. Langya Land's spirit recalled those eventful years with a nostalgic expression.